Hello, everybody, and welcome to the playoffs. We are here for the first European Series playoffs, Season 3, fellas. I mean, it's been such a journey to get to this point in Season 3, but we've only just begun here in Season 3. I'm joined by the duo Overseer and Nexus, one of the funniest casting duos, I actually have to say, out there in the Tier 2 space. Like, I genuinely just love sitting back and listening to you guys operate. So, we got two best of threes. I'm in like the prime position here, guys. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, fellas, it's been the playoffs. Listen, you guys did a lot of the Swiss stage matches. Now we get to the business end, Overseer.
Yeah, we do. It's going to be the start of the day here, starting off with very important openings. We got Fnatic 9, I believe, first on the line here to begin this playoff stage. And I'm happy to be here. I'm happy that we got this far. And I'm happy that also Cosmo is supporting of our cause here. As I said, we're going to be starting off with a banger in my eyes. 9 has showcased great strengths, and Fnatic seem to be on the rise once more.
I've got to know, Nexus, is that like a Fairly Odd Parents reference, naming your cat Cosmo?
No, it's not.
Okay. I don't even know if you know what that show is, by the way.
I do.
Okay.
I had Disney Channel as a kid.
All right, yeah. I feel like we're probably in a similar sort of bracket there. Anyway, looking at the schedule now, I'm not sure what your cat thinks, but what do you think, Nexus? Which is your pick of the games here today? Are you casting your pick of the games, or does it come on later?
I think I am. I think so, right? I was critical of Fnatic, right, as to why Jambo wasn't there earlier, so I feel like now is a good time to kind of see it. He's been settled in now for a while against a 9 who's found form in these last 2 weeks. This is just preparing out to be a banger, and I cannot wait for it. And then we've got an Amiga who's been pretty damn decent coming up next as well, and then Monte up against them, who look a little bit unconvincing, maybe shaky, but I'm looking forward to that part as well. But my game of the day is starting off right here in the first one.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing Fnatic in action. I think that all of these games actually have got entertainment value about them for different reasons, and I think that they could all kind of go either way. I mean, there are certainly some discernible favorites, but it's not like any of these games are clear-cut impossible for the underdog to win. But let's shift the focus across to some rosters now. Well, let's start with 9, because I want to talk to Nexus about Fnatic, because he had some things to say about Jambo, so I'm kind of keen to hear what he has to say now that he's been playing in the team a little bit longer. But we can bring up 9 first. Overseer, you can break them down a little bit for us. So production, if we can bring up their mugs on the screen, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, Overseer, this team has obviously been tinkered with slightly over the past couple months. You know, feels like they've decided to go in a different direction, keeping Mantu and Rawls, bringing some new blood into the team this year. What do you think of the current state of 9?
Well, I'll say this. Since Refresh has been benched, it feels like they are kind of coming out of their shell a little bit, and it does look like they are integrating Kragen really well into his new roles. And on the other side, Ral seems to have a tight leash on the team, right? Holding it together pretty well. Everybody seems to follow the orders. You know, they have good mid-round calls. I gotta say, Mantu, a few times we've seen him have a hit-and-miss kind of scenario. He'd been missing a few shots with the op. You hate to see that. But generally speaking, seems to as well be on the rise. He's got the numbers going his favor. I really like what they're doing with the team. Bob XD perhaps a little bit less impactful than some believe them to be at the start, but generally he fills his roles perfectly, and I feel like this is exactly what they needed. With Barry as coach, perhaps everything comes together into a beautiful crescendo.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, the thing about Bob XD, he's a hardcore entry fragger. Like, you're going to see him going in first more often than not, so it's difficult to find consistency when you are just that tip of the spear kind of player. The guy who actually I'm the most intrigued by on this 9 roster is definitely Favin. Like, I feel he's playing some incredible Counter-Strike at the moment. And remember, his team before this was Bleed, guys. And he was playing really well in that Bleed team before they decided to make changes because they felt like there were better players in the market. Do you guys remember who they replaced Favin with? It was Jacob, guys. They replaced Favin with Jacob on Bleed. Favin was playing such good Counter-Strike then. They still decided to bench him, which was brutal for him. But now he's found a new team, 9, and he's putting up kind of like star player numbers. So let's see if he can keep that up. But let's keep the show up and move things across to Fnatic now. Nexus, you got to see Jambo in this roster for a little bit longer, reunited with his IGL fear. Are you higher on this team than you were previously?
2000% yes.
Okay.
and even Jambo as well. Like, statistics-wise, he's shot up from his already very impressive, like, 1.15-esque and just slightly above, to now on this Fnatic team, he's like 1.24 when it comes to already the games they've played. That alone is giving me so much more confidence in this team. And it is just kind of making me still a little bit sad that the pickup didn't happen sooner at the same time. But I'm still happy it has happened, because I think Fear and Jambo, it just makes so much sense. You bring in an IGL, you bring in an Oper as well, that's already a system that they're going to be familiar with, kind of, and then you have the rest of the team who, honestly, pretty damn good. Like, now when you look at this team, you don't have a lot you can complain about, because we have talked about Fear for a long time as a fragging IGL, or someone who has the capability of being that, but maybe now in recent times just a little bit less, you know, having to create a lot of space for Blame F maybe, because I think in Passion, Fear was a bit more of the sort of lurking sort of player. Now that you have as well Matty's around you, who, you know, at least we'll say this much, does just go in and do what his job is, and he does it so damn well. He's got like 1.25 impact, 1.16 rating. He is an entry machine. Then you have Blame F and his ratings, and this as well, I'll say this because people still doubt this man a lot and give him a lot of unnecessary flack, I think. I was not a fan of him for a long time. Pre-Astralis Complexity era, I was not a fan. I just think it was not really worthwhile to be in those sorts of positions, the playstyle as well. But here in Fnatic, in these recent times, I think he has changed a lot. He's taken a way more responsibility in terms of these early rounds. He's changed up the playstyle. He's a lot more versatile, and he's not always going to be the last man alive lurking and not doing a whole lot. It might still happen, but the thing is, he has actually changed up that playstyle so much that it's making a massive impact that actually now reflects those statistics as well. So you have this roster with Matisse, one of the highest rated players for when he was picked up to Fnatic, Jambo, who is an absolute beast, Blame F, who is pretty much a beast on and off the server apparently, Fear, pretty damn good, and then Crims, who I still think is a little bit underwhelming, but I honestly don't mind that all too much, because you do need a sort of glue in a roster like this, where it is just star-studded from the middle of the screen all the way to the right.
That's what I was wondering, if you were just going to kind of, you know, brush Crims under the rug and focus on all the good parts of the roster. You know, the thing is he's fine, but he's been, like you said, I think underwhelming is a good word as of late. The problem is you can't have both him and Fear dropping sub 1.0 ratings. So I think now the pressure actually shifts to Crims a little bit because of that strong trio you mentioned, Matty's, Blame F, and Jambo. They've got heaps and heaps of firepower. Crims doesn't have to be a fragger within the team, but he still has to hold his own, you know, anchoring the B bomb side. He still has to be effective. He still has to contribute in other departments outside of just being the glue component. But let's have a look at the Veto, fellas. We can see which maps are going to get played here in the series between these two teams. Playoff matchup, loser eliminated, winner through to the quarters. Now, it's going to be Dust 2 picked by Fnatic, and Train picked in response, which actually Fnatic are going to be super happy with, I'd imagine. They've been having some very good returns on Train as of late. And then it will be Ancients as the decider if we do go the distance. Overseer, thoughts?
I feel like this is a pretty solid Veto. Both sides kind of happy with it. Perhaps 9, you know, and Dust don't really go hand in hand, but then again, you don't have a choice. You know it's going to be a pick for Fnatic. It feels like it's a relatively balanced overall matchup in terms of the maps themselves. It's hard to see a big discrepancy between the two. Perhaps Train could be a troublesome one for either one if they don't perform. Perhaps, you know, Dust the same way can be said. It's an aim map. We know it. Everybody knows it. 9, as long as they perform, you know, as long as the individuals are online, yeah, they can easily counter Fnatic's shenanigans.
Nexus, these two teams played against each other yesterday in another competition. Ancient was the map picked by 9. Fnatic won that 13-6. Dust 2 was picked by Fnatic. They've persisted with it. They won it 13-11 yesterday. Do you think it was a smart decision for Fnatic to pick it again, or do you think 9 have gone back and watched the tapes, and because it was such a narrow margin between the two teams on that game, that 9 might be able to get it done this time?
That is a great question. It's something I often bring up as well, sort of an unspoken rule kind of thing, where you replay each other, you have a rematch against each other in, let's say, a week's time or less. The losing team often comes out victorious just for learning more about what's happened in the game. But when it is a close call like Dust 2 here, I'm not going to go into Ancient just yet because we don't know if we're going to get that exactly. I assume so, but we'll see. I still think it is going to be a sort of case where Dust 2, being as close as it was, it can go either way. I just see the map as such a momentum-based map, contrary to popular belief of saying it's CT-sided. I see its momentum and T-side kind of both hand in hand. So there is worlds where we can see either side run away with it. But what I'm actually interested here is the sort of work that 9 have recently put into it. Because I saw them play it against Passion just a couple of days ago, Sierra and I. We saw them smash it. Right? All the work that 9 have put into making Dust 2 their, going from their worst to one of their actually better maps, I think. They've put in so much work. The win rate right now maybe doesn't fully say that much. But I think that is one of the better maps that 9 actually do have in their pool. So it is a bit of a sleeper pick here. Fnatic, maybe they're going towards like a default pick of, okay, we're decent on Dust 2. We already beat them on it yesterday as well. And they're kind of afraid to surge elsewhere in that Veto. Not that I mind all too much, but it kind of still gives me some sort of worry here that we might see 9 a completely different sort of beast than yesterday's game against each other.
Like, as I said, for 9, for me, the two most important parts are going to be Mantu, and we've mentioned Faven enough, but I think also Kragen. I think Kragen doesn't get enough spotlight as much as he deserves. And Mantu on the op, right? On Dust, that's going to be king. If you can't hit the shots, somebody else will, and we know how well Fnatic can work around that issue, so in my eyes, it comes down to the individuals once more. They have to show up. We cannot have sleepers, as you said. It really is the core of the crux, or the issue, rather.
Okay, fellas. Well, we've kind of broken this one down extensively. I am certainly looking forward to Dust 2. Keen to see that head-to-head battle between Manto and Yambo on the AWP. I think that's going to be an exciting one. I think Train, picked by 9, is a map that Fnatic will be very happy with. So even if 9 do get the win on Dust, I do think Fnatic can answer back. I think this should be a 3-map series, regardless of who wins on which map. I don't think Fnatic will 2-0 this. I don't think 9 will 2-0 this either. But what I do know is we're going to need a break, guys. There's a bit of a tech issue at the moment. Once we've resolved it, we'll be jumping into Dust 2, and then I'll see you fellas after the map.
And we are live.
We are back. Officially
Yes, we are.
so now for the first map of the series. Fnatic versus 9 with me. Overseer with you, Nexus. Hello, I stole your intro thing.
I know.
How do you feel about that one?
I
I'm
feel
coming
good
for ya.
because finally somebody is taking my ideas and actually putting them on the table. It's lovely.
Just happy to be involved.
Yeah, just happy to be involved. Happy to be at least in some sort of workaround corner. But yeah, it's round one. It's the pistol Fnatic. Pistols in play with utility on Fear, the IGL. Let's see how it works. Dualies on Kragen. We said he needs to show up. He
sick.
gets blown up. And yeah, that's going to be a great nade. Rals finds Blame F, and we're back to a 4v4.
That is a sickening start to the round there for Fnatic. Sure, they get a kill, but 2 players already tagged up that much ain't gonna really make it feel good. Faded back as well. Now with the first minute drawn off the clock, Fnatic, they're being fairly slow about this one. That's kind of feeling out the round, and I can't really blame them. But with the utility taken away from A, they're making a guesstimation. Maybe they're gonna have an easier time with this part of the map. Or maybe not. This is still a this is a very dynamic pistol round.
It is. It's the fact that it's not over yet tells you how close it is, as we have trades on middle. Mantu, he needs to stand his ground. Rals through short, gets a good angle to work with. With Fear gone, it leaves Crimson Jambo in a tough spot, but Jambo's made his way to B. He's in double doors. He exits, picks up the USB, makes his life easier, finds another kill. Jambo makes the play happen. Jambo with a magnificent hat-trick to finish the job. Fnatic will persevere, and with that, find their first. That is an unexpected turn of events, as 9 had the advantage, yet somehow just dropped the ball.
Somehow dropped the ball, but it's going down to how dynamic this round really stays for Fnatic, right? It's 40 seconds left. They made their play toward that long side of the map, had a rotation from it, and then it's really the kill that defines this one. It's Jambo finding these openings toward the B side, and the closes as well from that. So it's one when 9 were kind of pulled all over the place, and as that time runs down, you're not going to be making mass rotations every single time when you spot one player. Leaves them in a bit of a tough situation. And for now, with the force buy, flashing to mid, and they are taking the fight. Ready for them. Trying to escape, they should be able to.
Grenades,
just barely dodges his own demise there, but Fnatic have been left with a lot of map control here. Information as well, it is that force. By now, all you have to do is make sure you can execute toward, if you go toward that A side, well there. And if, for some reason, they decided to go mid, all I can say is be careful.
Yes, you do. Need to be careful. Need to watch out, Faven. Whilst he might be low, he's still a very dangerous entity with the MP9. Kragen of his own. But they will be pushing back towards short and deciding to finish the job on A itself. And it's a respectable choice, because it's going to give them a fair chance of an easy win, without having to lose any further players, potentially even, which would be a massive win here for Fnatic. But yeah, surely they check the flank. They do. Blame F's ready.
I think that's enough as well. The force buy is turning to a save quickly here.
Yeah, it is. We haven't, like, talking about Fnatic a little bit. You've said your piece as well, right? But for Blame F, man, this guy, like, this is the ace in the hole in my eyes for them. He is usually the one that kind of breaks them out of the loop, and if he's not going to be showing up today, maybe that's exactly what 9 are counting on. Not saying he won't, I'm just, kind of speculating here. Shouldn't, though.
Either way.
So, no force buys, right?
No more force buys around this.
Yeah. We're not Passion UA here.
Ooh.
Dude, it hurts me to have watched the last night's series, or last afternoon series.
Try not to remind me too much.
Exactly. I mean, a few mini pistols, Kevlar, extra, nothing too bad here. 9. Let's see if they do some damage. It'd be welcome, obviously, as it's obvious itself, but it's Fnatic to try and temper with that. Love the Mach 10 entry. Blame F knows he can be in danger, does not want to overextend his play. Might just burn out Fabian here, actually, and yeah, that's exactly what happens.
No spray after. Usually you do spray that just a little bit late to see if you feel a bit more damage.
Oi.
Here is just one bullet to do them justice from Crim's AK-47. Bob's been bent away. To put it nicely. Fabian will join him, and as such, we are continuing with a 3-0. Maybe a kill here. Right, there's no reason not to go for something. Rawls stuck around, got Mach 10, and now Mantu far away. Makes sense to at least save that armor, but that's about it.
The reality of things is also...
team up on one, but for Fnatic, they're choosing to exit the safe way out of the tunnels into T-spawn. They still have this under control, and everything's going to be A-okay. And pretty good. A completely flawless round. Last round as well, it was what? 4 survivors? 3?
I believe so, yeah.
Binance is looking pretty damn good at the start of things off here, and that's what I kind of fear a little bit in Dust. There's this T side getting a head start, and the CT is never really getting a say in it. Because as soon as, again, I have to mention it, as soon as that money is wiped out the CT side, you're just playing saving. You're just playing save, save, save.
Save simulator, man. That's the name of the game.
We still need that counter, man. We still need the counter in the HUD.
We do. We'll get it.
I've talked this into existence for about a year and a half now.
So you know, I'm sure to push into the counter as well. But there's another fun fact I want to talk about. I know this is perhaps a bit more known across the real nerd of Counter-Strike, but just a fun fact in itself nonetheless. Crims would have had the longest standing team position if he had not broken that team position in 2016 with Godsend for 2 months. He would have been on Fnatic for over 11 years now. So in essence, he would be the longest contracted player on any team in the history of Counter-Strike to date. Instead of that, it's Rain with 9. But
yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like that is probably the...
Yeah, right now Rain is with 9 and 4 months. I think he is the longest standing contracted player. But Crims would have
You can
had
probably
11
make
years.
the argument as well that technically he's been receiving his... or been in the same team since 2015, right? Because he's never changed a team. All this changes the name of the team he's represented, and the players around him slowly, right? From Kingwood, that was bought by G2, then G2, Kingwood bought by FaZe. So
yeah,
right. The paycheck's the only thing that really changed for him, and who's paying it.
But that's let's say just the fact that he's in the team he's currently in. But in any case, Fnatic. Let's see what you do here. You've got a true veteran of the scene, one of the best in the world back in the good old days. Today, still a great example of what experience brings to the table. As we have an entry, Fear falls, good nade. It seems like 9 is withering down the defensive. Fnatic about to have to fight against 5 CTs walking into a site, and they need an entry, and desperately so. A few trades happening, a few bullets flying, nothing concrete as the first entry for Ral, second for BobXD. They're cleaning them up, and it should be sufficing. Jambo caught without a kill, and Crims nowhere to be found. It's a clean retake for 9. Who would have thought that it's going to be that easy? And a swipe on Fnatic.
Right, I mean, at least that way. They will alleviate some of the worries I have, but not all of them. We talked about the economy that Fnatic do have. It means there's still another buy coming out, especially with that bomb plant involved. It's a perfect buy. They're not missing a single thing. And around up 5 might make amends. I think, is that? Yeah, Fear and Jambo boosted up in Suicide. They're chilling there, waiting. You know what's happening on the other side. Matthew's not giving them much of a chance. Make use of that. At least nowadays as well, that's pretty much the most common thing you're going to see. How the map has changed. Now you have this, have another person there to make the double does a little more difficult to cross. Valve tried to circumvent the idea. Add a little bit of a block there in T-spawn. Drop down, but Blaze can still boost.
This map is in dire need of a proper
Deletion,
plastic surgery. But Mattis, well, he's going to be experiencing a little bit of it. At least from the hands of the surgeon. Yeah, Ral's, good reply. Blame F is down, but Ral's now getting close on short. He's going to go double down. One more, perhaps. Mattis, just enough. Takes care of him, but he's on 7, left on Jambo's shoulders. It's not even close enough. Favin cleans it up. And we mentioned Favin.
Yeah, German utility shows what he can do.
Exactly. Accurate bombing with a little bit of headshots in between. Yeah, it works perfectly. First time
I learned that lineup from Gabi back in the day.
No, that made like it's perfect.
It's nice.
Truly. Yeah. One thing that's interesting though, 9 win 2 rounds in a row and decide to call it a break here for the second. Like they want to chill for a moment. Seems like they want to talk this one through a bit more in depth. I believe they must be speculating whether or not this is a force buy from Fnatic. You know, if there's enough money for it. There was no bomb plant, aka no extra money, which means usually to make them believe that it could be a full-on eco. And rush long it is.
I do love the hero rifles that we nowadays have a lot as well. It's just so much or so little risk for such high reward that it makes so much sense.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what's irritating to me personally. It's that pistols are almost on par with the actual rifles themselves in a 1v1 scenario in certain cases. That's insane.
Sure. Rise in Tech 9 tiers.
Exactly. The immortal Tech 9 tiers will never end until they dominate every game. I mean, to be fair, Crims was the part of the era that started it all. I mean, his teammate, Olofmeister, he is world famous for it. Or at least scene famous. Oh, the Eagle, hello.
How about Dirty Eagle? I feel like that's world famous for its own class as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's been for a while. Mantu does not miss, but it's still going to be a 4v4. He finds Fear. That's the utility down. The players are lost in the smoke and the sauce. Kragan finds 2. It's enough as he finishes the job with a USP. And same way we mentioned Favin, same way we mentioned Mantu, now we can also say Kragan has come alive. He's an important factor of the squad. He brings a great deal of stability to it. And on a good day, you should fear him.
You should. Right, I talked a lot about Fnatic as well, but there's a lot to talk about 9 in terms of the individual power.
Yeah.
Right, because you have Kragan who, like you kind of said, now seems to have been finding his form, which is a great sign for this 9 roster. Mantu, who I think is very consistent. Favin, who is a beast.
I have some arguments against that consistency, I'm not going to lie. Like, at least in recent games, there have been many occasions where the shots were vital, yet they didn't land.
Sure, yeah, yeah, you could probably make that argument. I'm not going to really fight that all too much.
No, please go on. I just wanted to...
I think Mantu's been real damn good either way. That's not great, though.
Oh, I know it's barbecue time, Fear, but come on, wait a little. At least off the server, not on the server.
Taking their time, approaching A. And here they go. Counter utility for Favin. It lets him reposition for a little bit while Jambo takes the duel. Crims will trade.
Good nade.
Looking down south as well. In CT spawn, Mantu. He's been taken down. Crims up for his next one of the run. 2 out of 2 still here with Kragan. taking a duel, give it the opportunity against Blame F, but he's going back away to CT. That smoke makes things a little bit awkward. What is Rims looking for? That is the question. Bomb to be planted. He can be denied still. That is a bit of a concern, because Kragan and Bob both slip in for the finishing touches here for 9. And that is a bit concerning. It feels like they were afraid of that jump shot too much. They forgot about ramp.
They did. Well, that kind of doesn't work out as expected. Fnatic, a little bit hush-hush maneuvers through short don't really work. And now they find themselves on the verge of another pistol buy. So we're looking at a pretty clean round here, potentially for 9. As long as they stay calm, shall we say.
Not to put too much heat on the man, but Jambo has not had a kill since the pistol.
Oh, that's so true, actually.
Had a 3k and then nothing.
3-0 and then 0-6. Yeah, he's about to be James Bond next round if he does not get a kill. I mean, he's not because he's got 3, but technically speaking. Oh, Rals. What is this? Crouch. That's a free rifle. And Kevlar and Mathisen play Meth.
What do we wager? How many does Bob get on the defense here? I'm gonna say all 4.
Bobby B, I think 4. Yeah. Well, close.
Down to 16. The last one.
84 damage should suffice, but Crims shaving those bullets off like it's nothing. I mean, if nothing else, he's the old one. He's the legendary old one. The Cthulhu of this universe, almost. Don't want to wake him up, because you're in trouble then. 5-3. 9, good start. I mean, they return fire and they don't stop sense. Looks relatively simple. They're playing their defaults. They're hitting their marks. Nothing fancy. No incursions on middle. No dastardly attempts towards top mid or upper. Control of long, contested, and gained. Bob XD, if he had his weapon out, it would have been another kill already, but the nade barely leaves Matties alive. But there's the supporting fire. As the Air Force has been called in, so has the round, potentially. Oh boy.
This is a bit troublesome now. We can say that much at least.
I'd say a lot.
A bit a lot, you know, it's...
Same thing, yeah, different story, sure. I mean, if you're in trouble, whether it's a bit or a lot, right? So, technically speaking, you're right, again, but...
Nice. Hey, there's your James Bond as well, Fear, 007.
Yeah. Technically, Jambo on the same line. Again, if he had not gotten the 3 on the pistol, he would have been 0-7. My goodness, this is a little bit disastrous, to say the least. Yeah, tactical pause is what you need. I think it's the right call here. You want to make sure you talk this one through. There's a lot that's clearly not going exactly as planned. Now, Independent sure to have a few words of encouragement. Oh, this was nice.
Pretty good. Pretty good. And so, 9, they've got themselves a very, very solid situation right now. They've gotten away with, well, the initial troubles that the T side usually otherwise, or CT side usually otherwise have, which is that economy, which is they've yet to really have to save. The only time they did was when they had a scout on Mount 2 and a USB on a Kragan that they still did go for an exit with. Tried to have at least something, but couldn't get much done. So it's been a very solid CT half out of 9. It kind of plays into that sort of theory I mentioned. You might get to see the losing side from the previous engagement come to win instead when the next one comes. And currently, at least for Dust 2, that is maybe living up to that, but it's still the start of the game and anything can happen. Never truly know. No utility, and it's out toward the A side. Already, we've been seeing this short attempt so many times, and I don't think we can expect this one to change all too much.
Oh, this should be a freebie for Kragan, for sure. No utility to draw the attention, no pop flash, they're going to be run boosting, possibly jumping, and failing. Yeah, Kragan gets the free one. They know there's an elevator player. Oh, wait a second, how is that quick of a reaction enough? As Jambo finds the long position on Mantu, and yeah, I mean, it's a 2v2, sure, but Jambo's got an op. Now you've given him the tools that he needs. The C4 might be lost in CT. Missed shot by Jambo is massive, and no, please don't tell me knife in hand. BobXD, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my...
And Rawls and IGL in a 1v2. Ability is supposedly on point. That deals a bit of damage. BlameF gunning for CT Jambo as well. There's no clear way in. It's just brute force, the only thing he can rely on.
Well played.
But speaking of that, BlameF has got a fair bit of it himself, and as soon as we count them out of a round, man, how many times do we expect that to happen? How many times have we seen it happen? We say, yeah, no, this is just going to be another one easy. The pistols, man. Everybody's kryptonite.
Everybody came out to play. I mean, after all, we are in the playoffs. It took them a while to get here, but they have arrived. And, I mean, yeah, if this is not where you're going to perform, where are you going to perform? Jambo, up in hand. He's looking for trouble. Kragan's been hit on the crossing. AKA right now 9. I think they'll have to rethink their strategies a bit. Money's been running dry for a while. They're left with nothing in the bank. So a loss here will almost guarantee a 6-6 halftime, which for Fnatic, in their current position, would be perfect. Question is, what is the game plan again? How do you get BlameF in a position where he can pull 3 kills without being challenged at all? Oh, Rals. He heard that one whiz past his ear. I mean, they're going to probably go short here, it looks like.
Surely not again.
Are just
so to try something
mid?
different at this point.
Okay.
Joel's been letting them down and exploring into mid. BobXD is jumping for that window information. Broken CT. It's going to give them ideas and waiting for that, waiting to see if there is going to be another jump spot or not. But BobXD now has to defend from the back of the side with the teammate in tow from Khan. Now down. It's down to him and Rawls. Make this round one where they're going to be happy and proud of it. It seems like they are quite adept at making that happen.
Wow, pretty good cleanup.
It down, even when they explore other avenues besides the catwalk. It is no better than any other round we've seen.
And what gets him is Kragan is speaking first. They know one was stacked towards B, so I think the decision here was, okay, let's just go B. We'll clear out whoever is going to be low HP first. It's going to be an easy, no crossfire, entry. And then Raul shows up all of a sudden from nowhere, whilst BobXD is able to hold from under window. And it's a very much crossfire scenario where Fnatic don't even know there's a third player involved. With that, leaving them absolutely vulnerable and wounded. Money runs dry on their own side, leaving them with a few AKs. Scout, excuse me, an AWP, not a scout. Now that is a weird looking AWP if you consider that's a pistol sticking at the end of it, out of it. I think that's the Zeus, actually. Yeah, it is the Zeus. Last round, first half, 9 have done a great job at containing this early advantage Fnatic had built up. Keep in mind, they were, what, 3-0, right? So, a lot riding on these next few. Matty's, good entry. Faven caught outside, and it's going to be pretty much cold here. 9 Need Mantu now to perform above and beyond. He's just off position completely. Doesn't make sense at all. The Opper does nothing. 2v2. Of course. Yeah, I mean, look, they know Kragan was there. They must have at least suspected it could have gone Gandalf. Of course, they're going to free fire. It's Jambo. I mean, what else is he going to do?
Oh, that is sick either way. Last man remains, and from long he approaches. Spotting for it, Crims will be the victim, and Jambo trades with 8 HP. That is essentially a millisecond to make the difference between a bullet from Bob's M4 or Jambo to pull his first. But 75 at half time. I think that's a pretty decent half in the end for both teams, just numbers-wise. But as to how it actually transpires, Fnatic 3-0 up, but then they go quiet for a solid 6 in a row is a little less inspiring. And there you go. See, you see the M4 barrel.
He saw the silencer, yeah. So obviously he knew exactly where he was. He even had the exact coordinates of the head and, well, just sent it, as he should. And all I want to mention as well here, to add on top of that, is if 9 had not had Mantu in the worst position possible for an Opper in that case, perhaps they still hold on to the positions they were in. Instead, in the end, obviously, we see the end going to Fnatic. 5-7, second half, second pistol. No dualies on the CT side, and neither are they on the T side. Well, T side, a little bit rarely that you would see them, but... just straight up B? Fnatic just leave it B itself? Okay. I don't think I've ever seen an attempt of a retake like this. Mantu's watching the flank, but he's not capable of holding Matty's. Damn.
I mean, last shot as well, I love the Matty's entry he had from long. Here he's got himself 1 and 2. Continuing from the tunnels. Number 3 coming right up and making it 4 as well. Maybe not for Matthews, but the round itself gets decided just like that, and Raz, he's, well, on 16 kills, yeah, he's having a great game so far, but this is still out of his wheelhouse. Maybe start pat a little bit, get a couple of kills here for the pistol, for the road, but that's not happening. It's going to be kept flawless on Fnatic. Fear's got his second kill. He's doubled his statistics here. Nicely done. And Fnatic, they've gotten themselves up to 6. Both pistols in the bag. And now I'll present you with a hypothetical here. What if Fnatic didn't win either pistol?
Hey, it'd be done.
Fair enough. I would not disagree. I'm not going to disagree at all.
I'm fairly certain we wouldn't be seeing even 6 rounds out of them. But this pistol was a nice idea. I like how they avoided B completely, didn't give them a chance to get free entries, trying to entry, and then instead of fighting them all together, they were able to divide the defense, were able to encroach from multiple sides instead. Plan is nice, as when it works, right? Question is, if you make the wrong timing on that pistol, you can get yourself caught on staircases in lower tunnel. But full eco, 9 know their limitations. I think they know that right now with 7-6, they have no business trying to force and hope to get lucky. Be it low economy or not for Fnatic, you don't want to risk your own.
One smoke to make this approach easier. I don't see it.
Neither
They've got a great hold here on Fnatic.
One
Positions
jump down.
are pretty much as good as they could be. Blame F though. Don't fall here. There you go. And it's going to be a cleanup. Never mind. It's not going to be a cleanup. I was going to say Jambo's time to get some confidence in the game, but
Rals gets 2 kills with the Glock, by the way. That's insane.
But there you go.
Fear is here.
It's starting to get some confidence in the game. Well, some money as well with the MP9 on top of that, and there's the defuse, but from what should have been an easy cleanup, where no bomb plant was ever in question, suddenly we are here with the bomb plant, extra money for 9 to work with. That also secures an AWP, because Ral's got 6k in the bank, he's just got to drop one over. That is a dream situation, essentially, for 9. They went into that one with maybe a P250 at a smoke.
I believe there might have been a deagle in play as well, potentially, but be it or not, it matters.
Yeah, little difference.
None, yeah. So, we got ourselves an interesting
that's
conundrum as
nasty.
Jambo. Yeah, I mean, come on. Mr. Jamboni. The Jambroni. He just drives over you, doesn't care.
It's been a while I forgot I called him that. The Jamboni.
Yeah. It
I mean,
has
slow
been a
and
while.
steady, man. He worked his way into the game.
He does. And the
Basically,
whole of Fnatic really do.
rolls.
I think it's a diesel engine, if I'm honest, you know. It's winter still in Finland. You need that diesel engine.
Well, thank God he's not in Finland.
That's fair.
And I've been complaining about it. I don't know why it's still so cold in May. It feels weird, man. But
Dude, I'm already in flip-flops, not gonna lie. I've been walking in flip-flops for a good month now. I mean, it's not as warm, but it's quite nice.
yeah, I've
Steady
been suffering
20.
from a cold.
Yeah, meanwhile, you're just blanketing it up. Tea in hand. A heater in the other. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Well, 9 are about to be heated up. Let's see if they go B and succeed. A lot rides on that mid-entry, and, well, they're being relatively free about it. Good nade. Blamev gets a bit of a window of opportunity, but nobody there. Matty's behind Xbox. The angle is relatively decent.
Scary. Oh, ooh, he's
Good cover.
good. He's sharp.
Good cover.
Brims as well to assist on one of his own, and look at that teamwork as well.
Yeah.
That is so nice. One
If it wasn't
remains
for
is
Crims-
Favin, and for all the hype we had about him, oh
Yeah.
no,
Oh.
he's not been all that today. He'll at least check behind him, so Fear can't take him down half the time. But Fnatic, they are starting the second half off feeling pretty damn good now, I'd say.
Yeah,
And they're finally
you'd
waking
be
up, and that's
right.
what we've been waiting for. This is their map,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yesterday as well, it went 13-11. It was a close call. But we still did say, I have my theory that it works, honestly, about like 80% of the time. So I feel pretty good about it. A losing team of whenever you rematch very soon after having lost 0-1, it's the losing team that gets more out of it. But that might actually differ a little bit when it is such a close game. Because both teams feel like, okay, mistakes were made, could have been cleaner, or we could have won that, right? It's that attitude.
Absolutely.
And maybe a little bit as well depends on how hard your IGL and coach might be working, or whoever, on anti-shredding and looking back at these things. Because they've not had a lot of time since
No, they
that
haven't.
last game.
Keep in mind, they played another game after that, so, you know, it's been a long day yesterday for Fnatic. As well
they
as
played
9.
that, very much in the evening.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah. I believe started like
6
at 8 or something.
Yeah, 6 p.m. Central
6 p.m.
European.
Okay. Well, regardless, it's going to be round 16. 9 now on the back burner when it comes to economy. They have a plan. Kragen's got the AK. I mean, he's going to be playing that partisan play, and hopefully he's going to get a few free kills. He gets one, spotted by the secondary. Jambo got pulled away, though. The op cannot contend against 3. That's a site. That's a bomb plant. Again, 9 are consistently getting to sites to a degree. And short might have been a problem for Fnatic. Doesn't seem to be the case here for the other side.
Tech 9, I have a feeling.
Oh, God. No, don't do me dirty like that. Bobby D, he's going to have to go fast if he wants to get this. And he's moving.
Eyes on man. They are looking towards Cow. That smoke obscures just enough. Tech 9 will shoot. Take down number 1. Out on long. There is Fear. Down he goes. No smoke to obscure. A jumping Tech 9 he's got to consider, but Rawls just swings for glory. Kill number 20. Round. It is almost matching their name, but what is currently matching is both their teams. 8-8. Stolen by 9. And
Correct
that
me if
does
I'm wrong,
not feel
but
good for Fnatic. Just when you think you're getting into it. It's again, same as first half, pretty much. They think they're
Also,
getting into something, and then it's just nothing.
Again, trading force buys, right? Again, hoping to get lucky on minimal investments. And they do, as Fnatic are well, taken by surprise now. They have to fight tooth and nail. They're about to be out of money. There's no joking about anymore. There's no backup. You fail, it's 9. You lose another because you have an eco next, which means it's a 10-8 scoreline, and then you have a very much bare bones buy that might not even work out, which leaves you with barely anything at all. Faven. He's expecting. Oh, no damage.
It's a bit of a poor smoke.
Yeah.
Already, they've ran up. Jambo, he's looking for headshots, but guess what? Doesn't really get to initiate this fight as much as he'd like. Takes a shot, tries to walk away, but he's been removed from the situation.
They gotta save.
At that point, it is turning into a Jame simulator. Crims. He ain't gonna be able to save, man.
And I don't think neither Mattis or Fear will either. They're going to be hunting at least one of them, and that's Mattis right now on short, and then Fear on long. If somebody cases out the place, things could be in trouble, but seems like luck is on the side of Mattis.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wanted to mention again, like, he is so damn sharp on these shots. He's currently, I think, 5-1 when it comes to openings as well. He is just having a blast when it comes to helping his team get in advantages. Whenever he's essentially going out first, there's pretty much never been a failure. He's being set up so damn well. His first bullet accuracy, I mean, pretty much every single time has been a headshot, so I think he's absolutely enjoying it himself. But as for team-wise, maybe not. It could be a little bit better, because on the other side, Ralls is having a banger of a game. We talk about, right, Fear as a fragging IGL potentially.
Look at
Slightly
Ralls,
less nowadays, in Fnatic maybe, but on the other side, you've got a Danish veteran of the game, rivaling that of Crims almost. Maybe it's not the accolades there, but Ral's been in the game just as long. And 21 kills. We sure know who is king at the moment.
Heavy weighs the crown on the shoulder it bears, but that crown might lead you to the next round of the playoffs, so I think you can bear that burden a bit further. Crims finds BobXD. That's a free rifle. I'm surprised that BobXD, kind of just overlooks that completely. And for some reason, 9 is too slow in my eyes. They're taking their sweet, sweet time in approaching long. And it's weird because, well, you know they're going to be rotating. You should suspect them being now in place in CT. And oh my, look at the gap. Look at what they're preparing.
Oh, they're going to
if 9 don't
well
recognize that there's a gap, they're in trouble. But they seem to just be waiting. Yeah, they're going to give themselves some more time. There's the second smoke now. As Fnatic have been duped into thinking it's immediately going for a full assault. Instead, it's still the same old slow and steady. I love this so much. Oh, they've already passed the smoke.
The angle's
they don't
not
even
perfect,
know.
though. Here's the util. Now the play. Jambo with a jumping AK. One in Gandalf on Mattis. Sticking his head up for a round of whack-a-mole. And he's got 2. Assisting Fear. Taking the round, and that is Fnatic stealing this one back. And like you say, a little bit too slow at the end there, at least. Yeah, that makes sense. They slow it down a little bit. They let Fnatic simmer in that uncertainty. But as soon as they found themselves...
They should have exploded.
Short, they just kind of didn't get a chance to rotate away. They were stuck, let's say, with that kill in mid.
They needed to explode right after that second smoke landed. They had to get
players,
interaction.
Potentially at least 2, I think, he spotted out in tunnels in T-spawn. That should have been a go sign. Sometimes you can be a little bit too cautious, and that is the teachings of this round.
Prime example, yeah. Fnatic has just been given away in. Bro, but the thing is, a mistake like this gives Fnatic exactly the wings they need. And if they make it work, if Jambo hits his shots, if the rest of the squad doesn't just fall over and die, like, this could easily be in favor of Fnatic yet again. They were already close once. 9 bites back, but it seems like 9 has a bit of a problem with their own bite as... Oof. Jambo, what's going on here? Blinded, caught by the angle, and dies needlessly. Walking through mid, BobXD, nobody's even checking double doors. Fnatic, gross responsibility here on whoever. We're supposed to watch mid. They pushed up her. They had the info, yet they were never ready. That's round. I just like that. Talking about mistakes, this is definitely one for Fnatic.
Yeah, in this situation, well, it is almost paramount that we do see Fnatic save the weapons they have available. With Grims having no money and same with Fear, they will need to drop 2 weapons at least, so make sure everyone does survive. They're waiting for this short exit as well. I like the little setup here that Matties and Grims are holding in that regard. But 9, they're exiting to a safe position at long. Now wanting to take duels into mid where there's about 17 different angles to gotta look at. Unsure where the CTs actually are going to be. And there you have round number 10 and 9. 9, 8, 10 or whatever they say. Wow. Tough crowd here.
That's probably one of the oldest jokes I've heard ever. Why is 7 afraid of 8, or how it goes? Because 8, 9,
6
8,
afraid of
or
7?
What? Yeah, 6 afraid of 7, whatever it is. Yeah, it's so dumb I can't even remember it straight, so...
Because 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, exactly. I can't believe you pulled that one out. Where the hell did you hold it? In a drawer somewhere? Written down on a old piece of paper?
No,
with
it's
a pencil?
That's been a wise teaching from my father. It's been in the family for generations.
Oh, God. So it's... it's genetic.
It's the latent, yeah, it's the latent dad genes that are waking in me.
Oh no. What will we do with you? As Jambo somehow pushes top upper and just gets away with 1 at least, but then continues pushing, and it's Mr. Rambo on the other side. It's waiting. 22 kills already. Ralls stuffing him right back in. This cat's not out of the bag yet. And 9, they have a plan towards A.
They
And
can
by
just
the
shift up
looks
here,
of
but
it,
they don't
they can
know
just,
that.
Yeah, they don't know, but they might just shift here, because why not? There's nobody, literally, nobody here.
It's that utility that's kind of making them think, right? We don't have a whole lot of it. If they use it to instead slow it down and just wait for that post plant, then they can make this round. It's essentially just locked in. And Raz as well shifted himself into a great position. He might miss this chance. Or maybe not. This could still work in his favor. There's going to be 1. Crims into it he goes. And out immediately. Raz, now known factor in the round. Try to take down another one. But Baptiste comes back for it. Smoke or short still remains. They know they can wait that out. Up close. Farther, dropping down to CT. They heard that as well.
Drop. Did they hear it? Because they were shooting.
Now they know at least. Here's
Now
the
they
retake.
know, yeah.
Kragan has to hold from side, and Father is going to be in a lot of trouble as well, trying to bait him in. But it's 2 quick kills. Matty's on the defuse, and I think just about got it. High up the game yet again.
I feel like we're shooting a Hollywood movie right here. Matty's down to the last second. Defuses the bomb, makes sure that everything goes the way it should. It really does feel like a movie almost. As second time out for Fnatic as well. Got to talk this one through. I mean, we were moments away from 9 securing 11 and possibly a full breaking point for Fnatic happening. Luckily, for Fnatic, of course, things turn out a lot different. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Bob XD dies to a unarmored USP. Now, that is something you don't get to see very often. Regardless, though, pretty straightforward. 9 is tied up, and, well, Fnatic looking to win still. Their map pick, their choice. Let's see if they get it. Tough crowd for 9, though. They've got very little money to work with.
Still waiting for one Jambo as well to have woken up here, but seems like that's not something they can rely on this Dust 2, which is surprising. Just simply put, we talk about Dust 2 and Opera's having a good time.
Dude, Manta as well.
Having a good time.
Bro, like, we talked how Manta's going to be a centerpiece for 9, and he certainly would be if he had been performing, you know, beyond 10 kills.
In that regard, though, we can say I mean, both kind of cancel each other out.
Cancel, yeah. It's like two Pokemons, just, you know, one's water,
In a
one's fire.
stalemate.
Yeah, it's a stalemate. Goes nowhere.
Two Metapods spamming Harden.
Oh my god. That is so bad. I never understood when I was younger, why does my Pokemon not attack and it just does some weird glowy thing. And then figure it out later down the line. Oh, it's just a... not an attack even. Just a defensive feature. Great. 50 seconds, and I mean 9 again going to be traversing towards short. They're looking for an A split. I don't think I'm happy with that. They're kind of catching themselves in the same trap that Fnatic did on that first half. And Matty, he finds it out. Kraken down. That's a problem. There's the pop flash. Mr. Blamev goes in for 2.
He didn't spot that second one so quick. Rawls, sure, he might have found one back, but still need more. Father might give that because he's been quiet. Talk about it, man. He is him when he's on this map. I've seen him be the sole reason Nine have often held onto this map. When they had their struggles, it has been Father who was the man to make the difference, and right now, definitely is not, and that is hurting them. But it's given us a close game here. We've got so many non-factors, right? We have Jambo, Fear, Father, and Mantu. So everybody's kind of lagging behind a little bit there, but Rawls is pulling down or pulling up that entirety of 9. That's making a big thing at least for 9 to be happy about it. Give them these rounds. Open up, but now is when the trouble begins to brew. Because guess what, Fnatic? They might get themselves 12.
I don't want to be that guy, but I think trouble's already been brewed. I think at this point it's being drunk, and by the end of this round it will be fully consumed, and by the next the effects will take place. Ooh. Please roll a fortitude check to see if you stay alive, as 9 is gonna be without a single kill on a obviously eco round. They don't have a choice. Here we go. Round 12 sets in. Fnatic one away from securing dust and making themselves king to begin. Looking to go to the round of 8.
Mr. Pathfinder over here talking about fortitude checks.
Oh yeah, fortitude save, baby. Fail that, you become stone or you die, depending what the DM wants.
What do 9 want is my question. Yesterday, a 13-11, a close call. It's going to be difficult to say who comes out at this time as well. It's been so late. Neither team really had the chance
again
all the time.
A? It's like the 5th
around each other all too well. We've got a couple of missed shots here. Let's give it map control slightly towards 9, but we see how they're set up here. As classic as Dust 2 gets, it's got to be an A split, 3 through long. Fear needs to perform, if ever. There's only one. Good enough? I don't think so.
Perhaps not. Mantu's on 16. If Fear had any support, he probably would have been able to get a double, and it would have been a 3-man down for 9 already on long. But they're still kind of persevering towards short. This is insanity. This is like truly, I don't know which round in a row that they're trying this and somehow thinking they're still going to get away. Jambo finds his 15th frag. We said that the Opera needs to come alive. He does. He's chasing for more. This is a dragon you cannot bring down easily. Kraken takes the pot shots, misses the opportunity. The shot missed by Mr. Jambo, though. We'll find him be ended soon. Crims needs to play his cards right. Out of the smoke, on timing. He will get nothing. Denied by Faven. Missed shot and missed opportunity. Round 11 for 9 confirmed. We are going the distance again. Yesterday we had the last series go 24 rounds in both maps, ending 13-11. And today, I feel like the destiny of these two teams is yet set in stone, so we might just go to overtime.
Yeah, it might as well.
Money is there. That's the one thing Fnatic have going for them. They're not going to be wanting for a lot of cash, especially if Blamev survives.
I'm going to assume, yeah, he'll survive. Just call it a gut feeling here, you know?
Wow, he's alive. Color me surprised.
What is the color of his prize, though?
I think yellow, isn't it?
Maybe.
Or, well, raised eyebrows are usually a sign of surprise to a degree, so...
Whatever that
would
color is, sure.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, what would that color be? But I don't know. I've never really studied color theory, though I hear it's a good thing. As double op, Fnatic have really doubled down. BlameF going to take the secondary. I like the idea. If he plays maybe on B, he can solo that. They can have more support towards long, towards mid. It does look like their defaults are, these days a little bit different than what we're used to. And generally Dust has changed. Yeah.
Well, we need to see Fnatic go balls to the wall here. Send the BlameF into lower battles here.
Oh, that would be suicide, I think.
Come on. That's a baller
Not against
move,
Mantu.
you can't deny.
I mean, it is a baller move if you win on top of it, but you basically risk everything. Oh, and he gets blocked. Somebody's not driving on the right side as round 24.
Let a man dream.
Oh, this duel.
Oh yeah.
BlameF. Sick. Jambo
with a bit shot in long. That's a bit of an issue, but he has dealt damage back in return. 4-5, 9. If there is any way in the world you come back, this is it here, into OT. BlameF's moved back to mid. He's left the B side and now the Crims. We talked about him as well. All he has to do is pull his own weight, right? Statistically, a little bit underwhelming.
A little bit, yeah.
Keep that advantage alive if somehow 9 do decide to get head to back toward that B side. If not, we've got the rest of the team to rely on. BlameF gets information in mid. Warning shot given to 9.
And again, short. What is this? Like, honestly, the 7th attempt towards short, potentially. I'm not saying they're going yet, but they sure as hell look like it. Oh, BobXD's in trouble. Gets naded. And he's going to expect the op on site, maybe window. Does he check the close corner? The answer is no. Crims is waiting. Crouched under the smoke. Unattentive. Dead. And now in Goose, Mr. Matties, this is it.
Need help.
Mr. Anderson has to go big. Ooh. He's not dodging any bullets. Yeah.
Down a man, and all you gotta do is to pull up this round. It's OT. The game is not done yet, but we'll see. With Father on shot, tagged up. I think he hears the footsteps as well. He can clear this out. Let his teammates know it's a long retake coming through. Jambo with no support given to his teammates here. Just trying to stay alive for a couple of seconds. AWP, 7 HP. Has to start moving. Kragan into Gandalf.
Pavan. The first one is his. They still haven't checked Gandalf. They will expect it though. Kragan caught in the end, and the defuse does not come through. There's not enough time. That's the round. It's 12-12. We are going to overtime.
What do I say about Dust 2? It's either going to be the fastest game of your life or overtime shenanigans. Yeah. It's not a fast one.
To think it starts with Mantu dying as well as BobXD. It's a 5v3, and yet somehow the CTs have nobody in position to hold A. I really don't get that long retake. Yeah, I gotta agree with Hayes. Why would they so split in the way they attempted it? It really is a weird choice, especially leaving one of your players on long, which was BlameF, right? Why wouldn't he join the team going into the site? You have to physically be there to defuse. If they all die and you're the last alive, well, what help is that good to you if you're not on the bomb? But regardless, we might have our reservations and our thoughts about it. Let's skip over and see overtime. First to 16, aka back to regulation of the good old CS, aka 30 rounds max or 15 MR. 9, take a timeout immediately. What do you think that's about?
Not sure, Jan. I'm trying to figure this out here. What do we got here? Other side. I say other side. Well, Robin, Out along with the orb. He's got the spawn, he's gonna go for the peak, but it's going to spot absolutely no one. Gotta assume a missed smoke there on the CT side, I'm not sure actually. Jambo took a shot in suicide, couldn't connect. And swapping those weapons back over. Just the spawn that they had at the peak going with it. Matisse, however, this time denied an entry. Well played for Bob, but advantage taken to 9. If the last round already went 9's way, well, statistics and mathematics, well, they give you an idea which way this is supposed to go. Block the smoke as well, hello! Saw this in, at Astana with Alexi B, blocking the smoke like that and into the site itself. Nice to see people getting, caught up with that, or with a way to block the smoke as well.
This Molly is going to be critical.
Yeah, Knight's not really going to follow up on that either way. It's not going to matter all too much. But you still have Rawls at long. He's got another smoke as well, I think. So maybe an idea of a fake. At least make it awkward for Fnatic. But what I'm looking at here is the fast rotation that the CT side do have available toward the B side. If Grimm's buys just enough time, but guess what? He's got a Molotov here as well to do exactly that.
This fake.
Molly down, rotation, needs to cover his score toward the A side instead. He holds for the first one. Now that rotation, realized it's wrong, and they went to A. Grims needs to hold his ground, but cannot do so. Down to man still, grids of now just one, about 2. And rotations still inbound. Fear in window at the door, excuse me, and Jambo in the window. Ollie on the bomb. Hold on, this could get a little hairy, but Jambo tries to go through as well. And down he goes to Rawls. As at 9, they'll take the first round of OT.
And in the end, it makes a difference whether you have one more alive or not. 9 can take those trades and always keep themselves on top, especially when Crims is only good for the 1. A multi-frag was required from his side. As soon as Matisse dies, he's alone on B. Support is very far away, and he needed more than 1, simply put. And whilst refrags were instantaneous almost afterwards, it just was not enough. 9, well done. 13-12. They win the first round of overtime. Second timeout already used for both teams now. They are out of it. Second round, second timeout, or first timeout for Fnatic, and last one. This is as close as it gets. Like, this has been the case since round 1. We traded off a few to begin with. Then we went, what, 5-3, and then 5-5. And then, 6-4, 7-4, and then 7-5, something like that. It was back and forth, and 7-7, 8-8, 9-9, you know.
We've been going back and forth the entire time since we've swapped halves, pretty much.
Pretty much.
And it goes back as well to the conversation. What if 9 won either of those pistols? It would have been done.
Yeah, it would have been a done deal. Yeah, honestly, it would have been a done deal, probably. And given the same result.
I shivered the thought of Fnatic. Not even putting a fight here. But they won those pistols, and that's all that matters at the moment. Jambo is looking to finally get himself awake, but that's still something we are waiting for. With everyone on the server, with Fear, Jambo, Father, and Mantu, that's been the conversation. None of them have it awake here. They've had a moment or two when they found one in some situations, maybe even 2. The biggest round Jambo had was that first pistol, and then an eco farm afterwards.
Wait a minute. They just got B site, and there's nobody here to capitalize besides Kragan trying to make some noise, now dying, obviously, and going through long smoke. I don't think that's the right choice. Fear ready. 9 have just dug themselves a grave, or rather prepared one for Fnatic, yet tripped themselves into it. Fabian and Mantu, you said it yourself, they gotta show up some way, or be shut up, as it's more of the latter. Fear finds an easy kill, and it's down to Mantu against Blame F and Jambo. With 20 seconds to boot. Oh, Blame F is going the long way around. That's a problem. If Jambo dies... Oh, Miss Shaw, Jambo, you gotta be kidding me. Even a no-scope almost connecting, but the USB is enough, and... Well, a quick scope, rather, but... Oof.
It is scary. It is scary here. And
these rounds are crazy.
It kind of is just a continuation from the yesterday series they played against each other, where there's 13-11. It's barely a win for Fnatic. They clinched that one. Here they have to go all the way to overtime this time to decide it, so it's fun.
At least it tells the story of how close it could have been
Second
yesterday
time
with
we
a few
see this.
differences. And Jambo, yeah, he's going to be pushing into lower. You said it before. If BlameF had the balls to potentially do it in the last round, he does not. Jambo instead pulls it himself.
There you go.
What a good reaction there. Yeah, quick reaction indeed. And 5v3. All of a sudden, Fnatic looking to find 14.
What?
Jambo, that's insane! You mad lad. You're not a demon. You can't survive fire, but certainly you can get out of it in time to get another kill. A hat trick with the AWP and secures a 14th, I think, at this point. Rals and Faven, the hell do you do here?
He's not a devil, but he sure as hell loves to give out punishment. That is ridiculous. That's what I've been waiting for. Showing my Jambo bias and love there. That is wonderful to see. And Fnatic from that play as well, they do secure the round. Kramus was able to push all the way toward T spawn. Beautiful round out of Jambo here. And again, this is not the first time we see this duel. We've seen it once before where Mantu was waiting for the jump instead and Jambo just slips in. It is so nice to see.
Honestly, poetic justice that he burns in the end, because that was quite a devilish thing to do, but nonetheless, he still gets the round. 14-13, right? Fnatic now on the verge of maybe picking up their own map pick and repeating yesterday's somewhat result of at least starting up 1-0 and winning Dust.
All right, now we're starting to see Jambo officially, I think, waking up here. It's slow, but it's steady. Now on 9 side, can we expect the same?
We have to. We have to see Mantu get up to the level of Jambo right now. At least start to be as
I
more
want to
high.
see everybody hitting their shots.
Yeah, yeah. Faven second up. Wow. The AUG on Bob XD, not a surprise, but nonetheless, the fact we see a secondary op on Faven is a bit of a eyebrow raiser, I'll say.
We had BlameF as well in the second op, so
yeah, we did.
A little bit of give and take. Adjustment, not enough. BlameF lives, the shot just whizzes by. Map control, Fnatic are after. Keep in mind how that regulation went. It was short control with about 2 attempts of anything else, probably. So I feel like 9 and they're gonna have a fairly good idea of how these rounds will play out. But the question now is, can Fnatic keep their players online, or will it be just like every round in regulation where the defense still stands because you have had really good sight holds on that A site? That's what 9 really shined on the first half of the game, but we've gone back to that now. Gun rounds will
time to shine again.
Fnatic only picked up 2 of them. 1 of those, actually, on that first half. One was a pistol round. Then 2 afterwards were just whatever. And 1 more on a force buy. One gun run is all they want, so now gotta change it. And it seems like change is happening.
Zinj, the Lord of Change, is here for sure. 9 in trouble. As Fnatic are about to take 15. This is going to be one of the most difficult retakes they've had. Mantu with the op, near impossible, and then obviously Faven not even in position. Mantu searches before that smoke passes, before Faven gets close, and I think he kind of encapsulates the whole current feeling that 9 is going through, which is, well, shit. 15-13 can only mean one thing. Technically 2 if 9 pick it back up, but generally speaking, it looks like Fnatic have gone over the magic line, and unless they drop the ball massively now, I'm suspecting this should be ending soon enough. It does feel like this retake, right? 2v3. I know it's hard, but it's not impossible. You have to wait for your teammate, though. Mantu walking into window just feels like he's thinking to be the hero, yet gets caught out in the cold. Faven, Rals, both down. Oh, the mid push. Not seen, Kragen.
Timing's everything.
Yes, it is. Mantu finds Jambo. And Kragen's on the flank. Krims finds Mantu. The flank is still true, but surely at one point somebody turns around. Surely. No, he does not. 2v2.
Kragen can't afford to fight here. He just needs to buy time as much as he can, surely, with Bob XD being still so far away. Gave them a chance, and now he's just deploying utility out. Make it
Safe
look
plant.
like he's actively on the retake with
Oh,
the
he's watching
utility
long.
going now that are given time
He's watching long.
and space. Bob sneaking
saw
up.
him.
First shot being taken, just tickling over toward their side. That it's going to be a little bit of a struggle here. Fight is not easy, but it's 14-9. They both find their kills. The shots are hit, and we are one round away from double OT.
That was such a close call there. 9, count your lucky stars that we don't have accuracy from Blame F on site, right? Because that would have been potentially the end. 15-14. One more, and we are done. Last round, potentially, or 6 more. Let's see.
Oh, fast B.
Okay, this is new. Fnatic, they're going to try and surprise. Bobby's in card. He's ready for it. Finds one. No secondaries, but the AWP on Mantu finally does not miss. Its mark has to be true, and right now, Matty's, he's going to plant, and Mantu lucky to be alive. Kraken gets caught. What's happening? How does Kraken die? Surely he didn't try to run through doors. That would have been absolutely suicidal.
Retake waiting on blank from spawn. They've blown up their doors in fear. Caught in transition. Farven is making his way still slowly through the tunnels. This is giving less and less room for Jambo and Matties. They're not anticipating the tunnels at the moment, so all that utility is taking them space away from them. There's one from the tunnels, and there's another one. It is double overtime being confirmed here. Another retake, this time towards B. It's back-to-back. Neither keeping themselves in the game.
Yes, they are. Not going to give it up that easily. It's Rals and Faven in the end that each pick up one for their own, and with that secure, another chance here for their own side. Dust could still go the other way. As we said, 9 had lost against Fnatic, 0-2 yesterday. I believe it was Dust that they played as the second map of that series. And they went down 13-11, if I'm not mistaken. So 9 do have some beef with Fnatic. Excuse me. Yeah, it was 13-11. And then obviously Ancient, we talked about enough about that already as the third map. We'll see if it gets to it, but clearly Fnatic also having a bit of an upper hand. But here's the sauce. Today, the theory is different. The theory is that it's going to be 9 taking the W because they're playing so quickly soon after losing a series against them. And the expectation perhaps that Fnatic just won't be prepared for what 9 had already cooked up.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe yes. We never know. The theory is pretty good, though. It's more true than it is not.
Spoken like a modern-day Socrates.
Well,
Here.
it just might be.
Doesn't fully clear pits. And Rawls has taken a contact. Oh my god, this is massive for the CT side. Mantu slips in. Flashed off. There's one, there's two, but guess what? They still
haven't
don't know
cleared
that
pit.
Faven, who's had a massive position, yeah, he can take, and they
Tell me you don't screw this up, Faven.
Blame F. No information. Faven just waits. He has the round at the palm of his hand.
Oh, Rals, you didn't have to do that. Now they know where all 3 are, and
He's gonna bait
Faven,
him.
if he plays its cards right, he could get all 3. They're not going to check pit. This could be it, the winning moment. Faven, have you done it? Yes, you have. Surely it's enough. They know where the bomb is. Jambo could still get to site, especially with the off. He's dangerous. Could even run B, technically, but
He has so much
1v2.
room. The information on Krogan is one thing he does not have, and he's looking for it. Guess what? He found it. Still looking to make it a 1 versus 1 here by any means possible. That is the whack-a-mole in pit.
Oh, he saw him. He just saw him close to the wall. Holy shit, he actually saw him indeed. Jambo gets the double. And that's going to be Fnatic stealing away the round. How do you fumble so badly in the end? Faven,
Reads
he gets
is
2 in the
like
back.
a book. Man, we are finally at that stage where we're talking about the Jamboni.
He's back, baby.
Mantu as well. He's lining up to get a couple more of his own here. He's He's been quiet. He's slowly waking up, so the longer we continue to go, the more impactful the AWPers are getting here. But that is a wonderful little clutch to come back out of Jambo as well. Confidence-inducing from having such a bad start, essentially, to the game. He's awake. What have we been waiting for? And I'm going to keep talking about the man. He's absolutely that good at the game.
I mean, he picked up, what, 20 kills within... Actually, no, 15 kills within less than 10 rounds, I think, at this point. Will it be 10 rounds? Yeah.
I'm going to do the numbers on the math on that one, but... He's activated.
Look, man. He's activated for sure. He's definitely doing better. And we're going to be seeing... a bit of action towards long? No. Nobody's going to attempt to run through a smoke. Nobody's going to be that crazy. They don't want to risk it. 9... They've just been kind enough to give Fnatic a free round almost at the end there. Almost. And going towards B might just be the right call to be made. Crims gets caught though. Kraken on window. He's been in this position a few times already. Played pretty well when in it. Fear. Matty's clean up.
Damn.
Easy.
By the way, it's gotten Matty's 30. He's not the first one there. Ral's already reached 30, I think, a round or two ago here. But matching him either way. Fnatic now in the second overtime. They're looking for 19 to close out this map. It shows it. They were expecting probably a little bit of a battle. This much, I'm not sure. But everybody getting to it. Final timeout yet again used for 9. We keep saying yet again. Because every timeout, everybody gets a new timeout. So... one thing is, we keep seeing people use these timeouts. That's great. We love that.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Better
a lot
to use
of times
them than to forget about them.
Yeah, a lot of times we'll complain that the teams don't use them well enough. Honestly. Like, that you don't use them in regulation, you don't use them in overtime, and it does hurt the team, I think. But, regardless... 17-15, you said it yourself, looking for 18, looking to make it clean here on the T side. Fnatic, once they switch sides, they'll be ever so happy. Because they'll just need the one if they do so. But, Mantu on the op, not going to be going towards that mid position, instead towards long. 4 players from 9 focused on long. This is a big change from what we're seeing.
Aggressive, but punished immediately. Rals removes Jambo from the equation. It's another advantage now for 9. They would be very happy to take one, at least on this half, and that's stating the obvious there, but it was a convincing route here. When it comes to the regulation as well, right, we go back to it. It was 9 CT side, hands down. Completely all over the gun rounds. Fnatic barely had anything to show for that first half besides the pistol.
Yeah, that's fair. And
now in OT number 2, they've finally got themselves 2 here. At least that's the advantage they're looking for. That might shake things up a little bit as well. Maybe 3 still, but a 4v5 to pull through.
And let's not forget, Jambo had 3 kills on the pistol and then had an 0-7 performance. So, you know, and Fear also started 0-7. So Fnatic certainly were in a bit of a bad way to begin the half, but right now aiming to take that 18 still. Here we go, it begins. Rals is going to have to hold the fort at 31 kills. He's definitely the highest grossing player on the server right now. Fear already in CT.
Flashbang's going. Looking for the rotation as well. Out of the smoke.
Oh,
barrel
he saw the M4.
showed. He's
Poking
looking
through
the
his
other
head.
way. Oh, but that still comes out of Fear. Try to get up towards short cowboy position as well, but the problem is the moment's on site. He's looking to find himself now. A clutch that is impossible. Shot down by Mantu. And a 9 will take 1 at halftime here.
I can't believe that M4 actually poked through the head of Fear. And that's the only reason he turned around and got the kill. Nonetheless, yeah, as you said, 9 still steal it away. Mantu shows up, BobXD gets 1, and we get number 16 here. 32 total kills for Rals now. That is more than you could hope for from any IGL at any time. And right here, this... you know, this could have been a triple. Perhaps he had to act a bit sooner, getting the AWPer before he jumps into car. Because in the end, we know what happens. Jambo clutches the 1v2. He pulls a fantastic round out of his pocket and secures 2 rounds for Fnatic that never should have been perhaps in the first place. Yet, not much can be done about the past. Let's see the future. 9, you better have the good reading on it, because double op, Faven and Mantu. Faven peeking long, Mantu mid. Okay.
Are we going to see that same duel again with Mantu and Jambo at the doors?
Probably. No, we're not.
Having had enough of that, and apparently both are headed somewhat similar directions here. At least an AWP headed towards long on both sides. Jambo is there to assist with the utility, makes sense. And now they've safely escorted Fear into position. They can let him be. I think 9, maybe they have not utilized long enough, right? Seeing as Fear is having a bit of a rough one, right? Not a terrible game at any point, or in any way at the moment, right? From his start, 0-7, now he's at least pulling his weight again, but I feel like long is slightly underutilized for 9. Then again, they did have a decent T side anyway, so who knows, but about changing things up here, because in overtime, all cards are coming out of the deck here. You gotta throw everything you have at the opponent. It seems like it is gonna be that long play into Fear. Poke the corner, flash goes in, Fear drops down. They'll know he's here, waiting for support.
Good counter flash.
First one is perfection, and Raz is looking to find out where Fear has now caught as well. To fight this duel is not easy, but he's looking forward. That flash does affect him, but now force him out of these duels, up above him. It's not going to be one that Raz will find. What? He'll trade it. Surely, eventually, he's still battling on. He's been buying way too much time here. And Mantu's left alone. This is going to be 18 to Fnatic unless Mantu's got that dog in him.
That's ludicrous right here. The fact that Fear gets 2, and he pulls a Faven maneuver as well, again, hiding as best he can. Jambo on site, there's no chance Mantu checks. Oh, he does check it, but still loses against a USP. 79 HP, I think Mantu had, and Jambo does not care. Holy.
The double dink USP is crazy there. I think the information must have been incorrect that he was low. Pulled out the USP. But doesn't matter when you just get that double dink.
18-16, 1 round away for Fnatic to secure this map and put down 9 to begin this series. Looking to go on to train with a victorious smile on their faces. Oh boy, this is going to be fun, isn't it? Mantu, never mind, doesn't take the fight. It's Jambo instead on long that tries to prevent any sort of incursion. And we can see how passive Fnatic is playing. They now realize, okay, we can chill a little bit. We might lose short. We might, again, have to fight for AV takes, but that's what it's all about. We've got long, we've got CT. That's what matters. We can't have both long and short. Unless you're aggroing mid, and then that's a whole nother can of worms. But 2 defenders ready to take them on. Jambo, including Rals, I believe. Excuse me, Blame F, not Rals. Jambo. Oh! What? I would like to see that from Mantu's perspective. That was a beautiful shot.
From Blame F's instead. Molotov. There's the smoke deployed. Counter utility is a flashbang. This is basic. Everybody's got to have an answer to that. Just know how to dodge that and when the swing comes through. T-side.
Here. Gotta help the teammates.
Taking this round. With BobXD down and Rals as well. He'll trade himself out at least, but
3 versus 2.
Down a man. This is, again, all for this map to continue. Fnatic, we said, T-side is when things struggled. Now, they got it at 2 in the first half of OT. That was the change they might have been looking for. Matisse, however, got to be cautious. Oh, Faven, up close, still wins out that duel. He wasn't even looking.
Oh, Matisse, he's going to be hitting himself over the head. Now it's down to a 2v2. Time is ticking away. Crims and Fear, they're going in hard now. They have to go, and Crims will find the final kill. It's Fnatic. 19 on the board. They secure the first map as 9 will have to bow out.
Map 1, same as yesterday, just tonight it goes a little bit longer here. We do get to see that. It's a nice shot for Mantu. But with that, we've got ourselves the victors of map number 1 only. We've been here for an hour and a half, but it's been quite the quite the opening. And
Quite the conundrum, yeah.
With all this, right, with such a long game, we officially have individuals waking up. And now we're starting to look at map number 2. We're going to be looking at Train. That's 9's map pick. I'm expecting another banger here. This is why you said it's going to be the game of the day. Just this first map alone has given us a whole lot to look out for.
An hour and 30 minutes it took us to finish the game here on just the first map. So, yeah, it definitely took a lot from the teams and a lot of energy gone out the window. But Train, as you said, is coming up next. We take a short break. Before that, though, it is going to be our boy Hayes breaking it down for you how exactly it went all wrong and all haywire in the end for 9 and so well for Fnatic. You're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. Okay, there we go. There certainly is a lot to break down there, fellas. What a lengthy first map affair here. First game to open up in the playoffs. And I suppose this is one of those rare occasions where we'll call it like the Nexus law, where, as he mentioned, if two teams play against each other in a short turnaround time, the team who loses the first time round generally comes back to win the second time. And it felt like 9 should have. I mean, they were looking really good in that first half at one point there, kind of bossing the affair with Fnatic, who'd, you know, kind of had their blushes spared by winning both pistol rounds on Dust 2. I think we have some highlights that we can just bring up for you guys to watch while we do cover all these points and just break everything down. But yeah, so let's go all the way back to the beginning. Dust 2 feels like the first half was a very long time ago, right? But it was indeed a pretty evenly contested first half by the end of it. Of course, it was 9 who started on the CT side, and it was a pretty uninspiring T side from Fnatic. I just felt like they were going for a lot of the same sort of approaches throughout the rounds, just grouped up in middle, taking control of Catwalk, and then forcing the issue a lot. I feel like they never really took much time to let the round marinate. Once they got cat control, we just saw them immediately starting to pressure into the A bomb side, even going through Fnatic were trying to push up shorts into that A-bomb site. You know, Rawls was a monster throughout the entirety of the map, but Fnatic's T side never really evolved throughout the entirety of the half. It was always just like group up short, try and go into the A-bomb side. One time they tried to go out long with numbers that got completely mowed down, but I never felt like they just took their foot off their gas on the T side. It was just always very early pressure, just trying to brute force their way into a bomb site, and it didn't work out more often than not. As we are going to now roll all the way back to the start of the highlights. But I'm just going to continue with my points chronologically as the map went on. So, yeah, first half, the theme there, uninspiring T-side from Fnatic. Then we go into the second half, and things look a little bit better for Fnatic. Of course, you know, Jambo starts to come online a little bit more. I mean, I'd just say, like, everybody across the board for both teams just had a super slow start to that. I don't know if it was, like, the early game that got to them. It was just a scrappy game, right? Because then we go into the second half. Everybody's, like, negative KD, except maybe Rawls, who's having, obviously, a fantastic map. The IGL for 9 was the one, like, standout player throughout the entirety of Dust 2 who was just consistently good. But like then we start to get into the second half and we get into that back and forth affair where it's getting quite scrappy because we're having eco half buys won by one team and then the other team comes back and they win an eco half buy of their own, and we just have that back and forth affair. And I'm sitting there watching thinking, okay, whichever team's going to win consecutive rounds, this is at like the 10-9 11-10 score line, like a 9-8. Whichever team can win consecutive rounds at that point, I was expecting to go on to win the map because you'd finally actually just be able to completely break your opponent's economy and then probably get into an unassailable lead. And Fnatic were able to do that. They did that. They strung consecutive rounds together. They went up 12-10. But unfortunately, they weren't able to then close out either of those map points. I mean, there was some questionable decision-making at the tail end of regulation where they're set up to try and go up Xbox with like 3 players to retake on short. And when the bomb's already gone like 10 seconds down, they then decide they're going to move around middle to long to try and retake from long. But there was just never enough time to realistically make that one work. You know, Jambo's left alone in CT, isolated, accomplishing nothing. And the retake just completely fell apart. Game slips into overtime. Okay, again, Fnatic start strong, kind of get their noses in front, right? Kind of get themselves a bit ahead. And like, what I did notice once we went into overtime for Fnatic is that it seemed like all of a sudden the whole game plan just shifted. Now we were seeing like a lot more pressure on the B bomb side. We were seeing snappier players into the B bomb side with more pace and vigor. We were seeing more pressure on middle coming through from them. We were seeing more time being taken in the rounds as well. It looked like a completely different T-side compared to what we saw in regulation from Fnatic. And I did like that they at least had the adjustments, right? And that was certainly a big contributing factor to their success. Then we think back to that round, I think it's like 14-13, can't remember exactly what the scoreline was Favin and Pit, where he goes completely unchecked and he guts Fnatic from the inside out, but then Jambo wins the 1v2 clutch to completely ruin that round there for 9, which is looking so good for them. So, man, you know, we say that it was scrappy for Fnatic, but when 9 have their IGL popping off the way that he is and they still can't really contribute enough to get across the line from the rest of the team, then that's not a great look, I'm afraid. So, yeah, that is going to be map 1 done and dusted here between 9 and Fnatic. Fnatic prevail in overtime, 13-11 last time out against 9. This time, they're able to get the job done, but it requires double OT. So, certainly was a tough contest for them. Stern competition. Next map's going to be Train. We're going to have a short break. When we come back, it'll be myself over and Nexus. We'll break it down, and then we'll get into that next map of the series.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. misguided, led astray, trusted too easy, blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
All right, welcome back, everybody. CCT Season 3 Europe Series 1. It is the first set of playoffs we have here in Season 3, fellas, and what a way to kick them off as well. Fnatic against 9, going the distance, and then some more distance again after that with double OT required on Dust 2. It was Fnatic's map pick. They decided to persist with Dust 2, the map they beat 9 on yesterday in another competition. They got the job done here again. It was even closer, which is shocking considering it was 13-11 first time around, but either way, it does mean they take a 1-0 lead into the second map of the series, which is going to be Train, and it's 9's pick as well. 9, Nexus, decided to go with a different pick. They haven't followed up with the same pick they used in their match yesterday, which was Ancient. They got cleaned up on. They've gone with Train, but Train's a pretty good map for Fnatic as well. So, what are you expecting? Have you seen either of these teams on Train before?
I've seen 9 on Train, but my takeaways haven't really been anything all too remarkable, I guess, right? I've seen them win at this map, but I just don't really have anything that I specifically remember them for on this map besides just playing well enough. I think like BobXD on the B defense does really well, or last I've seen, he's been really impressive in the sense that he stays alive and he'll find one for you. Like that sort of play, I think he does well. But beyond that, I don't have anything too insane to really say about it. So I'm expecting it to be still a great game here. And 9 currently as well. They've got a very solid win streak on this map. It's 39, 6, 6, 6, and 7. They've been kind of smashing on this map almost. So they've been doing really well.
You do look at the results, though. They beat Maestro. I don't even know. I mean, I probably recognize some of the names. Let's have a look here. Maestro, it's like Fleeve, Richie, 7 kick the Romanian player. So that's not great. You know, they beat Komnata, which I guess is kind of impressive. That Komnata team beat Ents the other day. I think that's like the X9 core. Rush B, okay, pretty good team, but 9 should beat them. You look at Fnatic's results on Train as well, played it 14 times in the past 3 months. They beat Ents and Passion UA, both in overtime, though. They beat NIP 13-11, so Fnatic have good results over CR, but they've also been always, you know, having to go the distance to win on Train. I guess they've proven they can do that here on Dust, but this should be a good game, right, between these two teams on Train?
Yeah, I'm expecting a good game. Fnatic have showcased tactical sense, obviously with Fear leading. You know, they know what they want to do. They have Jambo doing a pretty good job at kind of holding down the door as well. And Crims and Train kind of go hand in hand. He is well trained on the map. Jokes aside, like genuinely, like this shouldn't be a problem. Fnatic should be able to compete on Train on any level against 9. It's more of a question, what will 9 offer us, right? Faven and Mantu both, they were a little bit slow to start their engines, and if the same happens on Train, I'm fearing the worst. I'm genuinely am.
Yeah, Jambo got better as Dust went on. We need more from Mantu. Train can be an Orpus playground. I've seen Jambo do incredible work on this map in the past. We're going to be jumping into Train. I'll see you fellas afterwards, maybe for a conclusion wrap-up of the series, maybe to break map 3 down. We'll find out after the map.
Thank you very much for that, Matthew. And we are going to be continuing the game indeed on this second map and potentially still seeing Ancient, though a far cry from it just yet. Fnatic start CT side, 9 start T. It's a straight B take, or at least into pop towards A, perhaps a fast split. Yes, indeed, as trades off are already happening, but the gig is up, the play is in. It's going to be A.
Gotta be A, and it's gotta be a defense that looks to stand. I spoke too soon. Maybe. Blame F and Crims, the only 2 lines to defense. And for them as well, the defense maybe looks more like a retake than anything else, and it's kind of a bit strugglesome for that first opening to alleviate some of that pressure from the back lines as well. Crims is exploring options toward the bomb Train itself. They don't have a kit, by the way. They're taking so much time just to deal with Raul, who I think has won the round all by himself here, just by staying alive.
Pretty
Seems
much,
like that
Dragon.
should be all there is to it. Try to stab the bomb, but that is going to be that one done, dusted, dealt with.
And that's exactly
9.
the case.
Dragon takes 3, but I'm going to say that's Rawls' round just for the retake alone, just staying alive in Ivy.
I kind of have to agree with you. Having delayed any sort of attempt from their opponents pretty much got them the W they found. It's a question of whether or not they can sustain it now. Getting ready to see our next round. It's going to be a force buy from Fnatic. I'm not surprised. They've got a few MP9s. The scout is up on Jambo. He'd had a slow start to that first map, but couldn't necessarily bring it back in turn right here, right now. Let's see if he does. Towards B to hold. Pistol on Crims. 5-7. Blame F with the MP9. Getting caught out cold. It's not enough. 9 will be able to collapse the defense. It should be a clear-cut sign for Fnatic to pull away.
So it seems. Now, Fnatic, I don't think I've seen on this map in a minute, right? Last I think I've seen him was still with Bermilov on the team, so it's been a good moment. Even then, they looked fairly decent, right? I think their T side is where things, if I do remember correctly, were really damn decent. So, looking forward to how that one does play out. But for now, we're still figuring out this first half. To start it off here, 9, they're gonna have 4 survivors. Well, it should be a-okay, right? Way too far from any sort of explosion to actually deal damage against them. So, all is good, well handled for this one. We continue.
Yes, we do. Going into our third full eco here. Nothing to really talk home about or write home about. Should be a pretty simple enough of a W for the side of 9. We say it, we expect it. But yet again, we could be surprised. These pistols have more bite than we usually get out of them. Well, the train cars are important to look at here, because they're going to be occupied by the scout, by some of those pistol men. We can see Matisse finds Faven. Oh, good reply by Rawls. Very easy for 9 so far in controlling these angles. The shadow advantage giving BlameF the necessary information. The second shadow to Jambo. Hold up. Hold up right here.
Early not. They have Molly to at least look out crying if they do decide to throw that in the correct position. We'll see. But Jambo down, I think that should be it. But damage is massive nonetheless to find it around like this. They even looked Bob into the side. He's going to be taken down by the bomb explosion, if not Matthews himself. That is a huge find. Dragon, sure, you live, but that is a massive fumble to kind of give away that many weapons here. Or lose that many weapons.
Right? You said it yourself. Sure, you live, but at what price? Well, 9 get the third at the very least. Yet, somehow I have a sneaky suspicion that that won't serve them very well. I mean, this is what happened to Fnatic on map 1, right? They got 3 rounds, then a turning point for 9, where they got a very solid 7, I think, in turn.
They had a very good first half, right? 7-5, I'd say, is slightly misleading still, because 3 from the pistol alone and 1 from a force buy. There was 1 gun round that Fnatic won their first half of Dust 2. That was T-side still. So it was a little bit concerning, but powered up slowly throughout the game in double overtime, finished things off. Here, Mantu, opening found. Fear, however, is going to be painted. This is a free denial of the bomb. Maybe even a double. He can wait. There's 1 off the bomb plant now as well. Doesn't get it, but now they know.
He knows there's an open play.
By time, as long as he's here, there's nothing 9 can do about it.
Yeah, 9 have to wait on site. As Fear is going to be able to go out wide, finds Rawls. That's the C4 drop. And 9 have to react aggressively. Jambo's ready with the scout. Tag on with a double, actually. Faven down as well. And just like that, round is effectively gone. Mantu up in hand. What can you hope to achieve? No
Trick
scope?
shots.
Yeah. Good shots.
Give us some trick shots here, buddy.
360 no scope. Let's go, Mantu. Jump
Here's
down.
your phase
Find
5
both.
application.
Yeah. The MLG.
Oh. Starts with the scout with the headshots, finish with an M4. Jambo collects a third and a free op.
Pretty cool.
That is 9, suddenly feeling a massive lack of economy. And it's just such a well-played round for Fear, right? He stays alive for a long, long time. He finds that second onto Rals. That smoke he deploys as well is, of course, not going to be one that anyone's going to go through. So it's such a well-played round for Fnatic, and one where 9, off that initial push they made down to B, with that entry, I'm surprised they don't commit harder and more down toward that site itself, because that would have been the difference maker there. They would have stopped those rotations from coming in, wouldn't have
and
been
Fierce
Matthews
position
getting up
wouldn't have
close and
mattered as
personal.
much.
That too. It would have been easier to deal with, so it's a little bit surprising they kind of pull the brakes almost and just say 2 toward the side, and that's all they needed. Here, though, 2 towards Pop,
Wow.
and both down.
You gotta be
XD,
that's gotta be a
Eagle
joke.
Deadly.
No, this is in some ways illegal, right? 2 kills with the Deagle, a total of 80 damage, or not 8 damage on him. And Mantu with the op back in his hands. This is dangerous. It's a 3 versus 2. Fear is low. 1 bullet, he's dead, and all the shadow has been seen. Crims is dead.
Clean and quick from
What?
9. That is an insane round to have. After the previous fumble here, they upped the pace, and it's the Desert Eagle that makes the difference. That's how they decided to go fast forward the A side as well. They were going to slow things down otherwise a little bit, but
And what's
they just go,
scary
go,
is
go.
Fnatic play the right way. They go to take control of Pop. They play it pretty much on point, right? Taking Pop control, looking to go into upper halls, maybe linking up with the player on B. Yet somehow it never gets to that. Bob XD with a double, and that's, yeah, what succeeds on the side of 9 to get them the 4th. This is an easy way into this second map for 9 for the moment. I mean, if they keep it up, they're going to be up to 6, 7 soon enough, and then it's just a step away from the 3rd map.
I'll list them know Ivy is going to be contended in one way or another. Going back to the topic as well we had yesterday. Ivy is underutilized.
It is.
But makes sense.
Really
Updog is such a massive bar with the CT side as well, can aggress easily instead of up a ladder into the T side crosshairs nowadays to contest for B upper. Makes sense. Map has changed a little bit. The dynamic is not the same.
Oh, he spots him.
They get a boost as well? No, can't.
Oh, he
Smoke
can't
goes
be
out
accurate
towards
now, yeah.
Ivy, however, will block that, so that might be the ghosting. Look, there's another smoke going out to block
he failed
between
the
the
smoke.
trains. That is a bit of an unfortunate situation, but
Yeah, because of the smoke, he couldn't be accurate. Kragan
Out
finds
towards the
Fear,
side.
though.
first one. Matty to defend. Talk about his first bullet accuracy. Those are often in the head of the opponents.
3v3. No utility for Fnatic, no defuse kit, which means they don't have a space for the retake, but Krim still finds a kill. It's a 1v1 against Mantu. Blame F
10
and Mantu
seconds.
now. 10 seconds. Oh, this is really going to be stretching that clock as far as you can. 5 seconds, Mantu. Hot on his trail. Blame F jumping into action, getting the damage, but not the kill. Mantu's still alive. He could still persevere. This duel is vital. Spots him, gets him. Mantu! What a quick reaction and an end for 9. Successfully going to number 5 here. Perfect start. 9 is chewing them out here.
That is a very, very good reaction from Mantu. As soon as he recognizes not on it, he just plays for that information. I believe I've had to take that first 2 seconds of uncertainty to try to push him. It's an awkward shot for an offer to hit there as well, especially if he would have gotten closer, but for Mantu, makes it awkward as well for Blame F at the same time. Comes out victorious, and that is going to be the round they are going to be taking. Looking like 6 as well, because this is a rush toward the A site.
Oh boy.
As we like to call it, yard work for 9.
Yeah, just shunting a few train cars back and forth, kind of setting up the quick win here, apparently. This is 6-1. Not only that, it's a breaking point for Fnatic as well. Look at the money, right? They're going to barely be able to afford to buy next, even with loss bonus at maximum. They're going to be going down to $1,000 most. AKA, Fnatic, a game plan better change up soon, or they're going to be down quite a few in a row. Nine's map pick goes exactly as Nine would want it to. Perfect. Like, I'm not even surprised. It's Train. We said how difficult of a map it is. It's a bit of a fresh addition for all teams, but for Fnatic, it shouldn't be too much of a surprise. They knew this was in play. They let it go through the veto. They played Ancient as the first and Dust as the second yesterday. We never got to see that third out of them. So, Fnatic, I mean, they let Train through to the veto, so should be simple enough of a W, right? That's what we're thinking. That's what they were expecting. Yet 9 have a different plan altogether.
This is a precarious situation for Fnatic.
Yeah. It kind of is.
First
It
half
really
struggles. We had such a good round out of them to get that first on the board, and now it's a pistol to break them. The next gun around, at least here. Let's see. One little Molotov bounce. And making a massive rotation to be. If you're gonna have 3 toward this side of the map, I at least want to see them make a play out of it instead of just a gamble or a read they might have otherwise.
Pixel angle for Fear.
Playing time. Makes
Smart
sense.
man.
You have 3 on B. If you want to at least slow down this Ivy play, if there is one to count. Let Karims, and I think that's going to be Matty's with him. Actually, maybe it's Blame Man. Both dealt with, either way. The same way. Bob XD's AK doubles down. Jambo here at least, the third man reveals himself, but guess what? That's just going to let 9 have all the information in the world. They're going to go on with their plan. They've got 2 down toward the B site. They've been denied access entry, and everybody else is ready for an A play at the same time.
Oh, good night,
there's
Jambo. Yeah, that should be enough. We're looking at number 7, unless it's going to be Fear and Matt is going absolutely monstrous here. Each for 2, and then we can talk about a potential round. First one, Fear, already spotted. Unable to take a further fight. And they should be looking to save, honestly, at this point.
Ooh. Sounded crispy. I think I saw Fear jumping on the X right there, and, well, he's been sent to the grave. They don't know about Matties, but I don't think that really makes a difference.
No, it shouldn't.
They got 3 out, essentially, toward the B side.
Dude, 9
They don't
is
see
playing...
anybody in the connector. It makes sense. He's
Yeah.
going to be somewhere towards Ivy. They've gone... Is
By
that
the
far
way-
from watching the back lines? Yeah.
You know the discussion we've had about Hell and Heaven? Have
Sure.
you noticed that on the train next to Hell, so back 6, there is actually a actual graffiti of Hell, like written H-E-L-L.
H-E double hockey sticks? I feel like I've seen that once. I feel like
Yeah.
someone did mention that, but yeah,
Yeah.
not sure.
Like
I
that,
feel like I'm
I know
still going to
we.
keep calling the site. It just
I
makes
know,
more
I know.
sense to call the site one Hell, just in my
Yeah, but
mind.
now it's heaven. You know, it's basically heaven and hell. It's a perfect combo between. Like it's really like a poetical thing, if you ask me, which is nice. But I get what I get where you're coming from. Absolutely. Technically, we're both correct. Technically, they were both hell at one point, so they might as well both be heaven at one point. But, pretty straightforward.
it's gonna be rough.
Yeah. There's really not a lot that we can say Fnatic has been doing to stave off this certain defeat so far coming their way.
Yeah, I feel
A
like
few
that,
attempts.
Yeah, it's the round there as well that Mantu clutches up the 1 versus 1. It kind of shows how well they were in position to trade each other out and had the right reads in the situations. Right, was Father the first to a connector, Mantu right behind him for the second as well. The teamwork they have on this team side is really good. It's admirable almost. And then, of course, you have Bob XC, who's pretty much won 2 or 3 rounds for you single-handedly finding a double entry. So,
yeah, basically.
you know, that could also work out in your favor.
And it
He's
starts with a
definitely
deagle.
doing his job and more toward the B side at the moment as that lurk and controlling it. Stop Fnatic from having any sort of access to that side of the map, despite how many efforts or how many plays they might spend on it.
And keep
Gives
in
you a lot
mind,
of
it all
confidence on the
starts
C side.
with a double deagle. Like, it all starts with a beautiful double on that eco. Or force buy, really, for 9.
As well, right? It's the round we said at the Fnatic won. At 9, maybe a little bit too slow. Next round, they capitalize off the potential immediately as well, and they haven't really slowed down since. Shows that they kind of recognize the error in their ways, if you want to call it that. Haven't slowed it down all too much since. Here, Bob, controlling B, yet again. And out of connector, Farben, he's gone deep into the back lines, having found Crims for free. Bob's lost his life, but again, it doesn't really matter all too much. You've got the entirety of the A side you have to retake, and no real reason to go for it. Besides, you would like these rounds, but situationally, it's not going to work out here. Don't have a kit, time is ticking, no real position to work with either. This is a very convincing T side of 9. They got to make quick work of this one.
Yeah, they've got a lunch appointment at 1, I guess, so they want to finish beforehand. By the speed of attack they're going for, a third map will start within about a good half hour at this point. I hope Fnatic have something prepared for Train, because otherwise it's going to be a bit of a runaway one. Doesn't look like there's much. CT sidewise, double up now, Jambo Fear. Well, they might as well try to double down, see if that works, but... And it's not like anybody on 9 is going above and beyond. Everybody's playing well, everybody's getting their marks, and not much of a challenge, really. BobXD Mantu on 9, Kragan 7, Farben 6, only Rawls, who's having a bit of a slower start, but he's done his duty already on map 1. Crims burns, there's no support from Pop. This is an old way to take upper halls B by running alone from B, pop flashing forward, bouncing it on the little board on stairs, as well as smoking yourself to approach. But instead of stopping in their tracks, 9 just continue pushing. They find themselves a free entry, though traded off on BobXD at least. Oh, Mantu finds... Okay, trade off again. Mantu on Jambo, Fear on Farben. Ouch.
Down.
Yeah, shouldn't have jumped. That's round. That's a save. That's like save number 4, is it at this point already? Save number 3, I think, maybe.
I feel like I've lost count, but I don't think that matters all too much.
No, it does
It just
not.
kind of tells you, however, what the game is kind of like at the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty one-sided. It's pretty simple. 9 is better. There's no
That's
comparison.
surprising. I thought Fnatic, right, they have a lot better of a train than this normally. Their CT side is supposed to be a lot better as well. They've got like an almost 59% win rate, and currently we're not seeing any of that. But it's just 9. Seemingly having prepared very well, and maybe a little bit of a combination of them hitting their shots to start off this map. And then steamrolling. Snowballing, as we call it as well.
I wonder what's the stat for Fnatic and Train, actually. I need to take a look more directly, more accurately.
14 games played, 10 wins.
Wow. How many of those games went to overtime?
Last 2, triple overtime against Aurora, 1 against 9, so 4 in total.
So, okay, let's say it's not exactly a new thing to them to make a comeback. Perhaps this is what we see here, though they'll need more than 1 round, that's for sure. They lose the entry again. Mount is successful. And if I'm not mistaken, that was a wallbang, if I saw correctly with the op.
I don't think so.
Or was it through a smoke? Like, I know it went through
Might have
something,
been
but
not a
not...
clip something, but
Yeah.
a straight up duel, I'm fairly
Maybe I'm just
certain.
making
Blade
things
was
up at
trying
this
to leak
point.
something, but either way,
I'm trying to
makes
find
little
an
difference
excuse.
in the. It makes very little difference in the actual
Yeah.
start of the round here. Mantu's still been tagged up a little bit, and they've got a 2-man advantage now. But
Third
2
time
more
Crim's
towards
got
B.
like that.
This could still get Fnatic around here. They gotta defend against this one. Headshot angle for fear of the first one. Jambo with that second. Blame F down. On the bomber side, it is on to Jambo to retake.
Jambo again. One-man army. He pulled it off on Dust. Can he pull it off again on Train? I mean, they know where he is to a degree. Favin is well aware in the smoke, sitting and waiting. Ral's, on the other hand, watching the cross, and Ral's right now in a great position, completely off angle to Jambo. Oh, no, Jambo still checks it. Never mind. I thought Ral's is going to stay on the open. Instead, Jambo... Favin? Oh,
last
that was
second.
Last millisecond, man. Damn. 10 to 11. 9 secure the 10th. Well played by Favin. Good clutch in the end. A little bit of a closer call than it could have been, but they win nonetheless. And last round of the first half, it seems like we're going to be staying at 1 for Fnatic. 9 rounds difference is what it's at. Kinda disappointing.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. Very disappointing, in fact.
Thank you, Train. It was a pleasure to have you here in the Veto and
I'm
in the
sad it's
series.
gonna be
But
so
we're
quick.
going to be headed to Ancient in about 6 minutes, probably.
Yeah,
Bar the
give or
break.
take. Maybe 10. Crim's traded, no support. What gets me is that they're playing these positions solo. Usually 3 players would commit to an upper hall stake, and now just the one does. Jambo doesn't even help. I don't know. I didn't notice if he was smoked or not, but
I don't think it matters all too
It
much.
doesn't
in that
matter,
situation, right?
yeah.
We've seen Fnatic. I'll give them credit for this. We haven't seen them try it with 2, let's say, up ramp or whatever, and it's always been shut down. So they just
Yeah.
want to get anything there to work with. Oh my god.
oh, poor Fear.
Fear is not ready for Batu.
He's having a tough time. Oh, Rals, he's... Yeah, Jamboni is dead Oni, and it's about to be game over Oni. It's pretty easy. It's 11-1. Like, there's not even a challenge to it. This is...
I don't think Hayes even got to talk about it. You're just gonna
No,
say nice.
no,
It was
legit-
nice seeing you. Yeah, we'll see you after the break.
Yeah, legitimately, Hayes, you can take the long break here. There's not much you can say. Like, this is very much straightforward. Single round that goes well. Everything else just in the hands of 9. And compared to map 1, like, we had, what, double overtime? How the hell do we end up... yeah, double overtime. How the hell do we end up going...
What a contrast.
11,
Crazy.
like, exactly like that. I'll let you have that palette for yourself, but god damn, what is going on? Like, how is this possible? How do we have a map that is so strategically tuned, where tactics are a lot of the wins you have, and yet you fail on every step of the way?
I'll tell you this much. Fnatic had an entry in 2 rounds. Every other time it was Mantu who goes unbeaten. He's a 4-0 in those entries. Bob XD, who's a 3-1. And for Fnatic, the only ones who found anything was Blame F once and Fear once. That's it. That's the only time they had any rounds to really... or any entries into rounds. Every other one is 4v5. So that just goes to show. 9 did not give a single thing to them. Even in those rounds where they did try to go aggressive, tried to challenge for it, it was the big Bob XD just laughing and rolling his way up these rounds and shutting down the plays that Fnatic were trying to make.
I know that
can test
it wasn't
them,
the majority of the rounds, but also Crim's dying on B at Staircase like 3-4 times didn't help. But that's just one part of the story, right? One part of the whole. Matthews finds an entry, they go B, they don't go B. I don't know what the hell, where they will be, but they better make a choice soon, because at this point, 9, the longer the rounds go, the better they're going to feel about themselves, for sure.
Be or not to be, Fnatic will soon cease to be on Train here, because it is hopeful, to say the best, that they get even 4 rounds here.
Dude, they got 1 on CT. How the hell do we even suspect them getting a single one on T side? Like, CT Train is the most CT-sided map in the world, almost. And yet, you drop the ball so hard, you get 1. That's unacceptable. And Favin, Bob XD, each 1. 3v3 still. Ral's alive. If he's not checked at catwalk, that's a problem. Mati's expected at oil. Will swing out, but Rals gets him. The IGL alive, and now the gig is up, and it's going to be Jamboroni and Blame F. Let's see how it goes.
It doesn't. It does not go.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. That's round. That's 12-1. This is... Whew. Well, I mean, like we said, right? Fnatic, unlucky. They never got the foot off the floor.
Outclassed.
Outclassed, yeah, in every single way and manner possible.
This comes back to one of my favorite things about 9, which I'm going to keep singing his praises, is Bob XD is just pure impact. He's not a stats player. He is there to win the game, and he will do whatever it takes. And that was the first half. I think that was the crux. Simply put, Bob XD won the game.
The double,
and
the
Fnatic,
deagle, yeah, for sure. I mean,
that
after
alone
that
did, like,
double
3 other
deagle...
rounds. I really think that's it. I really think that is as simple as it is, and then everybody else is just activated to that point where they can follow in his footsteps with Mantu.
Dude, it's that double
Not
deagle,
having
it's
lost
all
an
it
opening,
is.
and Favre
all it
continuing
is.
to have a game that we were expecting to have on Dust 2 that never really came. So he's coming back on his own as well, which we haven't even mentioned, because we've been here for about 10 minutes.
Honestly, how long has it been? Like, legit?
I think about 22 minutes, maybe. Something along those lines.
Yeah.
It ain't been long, that's for sure.
Indeed it is, and we're going to be seeing a straight B rush Fnatic. They won't waste any more time. I respect that. It's a good choice. It might work, it might not. Mantu found. Bob 6D will find one. Trade it off. That's in a rifle. 3 versus 4. It's the dying... How do you say? The dying breaths of a creature. Yeah, like basically the final breaths when they draw it for one last time. You know, just a roar into the wind, hoping somebody hears, but gods are not there, so, you know. Maybe they get one.
10 seconds to defuse. This is not going to be...
stick it.
Surely no. Oh, come on. A little bit of time to play with a couple of seconds. Take the shot! But Fear will double up Fnatic's round count here.
Yeah. There we go. Fnatic.
There's a full-on B rush. Hey, when everything else fails, you know what to do.
Exactly. Just keep running. I mean, if I'm 9, I'm taking an eco, but I respect the choice of a 4 spy as well. So far ahead that, you know, not a lot you can do. 15 rounds in, and we might just be going out already. Mantu. Good shot. Damage on Jambo. Don't tell me this is how it always ends. This is how it always was supposed to end. Luckily, no. They clear it out. Not particularly sold on the push towards Banana. It kind of feels weird. Ivy, excuse me, not Banana, but... Ay. Round 15. It's Kraken and Bob XD. Some damage, some kills, some hope.
Maybe. I said maybe they get to like a 4-round streak at least, but anything beyond that is kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
But we'll see how far they actually do end up getting here, right? Because it's like individually, you've got Matisse, Jambo, and Fear who are at least delivering something akin to what 9 is giving here, but it's the rounds themselves that count.
Who is down for a 10-round comeback?
I'm gonna wager Fnatic probably, but it's well, a flawless game that is required, and that's pretty much the gist of it. So I'm not expecting that to happen. I don't think anybody really is. So we need a miracle. Here is coming up round number 4 as well. It's a full eco for 9. They've got enough money as well for the next round by. No AWP, however, that's
Here's
probably
the
going to be
deal.
one thing.
If Fnatic succeed in the comeback, you pay me dinner. If they don't, I pay you a drink. Next time we see each other, which is probably in Budapest.
Most
Wink,
likely,
wink.
yeah.
Most likely, yeah. And then Crims
35
would die.
was in the
Imagine.
Galil, but first two actually take pretty much every single bullet in the mag.
Yeah. It's a little bit not counter, how do you call it? Anticlimactic, yeah, is the word I'm looking for.
A bit so, but maybe this is 9 now saying they've warmed up, right? This is what Dust 2 could have been, in a way, right? We talked about the players missing of Mantu and Favin. But on the other side as well, you kind of had the counterparts of Fear and Jambo for a long time being missing, and then they were the ones to make that difference in the end, and I think that is what Fnatic needed. But now when it's on Train and it's on 9's map pick, and when they do have the individuals online, this is 9 at their absolute peak performance. And it is a game that I have been expecting. I've been waiting for. Just to kind of come back to, however, Fnatic, I want to see them as well as this online on Ancient. I want to see that insane back and forth. I want to see both teams at their best. Sometimes a bit of a tall ask, but it's could be a
What?
could be the sort of climax of the game that we're waiting for. That is nasty for Blame. I've just sees the trajectory and right there taps away.
That was insane.
We just got headshots. Holy!
My brothers in
It's
Christ.
nothing but headshots.
It's round 5. Mantu and BobXD last 2 alive, and maybe they can still deal some cards, but unlikely. And it is only headshots. God damn. Okay. Well, that's another eco, or half by at best. 5 rounds in, timeout coming out for 9. They're like, well, boys, it's not there yet, but they're starting to get that water level up. Oh. Somehow, I have a sneaky suspicion Fnatic make the comeback. And that I'm going to be eating lunch on your check or on your cash.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm surprised to even say that. Usually you're the one who says there's no hope until it's 10 or even 12
thing
in
is-
situations like this. But you've got a gut feeling, and I respect going with it.
Yeah, like I really had this premonition that, somehow Fnatic is gonna find that final strand of energy, just like Jambo did on Dust. Pulled out the 1v2 and saved them from utter defeat.
Fast
Go away.
confident. I like
Yeah.
it. They're exerting
it.
themselves on the map. They're showing that they are getting jiggy with the map itself and getting down blown. Graga does get away with that AK for a couple of seconds,
Not
but
for long. Yeah.
not for long. BobXD Desert Eagle. This is how things are kind of started for 9, so hey, who's to say they don't do it again? With a 1v4 to end it.
Only 6 more rounds.
Oh, never
let's
mind.
go.
This is how it does. This is how we say it doesn't count.
Yeah.
Blame F on the lurk, on the blank? Lurking? Blame F? Never.
No, blame F. Certainly not him. He'd never stab you in the back. 12-6. 6 to go. And I'm pretty sure 9 is going to get super nervous if they fail here. It's a full buy. They'll have the op-out potentially. BobXD has the money, so does Rals. Do they actually get it? Or do they just go 5 rifles? That'd be insane. I think that might actually be the right call here, honestly. Because if Fnatic is playing fast and loose, you have to counter it. We talked at length yesterday about how, when a team is fired up and they are taking advantage of you, you either get in their face and try and bully them back into submission, or you set up a defense that is ready to take them on. And yeah, no, Mantu gets the up. Okay, yeah, never mind. All that's just out the window right now. Here we go. Round 19. There's only so many more to go before we go to overtime. The only time
I'm
I've
really
ever
anticipating this one.
Yeah, I really am. Like I there's something in me that says this is gonna happen.
I cannot wait for a round where it's Fnatic trying to go out and they just get
And
triple
just-
collab by
yeah,
Mantu.
Yeah. That's exactly what's about to happen, though.
There's one for Valvin. And
Valvin
opening
gets
found,
one.
he is up close. They should have an idea. Matisse, though, hold on. He's slowed out of the smoke. We'll trade it back on one. We'll be talking about him and his entry capabilities. Pretty damn good. Trade from Jambo. Adamantu back and forth. They've got a 2-1-2 here to compete for the round, for the game.
Oh, there it
Jambo
is.
all alone in this game, waiting to have a 13 HP to make that difference. Mantu hasn't made Molotov. Those, either one, could be enough to deal with the Jambo, but he's got to try to get Mantu out of position. Smoke deployed, anticipating the Molotov. And now with a minute left, it's on the Jambo. Clean up this round.
Zamboni.
His position has to be the one that they do not expect, but he's now giving them
No
away that
bullets.
information. One more to go. He's found the drop onto Bob XD, and Mantu still waits for that smoke to fade. A shoulder spotted by Mantu as that smoke fades, obscured enough, and Jambo wondering, where is Mantu? He's gone quiet. Searching for information. Planted for connector. Jambo has read this correctly. Mantu has not gone through this part
There's
of the map
a
at least,
molly
and if he's going
and
to
a
want to be
nade.
site, it is. Through connector, the rotation should come, but Mantu here waiting. AWP, not the weapon of choice for this one. 13 HP remains. No smoke. Mantu searches for this.
He has a
into
molly.
connector, but he does not see him any further back. Now Molotov. Oh!
There it is.
That's all it is. That's all you need. Time. Now,
Oh, he let go
off
of
the
the
defuse. Mantu. Had it is. Now it's coming down to this one shot. And Jambo clutches a big time for Fnatic. They're not done.
Let's
Not by a long shot. A 1v2. He comes through.
Dude, I told you, the Jamboni, man. When he gets himself in a position like this where it's everything on the board, you know he's going to be playing his A game. And he had the smoke ready. I didn't even notice it. He must have picked it up or had it already beforehand, but I'm fairly certain he must have picked it up along the way. Because otherwise that molly would have been a death sentence. Right here, he still has no smoke. See, he gets the kill. Maybe he picks it up from the dead body, but we'll never know. The vengeful spirit comes back because Jambo secures 7, and we got 5 to go, gentlemen. 5 to go to overtime. And it's Eco. 9 is worried. They've got 1 timeout left.
That is
Oh,
so
boy.
goddamn crazy. All it takes is
Crispy
Mantu to not get off. Got afraid of that smoke.
Yep.
And for good reason. Jambo just ludicrous to win that one. 13 HP, man. 13 HP and Clutch is up there.
Sick.
Now we've got a fast play. 2-1-V we go. Barbix dealt
Makes
with.
the right
Gets
choice. Should be number 8. Wasted Molotov.
one. The word you used was anticlimactic at one point.
Yeah, the 12-1 was anticlimactic, but it seems like the comeback is not so much. Oh, brother. That is insane. I mean, 12 and 8, it's as close as it's gonna get.
T-side
And
comeback.
this is an insane T-side comeback, yeah. Like, legitimately one of the best ones we've seen to date. Like, this is back in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, when I remember casting Virtus Pro at one point, and they were down 14-1. I think it might have been either Dust or could have been Vertigo. I'm not, like, I legitimately can't recall right now. I think it was Vertigo. It was their T-side of Vertigo, very absolute dog shite, to say the least, but then CT side, they made the comeback 14-1 into 16-14. I remember that much. Wow. It's going to be round 21, and we have absolute cinema ahead of us here. Oof, missed shot by Mantu. Sure, oh, he takes a secondary as well. That is ballsy. But he's alive. He is alive. Matty's burning a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Flame F takes another gander into the smoke. This time not an instant headshot, just a tickle to Kragan. Down to half HP. You still got Fnatic setting up for what seems to be a fairly clear A play. Might be waiting for anyone to aggress on B if they want to change their mind, because they have pretty much everybody here, bar for Blame F, and if we know anything about him, is that he does like to lurk. So if they want to change things up and head back to B, that is no issue for him. But not given the opportunity. 9 is playing passive on the B side, and it's 3 waiting. Everybody patient. 9, they're falling back and relying on the side hold with the individuals here, the crossfires they've got in mind to get them toward that 30 to 40 seconds. Time is ticking. No information to play off of. Nothing. 0. Zilch. Nada on the side of 9.
Here we go. The entry onto A begins in a moment or two. Blame F is going to lurk through that main. There's the pop flash. Blame F with the molly onto Kragan. He's going to burn. That's a great start. Kragan's now low HP, which means it's easy to target him and take him out. In connector, there's a player. Behind side, there's another. BobXD with a double. How does he get 2? Blame F on Ral. Still a 3v3, and it's a 3v1 into a 1v2, and it's not enough. In the end, 9 have defended the side just enough for Fnatic to lose the ball and lose the round. With it, the map, 13-8.
Certain call coming through here. It is the time ticking down. It's Bob in connector. 2 kills, massive fight here for him. And Fnatic unable to trade, anticipate Favid on the site, either playing that time, and Fnatic unable to recover this one in the end. It is a great effort. It's, what, 7-8 rounds in a row they take there to make that comeback happen. It at least shows they've got that bite. It's just coming down to having more than 1 round of the CT side, man. That is what it really is.
It honestly is. Like, if it was a 4-8 halftime, maybe even a 3-9 halftime, we could have been looking at a very different position right now. Maybe a 10-9 position for Fnatic instead of 12-8. But in any case, ladies and gents, it's Hayes to... Well, I'm not sure how he's going to break this one down, because there wasn't much to break down besides the one-sided rounds. Hayes, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't turn out to be as one-sided as I thought it was going to be after that, you know, the way the first half was going. 9 were in complete control. So let's draw our minds back all the way to the beginning of the map train. We came into it off the back of a double overtime on Dust 2, 1 up by Fnatic. We then have the short intermission. We come to train, and 9 don't waste any time to get going. I mean, they were just blistering from the word go on the T side of the map as well, the less favored side of the map. They just had their foot on the pedal. But what I will say is throughout the entirety of this half for Fnatic, I feel like they're just overplaying their hand. I feel like that they're taking way too many gunfights far too early. I understand that maybe you want to try and approach the start of the half in that kind of a fashion, you know, pressuring the T side, disrupting them in the early stages of the round, trying to get like brown horse control, pop control kind of thing. But they just kept losing those early gunfights. You know, BobXD, I think he punished them 3 times alone throughout the entirety of the first half, and there were some other rounds where they were just giving up the opening kills and not getting anything forward. And it's not like we ever saw 9 having to dig too deep into their playbook or into their strat book on the T side, because all they were doing was just patiently posting up on angles and then punishing the plays being made by Fnatic. And Fnatic never evolved as the half went on, which is again a symptom with what we saw on Dust 2 on their T side, where they were just going for very similar sort of approaches until we eventually got into overtime. They then changed the playbook up entirely and it looked far more convincing. So that's a bit of a concern for me for Fnatic, that they haven't been able to figure out the solutions within the half where things are going wrong. They kind of just persist with the same plan. And that's why I think it was clearly 9 had a game plan coming into Train. They picked Train for a reason, even though it has been such a good map historically for Fnatic. They probably did some study. I'm sure that Barry watched a couple demos and thought, hey, I've got some tendencies I've picked up, and I've got some reads I've made that we could probably just counter-strat and punish Fnatic. You know, would this work again if they played immediately afterwards? Maybe not, but the point is it's worked here, and that's what matters for 9. I mean, what a way to answer back. What an emphatic contrast between Dust 2, where we required double overtime. It was scrappy back and forth affair, compared to Train, where we had an 11-1 halftime scoreline, then goes 12-1 because 9 actually won the pistol. There's a little bit of a revitalization that comes through from Fnatic afterwards. They're able to kind of keep themselves in the game for a bit longer, maybe spare their blushes so that when people go back and check their past results on HLTV, they don't see that glaring 13-1 loss to 9. But I did like the impetus from Fnatic here on their T side. Like, I guess if you can take any positive away from this map or any silver lining for Fnatic, it has to be that they did still play on the front foot on their T side here. They they didn't like go into a shell or completely give up. You know, they were playing confident Counter-Strike, which is just a surprise considering the way they were beaten throughout the entirety of that first half, right? They were taking, I mean, the first gun round was very aggressive into the B bomb site. They were trying to get out A main early on in the rounds as well, constantly pressuring 9. And I mean, it did kind of feel like it was still inevitable that 9 should be able to just trip over the finish line and finish off the job. But yeah, I guess Fnatic could just frustrate them a little bit. The clutch here from Jambo is just brilliant for so many reasons. 13 health, no idea where that player is coming through from. Doesn't know whether or not Mantu's even hung around there towards Hell. The way he plants the bomb, then slinks all the way back into the B bomb site. You know, if he had just hung around a little bit further, Mantu would have cleared him. Then the balls on him to smoke the molly, but not swing through to see if Mantu's still sticking the defuse, kind of recognizing in the moment that that probably would have spooked Mantu off the defuse. So he then just holds back, and then Mantu has to commit to the defuse. Eventually, Jambo does go through and gets the kill. I mean, he really was the reason that they lived for a little bit longer on for Fnatic on Train. But yeah, unfortunately, not really a performance they'd like to be looking back on, but I'm sure they will be with some demo reviews a little bit later. Anyway, it does mean we're going to require a third map. It's going to be Ancient. The map they did play against each other yesterday, it was won by Fnatic 13-6, but I'd imagine this one's going to be a slightly different mental state for both teams going into it, so keen to see how it's going to play out. We're going to have a short break, and when we come back, it's time for the decider. Welcome back. Map 3 of the first series of the day is upon us. We require a decider, gentlemen. I mean, what a contrast here from that first map. You know, double overtime on Dust 2. We go to Train, and 9 completely dominate Fnatic. I mean, they kind of saved themselves a little bit with a bit of an improvement towards the end of the map. But for me, it almost felt like it was always going to end with 9 getting the job done. So now we come into Ancient. What do you think the mental state is like of both these teams? Do you think that's going to play a role in who has an edge coming into this third map?
Oh yeah, I feel like 9 is going to have a bigger edge than Fnatic. Maybe the comeback helps them a little bit, but this, I mean, it showcases how good 9 is when put under pressure.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that's a good point. You know, they were kind of able to hold on a lot on Dust 2 when they were under pressure. They didn't crumble. Like, although they were up against all those map points, yes, it's not ideal that they still lost the map, but they were able to keep themselves in the game. And then they delivered the goods on Train. They didn't, like, crumble. Yeah, once Fnatic wins 7-8 rounds in a row, starting to look a little bit intimidating, but they did shut it down eventually. Now coming into Ancient Nexus, do we have your theory? Like, does it matter if it's the map that the team hasn't picked? Because now it's the decider, right? 9 picked Ancient last time. Fnatic won at 13-6, but now Ancient is the decider. So how does this work in, like, Nexus's lore theory world? Like, how does it play out here?
Good question. In my brain, this should be one, if we are going to be following that rule. Probably not, let's be honest. We are going to be going to a 9 very close victory, maybe.
Okay.
But I do have something that kind of goes against that, and that is not just the game from yesterday, but 9 in recent results. They've had some issues when it comes to this map, because the teams they've kind of lost against aren't really on the same level as the teams that Fnatic, for example, have even been playing against. Right? We've got 9 losing to, well, most recently Fnatic, oh well. But beyond that, Falber, TNL, Cubics, and TNL again, right? That's a little bit concerning to me.
Yeah.
Well, for Fnatic, they've been playing, 9, well, that, NSPC Game, NIP, Aurora, and 9 even before that as well. They've been playing against a tier above the opposition that 9 have kind of been here, or playing here. So that is one thing that kind of pokes holes in that theory, is the opponents that they've been playing against. But momentum is something that we still have to keep in mind. It's that mental game from map 2 carries over. I honestly don't know. My theory could not hold up.
Well, something we do know is that coaches play a big role in these sort of situations, and obviously Fnatic, they recently decided to bench their coach, Castle, right? They brought Independence in, so I'm kind of keen to see how that might affect this grandstanding third map here. I'm going to bid you guys farewell. You enjoy this third and final map, and I'll catch you afterwards.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, once again,
yeah,
as
while
always.
we actually don't have Hayes anymore here, I've got some sort of a complaint to give to the guy just in a bit, because after the pistol, just no Hayes, you've got a bit of scolding coming in a moment or two. For now,
Poor
Hayes.
Hayes.
What do you got?
Come
He's got
at me, bro.
2 in his crosshairs. Mantu as well. He's got 2 on the kill feed. Fnatic out of the A play. Shuts down. Mantu taps away 4. 9, a convincing as a hell pistol round.
So let's hear what you have to say to Hayes. I wanna hear this now. You got me
All right, yeah.
interested.
You keep saying it for Hayes to break down what's happening, but I have seen a concerning lack of breaking or busting it down when he's been on the camera feed. He's not really been doing any dance moves, and I don't know which one of you to blame.
Oh, okay. I see where you're
You
coming
keep telling him
from.
to break it down, man. He's just sitting down in a chair, man. He may not have that capability. He could do the
Yeah, that's
Macarena, but that's
hilarious.
pretty much it.
What? Okay, I thought you were gonna go completely different there, but fair.
No. I've been
That's a
holding
good
this
one.
in for a long time.
Oh, Pavan.
Ooh,
Well,
look at
he's
those.
holding in a few bullets, but running out of them though.
Oh
Doesn't
my
care.
god.
Beautiful. Hat trick for Faven. 4-0 for him to start. 4-0 for Mantu. It's looking good for 9 to begin. To be fair, breaking it down, yeah, that'd be crazy if he just did a breakdance all of a sudden on the camera. That'd be actually probably a winning move if you ask me. I wish I
How
could do
many
that.
people I've
Probably
been
break my back.
waiting to start dancing and start breaking it down for real instead of just talking and talking. We hear enough yapping as it is. Just get some dance moves, man. Change things
Honestly,
up a little bit.
I'm
Get crazy. Get jiggy with it.
Half invested to just leave the screen up here on top, and where it just shows me standing and start dancing when we go into the camera segment
some of
at
those
this point.
Fortnite dances, you zoomer.
Oh please, no Fortnite for me. But it's
Oh,
gonna be
that's
a
nasty.
4K perhaps here. 5 and 2 already. Bobixd and Kragen shut it down. It's the gun round. It's a clean one. Holy!
They tried to change things up on this T side immediately with a B hit, but guess what? Everybody but Matty's still at 0 kills. Denial in the further sense. God damn. That is a insane start coming out for 9 now, and officially so confirmed.
One of the cleanest openings you could have to a map ever. If Bobixd hadn't died, on the pistol, it would have been the cleanest opening probably almost in history here. And once again, we kick off with entry secured. 9 is unstoppable at this point. Mid-control contested, sure. Fnatic fight for it a little bit. Have those pistols out. Looking to get lucky, looking to hit a few shots. 9 is giving them no free reign. Although Bobixd is definitely testing those waters. He sees one, the second, and it's another clean shutdown. 3 rounds in a row. 9 lose 0 players. Gun round. Please don't repeat the same way, or I'm going to have a lot of questions for what the hell just happened. How is Fnatic being so poor at fragging back?
You know what as well is concerning is Fnatic in every single game, or every single map we've seen so far, bar for Dust 2 because they won that pistol, they have started off incredibly slow.
Yes, they have.
If they didn't win that pistol in Dust 2, we never talk about overtime, we never even talk about Ancient.
Probably not.
They
would
won
have been
both
an
pistols. Insanely one-sided start. Trade was that, and 9 capitalized upon it eventually. Close out the game, and here it is now getting very concerning because these slow starts can be detrimental. Imagine if we didn't have these, right? Train, the comeback could have been on, would have been on. Instead, we got a completely different sort of situation, and one where fear is not allowed to play.
And it's funny how this is a standard corner you would pre-fire usually, so it's not that big of a surprise. Ralts tries something like it. It's a slow round. There's a smoke up in towards Leopard, so it's to be expected that somebody on the T side will be either left or right of the corner, maybe both even. And it just so happens to be that Ralts chooses the right one. Gets traded back. Jambo finally strikes in return. Let's see if they keep this up, though. The Empire strikes back, potentially. Oh, no. Kraken, you evade. Okay, never mind. He just keeps on pushing.
Couple of kills on the board, 3 more needed. Varvin and Weiss and Bob has joined him to defend. They've got a quick 1-2 punch here. That is 1-2. Varvin is too crispy, too clean, and Bob will swing in for the trade. That is nice yet again for 9. I don't know what to really say about this. Fnatic, they... a slow start, sure, that's it, but you're gonna change things up. I don't know what it is. Because right now, it is that momentum you kind of said is going to be carrying over here for 9. You said the mental game, the edge that 9 might have. I'm seeing it.
Yeah, like I said, that's why I was a bit concerned when it ended on 8 rounds. Fnatic maybe pushed to overtime and lost. We could talk about confidence rounds.
Yeah.
Before that, they needed to show more, you know? I think they felt underwhelming themselves, and that destroys their confidence itself. The ego shatters, and all of a sudden, you're just running into gun rounds you have no idea how to even at first handle. And it starts with fear falling. When your IGL dies through an angle like that, you don't even have a chance to reply. It really hurts you, and I feel like this is going to get worse by each passing moment. Blame F, he had a 1v2, but it's unfortunate how Bobixd then, in the smoke that was opened up by an nade in the final few seconds of it, still able to find the final kill and secure a 5-0. Oh, this is a problem. I love the rush. They get Ralts. He still trades, which is better than nothing in this scenario. And whew, Jambo risking his life, jumping back and forth, still on the corner. And 9 don't need to sustain this firefight. They just need to lock down their positions, make sure they can't be flanked, and should be far better off than Fnatic ever will be.
This is keeping up as well with what Train kind of was for the openings of the game, because Matisse has now been sent out 4 times as the first man, and 4 times he's taken an L. Here for a couple of his own as well, and guess what, neither one of those have gone out positive either, and barely anything is. But here in this round, Blameth has given them a chance. Yeah, Farben, defending the B site, still valiantly keeping that part of the
Red Room.
map alive, forcing Fear and Crims to look elsewhere for a round win of their own. But Bob XP taken down and Fear's Tech 9 has struck true. Fnatic first round is on the board. They'll eventually get something. And from an unlikely situation, an unlikely round, but that is better than nothing to get yourself started here.
What's more surprising is that 9 win 5 rounds in a row, with 3 of them being perfect. And I mean perfect, 5 alive. And yet look at their bank. It's barely gone above 3 to 4k on each person. Even then, on Faven, it's on 1.9. So right now, this is ample opportunity for Fnatic to strike back. If they ever have a chance, they have it right here. Opening up round 7. Very aggressive moves by Jambo. He's in trouble if Rals decides to push. Spotting in towards Cubby. It's going to be Kragan caught, but he gets the kill nonetheless. There's no support, and Fnatic have poured onto A site. Sure, they have control. Sure, they might even get the bomb plant. The entry secured on Kragan. It's a 4v4 that will leave 9 now in a 2-man retake on each of the positions they choose to do so. Good check! Not the spray transfer though. Rals comes in clutch, 2v2 still. Fear taking the long way around, checking main, but it's Playmev that wins the duel against Rals, and now Mantu with the op. He's limited in his firepower, or at least reaction. Cannot pull it together, and a second round for Fnatic comes off an important clutch that also showcases to 9 that this is not going to be as easy as it might have begun or looked to begin with.
Remember what we talked about at the start of the series as well, when it was the individuals that Fnatic kind of have? It's the firepower combination of Matties on the entries, Drain, and so far here, that's not been the case. You've got Blamev, who is, I mean, statistically, nowadays at least, I think, living up to those statistics, not performing to that best either. And Jambo, who was very slow to start on Dust 2, but since then, he's kind of been awake. Currently, he's starting off slow again, however. Have the firepower is not there, and you're kind of seeing some of the issues maybe for Fnatic of what if they're not awake immediately? What if they don't give you those rounds of openings you need to work off of? And that maybe comes down to that entry of Matties not really being consistent at the moment. And Fnatic, they are suffering.
Well, luckily 2 rounds in a row is what they get to alleviate some of that. Make sure that the pains they have are starting to heal. And if they close the gap to a single round, perhaps even tie it up, they won't even know that it happened. But Rals right now, able to catch Jambo. Good pop flash. Again, timing on 9 is perfect. Team play seems to be working out well. The mid-round calls are on point. Mantu smoked off. Should immediately start repositioning. Faven finds another free kill. It's Matties this time. In towards Cave. And Fnatic, they slow down enough for them to start being picked up one by one. And oh no, he doesn't check the corner. The bait. Still loses the teammate, but the bait works. Riles gives himself up as a true IGL will to secure his teammate's double. And Fnatic are gone. Once again, into the void. Into the ever abyss.
Yeah, and just to sort of clarify, Matties and Jambo for the entire series, individually, they are top of the leaderboard here, 45 and 48 kills respectively. But it's the problem of map 1 Matties popped off, had an insane game, I think probably 70% headshots as well, just to add a couple more accolades to that. Map 2, he was somewhat slow, then Jambo kept him alive and had a slow start on Dust 2 as well. There are issues for Fnatic in that regard, but the longer the game has gone on, even when we go to overtime on Dust 2, they kind of started fixing up that T side. That is when they have started to wake up.
Yeah.
So that is when 9 kind of seemed to slow down a little bit, is the late part of the game, while Fnatic slowly power up, funnily enough to that Jamboni, right? Slow and steady, wins the race.
It feels like I'm
kind of
watching Dragon
situation.
Ball. Like, honestly. We're just looking at the power-up of maybe Goku here. Wouldn't say Vegeta. A different team would have to be Vegeta, because His characteristics are completely opposite of what we see here: slow and steady, meticulous, and thoughtful.
I mean, you've got
Goku perhaps not as
you
well.
could argue for like the Matisse, Blame F, Goku, Vegeta fusion dance to power up together.
Ooh, yeah.
One slow and steady, the other one goes in.
That could be the
Maybe.
case, yeah. Though, the problem is that makes them the main character, which never ends, which is never a good thing, perhaps. The main character here for this best of 3, I mean, it's hard to
don't think we
decide
have
just
one.
yet. I was about to say, I don't feel like we have a specific main character.
We have Fallen who was missing on map 1, so we could kind of point to that, and then 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Right now, he is cooking with gasoline, and Fnatic getting kind of fried here. So, in that regard, he's made a comeback arc. Maybe that's something that we could pull out, but we'll see, right? It's a team game after all, and 9 map 2 definitely was a team game for them as well. To capitalize over the opportunities given to them. Ross doesn't hear anyone burning. Might have heard Crimbus take a couple of steps back, I think. He's taking a fight or not? So does escape.
Loses
There's
a good
follow-up
chunk.
nade as well, chipped away just slightly. 2 HP off of Favin. Not as much as I initially thought, but
No way. Does he go through that smoke?
some kind of shenanigans in mid. You've got plenty of the CT side here. 4 in total, looking to capitalize off this situation here. And we'll trade out the first, Favin with that second, advantage to 9. But the B side is what is under hit at the moment.
Matus just has to stay alive. That's it.
Ball to the bomb. Can blow open to the smoke. Just wait for the timing and when he wants to do so. There it is. No shot taken. Just to distract Fnatic at the moment.
Here comes the bomb plant. And this is going to be a tough retake, though. BobXD's given 2
what?
free kills. What?
Oh,
Surely
just
somebody-
lost in the chaos. Don't recognize it. And his freebies.
I was 100% certain somebody would turn around and watch the flank. At least somebody go into cave or towards leopard to make sure this doesn't happen. But nope, Fnatic completely oblivious. And in the end, well, for good measure, a double. BobXD. Easy for the man. Big Bobby B. Or Bobby D, I guess you could say. Bobby B would be true for Game of Thrones. Baratheon.
Ah, I was going to ask you to elaborate.
Yeah, well, elaboration not required when it's an A-rush, is it? Bobby's the
How
only
about
good
Bobby
for one.
XD? He's not doing too well.
Yeah, Bobby is down.
This is a crazy setup for the CTs. They could
I
have been
can't believe it
sprayed with
works.
that smoke and it would not have surprised me. And Kraken, apparently, he's going to take that position as well right back. He took that first kill. Man 2 was the sacrifice. They know he's still going to be there. But Fnatic are not actually going to push off of this. They are going to reset. They've got so much time on the clock. Position for Matisse is good here as well. But with 9 not really making a move through mid no rotation initially, they will have to suspect this. All right, now, Iron Kraken, he is dead.
Yeah, a little bit of a boost we see. An expectation by Favin on point, but BlameF still wins his duels as Rals is about to have a head-on engagement. Oh, the sound cues. The sound cues, it's enough.
Oh, no.
Rals has been able to sneak away undetected, denies the bomb plant, thankfully. And now it's a 1v1 against Matisse. 40 seconds. Matisse does not have a chance. Rals just goes swinging wide, gets the free kill. And it's another round for 9, a 1v2 that the IGL plays to his heart. And a free win at the end.
Free? No. A win?
No,
yes.
definitely not free. Yeah.
This was a sick boost as well, by the way. I
Love it.
really wish people use that more, but it's really hard to do at the start of each round, considering the amount of utilities that especially goes into mid. Got the elbow smoke, a Molotov usually, and probably even a nade. If you have a suspicion they might be trying to go fast out mid, or just stop that overall. Hold on.
Oh,
Bob? In the smoke. Stuck on a CT or T player, doesn't matter. Stuck on somebody, eventually dealt with.
Oh, what is this round?
A little bit of tomfoolery to start things off, and Kraken's also been lost, so you've got a 2-man advantage on the side of Fnatic. I'm gonna say they need at least 4 here, right? At least 3, actually. With how close Strain it kinda still gets, right? an error or two could have been made, or could not be in that case made. Here, they will absolutely need more than that, and maybe with 3 they could still make it work. With these slow starts and comebacks that we have seen. 4 still would be nice, but we'll see if they get even to that. 3, still got Faber and Raz alone.
Should be an easy round now for Fnatic.
I'm not so sure. Raz was a machine, a beast on map 1.
He might have been a beast, but let's be fair. Look, they've lost mid. They're about to be flanked deep. Yeah, there goes Rawls. And Faven gets caught jumping up mid-box. Fnatic, well, it's at least one more. It's something. And if we had 3 rounds on train, maybe the 4th one here as well, you know, we could have seen a different ending. We said it before. We'll say it again. Their comeback almost succeeded. More rounds were required to begin with, but hey, perhaps that was enough in the end. And I still believe 9 is probably going to be, you know, is better off in general, but Fnatic, never count them out.
I mean, so far, I'll say this much at least. My theory kind of proven true. 9 have currently cooked Fnatic the start of this one. Yesterday's lost 13-6. Learned from their mistakes. And here, they're back with vengeance. It's 1-for-1 so far, however. Kragan of the MP9 dealt with. Respectable duel for Jambo to win out. The MP9 is a machine up close. Nice repositioning, but Mantu nails the flick. A-side, bomb planted. I like this push for Faber as well. Flash into the fight. That is a near freebie. Both tagged down. The no kill from the back of it, and he's Raz now to seal the deal here with Mantu. Happy to watch that flank. Blame F is expected. Missed his shot, and that might be enough. But Raz, what do you got still to give us a show? 2 required up close, but already goes and does not check his left and right. Doesn't cross the street safely. Will be taken down, and it is 4 to Fnatic. Doable, right? For T-side on Ancient, that is still respectable enough. It's maybe not up to exact par on the current meta for this map. Nowadays, I feel like 7-5, 6-6 is more expected. But you can still work with 4.
Yes, you can. 4
now we'll see if they can.
The kind of minimum you want to have. And, I mean, CT side, surely this is where things look to turn the better way. A pistol is a must, I would say. I'd go as far as putting that on the board. Like, 9 win the pistol, and all of a sudden they're on probably 11 already. So, Fnatic, I don't think they have the luxury of another lost pistol, shall I say. It's surprising to me that we see such a tough fight on map 1. It is a battle of mistakes at some point as well. We see many of them happen throughout those rounds. Yet Fnatic, I mean, the final 4 they picked up, or 3, were near perfect. And I gotta think the train, they chose to play it. They thought they might have it. And it just caught them off by surprise. Yeah, they thought wrong. Like, I wonder what was going on in their voice comms at that time. I would love to have some insight, because I just want to know how how does the mentality fare? What's the conversation going about? What are they talking about during timeouts? What are they talking during rounds themselves? How is the communication? Is it chaotic? Is it calm? Those would be nice to know. Yeah. Like, honestly, like, let's start getting a little bit of snippets of, moments.
We also kind of can talk about as well, because I think it was Hayes or you, I already forgot which one of you guys mentioned it, but Fnatic with, I think it was Hayes, mentioned that Castle now being released, right, independent. I think the assistant coach now give it give the position of interim coach for the moment at least. Is a change as well they're going through. So there is a little bit of maybe some transition there, or he's just like, we don't know how that's going, right?
Yeah, if I'd had to speculate, so if I'd had to just go off a beaten path and think that might be the right one. Yeah, go off the vibes. I'd say he didn't change much, and like, I don't think there's going to be a necessary massive change to the gameplay. Perhaps there are nuances that we are yet to pick on, or yet to see, that have been kind of switched up. Timeouts, for example, right? Taking more timeouts. It's something that Fnatic, I specifically remember there was a period, let's say a half a year ago, give or take, where we didn't get to see many timeouts during their games. There were some, by the end of it, but I know even Fear had this problem before he joined Fnatic, when he was still in Passion. I remember timeouts were always a point of conversation. So that's a small nuance that doesn't seem like much, but in the long run, it does make a difference.
Sure. Honestly, you're one of the rare examples, perhaps, that might remember more than a week beyond what's recently happened in that regard.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like, another example would be, I think, or is always and will be point of conversation is Crims, right? Because Crims can go one of two ways. It can either be an absolutely magnificent game where he is on par with anybody on the server, be it Jambo, be it, in this case, their opponents, Mantu, Kragen, Faven, or BobXD, even Ral's on his first map. Like he can legitimately be even better than that. But there can be moments where he's simply, just not on point good. Train was one of those examples, and that's why we saw BB lost so many times in a row. How many times, like I've mentioned, that he died at the bottom of B stairs or pushed solo and died upper? Those are mistakes that come back to haunt you, and those are mistakes that eventually you either, brush over and kind of keep doing them, or you fix them and you don't do them again. But that's, again, I'm going into true just details,
sort of
right?
Territory, but
yeah,
we can now focus back a little bit on the game itself. If we're counting down the clock, Mantu's back. And for a man who went 4-0, 4 kills in the pistol, he is having a bit of a rougher time. But it doesn't really matter when they've not really gone his way. It's just been Faven and Kragen and Bob shutting down things on the B side so often for that first half. I don't think it's mattered all too much. But just to find a little note there. Kind of similar to Jambo and Dusty, right? Has 3 kills in the pistol, then next 7 rounds has nothing. Mantu now for the entire half, 4 kills in the pistol, and then 2 for the rest of it. But they won 8-4, so it's not really a detriment. Not when your rifles are playing this damn well. But second half finally begins. Thank you for sticking with us. Fnatic, they are looking for round of 5 here to start off their journey. Talk about the what-if scenarios on Dust 2. What if Fnatic didn't win those pistols? A different game. What if Fnatic didn't lose that second pistol on trade?
Yeah.
Now, what about this one? Jambo looks to defend. He's got Matthews to assist for the crossfire. And hello and goodbye, 9. A pistol and a comeback officially on. Matthews takes 3, and it is good to see him back online.
Surprised that you actually call it a comeback this early, but I'd say it's not even a proper comeback. It's more of a start to the proper game, right? Yeah.
The comeback potential and start, it starts with the pistol here.
It's the start of the
fifth one.
It's exactly what we said needs to happen if Fnatic want to have a chance at winning the map. And, well, right now, they have to hold strong, make sure they don't lose against any shenanigans from 9, which there won't be, actually. It's a full eco. I really like this. And this is the smart thing about Rals. He knows how important that round difference is, especially on a map like an Ancient. Economy is key. Utility is much required in order to cancel out that mid control as well as cave control. So 9, instead of being the usual team that many others are, just kind of going with the flow, they don't force, they play it safe. I love it.
That is a fair bit of information actually being given by BlameF and the steps he's made there as well. If 9 just hear him running and jumping, they'll at least let them know that he's feeling comfortable enough in the position to jump and run, so they can assume mid's been taken. So 9, they just kind of have to play down that clock not to run into this most likely stack that waited for them. And by waiting, they have cleared out most of that ramp. Matisse is not in a good position to really support Fear in any way either. So there's actually a way this goes very wrong here, I'll say.
Oh, Blame F turns his back. But
never
luckily,
mind.
the Glock is useless at range against the Kevlar opponent.
Does not go wrong. Nice to see
Yeah.
that. They do not give them too much. Here as well finds those initial few. I was afraid that he might get overrun by the Glocks, but he's got such an individual dueling angle where he can initiate and have only headshots against the others. Plays it very nicely. Then the assistance came through, and that is 6. Now the guns come out, and we'll see what sort of conversation we're going to have for the rest of the game.
Let's find out, shall we? Starting off, AK's in play. 9 putting their foot down, making sure they get control first and foremost. Faven, Ral's a little bit of damage. Nothing serious. Fear trying to be sneaky, trying to be a bit of an assassin in the dark.
Is there a flash? No,
I
there
don't
isn't. This
see
contact
one.
down ramp.
Yeah, they have taken ramp control. And surely the T's realize this.
Don't
Smokes
know
are
if
about
they
to fade.
do.
Are they watching? No, they're not. 9 is not watching at all. Rals is down.
Big find.
It is.
It's good utility as well. Matisse backs away with that entry. Blame F in the main. He's been dealt with. There's the response. Utility from Crims. We talked about him having to pull his weight. Now is that time. 3 through the smoke into his crosshairs, but it's an instant headshot. He's dealt damage, but that's not good enough.
That's round. You gotta save here. Fnatic, they need the money.
Such a sad way as well, because look at the damage there is, but
Yeah.
so much of it is unconfirmed, right? Crims can say he tagged down 1, and another one, everybody's so low.
Yeah. Together, less than 100.
That is crazy. If there was a kit... Oh, wait, Jumbo does have a kit. If he was a little
Yeah,
bit closer,
but-
he could have gone for that defuse as well, but... Doesn't know that, obviously. We have the information. He does not. They're far, far away, so he could have immediately just stuck that defuse, gone for the 5-second ninja. In a different world, perhaps, but 9. From that 4v5, they converted perfectly. They lost the opening, and that was it. Nothing else. Just clinging toward the A side, and even through that smoke into Crims is crazy, with Dragon nailing that instant headshot. Shows the weakness of an M4.
Also shows to kind of tell the story of how even if you get the entry, it's not potentially enough. They got ramp control. They had all the info from the get-go, yet in the end, 9 was able to go through Donut and just punch through any defense that was on site A. And once again, they're going to do it once fast this time. Just run onto the site. It's usually clear. That's the beauty of Ancient. A side is left alone because you play those retakes so often. Yet, you do need a few kills, and denial of the bomb plant would be perfect, but it doesn't come. Good damage with the entry secured. Let's see the 5v4 retake now. It opens up for Fnatic. Big flank from Mantu, but he better make a move on.
Ability is already out into main, and lets Fnatic have a bit more comfort and sense of security on the side itself. That smoke, I don't know how I feel about it, but there's a kit. Jambo's gotta only tap it. See where he can find a kill of his own, and there goes 1. Now they can still get on that defuse if they wanted to. Watch out for Donut. It's Mantu alone. Trying to find the lineup. And
Oh,
not
he got it!
He denies. The Collat is there. Time is low. 1 more needed. He's looking for him, but he just eludes him.
That was an insane round. Fnatic, count your lucky stars that you did not lose any entries, because that could have been a 1v1 at the end there. And Mantu possibly plays it very differently. He let loose the spray of bullets through the smoke. He didn't know where exactly. He had no choice. 9 scraped by that loss, but Fnatic barely hold on to the win. Last time out used, we can tell that the pressure is rising, but they're getting better and better. And you said it yourself as well. The warm-up period is over. Now it's time to see the true Fnatic come out. Everybody has to show up. Fear, he had an abysmal first half. There's no other way to put it. What, 3 kills total? Or maybe 2 even? I'm not even sure. Like, Crims likewise just had a very poor first half. So this is the time to shine. It's the 3rd map. It's the round of 16. Winner takes all. And they are effectively within arm's length. 6 rounds for Fnatic, and a total of 4 for 9.
I'll say this much. That was a better half than Fear had on Dust 2. I think he had 1 on Dust 2's first half.
Yeah.
But he woke up, right? We said, Fnatic, the later the game goes on, they do seem to power up. They have that sort of a clutch factor to them. And we are kind of seeing a little bit of that here, but that is a beautiful smoke to look out of. However, it's not good enough because Matisse is having a life round for the FAMAS. 2 kills, staying alive. Matu can't force that trade. And backing off, we're looking at Fnatic staring at round number 8.
I don't even know what you do here as 9. You lost Bob XD running into cave.
That does
To
kind
try
of,
to... yeah.
that mirrors how Fnatic's T-side kind of went, right? Matisse and Fear often to try to take that control and ended up losing so often. A little bit of that reflected here, but we'll see how this continues, right? Kraken, he's still got position towards A. I say position, he's looking at a free site, but 30 seconds left on the bomb on B. We're not looking at an actual win here in any way. A kill, potentially, couldn't find it. No one on Fnatic's side has given him that opportunity, and we are instead looking at round number 8. Mantu saves the orb, Kraken with the AK. And I think loss bonus is well up there. It's 2,400, maybe 29, I'm not sure, but we'll see. Not sure if that's going to be good enough for or it's not going to be good enough for a full buy, but a force around these weapons still has to come through, and it's got to feature most likely Mac 10, a couple of Galils.
So they get 24, yeah. They would have gotten 29 if they had not won the round in between.
Yeah.
But in any case, Fnatic has risen to the occasion. The tie is about to happen. I mean, this will be somewhat of a buy. Again, I can't see the reason behind it. It reminds me of the Passion UA's approaches yesterday. Though, to be fair, given that, 3 survived, they did lose a great chunk of gold, or 2 survived. I get the reasoning in the end of the day, but
no other option really in that regard, especially with an open play.
But it puts them...
however, given Fnatic that way in, it's not taking 9 out of the round either, because they still have the Tech 9s we've already seen work out today, and Galil for farming, who's playing fairly well. Keep it going here. This round, absolutely a possibility, with 9 as well, actually given a lot of unknown factors to Fnatic. Now an AK still spotted. They knew about that one. They can probably assume the force is around, but they don't have full confirmation. Tech 9, there you go. Now it should be revealed completely, but look at Blaine still taking a fight. Nearly a triple, 2.5 men down.
Oh, this trade on A is going to be vital.
The anchoring of A comes through to this one. That is beautiful. Finally, things go his way. Collects the op as well for his team, and that is a very nicely dealt with round by Crims. Because we've been giving him a little bit of slack, right? Sometimes underwhelming. Now,
I mean, look,
pulling his weight here for this round at least, and that is a massive one to pick up, because economy on 9 now gets completely wiped.
I was about to say, it's an impact round. It's exactly what the doctor ordered. Fnatic, they get the 9th. Crims gets a triple and holds down that button like no together. Or like no tomorrow, and this is a very aggressive B take. They're going to be pushing into Catwalk, Speedway. Yeah, they've got them by the balls here. This should be a 10th one easy. Fnatic.
One flash.
They have full control.
There it is. Dodged and get farmed.
It's farm for real. Like, there's no question about it. Easy. Fnatic, well done. And on the board, and this is where things get complicated. 9 have a chance to still steal this one. They've gotten the advantage from the first half, and this is what happens when you do have a good half. You have a chance in the second. Bob XD. We see these replays of before, how close some of these moments were. the double by Mantu almost working. You know, if he had survived a bit longer, everything could have gone differently. Another important kill by
so many
Mantu.
moving parts in this series that has made it very interesting to watch as well. And
Yeah,
very
yeah.
worthy of like playoff game as well, yeah.
Honestly, yeah, both teams giving it their all. We've had a few slow starts, sure, but it seems like we've truly reached the crescendo. It's the final part of this series, the final piece of the puzzle. And it's now or never. They know it. We know it. Everybody does. Round of 8 awaits. The invited team of Fnatic, they would be shamed into submission, whilst 9 will be extremely, extremely content with kicking off in a high pace like this.
Invited team versus the team that has been farming.
Yeah. Who's better?
Form of 9 recently has showed them being resilient and persevering almost every single situation, but it's actually being done against them. That's a different sort of story, apparently. Fnatic might be a boogeyman for 9 they have to watch out for. Jambo.
Shot there.
Low game, missed another shot right now as well. Would have given them the advantage. Less stress about CT potentially, but nope. Not in this case. And Veer back around the corners. He has assistance from Matisse and is able to disengage if he wants to. Matisse is taking on another one. Veer is low. Has got to be careful, and BobXD is. We're gonna find him as well. One bullet does the trick. Blameth up next. Kill 19 in his pocket. Mantu up close. Looking for it. We'll fight it. B-side falls to the hands of 9. Now keep an eye on that lurk as well. Kraken. We knew about him in a red room ages ago, and now it's Jambo's time to decipher this one. Where has he gone?
He has to find him, surely. Checking both corners is a must. Kraken has got a free kill otherwise, and we see Crims is trying to make his way through cave. It's going to be a dastardly opponent on the other side, but it's going to be Kraken already now baited into taking these fights. Ooh, a lot of damage. No. Jambo's still alive, though. And Crims might have an angle. Crims will have an angle. Crims turns around, almost gets the double. Mantu at 13, 32 for Jambo.
There's no time.
He's got the kit, but he's not got the time, I'm afraid. Just a little bit too late. And that is going to be the end of the road for that glorious potential 11th as 9 tied up at a high price. Everybody dies. No money to bank on. Galils are going to have to come out, or they will be suffering a great limitation of util. Last time I'd utilize this well. And this is where you find some common ground and just make a decision based on what you figured out. Rush A maybe. I don't know. Could work.
In theory, anything can work. But what is the decision? That's the question we're going to have to find out here. Fnatic? The answer, it is still a little bit far away. Same goes for 9, right? They win that round. But in the way they do, it actually doesn't leave them with a whole lot, right? Ral's down to a Mac 10. That's the sort of buy you expect out of a losing team. Not the team that won the round, but that's reality for 9 that they'll have to claw themselves out of. I like the confidence.
Yeah.
We've seen this a few times already. They've been given another option, another opportunity to make this push count at Faber. Pepper down, he's not the only one. Fear has lost his life, however.
Oh, no.
Blame have a couple more shots to the smoke. We'll take it on Kragen.
That's insane.
Kept control of B, but he has disengaged as well, not wanting to stick around and give 9 too easy of a way in. Instead, play the time. Let his teammates figure out what's happening. Play towards A, no info. Playing for that retake suddenly. Well, Crims is wanting to go aggressive for information in middle. He's got that position, make it count. Rotation.
A site.
Blameth already in position. They're just waiting for confirmation that the bomb is going to be going down, and with enough utility, that's the rotations being made. 9, extremely important round. That bomb is the minimum they need here. With loss bonus combined, they've got a buy coming up no matter what here. Fnatic, how do you want to approach this? Grims is still being slow. That's not really doing them any favors at the moment, but now start moving and schmoving toward that side. Now they go in. Smoke can be placed on that bomb. They've got a Molotov. There's a bit of util going out. Smoke down. You can get on top of the box as well. That's a fairly cold position to be in, but try to tap that bomb. Defuse. Jambo with
he didn't hold it.
On the defuse. Grims is still on it. Now
Not
the knife
like
comes
this.
out to try to find him.
Not
They
like
can't
this! He
get it.
dies!
Can't get it in time. Mantu with a wild swing of the knife and one lucky shot connection is there. The trade split second late. And 9, they get away with it.
Crims, did you forget?
It's off the bomb.
Papa Biceps said it best. Just don't no. You
Bros
have
don't
to
fake.
defuse.
Bros
Oh,
don't
no.
fake it in this situation. It is that one
Damn.
small
Well
decision.
played. Well played, 9. All we can say, right? That's the facts. Them's the facts. I mean, unlucky. Crims, he pulls off the C4, and in the end, it's what loses them the round. 9 get 11, and all of a sudden, they are back in the hot seat, looking to take this series for their own. Fnatic, they'll be hitting themselves over the head over the round like that. When they check the replay, I'm sure they'll have a headache as Blemef finds BobXD. At least the return fire is there. Oh, both are low in cave, but they still picked out Matisse. Fnatic is starting to lose control, and quickly at that. Blemef on long has to find multi-frags denied. Crimson Jambo.
Close. Shadow was
do
given
get one.
Jambo, makes use of it. Try to get Crims into position as well. With a flashback, we're now playing the 2-on-2. Both teams, one full health and one low. There's that Molly, forces Raz into the open, but he still has a bit of room around it, as long as Jambo's not swinging from long instantaneously. Apparently that matters not.
Sick move.
It is down to the low HP of Jambo. One bullet, one mistake, but there's the first. Second one still has to figure it out, and a nade from
thinks he's in
Faven talking
cave.
about German utility maybe has it, but it's the
Faven.
instant stick.
Faven.
5 seconds on the bomb and will deny. This time there is no fake, but it doesn't matter because 9 is on match point.
And series point as well. Fnatic now 1 away from being eliminated. As we said, the invited team into the playoffs to be thrown out here in a manner like such is quite the shameful display at the end. We'd expect more. We'd expect more from Fnatic for sure, but 9 has proven to be the better team so far. They're doing much better. Man, this kill still gets me. How Rals was just caught easily like that. And then obviously the defuse that never happened.
This is going back to Mantu and Jambo's 1v1 on train,
Yeah.
where Mantu got off that bomb as well. Off the
Yeah.
defuse for
Yeah.
just a split second. Would have had it. It's just one for you, one for us sort of situation.
For real, for real.
But in this case, it is hurting Fnatic. 2 so damn close situations, but it's given 9 now that match in series point.
No money. Fnatic now down to a
Nightmare.
single FAMAS and a nightmare scenario with the MP9s and the utility they have. This is going to be a difficult one. Good
And
damage.
I love
though.
the way they play this one as well. We've been seeing this T-side as pack tactic so often already. They've been quick to commit into a lot of these plays, but look at Fnatic actually reading this. Catching on to how 9 do want to play the C side. They are fully gambling, committing to the fact it is going to be this part of the map. Coming through, Molotov a split second too early, and Matisse does punish Mantu for it. Advantage and more damage to Kragen. Got Fnatic up a man. The edge is there, but the weaponry certainly not. And now with that first one being denied, you still have to keep in mind Kragen's position. You have all the options available for 9 if they get even a little bit antsy on Fnatic's side and want to get information. But as we've lost Matisse, we've been seeing this cave being cleared out all the time, but now wanting for another one as well. The flashbang is decent, but also affecting Fear. Just enough for him to get punished at the same time. Wild Spray's connections are there, but look at that HP on 9. At this point, weaponry doesn't start to matter on Fnatic. They have every single player capable of dealing enough damage, but Jambo has been hurt rotating. That is Kragen information he can relay. It is coming down to him yet again here, but Grims needs to be him. First shot,
there's the
nails it.
pistol.
Rawls at 100 HP, but a 5-7 up close is deadly. Not this time. Rawls, yet again, on default. Bomb goes down with a couple seconds to spare. Eye on the rotation. Krogan wins it! And neither 1 kill away from securing this series.
This is insane. Blame F 1v3. One last man cannot do it. The HP difference is just not gonna matter in the end. As 9 secure the series, 13 on the board to 10 final score. They eliminate Fnatic and put themselves into the playoffs. I mean, damn. Now that is what I call a damn good game from 9.
A damn good game. And hey, my theory in a way does prove it to be true, although I can't say I was even confident in this one. 9 still pulling through in the end. And it is after map 1 that we start to see the individuals at their best. But Hayes, what did we actually miss here? What were the things that we didn't get to see, that we didn't really pay attention to? Tell us the scoop. Maybe bust it down just once for me, please.
Oh yeah, I was wondering if you were going to be asking me to break it down for you this time round, man. That's my specialty on a Friday night in particular. Catch me in town more often than not. But yeah, again, I was just very impressed by the way that 9 had opened up and locked down the map on their CT side. They came out guns blazing, riding that wave of momentum from Train. You know, obviously there was a bit of a fight back from Fnatic, but they did start off very strong, just shutting down what everything that Fnatic were looking to try and do. You know, opening jewels was super convincing as well. I thought Blamef was getting kills, but maybe not necessarily in the most impactful kind of way, which something, you know, does tend to happen with him more often than not. You know, Fear disappeared again, bit of a slow game from him. It was just unfortunate that Fnatic, after such a strong showing on Dust 2, you know, although it was a close map, still had all those map points of it. Always felt like they were going to win the map. Then to slip away completely on Train and then drop the ball on Ancient, a map that they beat 9 on yesterday, 13-6, right? They had a far more convincing performance yesterday. So for them to have come in today and lost the way that they did was a little bit weak. I mean, they started T-side yesterday, same as they did today, and they went up 8-4. So clearly, 9 were able to make the adjustments this time round, right? Even when we saw Fnatic, you know, hammering home on that A-bomb site, retakes always looked solid from 9, always looked like there was a game plan. Some big blunders from Fnatic as well towards the end of the game there, fellas. I mean, you know, some disadvantageous situations going against... That defuse, man, was a big problem for them, but there was even the round where Rolls' A main kind of tucked into the corner. He's able to clutch out. You know, they came close where Mantu nearly denied them through the smoke as well. Like, a lot of scrappy situations for Fnatic, I'm afraid. But that is going to be the first game of the day done and dusted, guys. It was a lengthy affair, so we're going to be throwing this one to a quick break. We've got another game coming up, don't we? It's going to be, what is it going to be? Namiga against Monty.
Monty. Yeah.
There we go, yeah. As a choir, all together now, Namiga versus Monty. That is the series we have lined up. Round of 16 playoffs will continue here at CCT Season 3 EU Series 1. Don't go too far. We'll be getting going with that next game shortly.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me.
Welcome back, CCT Season 3 EU Series 1 playoffs, baby. It's the maiden playoffs here for Season 3, and we're setting the tone in some entertaining fashion. A 3-mapper to kickstart the playoffs here between Fnatic and 9 edging out Fnatic. It was looking really close there towards the end, but 9 were able to keep their composure, which is a reflection of their temperament. But now we move things forward slightly behind. I say slightly behind schedule, almost an hour behind schedule. We have got our next best of 3 of the day. My name's Hayes. I'm joined by the wonderful Overseard and Nexus. Now, Overseard, is that like when you're in trouble, I call you by your full name? I know Nexus always calls you Over. I heard you call me Matthew earlier after I called you Overseard. Is that like the one-two back and forth there?
No. It's really I let it to everybody's preference. You know,
Okay.
my friends from back home call me just Seard. It's just my my surname. Then my family calls me Teo, and then Nexus calls me either Teo or Over, depending on the day.
Just goes between them.
So
Fair enough.
Feel free to use whatever. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I also get called by my surname all the time. My name's Matthew Stott. My surname's Stott, so I get called by that. But Nexus is when your mother's angry with you, does she go Nexus Uwuz? Is that what she shouts at you? Netashid.
Thankfully, my mother is a saint, and she does not really get angry.
Okay, all right. So no Nexus Uwuz.
She's a wonderful woman.
All right, listen. Yeah, go ahead. Mate.
I was gonna say something really funny. Now it feels a little bit too late, but the reason I call him either Seard, Over, or whatever, I kind of swap, is just because he's over Seard. I just don't want to call him only Seard, He's just kind of over it.
Okay, is fair enough. I mean, I don't know. If you stuck
Thank
the
you.
landing
I'm
on that
here
one,
all
we'll
day.
move things along. Unfortunately, that's not true. It's actually just one more best of 3. Don't worry, everybody. Just one more best of 3. But let's focus on the best of 3. Let's bring it all the way back here now, gentlemen. Namiga versus Monty. We can bring the bracket up of the playoffs here, so we can show everybody what they're in store for. I think I just totally skipped the bracket on the previous segment. That's fine. We'll first have a look at the schedule. That's true. Probably a good idea. So catch everybody up with what they can expect going forward for the day. Like I said, an Amiga Monty coming up now. Then we will have BetBoom against Ecstatic. BetBoom certainly favorites there, but Ecstatic did deliver in the Swiss stage. And OG against Astrum. Astrum just scraped through, but we all know how ridiculously good that team is. OG in some solid form, so that'll be a fun matchup as well. But let us have a look at the bracket. I just want to go over the bracket so we can show everybody how things are set up on day 1 of the playoffs. Do we have a bracket production? Is that available to
I don't
us?
think we have that technology.
Ooh.
We don't. No bracket. Okay,
Okay,
we've gone
okay.
caveman, full caveman, no bracket. Let's just focus on this game then. Namiga and Monty. Namiga the favorites. Generally, the way we go about this is we show the favorites first. So I guess we can bring them up now. I mean, these guys have been playing massive amounts of Counter-Strike lately, or I'd say this year. But over the past 2 weeks, they've only played past 4 weeks, excuse me. They played one series, Nexus. They haven't played nearly as much Counter-Strike as they kind of were earlier on in the year. Do you think that'd be good for them? Because it seemed like they were going through maybe a little bit of a slump, perhaps. Do you think a break is what they needed?
Maybe. I don't really blame them for taking a little bit of that time off, but at the same time, I do wish we had seen more of them. But obviously they're going through that sort of period where at this point it's already been a while, but Nier no longer there, they kind of have to. Sorry, that's a completed from the roster. Sorry, but they've gone through a little bit of a rough patch at the start of the year. They had their was it EPL, right? They were there for a while. They did surprise a couple of people. They played fairly well, but it hasn't really been the same, right? It's that is where my issues do kind of lie. They've been trying to grind a couple of qualifiers, but haven't really had the results that I think a couple of people maybe expected. And same with me. I was expecting a bit more because I think the individuals here are good. Like, I think Zhui is one really good player, but I think Risky Bob as well is gone a little bit unnoticed almost in this team, but he hasn't really had that same form that I feel like he can, which to me is a bit interesting. But it's just an odd situation for Namiga all in all right now.
Yeah, for me, the hidden gem is Xanter. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I think he's definitely the one to be on the lookout today for.
Yeah, definitely going to be keeping a close eye on Xanter, an explosive individual, often on the entry duties kind of thing. I think this team has a huge amount of potential, but they certainly have been running into some challenges lately. But let's see how much of a challenge their opponents will provide. It's going to be Monty who we focus on next. Now, obviously, Monty have also gone through some changes recently. Demka was a part of the roster for as long as Monty had been in the CS2 space or the Counter-Strike space. I feel like certainly one of their longest standing members. He ended up departing the team, which made space for Hadji and Afro to come into the mix. Of course, Hades is now playing for G2, so he's also ended up leaving. So we've got the French duo who's come into the mix now. Hadji did have a stint with Monty before as well, so it's not the first time he's playing under the banner. Of course, we do have the Academy prospects who have been promoted. Gives me the IGL, joined up by Lean and Ryu now as well. So it's a decent team, but you know, you've got three lesser experienced players, three up-and-comers. You got two guys who have been around for a long time. You know, Afro, Tio is trying to find his footing again. He's kind of been floating around the scene since the Fnatic days, had that stint with OG, now in Monty's.
Yeah.
He's just trying to remind everybody what he's capable of, right?
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I mean, the problem is that after Fnatic, it's been more of a downhill journey for his team participations, let's say. He was basically in two teams without an org for a very long time. So I'm happy to see him picked up, right, in Monty. I'm happy that they have a chance to potentially make something out of themselves here. And I will say the same for Hadji, honestly. Like, I remember back in the 2020s, like when he was playing for French Frogs, when he was playing for LDLC even for a time. Very short, brief stint for Falcons in a way, but nonetheless, I remember how important of a role he would fulfill, how big of a player he is and his name is, but it never really fruitioned to any sort of, let's say, attainable achievement, unfortunately. Nothing really brought him any sort of crown, and I hope that perhaps with Monty, this is achievable, because he's got young talents around him. Lean, Gizmi, Ryu, like these are all hungry for wins, and in comparison, they've been playing for a very little time compared to Hadji and Afro, but they have been having their fair share of impact.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think that it's, I like it when you have a team that has got two experienced players and then three lesser experienced players. I think that's a pretty good balance to strike, where you get that youthful exuberance. Those young guys just want to grind the game, play as much Counter-Strike as possible, and then, you know, some players in the team to guide them a little bit and help them out with routines, things outside of the server, how to handle certain situations in the server as well, keep them calm, keep them focused on what's going on. Just help them in the experience department ultimately. But let's move things forward. We can have a look at the Veto here. You can see which maps are going to get played out between these two teams. Now, no prizes for guessing the permabans. Nuke and Inferno removed out the gates. Dust 2 going to be picked by Namiga. So we're going to be opening with the Dust 2 here in this series, as well as was the case earlier on today. Mirage picked by Monty, which is a map that Namiga used to be really good on. I don't know what's happened. They've fallen off a cliff in the past 3 months. It's definitely been a bit of a troublesome map for Namiga, so you can see what Monty can do there. And then Anubis will be the decider. You know, the map pool at the moment not great for Monty, just because they are going through this transitionary period, so it would be difficult for them to find some stability. So I think Namiga probably have a bit of an edge in that department. But what are your thoughts here, Nexus?
I was going to ask Mr. Stott if I may have the room for a moment here.
All yours.
If the teacher will allow, thank you. How do we get rid of some of these brown maps? Because it's all one color scheme here. The only thing that changes is the,
okay.
vibrancy.
That's where we're going. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of boring. But that's all I have with that.
Huh.
It's just
So you
it's
just say
the
you're not going to
unholy
be
trinity of
Dust
the
2
Vetos.
into Mirage into Anubis. You're just not going to be getting much stimulation aesthetically. Is that it?
No, I'm not. Like, Anubis
Fair
at
enough.
least is like the most vibrant out of those, but beyond that, like the actual maps themselves for teams like you kind of mentioned, Mirage is one where things haven't gone all too well for Nemiga anymore. That's an interesting one at least, or specifically. So Monty are peeking into that hope that that is one where they are struggling, right? You have the option of an Ancient possibly as well, but everybody kind of knows how to play that. It almost has replaced Inferno as that decider nowadays, so everybody has to know how to play it as well. But it's an interesting situation nonetheless, because for Monty as well, right, you have Dust 2 that contradicts Mirage for Nemiga, where both teams have kind of been struggling on. And Nemiga, they're starting off on a very good leg up, at least in that Veto, in that sense. So when we talk about them not having played a lot recently, Dust 2, home ground, gets them warmed up. I think that's the best case they have here. And then into a Mirage. It definitely opens up a fun little conversation of the map 1 of the eye test almost. And I kinda am interested to see who we're going to be looking at in Nemiga's side as well to step up with this lack of games they've recently had. We don't know what they've been exactly cooking.
Yeah, that's true. And I feel like it's probably served them well to have a little bit of a break and get out of the server, just, you know, go touch some grass, perhaps not too much because we know how dangerous that is as gamers, but just a little bit.
Poisonous.
And
How much skill do you lose if you touch grass as a gamer?
Yeah, it's not only that, like, it's dangerous in the outside world. Yeah, you just respawn, right? So you don't want to put yourself out there where things can, you know, happen, driven into by someone, or who knows, like, have something fall on your head, perhaps. Odds are low, man, but the odds are there. Listen, I jest, of course, but the point is they haven't played much Counter-Strike lately. And I think that probably does serve them quite well. I feel like they've been incredibly busy, and a little bit of break just to help revitalize them would go a long way. But talking about a break, we're going to have one of our own here, everybody. We're going to be jumping into the first map, Dust 2. Be in a short turnaround time. I don't think it's going to take too long. I think we're just fixing some camera issues for the players on the server. And then we will be going live with that first map. It's the pick of Nemiga. Monty will certainly have their work cut out for them. While they have played a decent amount of Dust, results haven't been fantastic. Nemiga have been very dangerous on the map. Even in their dip of form, Dust 2 is still super reliable. So I'm expecting Nemiga to get the job done there. But like I said, before we find out what it has in store, we're going to have a short break.
And we're back. We return live to the game. We are live in our second semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be round 1, starting off on map 1, Dustune, Amiga's Choice. Next to me, next is with you over, and we are watching the second round of 16 match of the day. Another one coming after, or 2 more actually, excuse me. In any case, kicking off, it's going to be a pistol towards middle.
Did not know you're next to me. That's kind of news to me, but oh well.
I mean, in mind, in presence, in spiritually, I'm next to you. Yeah, exactly. Physically,
here we go.
about
Out to the A side. And I've lost there first, but they've traded out with 1, 2, 1, 3. The A side falls without much of a hitch here. Monte, they've been forced to just Afro and Ryu. And now just Afro. That is a very quick and decisive round for Amiga. After the loss of Xanter, they quickly come back. Strike for this pistol. That is Afro, one of his own at least. He can farm some kills, maybe. Apparently not. Only 1. I don't think that's really enough to go for anything. I don't want to see a force buy, but I kind of see it here. This first half, if you want to have that AWP out for the first gun run as well, you probably do.
Kind of need it, yeah.
Kind of save here. But there is a world where this is a full save, and Afro, oh, never mind, saves as well and buys glass cannon extra, but he's bought a flashbang, so that's not happening. Oh well. The option was there, they chose not to go for it. But we are now headed to this round knowing next is the guns.
This way. Misses all his shots, has to reload, lets his teammate die. 2 kills for the eco, not bad. Team kill in between there. Oh, another kill. Okay. Yeah, that is the second, actually. That was a team kill to begin with. But, nonetheless, everything's working well. Namiga start off strong. And we're going to have the first real test here for Monty. Full eco plays into a full buy next. We've got FAMAS's M4, MP9, and an AWP. And I did say how much experience Haji and Afro have already on the scene, for how long they've been playing. I believe Haji's at 29 years old, Afro around there, 27 something, 28 maybe.
Double checking. 25.
25,
Lager.
okay, a little bit younger. I apologize. I didn't mean to make you as old, Afro, but close enough anyway, as we're going to have Lean push up short. Steal away 1. Good start. Second
Weaker
on
weapons.
Lear.
Doesn't matter anymore. With a 2-man advantage, the weaponry makes no difference. But towards long, Gizmy is the one to double down. And with that, the entire round. Look at that.
Wow.
Okay, they take no time in putting themselves on the board. And
Someone
guess what?
else,
Afro
I
as
guess.
well. He's got an AWP.
Yes, he does.
Doesn't matter if you get it on the second round or not. You'll get it for free from an Amiga sludges instead. That is a wonderful start to the game as well. It's now first MP9 on short. Beautiful opening. And I love as well the pace that Amiga come into that round with. Not really shying away from the fight, but Monte, they had a very good reaction flash through that smoke. It is impossible to see on Amiga's side, so you can't really blame him for being caught off guard either. Because what else are they going to be looking? They're not going to cross while looking at the wall behind them, so... Wonderfully played there for Gizmy, the IGL, right? He's still young, and guess what? He's British.
I was about to say, he's from the UK, so... Represent a scene that is effectively dead on arrival.
Shoutouts to Messi at least, inspiring the...
I guess.
Inspiring the rest. But I'll say this much, right? I spent a lot of time, like, 2018 to 23-ish, around those times, within UK-esque, UK teams around those. Yeah. They've been grinding since a long, long time ago. They're showing as well that in the teams that are growing... I've seen the rise from, like, teams in open and teams in intermediate thinking, we're the best UK team in an intermediate squad. And it's like, oof, rough. And now they've got main advanced. They're making waves. And for the last couple of years, they've been having a couple of teams popping up. It's been a very impressive sort of scene to rise as well here for them.
No, I get what you're saying. The problem is the UK could never really sustain a full UK team.
Not at
we
the
had
moment,
a few attempts.
But give it a couple more years, Matt. They're still growing. They're
no,
getting
they
up
are.
there.
They are. But what, like I said, there were Irish UK mixes that worked well enough together. You know, let's recall Giraffe and
Alaska,
and
yeah,
all
but no,
that,
this not
Alaska,
actually.
yeah.
But here, for this round, we'll
Ooh.
give this a second before we maybe come back to that. Maybe, if we
Wow.
have to. Just wait with a second. Hello.
He's
Not
got no
half bad,
bomb
but the
though, no
problem is-
time. Yeah.
Bomb dropped, and yeah, like you say, no time. Zway's still giving them a chance as well to riddle him with a couple more bullets, but he'll get away with 8 HP. That is Monte. Second round. They make it a close one. But still 3 survive, and most importantly, the AWP is recovered. Not bad. Not bad. But there was another point I kind of wanted to make. Now, I'll still, finish on that British-UK CS sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
They've been having these teams by Perio, almost to the major. That was crazy in Paris.
Yeah.
Alaska, most recently, they've been kind of a mainstay almost. Now they've got a couple more teams coming up. It's a scene that is, I think, in the next couple of years, too, probably going to make a lot of people surprised. And
Honestly,
something I'm kind of looking forward to seeing if they can keep up the trajectory or not.
See, that's something I've been saying for the Brazilian scene. And yes, they've had their fair share of success within Tier 1, absolutely, and they still have it. But I think their scene is the healthiest, and we're going to see more and more Brazilian teams emerge within the next 5 to 10 years. Like, I think that's the scene we're going to be going to. You think not?
I disagree. Okay, if I may, I'm going to draw a parallel here.
Okay.
Some people probably will recognize this. You, I don't know. I feel like you're maybe just out of this time period. But I'm going to draw the parallel of Brazilian to Bulgarian Counter-Strike, where it's got to be recycling a lot of same players in the same teams or different teams. That is one thing I'm very, very worried about.
That is actually such a good point. That's such a good parallel, actually, because it's so true for Bulgaria. Like, it actually is true. The Bulgarian CS scene in 2017, 18, let's say even 19,
yeah,
like they were definitely on the top of their game. They were Tier 2, borderline Tier 1. They were ready to jump into the Tier 1, but then it all just collapsed as soon as we got to that online part and the CIS started grinding, right? Yeah, I could see that being an issue, because definitely it is an issue. It's like for the Turkish scene as well. Like, how many Turkish players, how many Turkish teams we've had, and how many changes they had, with the same players.
But pretty much the same 3 being drawn in and out until...
Yeah, exactly.
But I think we can bench that conversation for now. Most of what we've said, I think, is still something that we do at least recognize to be an issue of sorts. But either way, there is now the next gun around on the board. Monte, they've taken the lead, 3 in a row, looking for 4. But what's next? Lean top mid. He's not going to be challenged. Will fall back, walk away. I say that, but he has taken out the challenge and sway with one of his own.
Good start. Amiga need a little bit of headway, a little bit of room to work with. Let's see if they'll be able to get that third. They're going to go short. That seems to be the final decision here. Or just poking about, hoping to still split B at the end. With the smoke up, definitely perhaps smells more than the latter. Indecisiveness is costing them seconds and perhaps a player, and that's going to be Xanter to fall. The gig is up. Ryu has the info. Surely they check double doors. The corner of CT has to be taken a look at.
Dick.
Good check. Ryu wins the duel. It's vital. Good nade as well. 3v3 retake. It's on. They have kits. And they have Molly and smokes.
Rare to see this happen, but here we have it around 6. Molly and smoke is the most important one. It gives me... Was not in the tunnels. That's probably where the utility would go. Instead, has to be thrown elsewhere. Atelier's feet will be burned by the AK-47. Forced out of a awkward duel. There's one more to go. Atkar is swaying. He is stuck.
They got it.
Gizmi closes in. It's on Afro. It is the round done, and that is a great retake out of Monte. Great opening. They've not lost a round since the first few.
I really like the fact that, Monty is putting up a strong fight early. It is Dust 2 after all. Difficult to play, especially against a team like Nemiga that we know how much firepower they can bring on the table. So the fact that you can counter it early, make sure they don't get their wings and they don't wake up in a way, is going to enable Monty to be at a pretty good ending here on the halftime, I feel like. The pistol, great start. It opens up beautifully. But Nemiga get themselves, a 2-0, 3-1 start, something like this, I believe. Then it came to the actual gun round that Monty's able to steal in the end.
It's the round here for Gizmy. And since then, we already saw that trick as well. Nice little boost for Afro, off angles. And then a retake toward the B side. They're just putting on the pressure to Nemiga here. And playing it pretty damn well overall. There's another as well thing I'm going to mention, right? I didn't have the time just yet. But you guys were talking about Afro. You're kind of saying maybe on a bit of a downhill trajectory since Fnatic. I do think there is more kind of to that. Because when he was picked up, the best AWPer of that year, pretty much, in terms of statistics alone. Right, farming tier 2, not in tier 1 competition, but still. I think the issue kind of came down to how he was utilized in that Fnatic team. At the IGL he was with, like being Dexter. You saw the same sort of situation with Torzi as well, and Dexter and Mouse, where the AWPer wasn't most aggressive, wasn't utilized, in my eyes, properly. And that's kind of why people have tanked on Afro stocks as well, and people got surprised that Torji as well started playing better with when Dexter was outed as well. I think that's just something that people kind of recognize, or have to recognize. It's different IGLs, different play styles. Everybody makes sacrifices and changes for their team, but right now, Afro, I think he's been doing well in recent times again. But here for the defense, we'll bench that conversation and instead look at what the CT defense can do. Card will trade back the lead. Fight continues to be peppered with these bullets, and Paul rotates coming through. There is Sway catching the next one. Ryu jump shots. Connections from Sway do not stop.
The fact
that
he pulls out a
left
USB,
on
man.
his lonesome. 30 seconds left, and the bomb to be planted by Card. Maybe not, actually. Taking the challenge to CT. Now he's stuck with the bomb, but he still wins out that duel. Gives it a bit of a risk factor involved there, but it is round done. Nemiga, they'll put an end to Monty's initial streak of rounds.
Crazy pull that Khan decides to just jump down and take the fight head on. As you said, the C4, if he drops it, it's a 1v1, then Zwei has to come through short and pull something out of his hands, anything really. In the end, it works out 4-3. We're going to see a full buy from Monty. We got Afro on the AWP. We've got 4 rifles on the rest. Seems like a pretty standard go-to round here. 2-1-2 split. Kind of having a bit of focus towards mid itself. Haji looking to fight through double doors potentially. I don't think you want to risk it here. It feels like it'd be too much of an overextension. Good nade on Lean, double down, and it's Lean to fall. Great entry from Nemiga, and another free kill if Gizmy decides to push. Predictable molly. Haji pulls away. Sound Q gained. Nemiga has all the info. They have mid control. Or do they? Hold up. Did Lear just walk out without a smoke up?
I think he did try to lurk out. It's not all too uncommon, but it can be punished easily. Here, however, the second man is where things go wrong. Xander, unexpected, having cut off those rotations, and suddenly it's the B side taken care of as well. But we're saying bye-bye to this round. Nemiga firing back, and suddenly as well. You couldn't see that CT economy not doing all too well, so runway is given to this T side now to start taking a streak of their own. That is the most difficult part of CT Dust 2 that I will never shut up about. Rings true every single time. Money's out. First half kind of slows down there. Bouncer in trouble, but utility comes through. And there it is. Swipe Suicide emerges and takes down Gizmi. No survivors for Monte.
Nemiga. Are they going to push over the board here and go to 5 and 6 potentially? Monty now forced onto a full eco. It gives me the feeling that Nemiga could run away with this first half. I wouldn't be too surprised if they do. We said it ourselves. Dusty is a good pick for them. It's a strong map. It's a map they regularly play. Their players obviously more focused on those individual battles than anything else. As the trick, Monty have players that are capable of something like that as well, but I think they would more rely upon the experience and the tactics than the actual individuals. So that's why Dust does concern me, but they have read them well, ready for this A execution.
Two spots. First one is the shoulder lean, and in CT the boost as well gets seen. One for the 5.7s. Gotta respect the pistols at least a little bit. Don't give them too much. They're not gonna run them down any further than that, it seems. That's a nice little tag team for the finish for Ollier and Xanter at the same time. But let's actually talk about Sway. I think that was, he was one that we didn't really talk too much about it, besides in passing that, yeah, he's good, but he's currently having a ball. 5 KD, 15 and 3.
How old is he? Like 18, right? Something like that? God. Very young player, coming up on the Nemiga side.
17.
17, yeah. Sway, I mean, he's got some moves, that's for sure. 15 kills certainly proves to be the case.
No slouch, and kind of proves why his numbers are as high as they are. He's got like 1.24 impact, and that alone is impressive.
You want to hear a funny story, or rather a fun fact?
You've got a couple of these today, yeah, sure. What else?
His previous team was called Vaseline Worms. I don't know who came up with that name, but that sounds like a horrible thing. That sounds like a Cthulhu monster.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh.
A shout out to whoever came up with that name. That's funny.
For real. Like, goddamn. How do you even get the idea for that?
Shout outs on whoever looked at Vaseline Worms and decided, yeah, I'm going to pick up this guy.
Absolutely. As we're going to have another long incursion. Nemiga's going to push on forward. And this should be simple enough of a take. I mean, there's only one man holding. It's Gizmi with an MP9. I don't know how the hell they expect him to hold here, but as soon as he comes into contact, she should be dead. Car Molly? Absolutely. Where is it? Nope. Denied.
Xanter and Risky Bob in position to pretty much throw that out. I like this. Monte going aggressive for information. Into the low with tunnels as well is quite the cheeky play here. They're going to find out as well. B side, nothing there. And with the utility being thrown here as well, the C side are going to be forced to go for one play only. Monte are going to have this knowledge, but they're a little bit afraid of mid. So we're going to be somewhat slow. They do have a worry as well in their own regard, that being top mid, where Lyra waits. One victim. There's the second. Gives me down on sight now, weakened, but not completely done.
Xanter is able to plant the second molly. Will burn him though, as Lean gets caught mid-jump, but it's a 3v2. They have yet to plant the bomb, which gives them a little bit of time to play with. Ryu finds 2. That's perfect. Khan 1v1, but the angle after. No! He gives himself up for nothing. Oh.
Damn, bomb was on site as well. At that point, you can wait it out.
Yeah.
Against the off to go for the 1v1, though. Tries to be the hero, and here we have round number 6. Nemiga, this T-side is continuing to be a threat for Monte. They had that initial streak, and that's it. Now it started to wear off that novelty of it. And not only, they don't really have anyone to match what Sway is putting out. Like, Ryu last shot at that 2K nearly saves them as well. But when you look at it, we've talked about Haji a fair bit. He's struggling, man.
He is struggling. Like I said, he's been around for almost as long as I have. I'm not even joking. Like, when I started to play Counter-Strike back in 2014, he'd joined to play not long after. I think it was like I want to say 2015 to 16 when he first played. I think it was in Vex, or was it Envy Academy? Yeah, 16.
Envy Academy in 17.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I still remember him from this day, from that day back then, and like, the dude's been playing for ages, but you know, at one point, maybe it's gonna be time to bow out. Never give up, though. That's the Warriors' mentality.
Yeah, he's bounced it around a lot. I feel like there was a point in his career where he was on that sort of border, right, with the French scene. He was looking real bad.
I'll tell you this
maybe
much.
They would have picked him up to something like a
no, but
something like an Envy or a G2 when they were still French as well. Like, you feel like maybe overlooked.
The original 3D Max setup back in, what was it, 2019, something like this, give or take a few years. I'm not exactly sure. But I remember casting a game specifically by 3D Max on Inferno, and Haji was the reason they would win that game. On CT side, he pulled like a 1v4. On A side, he'd be doing crazy moves. So what I'm saying is, there was a time, there was a place, but I feel like every single time he moves teams, it takes longer for him to adjust to a new team. It takes longer to do something with the team. And unfortunately, time is no longer on the side of some of the players.
Could be.
I mean, look, the comparison can be drawn between, let's say, example, Sway and Haji, right? A very young player that's only just starting his career, and let's say an older player that has already had, for the most part, his glory days, right? Ooh. In this day and age, Counter-Strike has become a game of the young man. Like, the younger you are, the better it's going to be. Like, your reactions, your dedication to the game, the amount of time you put into it every day. It's a young man's game for real, and very few will be able to sustain that the longer they play, as we do have beautiful pop flashes, but still it doesn't work out. Like, the fact that they persevered. Sway has 2 kills, Lear on 1 as well, missed shot by Afro, and they know he's on short.
That is a crazy move for Monty as well to make through the smoke.
Yeah, through the smoke, like...
First
no
two, both go down, and it seemed like this time Amiga were ready for it as well. It was that first round where it worked out, and now they doubled down on it with 2 coming through. Still not good enough. And Monte, it's this first half that falls apart after the initial streak. Because Afro, sure as hell, does not have what it takes here. The type's not inside, maybe there's a kit he can pick up. But against 3, and is essentially a crossfire. Okay, that was a chance for a moment, but... can't adjust. But still, it's not going to work out for the CTs here. Monte, this first half, proved a little bit difficult. But in Amiga, they're showing us why they picked this map. They've got the aim, they've got the brain, and the power to come through whatever Monte showed them here as well. But by no means is it about half either. It's some mistakes, yeah, but Monte is still in these rounds, mostly. A couple where it does get very close as well, but in the end, it is Amiga that come out on top, but that's pretty much all that matters.
It's hard to not come out on top when Zwei has 19 kills.
True.
Like, let's not beat around the bush. Let's not say this would have gone much differently. If it wasn't for a few great rounds from Ryu and the rest of the team, like Gizmy, Lean, and Afro, we would have been seeing a much more one-sided end of the half. So, as I said, it's the end of the road. For Monty, on this map, certainly feels like it. Amiga, generally the better team, not only by ranking, but by individuals as well. Right? Unless I looked at it wrong, but I'm pretty certain Amiga's like 40th, 41st on the VRS
40th,
or world ranking.
HLTV at least.
Yeah, HLTV ranking. I still take that as my primary ranking. And Monty's like 70th, 80th?
73rd.
73rd. Okay, yeah, I knew they were in the range of there. And that's a 30 round difference, or a 30 spot difference. That's pretty high. Monty, though, pistol starts well. They find Sway. They get rid of the hard liner. Let's see if they get rid of the next. Lear. Oh my. How is Lear allowed to live? How does he.
Freebie.
No way. He gets another. He goes in. He's in. Lear is in. How is he in? How does Lear get a third? He's got 51 HP. He's supposed to be dying long ago, but he gets 4.
One remains, and so for the ace as well. Lear wants it. It's become a recovery mission for Afro.
He does not.
And
Oh, that hurt. Oh my goodness, that gave me weak knees right there. Lear didn't even have Kevlar. I just want to mention. The dude didn't even buy Kevlar.
That is utterly ridiculous.
This is insane. Ace clutch on ace on the pistol. Hats off to Lear, but that was one of the sickest plays we've seen in a long time, and this final shot was just sexy. There's no doubting it. It was just perfect. Monty, I think you know your time's up for Dust. I mean, yeah, they'll give it a show. They'll give it a try. Absolutely, why not? But at this point, if you're Gizmy, you got to be thinking, okay, we might as well start focusing on our second map. Like, let's be real. Mirage is coming up. Let's just get ready for that. The more time and energy we waste here, the worse it's going to be.
We did come into this map as well saying that we need to kind of know what Amiga is up to. Like, what have they been cooking for this month-long break? And
we haven't seen them a lot, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's looking good, right? The Dust 2 was that eye test. They start on their home turf. That lets them have a wonderful time immediately from the very get-go. And even if, right, I kind of mentioned Risky, but maybe is a little bit underrated. Right now, though, is about aptly rated, while Sway is farming.
Oh, no, come on.
Is going to be a threat too hot to handle.
I mean, let's be fair. That was all on Monty there. They just got stuck in each other, trying to running away and.
So an MP9 said bye-bye.
Yeah. The MP9 was like, nope, come back. We have a discussion and a meeting with my 30 bullets. Second time out here for Amiga, actually. And this is something we are seeing more and more teams do when they win rounds, when they go against the gun round before they do. Take a timeout. They talk this one through. I like it. It showcases they are well understanding of the psychological effects of gun rounds and how important this will be for their quick getaway on Dust. If they can manage to take it away right here, I mean, they're most likely winning the map. It's as simple as that. And what I wonder is, how much did they prepare against Monty? Did they prepare any anti-strats? Did they go through the demos? Did they take a look at their performances?
There's a possibility. Monte have played this map 20 times in the last few months already, so there are more than a couple of cases to study here. But I'll say this much as well. A lot of the games have been very close. There's been more than a couple of cases where it has been 13-10 or 13-11, or maybe even an overtime loss in Monte's case, but getting over the lines where things have gotten difficult.
What is this?
Oh, that's nasty. Allowed to get that trade as well. Oh, Amiga, they've gotten away with quite a bit here. All of B sides shot down from Monte. But it has not gone without a trade here. It's still an even 3-on-3, but the entire part of the map taken away from them is the problem.
Yeah, the HP is also a little bit of an issue on the other side for Amiga. But then again, I mean, if you're hitting shots like that, nobody's going to care. So maybe that's the beauty of it. Lear playing alone on site. He's had a pretty decent game so far. I mean, Sway is on 23 kills. Do I need to say more? 23 kills and 5 deaths. Oi, Lear. No chance.
Okay.
Well, this should be pretty simple. Now they know where they both are.
Yeah, as soon as they do as well, you can just throw down a smoke to CT, maybe one toward a shot, and say that's round. Down a man as well, Nemiga surely isn't going to try this, and, they're just collecting the AWP for Risky Bob. Away they go! 1-5. Needing to wake up here. This round as well, it feels like they get away with the lack of control they have here either way. It's one that they are essentially gifted with that shot on the Lear on site. Beyond that, I do feel like Nemiga have this one in the bag, but one shot changes the round. Way. Oni is still on an Amiga. They've got more than enough here. Afro on a scout is still on the Monte side, and that's completely fine. You can tag him up, your teammates can bag him, or you can hit a nice headshot. That also works.
Also works, that's true.
Ooh, what is that for the hinge or on the top? That is a pixel lineup, so I'm gonna assume that might be for the top, but nonetheless, interesting lineup, just knowing that most teams like to free throw that essentially. Or have a different lineup altogether, but very fast one. And nonetheless, toward the doors, less than Amiga know it's gonna be a mid default coming out for Monte.
They've already got them locked in, so Nemiga's ready for either short, long, or mid. Whatever comes, they'll be prepared for it. We see Lear getting a few utilities in the hands of Xanter. One being a flash, waiting for the call. And unless they go short and Molly goose, they might be in trouble. They do look to go towards B, though. The split could work. Through mid, it's dangerous, and especially easy to find openings as the T. Question is, do you, though? We see Monty now focusing their efforts straight to B. Spot up. Khan. This is a firing line. This is a firing line that you do not step into, and yet they don't care. He gets 3. It's easy. It's simple. It's Nemiga against Monty. And it's 1v2 for Zwei. Let's see if he gets the Zwei right here.
There's lead holding on for the first one in Zwei. Is me dealt with. It comes to the rotation. I was gonna say before Khan popped off that they keep testing his way toward the B site. But then Khan decides to show up 3 of his own. He's played whack-a-mole and only a flame will snuff him out. But what a round as well from Khan there. But I gotta hand Monty at least the props to say that they are not shying away from the fight against Sway here. Despite him having such a all-out game here. They keep challenging. But it might be time to not challenge at some point, right? You gotta ask how many times do you want to bang your head against the wall?
Look, man. Monty, they'll need a miracle. They'll need something. They'll need Haji as well. He needs to get on the server and wake the hell up if he wants to help his team get this W. 6 rounds in a row. I believe that possible for, who was it? Fnatic, right? So perhaps we can see it here for Monty if things go their way. But Zwei just shuts it down. Just makes it an easy decision already. This will be 12-5. Good nade as well.
You can't get away from him.
No, you can't. Khan is hungry and same for Zwei, but 27 kills for Zwei, by the way. Just want to mention, that is insane.
Yeah, when I say maybe it's time to change it up a little bit, not keep feeding him. They try. They try yet again to break him, but he is unbreakable here. He's an iron wall that it is too hard to get past.
And we knew going on to Dust is going to be a problem for Monty. So this doesn't come as a big of a surprise. But we'd still expect perhaps a bit of a stronger fight, if nothing else. And I'm hoping Mirage will be that case. They have to have chosen it for a reason.
Yeah.
Like, we know Ryu, Lean, Gizmi, and Afro. Well, more so Lean and Ryu, and perhaps even more so Ryu, but they have the individual capabilities. Haji as well, when he's having a good day. Today it doesn't seem to be the case, and unfortunately it's a day where he had to play well. Or where he has, rather, to play well.
Yeah, we can still say, right, even from that first series we had, right, we had Falvin struggle in map 1 and then turned out for 2 and 3, right? People have off days, especially in online Counter-Strike, so you kind of judge one performance.
No, absolutely. That's right. It's honestly right. I don't want to take anything away from them. They just have to show up or, shut up. It's as simple as that. There's no second chances. This is not the Swiss stage. They made it through, yes, but they might not make it further.
We'll see. For that second map as well, Monte, I do think they have one really good thing going for them, and that is Ryu, right? He's still the top 14 kills, not exactly on the, same level as Zwei at the moment, but on Mirage, I have seen Ryu pull off just ridiculous things.
You want to hear a fun
That
thing,
is
though?
what I'm looking for. Hold on, give it a second. Give it a second. We've got
Haji?
duels coming through, and Khan is waiting. He's just everywhere, apparently. On B, when Monte had B, and on A, when they're coming this way. But now it's away with the second one, and it's down to the Monte. Few players remain, but is that going to be enough?
I guess we're about to find out. Afro does make it a 3v3. And Haji's already gotten one. If he can get another, that'd be excellent. Lean finds Risky Bob. I was about to say Lean has had a few issues, but he is at least waking up. And Risky Bob on the other side, as I was trying to also point out before the attack happened. Monty get number 6. It's not the end of the world, but it is the potential end of the map still. What I do want to mention is how Risky Bob has still only 4 kills. Like, we haven't really mentioned it. We can point it out though that Risky Bob, if the game wouldn't have gone as well as it did for Zwei, maybe we wouldn't be seeing this kind of a result at all. Oh, well,
They've cracked
Zwei does
open.
die.
All it took was Zwei on a pistol.
Real.
Either way, Monte, 7 on the board, right? Like I said, a lot of these games have come to them getting towards 10, 11 rounds and then having lost it in the end, right? They do keep making Dust 2 somewhat close, but the problem is still getting over the line, and currently that kind of is that issue, where they need to step up on an individual level to something completely different than what it's right now. And to that, I do want to see Ryu, right? I want to see him warm up for Mirage. I want to see him perform like a 40 bomb when it comes to it on that second map, because I think he can. He's
Definitely going to need to. Like, honestly, he's going to need to. If we're going to have Zwei performing as he is, that's what they require. Like, Haji's going to have to show up in one way. Ryu, Lean, Gizmi, they're all going to have to pull their best ace performance. Even Afro's going to have to start hitting some more shots. 5 rounds to go in a row. Overtime possible. If Monty clutch their pearls, pray to some gods, and get some lucky shots. Because I'm sure there's still going to be a few rounds where Namiga are going to be an inch away from winning. And it comes down to potentially this one even. Saved weapons.
This as well, by the way. This is a very off game for Haji, right? 2025, Dust 2, he's been solid at like 1.26 impact, 1.12 ratings here as well. And, well, you kind of see what might happen if he is missing at the moment. So, at a detriment to his team, but they're still slightly in it. Now against the Pistols only with a FAMAS in the mix for Khan. They are looking to chase him down, but he does manage to escape.
Good shots.
There goes the next as well, and it is looking to be kept clean. Give it a second.
Maybe.
Oh. Khan barely gets out.
And finally, Haji as well, seemingly on the server, waking up, and this is where things can get a bit tricky for Namiga. Like I said, you said it best in 2025. He'd actually been stepping up massively for the squad. So it is an off game that unfortunately comes in the most unopportune of times. Like, this is the playoffs. You cannot afford to have a bad game at the end of the day when you're in the playoffs. Or if you do, somebody else has to step in.
Oh my god. From bad to worse, USB insta headshot, that's a dirty 30, and we are, by the way, just looking at that round count, 20 rounds in. I knew Sway had game, but to say he has this much game is crazy.
I mean...
This is right, this is still the eye test, like I put it, to see what Amiga have been cooking up kind of for map number 2 as well. This is the perfect start they could have asked for.
It kind of is. Oh, that's...
But then maybe falling off that form they had at the start of the year just a little bit. That break seems to have maybe been very, very opportune and very prime. Risky Bob.
Oh, no way. Risky Bob
is in a disgusting position
this is
here.
insane.
If Afro goes away, or goes by just a little bit unnoticed, unchecked, that's the bomb that will be dropped. As M4, gotta be careful not to show that as well. Plenty of it. Look at the aggression overall that Amiga is showing here. That's the bomb. Hello. Wait for the second lead. Might show himself still, but this is a round waiting to be
just
closed
hide.
Out,
You just gotta hide if you're an Amiga.
And right now he's looking for that second. They're not giving him that chance, but he's got it. 1 and 2 execution style. Risky Bob. Slow and steady. He'll clutch up big time for this round alone. And Naji with 25 HP into mid. 1v3 required, and he's got that first 2 already. We've already seen clutches here.
Oh,
now down to Khan. Other side is 1 bullet to decide it all.
The most important
moment needs to be picked up, and RJ will clean
gonna
it
get
up
it.
here. We are not done.
What a wake up.
Not yet.
What a wake up by Haji, man. I cannot believe that he was, what, 1 and 10 or something like that? 1 and 9? He actually had probably one of the worst performances this year yet. And the fact that he wins a 1v3 at the end here, or at least a 1v2, is massive. A 1v3, in fact. It was a 1v3, yeah. So, well played, Haji. Up to 9 immediately, and that is going to be the 9th round for Monty. They denied the win for Nemiga. It was supposed to go their way. Risky Bob did it all. He got 2 kills in the 1 round that was supposed to signal the end, yet it's not enough. Twi's out, and it looks like we're looking at 10 as well. Damn, Monty, if you really pull this all the way back, I'll take back what I said. Even if I can't.
It's gonna be another close call for Monte on just 2 here.
It seems like that's the case, yeah.
There's nothing else, they'll make it entertaining, and that is what we love to see.
Imagine if Zwei was still alive. If he had 31 and 10 kills and want to go for more, that'd be like, how much more can he get in a single map without even going to overtime? I mean, hell, we are approaching round 22 and he's on double that almost, well, half double of that almost.
Ooh, this means he...
goodbye.
Gunner, yes he is. Doesn't matter, they've got money.
They got the cash.
But guess what? It's Monte with the 5-round streak, and what did I talk to you about, Dusty? What did I say? It's T-side of momentum. That's what this map really is. And people say it's CT-sided. I say T-side of momentum, and I'm proven right yet every single time almost.
And we did say how perhaps, you know, 4 rounds might just be enough, right? It might just be exactly what they're looking for, that the comeback is possible, something that we thought Fnatic might be able to do. Never saw them do it, though. And I'm happy that Monte is at least taking a chance here. Afro on long, gets the first. That's Lear. The smoke is too deep. He's got an angle of attack. Down to a 4v5. And Nemiga, they might be shaking in their boots right now, because overtime is soon to come.
We talked about, oh my god, needing other avenues besides running into Sway. It seems like they've found them. only, what, 2-3 kills in these last 3 or 4 rounds as a whole. They've avoided him like the plague, but...
Oh, the bait, though.
That is a very sharp shot for Nemiga to get. Mad advantage goes back in their favor. Looking to pack things up right here and now with this round yet again. But as the previous one shows, do not count them out. Haji, out from Catwalk, up the site, into Carter potentially. On that kill feed, there it is. Lean is the first one to go down. 2 more to go. Roach,
Haji.
steady, slow, but eye on Haji still. If Ryu goes searching, he might get punished, but if he waits just a second...
No! Haji missed! Oh, no!
I don't like this!
Oh, Haji. He had it all. He had the world in his palm, yet misses it all. And it seems like it's finally coming to the end of what we'd expected already so long ago. What should have been the end so long ago, yet never came until now. Nemiga will find 13. And Haji, he might have had a few heroic moments, but unfortunately in the end, the sentiment remains true. It's just not enough. They need to do better on map 2. They need to do better on Mirage, or you might see a 2-0 here.
They will do better in map 2. That is what we're looking at here as well. But it is one hell of a game, nonetheless, being still pulled back by Monte to show that they will have something here to give on Dust to, but it's just not enough, right? You can have an 8-4, but as soon as you let it get to 12-5, that's where it's not enough. But Hayes, welcome back. Mr. Stalter, the teacher, what do you got here for us?
Well, welcome back to me and farewell to you guys. You guys get out of here. Scram, enjoy your break. That was a lengthy first affair. I'm sure you're looking forward to top up on the coffee, a glass of water, or whatever it might be. So let's run through some highlights here and I can catch everybody up with what just went down and some of the nuances on that map. So, I mean, Nemiga, bit slow to start, a little bit scrappy, you know, with the way that they kind of opened up in the map. Obviously, they went up, you know, won the pistol, converted. That was all good and well, but just the first gun round from them looked a little bit lackluster. I actually need to just open up my notes here. I just closed it. I just remember that was the theme. That was the highlight. But let's draw this back now. So once we got going with the gun rounds, Nemiga took full control of the map. That was the bottom line. That's why I say it was a bit scrappy initially, but once they got the economy behind them consistently, they did look very convincing. You know, they kind of opened up with quite a simple approach, just grouping up with their numbers, taking short control, getting onto A, going through long, getting onto A. Then they changed up a little bit as the half went on. We started seeing some more mid splits coming through from them as well. Zwei was just incredible, though. Zwei throughout start to finish of the entirety of the map was very impressive. He had a very good game, and I was kind of wondering if Zwei doesn't deliver in that fashion, then Monty probably win the map. But like I said, the concern for Monty in the first half was just the gun rounds. You know, Afro was finding a kill here or there, but it's not like he was consistently able to lock down a side of the map, find a multi-kill, you know, to win the round for his team. I feel like nobody was really standing up in a big way for Monty. You know, Haji was not really contributing in a massive way, and everybody else was okay. So they didn't have like a big pop-off player in a gun round that could get 2 or 3 kills for them that would give them a big advantage. Whereas Nemiga just had Zwei. He was inevitable. He was the truth. And we flip halves. He goes onto the CT side, onto this B-bomb side, and they just feed him. Like, they just continue going in his direction every single round. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, if there wasn't a whole nother half of the map that you could go to here and avoid this player, that would be great, isn't it? Oh, wait, there is. There's the A-bomb side. And like I said, up until that point, Zwei was still the only guy who I even think had like a positive KD. Maybe Leah had one, I'm not sure. But the point is that he was carrying his team massively. And I think he was plastering over a lot of the cracks that Nemiga actually had on Dust 2 that weren't so prevalent because of how well he was playing. Then what we start to see is Monty either getting the kill on Zwei or just avoiding Zwei altogether. And then they start to rack up some rounds here on their T side. A little bit of a revitalization from them. Certainly spurred on by that Haji clutch in towards top mid. I mean, Risky Bob played that situation to perfection, you know, letting Afro cross in front of him, having that trigger discipline, lining up the player towards long doors as well, and getting both those kills. But ultimately it wasn't enough, and Haji was on low health as well when he won that round for his team. That was a really important recovery, but ultimately won in vain, because then he's in a really good spot at the 12-10 scoreline. He's crept past the AWPer on the A-bomb site, and he's got that line of sight on long, but he misses the shots. Khan's able to adjust. He obviously hits the shot. Here's the clutch now, where he was actually able to win it out against Khan. Just good confidence on the swing there. Had a rough game up until that point, but then, like I said, he kind of drops the ball at the 12-10 scoreline, not able to hit the instant shot. So Yeah, I think there's still certainly some concerns there from Namiga's side. You know, Xanta 11 and 14 at this point. Risky Bob had a good round on the B bomb site. That was about it. Khan seemed to improve as the map went on as well. So I guess that could be a bit concerning for Monty, that there's so much room for improvement for Namiga. They really just got carried by his way throughout that map. So if we do see them just tighten the screws a little bit, then, you know, Monty could be in trouble. But Monty are a good Mirage team. Gizmi's always been a very solid Mirage IGL. He's got good pieces whose strengths lend themselves to a map like Mirage as well. You know, Ryu likes to be active, likes to go in first. Lean, we saw, was very active on the CT side of Dust 2 as well. A lot of rounds just taking space up short and looking for those early fights at the start of the round, and then sometimes even committing to the push if he didn't find any resistance. And that'll also be something that can be welcomed on the CT side of Mirage, right? We'll see him making plays through Con up middle and all the rest. So, yeah, I think there's still a very good chance here for Monty to level up the series, also because I just wasn't inspired by Namiga on that first map. So we'll have to take a short break now, guys. When we come back, it will be Mirage, and we'll find out exactly what's going to happen, whether we'll require a third or maybe Namiga can get this done in two. First map of the series done and dusted. It is going to be Nemiga who lead 1-0 going into their opponent's pick of Mirage. Now, you look at the skill set of the Nemiga players, Tio, and I feel like Mirage should just be a fantastic map for them. You know, Xanta, someone who's super active, loves taking gunfights. Khan, very reliable on the AWP. Leah, strong fragging IGL. Zway, just like a nutter. We saw him playing super well, but the results haven't really matched up with the expectation you'd have for those names, right?
I mean, it ended a lot deeper than I would have initially anticipated, and than I actually initially anticipated. Surprised by a little bit of resurgence coming out from Monty. Hopefully, this is not going to be the end of it. Mirage, as you said, yes, I'm expecting Nemiga to have a strong start and possibly a very difficult game up front for Monty. But nonetheless, we expect more out of Monty, don't we, as well? I feel like they are a team that likewise should not be as disappointing as they were in the first half of our first map, Dust.
Yeah, I think we will see a good improvement from them here on Mirage, though, Nexus. Gizmi's been a strong IGL. You can go back to the Academy team. It was a very good map for them. Lean would pop off routinely. Ryu had big games. Of course, they had, like, some other names as well in the Academy team. FNL, and I can't remember the other one not coming to mind right now. But point is, it was always a solid map for them, and I expect them to bounce back here, but I'm still kind of leaning towards Nemiga for the 2-0. What are you thinking? You think Monty's going to answer back with the one of their own?
Yeah, yes they are. And I've got one name for you, and that is, while you say Lean having been fairly decent on this map, I'm going to be pointing out Rio because his stats for Mirage are ridiculous. 1.20 rating for the year of 2025.
Wow.
And 1.29 impact. 85 ADR. He is an absolute monster when it comes to Mirage.
Yeah.
He lives here, I'm pretty sure. He is a goddamn godsend for his team when it comes to Mirage. And I feel like there was a game I saw him go for like back-to-back 1v4s or something. And since then, I've just been a believer of this guy when it comes to Mirage. And I will sing his praises. Rio is an absolute monster when it comes to this, and I expect nothing short of waking up for Monte. I see map number 3 on the horizon already, because kind of like you put it, besides Sway being the truth for Nemiga, there was not as much as you kind of would like for them, right? Khan woke up a little bit, had his moment as well, but Sway was the truth. They kept farming, or kept feeding him as well, but beyond that, it just felt like there was not enough to show as a team. And that's where I think Monte will punish them here on Mirage.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. I'm still thinking Nemiga into. You guys both seem to think Monty are going to take us to a third. We're going to be throwing it into that second map, and we can find exactly what will transpire. And I guess we'll see each other afterwards.
Thank you for that one, Hayes. I wouldn't go as far as saying that we both see it that way, that Monty is going to get a 2 around here, or a map rather. But yes, it's possible. I cannot deny it's definitely on the cards. They chose this map for a reason. They better have a good plan for it. And we're going to kick off with the pistol. Nexus, it looks like it's going to be straight up middle. 3 players about to pop out. I believe Haji's probably going to be approaching then from under in towards Con, and most likely a plan to finish on A.
We'll see. Maybe a kill or 2 can sway them one way or another. Smoke will tell us a fair bit of which way this eventually will be leaning towards as well, but it would just be that they're flirting with the idea of shots. Going through that connector, Smoke, Lead takes kill number 1. That is Khan out. The side leaves Sway alone, and from a monster performance, now shuts it down. Lean might be popping off here. Maybe Hayes isn't all too far. Maybe he actually knows what he's talking about. Sometimes might be right.
And sometimes might be wrong. It is going to be Xanter and Risky Bob finding each one. Nemiga right now looking for this retake. They are on site, but just a... Oh, gave me a fright there for a second, and Risky Bob is going to try the same way, but this time Gizmi's ready. If that smoke had popped a second earlier, a half second earlier, before Gizmi can at least see the silhouette of the player, I'm sure that could have ended exactly as we thought it would. With the defuse in the smoke, but Nemiga denied. Good pistol, Monty. It catches them a little bit off guard here with the players coming in through Con and Jungle, but handle their pressure well. Gizmi with a double, and that is going to be enough. We're going to be opening up a full eco. Love it. Nemiga playing smart, wanting to play max round amounts of gun rounds. Meanwhile, Monty, we are expecting an anti-eco, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Trying to bait them in. Waiting and waiting. The name of the game. Me and Afro will slowly approach through mid here to take control. See what they can find. But it's a short stack that might still prove slightly difficult, although I don't imagine it to be all too hard for Monte to handle. They got the ranged weapons. And interestingly enough, no SMGs. Might have been expecting a force buy out of Nemiga here, and certainly that's the sort of situation that this buy maybe does indicate. But for now, it's a search towards mid for Nemiga. They're trying to isolate Afro, who is fighting for his life and gets nothing out of it. And a Galil given over instead. Gives me waits. Finds one. The round itself is still done. It is well enough played for Monte. Yes. They found a good timing towards B. And it seemed like they won't be losing more than one Galil here either.
Simple enough. Haji's on the hunt. Might even recover that one Galil. They won't pick it up, of course, but...
I'd give up another one.
Might lose another. That is also fair. Haji a bit too eager to fight.
I mean, jumping across, connector. Yeah. That's...
Yeah,
audacious.
It's foolish, it's audacious, it's absolutely unacceptable in a way, but then again, who cares, right? They've won the round, he's got a Galil, he's not thinking too straight about it.
He was living life like... He was living life as if he had a Mac 10.
I can't blame him. After that first map, I think he's going to feel bad for sure. Like, I feel him. You know, anybody would in his position. He had an atrocious first half. One kill to boot for the most part. Then he kind of woke up at the end there, got a few more. Actually went up, I believe, to be at least at around 10, 11. So, I get it, you know. I get it. He wants to play on his ego, and I think that's a good thing in this case. As he enters the site, finds the entry, that's why down. A-side attack straight through main. They don't care. They're already in CT. They're going to get another kill, maybe a secondary. Yes, Afro secures it. It seems like Monty's up for 3. Now, all of a sudden, they shift up the gears, and it's enough to surprise Nemiga. Risky Bob and Lear, they have to exit. At best, a kill or two here.
Yeah, you know what I call this round for Monte?
A fanatic?
No, that's a UK special. This has been ran since the dawn of their of their comeback in these last 5 years. It just flashes.
I mean, it's a variation of, or rather, a bit of a complexer start to what usually Fnatic did back in the good old days when the team was still together in its full force. They would just run out A. They simply had the spawn and wouldn't even throw a flash. A dry walk out of A. And yeah, with the flashbangs included, it's enough. Nemiga get blinded, they're not ready, and lose the site, lose the round. 3-0, Mont, good start. Haji as well, having a great opening for himself. We got Gizmi on 3-0. Afro gets caught, but he trades off for 1. It's actually Gizmi to get the secondary here. It's Lear to fall. Monty, solid, as it can be.
On to top mid. Holding the shoulder of one Gizmi, who's able to recover that bomb hit, right? If he goes down here, gives away more information. Khan might have wanted to push as well, but none of that happens. Instead, what does happen is that he's been pushed all the way towards A and into the crosshairs of one named Lean. Dilly goes out, Zway. We spoke about him as if he was the truth, or the dust to, and he certainly was. Now, barely able to escape. His fate is different. Get to frag the start of map number 2, what do we have going on with a 4-0 lead here for Monty?
Well done.
I like the pace here.
Perfect.
It's pretty much... It feels like an ego play with that previous round.
Yeah.
Here as well, they're kind of changing things up to see what Nemiga's reaction to that sort of a round is going to be. And if they still come out victorious,
I really like how they aggro top mid with Afro first, excuse me.
Yeah.
Where, you know, you risk the op, sure, but he guarantees the kill, and if you've got your teammates you can count on, in this case it was, I believe, Gizmy that got the refrag. So, you know, 2 kills for the trade of 1, yeah, you'll take that any day of the week, even if it's your opper. You can retrieve the AWP as we see, and none's the wiser. Meanwhile, you secure the round towards A, and that's another one in the bag. It's looking so much better than what we had on Dust. It truly does feel like a bit of a different scenario finally. To be fair, Dust started relatively close, right?
It was the first 2 for an Amiga, then Monte pick up 4, and the rest of the half is all an Amiga from there on out.
Exactly.
But this is what we said, right? Dust 2, Mirage, completely different, because Dust 2, that was an Amiga's home turf. They've now played 20 maps on it, and a 75% win rate, so impressive as all hell. That was the eye test, essentially, for them. After this bit of a break that they've had, we gotta know what they're going to be coming up to. And it showed pretty damn okay, but obviously with that sort of asterisk, that Sway did carry them. Through that one. If that is going to be something that we at least kind of rely on, then sure. But Mirage is essentially a punish pick in that itself as well, where this is Amiga's Dust 2 compared to Monte as well, where they are weak. Weaker.
Weaker, and definitely a reason why we see it chosen by Monte. And we can see right here, Lean secures another, and this is effectively the round almost gone. The HP is quite low on Monty. A few well-placed shots and everything can turn, though we all know how these shots are. One might connect, the second is already a big question mark, and right here it's going to be Risky Bob's chance to prove his worth. He had a slow game on map 1, didn't need to do much, Sway did most of the heavy work. He ended, what, on 6 kills, Risky Bob? Maybe 7? But I know for the 3/4 of the actual map, or at least 90% of the rounds, he was like on 4 kills. Another save, I guess, as Nemiga is looking to keep themselves composed on B, but it will be a B hit. 25 seconds. Monty, hold up. They got to change up speed now, and yeah, they're going to be running A finally. They realized, okay, we might have made a crucial mistake. Thankfully, that's not the case.
Still keeping it clean. It's a wonderful little situation for Monte to turn things around this convincingly. It also shows as well what is the difference between a map they're confident on and one that they're not. Here they started off right, very well, and individually on a much better show as well.
There is no comparison. Right now, Monty looking worlds, leagues better. Confident more so, and Gizmy dies to the bomb explosion and maybe even disconnects. I don't know. No, he's here. He's here. For some reason, he just disappeared from the player tab. Okay, so Nemiga, let's get serious. This is where things start to look a little bit gloom and doom. As Zwei is 0-2, but he's not dying a lot, but he's not getting anything done either. Khan is on 1 kill. He's got the op out. Xanter, we said how he's the quiet workhorse, still just on 1 as well. They have to step up. Time is nigh, and Zwei, surely the fingers will be itching for some, given that, what, he ended up on 32 kills on map 1, maybe 33. I'm not even sure at this point. There were just so many. As Monty make their way through mid. Haji's been able to embed himself towards ladder. He's probably going to be left there for a moment or two. There's no need to commit anywhere just yet. Monty still have a minute and something to kill. Zwei in CT, spotted. will retreat. It's a smart choice. You're in a bad spot. You don't want to die here. A side is vulnerable. A quick rotation could work. Lear gets caught in window. This is where Zwei has to pull back to side. Surely he goes back to the defensive. As Risky Bob finds Haji on short. Trades off right now equal. HP on the side of Monty problematic. Missed shot by Khan, and it will be the price that he pays with his life.
The entirety of the A side falls because of that as well. All Monte have to do is walk in. You have Ryu, who's already out of connector, in toward a jungle, but if they fully get to really take it, they're still wondering, what if they go B? Because guess what? Gizmi's found himself down to rotating away. Still looking to clear connector as well on Ryu. In connector, he waits, and bides his time for 2. Monte secure this round. It's a bit of an all-over-the-place sort of round, but hey, if it works out, it works out. Sometimes there is order in chaos.
Perhaps they have found their stride. Yeah, Nemiga, I mean, they have players in CT base. They have the info. They know they've lost short. Haji gets caught there. It seems like they just kind of... Yeah. Lost in the woods.
Everything goes against them.
Yeah. Interesting. It's round 7 to get us back on track, potentially. It's going to be another buy. Khan still has the ult, but it's Afro close by. Good reply from Mr. Khan, though. He catches Haji on the attempted refrag, or another frag, rather. I love the idea here, though. Afro peeks, gets a free kill, and if in case he misses, it's Haji to immediately take that firefight. Adjusting it perhaps to drop down the player from the little ledge just as Afro shoots, so you're not in the line of fire of a returning opper. But nonetheless, Monty, do have some straight-up bangers here to open up with. Window smoked and walking B. Xanter alone, all in on this defense.
Oh, he's getting caught here for sure. Tries to adjust, but doesn't realize just how close they already are.
Oh boy.
He tries to buy the time, right? Tries to maximize the smoke's own duration when he decides to drop it, but at that point, there's not enough time. And now for the retake, you've eaten a nade. Gone. Not a warm welcome for him, but with the man disadvantage, it's Nemiga decided to back off here. They save, they've got a guarantee to buy next round. Even if one more ends up dying, they can still get away with the buy next round.
Well, this is
what I expected. This is what I needed to see from Monte.
Yeah, I love the fact that you do bring up the difference already before the game, right? You mentioned how Mirage will be a whole new storyline here, and Monty, I might not have believed. I know they were capable of it. That's why I was so shocked for Dust, and here on Mirage, it kind of comes through finally. Khan at least survives. They keep the op, but money is at a crucial all-time low, which translates to, at best, a half buy. I don't think you want to throw everything onto here. Nemiga, you need a bit of something at least. You know, you gotta buy to the next round, and mini Kevlar, maybe a pistol, a nade. We could look into SMGs or perhaps a shotgun. We haven't seen one in so long. And you know they like to play close pits, so shotgun would be, I think, a viable option.
It definitely fits the puzzle pieces there.
Give me a Nova.
There's also, as well, one thing we kind of maybe talk a bit more about is what Hayes also mentioned, and we've kind of recycled a little bit here, is that besides Sway, there was not a lot for Nemiga on map 1 that really kept him afloat.
Yeah.
So to see this as one-sided, it kind of goes to that same sort of pocket of, if you don't have the carry, and you're already on a bit more of an unfamiliar map or unsuccessful one, don't have the individual level from everyone else to kind of lift you up out of this trouble at the moment. And the difference of what if Sway then doesn't drop like 30 on Dust 2, it's probably the comeback, right? It's that conversation opened up here yet again. From same with our previous series of the what if scenarios, but here, kind of see that difference.
What gets me is you have Khan still there, right? He's on the op consistently. He's had it pretty much since the starts of the gun round for the most part, and kind of unable to do much with it. On the other side, Xanter as well on 1 kill. He's failing to hold B. He's dying too soon. He's not even buying enough time. These are mistakes that are plaguing Nemiga right now. And best case scenario is, you know, maybe they put together a bit of a small buy, stack something, hope they get lucky, win it, and then start binding their time and kind of finding their way back to a 5-7, if that's even a reality anymore. I feel like it's not, because it's hard to see how they win here.
We've actually got a fun, interesting technical break here. Changing or charging mouse.
Oh. See,
that's a rare one.
I know that wireless mice are so much better than cable mice these days because of the data transfer and everything. But
you're just
it's the one thing
soul.
that I'll never get by is the fact that you always have to charge it still. And I know I'll forget it, so I just don't buy it, because one day I'll want to play it and my mouse is going to be dead. Like, oh, great.
The battery life, though, I'll say, right, it's really good. Like, mine probably goes for like 4 days on its own. So it is better than probably you give credit for.
No, I know. And I get it. I get why. It is, after all, you know, the only thing it needs to do is detect the sensor and the clicks and kind of minimal, you know, in terms of amount of works it has to do. But Afro, again, same end. Like, we talked about this. He goes that pit play. If he has the spawn almost every single time. Haji, Ryu, wow. They clear out Risky Bob. And I said they need a stack, but it seems like even that is not enough for Nemiga to put up a fight. Not even a close one. No kills. Nothing.
No deaths on Gizmy still. I've been holding out on this, man. He's 6-0, the Immortal right now.
Dude, and we know
now he's actually going to die in this round, but come on.
Yeah.
He's still having an insane job of staying alive in these rounds while still finding impact. Is it round 5 as well, where it's that A side opened up, Gizmy's on B, fights Xanter in the back as well, right? That's a very impactful kill. He's in good position. He's calling a great game. And everybody on Monte is putting in the work for this Mirage to get us toward an Anubis.
Monte's certainly high-tailing it to it. Gizmy just a distraction on mid, trying to keep at least a few players of Nemiga occupied, making them use their utility, whatever they have. Xanter, he's taking an open fight, so if Gizmy presents it, this could be the first entry of the round.
Yeah, also,
flash into mid.
Premature apologies for cursing Gizmy here. He's pretty much.
I didn't want to say
anything
now that you mention it. Yeah. You thought
it's the rule of nature.
Every time you mention it, it happens. The quantum state.
Same with every single half buy and force buy we close out and saying, yeah, it's too one-sided, they're not going to win. Guess what?
Bam.
It's that same.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got short control for Xanter. Might find himself a couple of legs onto the other side, but he's given them information. Haji's now down. There's the trade from Afro. They're still toward the A side. Lear's trying to dodge some utility, but it's a good stack waiting. There's Gizmy. God, my bad again. And out toward the side, it is looking like the first round in Amiga will be picking up, but it's coming from Khan's AWP. 3 on the defense. Trying to make it a 4th one while Afro's styling on them a little bit. Neat little flick, but it's not good enough because Khan comes out with a 4K. And finally, that AWP pays off.
And I said that he needs to bring himself online. He does. 4 kills is what gives them the first one here. And at least 4 more to be needed in order to secure the next 3. If not more kills, even. Joking or not, it's Miga that require a 4-8 halftime. Anything less is gonna be troublesome, to say the very least. Lear, good night, goodbye. Afro boosted, just checks corner in con and gets a free kill for it. No response. Monte, don't need to. They can chill here. They have the time. They've got 90 seconds.
Give Khan another chance, right? He had that one real damn nice round on Dust 2 to get himself awake toward the end here at the 4K, but no follow-up. Instead, hello, Shui. Couple for himself, gets naded, Gizmy doubles down with a risky bob. in a risky clutch. Now lets them know. Afro should have heard that drop, but he's still looking towards window. They have the information, both focusing on this part of the map, and he is making a little bit of noise.
Okay.
Confuse the enemy, step 1.
Yeah, confuse yourself and everybody else as well, step 2. But right now, step 3 is die. Afro's ready. I mean, he's aiming at that position always. He's heard it, and I think Gizmi was watching into jungle from under palace or from side somewhere. So in general, it's a pretty clear-cut round. 9-1, looking like it could go 10-1. I am a little bit perplexed. We knew going into this Nemiga is not the greatest on Mirage, but hell, it's Mirage. It's the map that everybody's playing all the time. It's like saying you don't know how to play Dust. I mean, you might not like it, but you've played it a million times over. So, yeah, this is coming out a bit odd. But in any case, Lear finds Lean. It's a fast B take. It's Monty first, and perhaps Monty last here. What?
Oh, what a kill for Xanter.
I guess that's how we're rolling, and Swy will lock it down. We'll find the final few. Wow. Funky rounds.
Coming to a close. 3-9 or 10-2. Either way, Nemiga's not looking all too great here. It is that
Sweating
individual
bullets.
performance missing right now. Makes the difference, but Monte, they're showing us what they can do. And that's what I really wanted to see. And Anubis is where we should probably, at this point, then decide where this one goes. Obviously, at halftime, things can change, right? It becomes a slightly different sort of game. Someone might be a little bit better on that T side, or might be feeling just peeking into opponents instead.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting.
It's a different sort
sure.
of game, or somewhat of a different game.
Haji, by the way,
wouldn't be all too uncommon. Comebacks, in CS2 at least, we've seen plenty of them. Even in the past overall for the game. But for that as well, we should be getting ourselves a third for Nemiga if they want a little bit of room to wiggle in a potential comeback. And Khan, he's facing the opponents, fighting for his life, and now smoked off. Gotta be somewhat cautious, exposed almost, but not taken down fully. He is just combat dueling here. I love this this expression from Khan.
Can we just appreciate how quick Khan is? Like, on the trigger. He is exceptional, almost.
Oh. 12 points
Afro.
Afro, come on.
This is a tough one. He's got time, though. He can play with this a bit. He can try and isolate a player or two. Smoke into Palace. Lear's going to finally take that charge. He will play with the first. 35 HP left. Afro, 1v3. 10 seconds for each. Still leaves him with 10 seconds to spare. Misses the first shot. That was crucial. Now, unfortunately, he's out of room and out of time. Nemiga secure the third. It's a rough one. A tough one.
I was going to say, there's a reason he was picked up as well in Magnan to Fnatic, right? Highest rated player for that year when he was pretty much being picked up alongside Matisse. Fnatic made really good pickups, but they had some issues, and Afro never really got to show what he was made of in that team. It's a bit sad. It is a bit sad. Underutilized. But he has the capability to be one of the best. It's just the stonks are currently a bit down. But Khan, his stocks might be going up here.
Like I said, Khan, super fast.
2 of the rounds they get is from him. When you only have 2 rounds, or what, 3, 2, 3, 2 rounds? 3 rounds? I can't even remember.
Yeah,
3 rounds.
three,
Yeah, that is
yeah.
a...
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
At least it's something. I'm not saying it's gonna suffice, though. I still feel like you're right at the end. You said yourself that it's most likely Monty stealing away Mirage easily, and so far they are. It comes down to the pistol, it comes down to the gun round, it comes to the anti-ecos. Let's see what's going to be happening. Monty is setting up a mid-push with a bit of a B-hold in itself being thought out. And this is a good idea, because Nemiga's going to go B. And right now, Gizmi's waiting with a perfect HE, though a little bit too soon.
Still delays him for a second. Might buy time for the rotation if Gizmi stands. If... Apparently not. It is cleaning for Nemiga. Look at this.
Damn.
I was worried that Monte is going to have the quick rotations here. It gives me maybe finds one, buys time for the rotations, but none of that even is entertained here from Nemiga's side.
You were worried with good reason. I mean, they had 2 players effectively ready on short to intercept or interdict, given another 5 seconds, maybe even less, 3 seconds. If the 2 players on site would have survived longer, that could have worked out perfectly. But Monty, surprised, taken down in a nick of time, and Nemiga find the pistol without losing a single player. That's not something you see every day.
I respect and appreciate Monte going with the full eco here. We talk about these sorts of rounds a lot when CT's decided to force buy and it just gets out of hand very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's the logic of Monty as well that is solid. They know they have the advantage. They have 5 rounds of it. Why would they waste a force buy for it? There's no point. There's no reason to. Don't be a loser. Play an eco and buy a diffuser in the next. As well as AKs
saying,
or Kevlars.
yes, the proverbs hold true.
Yeah, indeed. The scripture is soon to be written and into tablets chiseled.
In the 16-bit textures, those were written.
Whew. There's going to be a 8-bit soundtrack on that, baby. So yeah, so far, Nemiga rising to the occasion, not allowing mistakes to happen. Straightforward. Exiting through apps, making sure the rifles don't get picked up. It's the MAC-10 that nobody cares about, so, you know, Lear's on a hunting duty. He's got a license to kill.
Yep. He already had a 3K in the pistol here as well. He's farming up a few of his own. Good to get more going as well for every single individual, because I still see a way Nemiga can come back into this. But remember, I was hyping up Monte and Ryu's CT side specifically, so I'm waiting to see that happen, anticipating it, because it feels to me more like a inevitable than a what if. So, to see if Nemiga can withstand those sorts of situations is what I'm looking for, to see if this comeback is truly on or not.
We are going to find out. Nemiga, now with a few Galils up against the full buy. This is the real test, the real starter of the comeback, we can say surely. Xanter will find himself on Ryu. Good molly on Gizmi. He's forced out of position. He cannot fight it. No support. Counter molly into jungle. The timing is perfect. They check stairs, but they don't check it well enough. Lean is given a chance in. He needs to lean into this onto a double, but doesn't get it. It's Lear and Ken on Afro as well. And Zwei pops his head up from under window into short, securing the final one. Nemiga, they've had enough of the games. They've had enough of the play. The foreplay's over. Now it's time for the rough one. It's gonna be an eco here again, and Nemiga's gonna close the gap to 2 rounds remaining.
I guess it doesn't matter if Ryu never gets a chance to show himself, or anybody for that matter on Monte's side.
Maybe not.
Instead. It's a very simple round. We had the talk as well about Monte kind of going for that sort of ego play of run A, rush A, flashbangs in and all that. And here they've gone for a similar setup on Nemiga in the previous. Now it's just against the pistols. It should be easy to clean.
We say easy, though pistols are the most dangerous. There's a reason everybody's fear factor rises and spikes when they're playing against pistols. Like, honestly,
nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Exactly. Like, if
Balls
you'd
to the
had
wall,
to measure...
hard
Oh, come on. Don't tell me. This is how it comes through. Monty, maybe they steal it away. That would be glorious. That would be absolutely perfect for them in their situation, as they will get one more.
Uh-oh.
It's a 1-2. The Deagles still sing their song, and the people are waiting for the final hurrah. Unfortunate timing for Lean, though. Support
HP.
coming in. HP is low. You find Xanter. It's a 1v1. 12 on Lear. 1 bullet will suffice. This is fantastic news for Monty. Let's see if they catch it. Ryu, you said it yourself. You need to see him perform.
It's not just a potential win, but the damage they're doing headed into a gun round next on Monte.
Yeah. Obviously,
setting
yeah.
themselves up so perfectly. What is 25 seconds? Lear gets it running.
No.
That is crazy.
Oh, that
Ryu's
is
got the perfect position as well. He's
and
gonna
he's gonna
hear the
hear him,
steps
yeah.
any moment.
Like, what the hell is
Rotation.
this?
He's gonna
What the
backstab.
hell is this?
And that's a round
God.
for Monte. Nail the shot, or it's done. Into the deagle, a headshot, overkill, but Monte steal the pistols.
25, like, he's one thing that gets me. I understand that he will run back immediately after the engagement, that he would be okay, I'm zooming the hell out of here. I get that. But he stood his ground for what, a good 15 seconds, maybe 20 even, like something in that vicinity, and he still decides to run back to A. Even without a player in the way, that would have left him with barely any time left to plant. But regardless, mistakes made. 10-6. It's Monty on an eco Nexus. It's an eco win.
Even worse, they've lost the first. Headed toward the A side. It's 3 for Amiga around this part of the map. Wanted to work with Haji. Apparently not sure which way to look. What a they continue. A minute left on the clock. Card, one of his own, making a double. Him, lightning fast, we talked about it. With an AK as well, seems to be quick order the trigger. Sharp shots, don't stop.
No way.
Khan is on a rampage. Lets his team back into this one. A 10-7 is what they're looking for, and they should get it.
Gizmi has no way out as soon as he's seen. Yeah, he takes the fight. Sure, he finds Xanter, but look who's behind him. Waiting on short. Lear is about to sneak up on his back, and there's not much Gizmi can do. He can try and evade, but he's not in time to remove himself from the equation. Nemiga 7 on the board, and this is the worst case scenario for Monty as well. It's not 11, it's not 12, it's only 10. Which means their economy reset, their position once again weakened, their structure gone. Holy, they actually bought the op. Okay. Not like this. Don't tell me you full invest. Okay, they don't full invest. They just try with the op. I think that's a fair choice. Afro can make the difference. He's having a good game so far. But it's against Khan, right? That's the problem.
They're not at least sending the AWP alone. They've got everybody toward B. And
Afro
gets away with the first.
Running.
I was gonna say,
together.
he's been good with the entry so far. He's 6-1, if not 7-1.
Just go together towards A. That's the play here. Yeah, I love it. Monty's playing a beautiful round here. Just protect the AWP. That's the objective for the pistols.
Should have heard it. Should have heard it! Not ready. AWP is everywhere. A threat and a 5-on-3 for Monty. It's just that AWP, however, that is the weapon they have. While Ryu actually, I lied, has that AK-47 picked up from B. Amiga, you cannot afford to lose this one. You already stole away one of your own pistols. Or lost the pistols once, now you can't afford to lose again.
Yeah, this loss would probably be the
Worst
end.
case situation for Monte, but they have made it more than doable. This setup needs to hold. Stairs in jungle, contesting for it. Gives me Desert Eagle destruction.
Oh,
And that's a round to be
That's
cleaned.
insane.
Khan alone, yeah,
Khan.
he's been a godsend. He's been giving them rounds left and right, but this one is too much. Even he knows it.
yeah, he's fading away quickly. He knows he's in trouble, and there's no point in staying. I can't believe
What?
that's what
On earth?
works. And I get it. I get it. They buy the op. They're like, let's try it out, right? Let's see if it maybe clicks together. And Nemiga just so afraid of the op. As soon as it signals it's on B, they should have been pouncing on A. They should have been planting on A before they ever get a chance to get close to CT. Even Monty, they did not even immediately rotate. I believe only Afro ran, and then the rest of the team, they stuck with him a few seconds later. Nemiga had to pounce, but they take too long and they pay the price, and now the reality sets in. It's 11-7. Nemiga now on the verge of losing Mirage, and Monty picking up potentially Anubis as well next up. Let's see how it goes.
Oh no, missed a shot. Might have been too
Another
much.
one.
They have no idea about Haji either. Never saw him. But he is coming up close. Information. You will back away.
The molly burns out. Hits the smoke.
One thing to note. I mentioned it last round. Haji, he's only lost one entry duel he's been part of, and he's been in 8. 7-1 for opening duels. They utilize him really damn well for this map. He's making a difference. Countering Khan on the other side. Rio in connector. His domain, and he's found the first. There is no forced trade from Lear. He'll back off instead. Now towards A. Afro gone. Second one, no. Rio stands his ground. Defends the site.
They need it.
And all alone at the moment. Haji to watch connector instead. Makes up for the gap they have in the defense. But it's not done it. Keep an eye on Khan. He's currently in Palace. They have an idea where Ryu is, but no confirmation. Gone quiet. Shows himself. Yes, another one. One more to go. He'll take them all. That is what I'm talking about.
Sweet dreams, Nemiga. Sweet dreams. 12-7. It's over. At this point, Nemiga, I think they've lost the momentum too much. And Monty have effectively turned it around on 2 ecos. It's the
One
best.
is fine. 2 at this point, too costly.
Yeah, it's unacceptable for Nemiga. They lose so much, not only of what we speak momentum, but just their fortitude, just their determination. This shakes you to the core and really gets you thinking, oh my god, what have we just done? We've literally vacated the premises without even being asked first. And yeah, it's Monty, this shouldn't be a problem anymore. They've gotten the demons online. Afron 16, gives me 15, Ryus 14. Lean and Haji are still trailing, but hey, they've done their duties.
We're seeing different sides of Nemiga. If we're talking about upsides to them, that is Khan continuing some of that form we saw with the late resurgence, late part of him on map 1. But you need more. The rest need the stand as well. And Xanta, you mentioned him a little bit. He might have given his team a bit of an opportunity. Same with Risky Bob here. Trading things out and coming out on top when it comes to the mid with the smoke fading. It's... well, the dust settling. It's down to Afro. He's pretty far back.
Not gonna lie,
least.
I'm surprised that Nemiga are actually able to steal away the round itself, having lost 2 so easily, but good recovery, as you said, Xanter and Risky Bob both stepping in. A long way to overtime. It's not impossible, yet right now looks improbable. Unless somehow Nemiga pull it out of somewhere. Let's see. Risky Bob. Does he hunt down Afro or not successfully? That's very important info. Yeah, he does. Gets the op as well. Money is going to be a bit loose on the side of Monty. I think it would be wise to go eco here. You want to close it out before it gets too close. Should be going with pistols and Kevlar. They've had fair success so far, so I see no reason not to try it again.
You know, I'm starting to feel a little bit bad for Charlie and Fred. Right, we not yesterday, but the day before, we were also like an hour behind schedule. Now it seems like we're gonna be more again an hour at least behind schedule,
if not more. Yeah.
Yeah. Last game of the day, CMD and Zola got a little bit.
Always gets messy, and the last game of the day will be a later start. Yeah, probably around 8, 9, maybe even. That sucks. I feel them.
I mean, you know what? At least doing so-called girl math here, they're a couple hours behind us, or an hour for you. So
yeah,
it's not as long of a time loss for them, I guess.
But
it's
still,
not their entire evening.
Yeah, yeah. It would be bad for you or I. For you especially, given you're an hour ahead of me, which is even crazier.
Finland represent?
Yeah. Beautiful land.
It's alright.
I like it. A lot of nature.
Alright.
Always good.
12-9. Not much here for Monte to do about it.
No. They're already looking to save the Kevlars. There's really no point in discussing further the current stance. I mean, they could do some damage. They could take away a few. I'm not denying that, and certainly they'll try. Good eco. Oh, excuse me, good AK.
Running far away, lean. Carry that over. I like that we're getting kind of a late resurgence, almost this flirting idea of comebacks both here in Dust 2, where there was 12-5 very, very late, but Monte still come close with 13-10, right? So it's giving this a bit of an intrigue in terms of, are we going to see something like this here as well? Neither team is giving it up completely for free toward the end. They're powering up slowly. But the fact is that there is no leeway here at all to give. And what we've already managed to see as well is Astrum finding these openings. Ryu in connector doing pretty much God's work. Gizmi and Lean finding themselves as well good situations. There's a lot on Monte's side that kind of cause things to go wrong for an Amiga here. Yeah. Which is a bit of an issue, so you got some trouble here.
Well, I'm happy that I've been proven wrong, at least. I had my doubts for Monty, especially after first map. I had even further doubts, but they've given us a good performance. They've showcased they're not for the scrapyard just yet, and right here, let's see if they can close it out. They've still got 3 chances, including this round, so how do they play?
Straight up. B-play coming through. Gizmi drops the smoke. Has Afro to watch. Oh, my shot. Next one.
Lean is down.
Hit. However, Lean has been taken down. Exploded the smoke. Look for Gizmi. It's not clean. It's not easy. But it's Monty on the site. Find themselves victory from this defense. Looks alright for a second. But then the reinforcements arrive and Monte will close things out before it gets too late. We're starting to talk about what if there's a comeback. No, there isn't.
No comeback, no chance.
There isn't.
In the end, it's a B-rush that finds them, well, guilty of loss. And a little bit of a mistake. Namiga, they just went B. They thought it could work again. This time, Monty ready for them, weren't they, Hayes?
Unfortunately not. I mean, it's just so brutal for Namiga with the way that comeback falls apart. But fellas, you get out of here, enjoy your break. I'll take over from here and I'll see you guys before that third map starts as we can jump into some replays and highlights. But man, for Namiga, that was just a disastrous map from start to finish. I mean, there were moments where they kind of saved their blushes a little bit, but really nothing to get too excited about. You know, such a slow start from them. But instead of focusing on the negatives for Namiga, I'd rather focus on the positives. Off with. They were on the front foot just more often than not. They were applying a lot of pressure in these early rounds onto Namiga, and they were very happy to just immediately react and respond to what was going on around the map. So even if, you know, they were slow to start in the round, as soon as they got a kill, they would then immediately hit the accelerator and then just take all the space that was available to them. You'd see them default into mid more often than not, but bang, they get that connector player, all of a sudden they're splitting onto the A bomb side. And then they'd have the changes in direction and pace as well, sometimes where they would just go for that fast A hit, that fast B hit. There was a lot of variety throughout that T side for Monty, and I feel like Gizmi was just calling brilliantly, often, you know, pressuring connector, maybe threatening the A split, and then all of a sudden they were all over the B bomb site, and Amiga just have their numbers on the wrong side of the map. But like I said, I feel like something Monty do well is that they always inflict some sort of damage before they actually have to commit into a bomb site as well. So they definitely made lives easier for themselves in that regard. You know, Zwei was nowhere to be found, and kind of those cracks we saw from Dust 2 that Zwei was able to paper over crept up into Mirage here as well. And what I mean by him papering over the cracks is that he dropped like 30 kills in the win there for his team, and that saved a lot of the struggles that they had, right? Just plastered over them. But when you come into Mirage and you don't have Zwei dropping 30, then they're far more prevalent and pertinent. You got Khan, who kind of towards the end of the half starts to stand up for an Amiga. I mean, he just was the only guy who actually looked like he was at the races for his team throughout that map, you know, especially as it went on. Had that very big round with the AK, T-side second half where he gets the 3K to save the round for his team. But at this point, it's like, cool, map's probably over. 9-3, Monty in complete control. Namiga give themselves a chance, though. You know, they win the pistol, they convert against the pistol, they then win the first gun round, and I'm like, 9-6, we're cooking with gas here, boys. And then they lose to a flippin' eco round. It's like, oh, all that hard work, you know, Leah was there outthinking himself, trying to rotate back towards the A side, you know, giving all the audio cues away. They then win the gun round after that, this round here, courtesy of Khan's heroics, and you're thinking, okay, well, I guess it's not the end of the world that they lost to an eco because they win the gun round afterwards. Then they lose to another eco straight afterwards, like immediately afterwards in this next round right here in the 18th. They then lose to another eco. So then they down 11-7, and that's when I just throw the towel in completely. I'm like, all right, well, you're actually making the comeback look tangible and realistic up until you drop the ball against the ecos, where you're just pushing two individually, taking fights, you know, like pushing into jungle when you're trying to take A side control, you know, hunting the Orpa, giving up those fights, completely unnecessary. And for me, that's a reflection of Amiga just not really giving the respect to the situation that it actually deserved. And they pay the ultimate price. And we saw they look pretty convincing in their gun rounds on the T side, but who knows what would have happened if they could have been able to convert their anti-ecos as well. Anyway, guess the lads were right. In the end, it is going to be Monty who prevail and force us to a third map. It is going to be Anubis, if I recall correctly. I remember because Nexus was mentioning that the color palette is not going to be changing much throughout the series, and all that's left in this kind of a theme is Anubis, right? So we're going to be having a short little intermission now. When we get back, we'll play the third map out.
Where do I go now?
For the final time, at least as far as this trio goes, welcome back, everybody. It's the third and final map of the second game of the day. We're here with the playoff CCT Season 3 EU Series 1, and we've made some inroads into the day. Of course, we have 4 playoff games. We're busy with the second one, and like I said, we will require a decider here. Monty and Namiga locking horns, both teams winning their respective map picks, and Overseer, you actually mentioned that there's a pretty good chance that could happen before we even started the series. So on the money with that one, mate.
I mean, I had my doubts. You know, I was very worried for Monte on Dust. I will admit I've maybe even gone a little bit too deep, but that was ringing true for the first half. But the wake-up call here is Mirage. It's really is a bit of an eye-opener as well. The capabilities shine through, and I hope that we do get a very good match, because so far it's not been disappointing. There have been obviously let's forget Dust, right? Let's forget Dust for a moment. Let's just focus on Mirage. It was a decent attempt from both sides.
I mean, Mirage, for me, the problem with Namiga was losing to the Ecos. Like, that was just devastating for their campaign, really.
Yeah.
That was, unforgivable. Like, I can't really forget that. I'm afraid the gun rounds, though, if we do just, singe that out of our memories and focus only on what went right, the gun rounds were pretty good for Namiga. But Nexus, where do you expect this third map to go here, Anubis? You know, just based on what you've seen from these two teams so far throughout the series, and Anubis in general for them both, do you kind of have an idea on who you think could be more successful here?
I wish I could tell you. The problem is that I don't know if I've really seen Monte enough with Anubis, and Namiga's recent break as well. I don't think is really telling me much. The only thing I can say is that individual-wise, we have seen plenty out of both sides, but there's maybe not enough out of Nemiga to show us the constant consistency that they could take this series, but same can be then applied to Monte. So I really have no clue, and I think that it's best kept that way.
All right, well, the one thing I will say is that I know all Gizmi-led teams have also been good on Anubis. Like, the 3 maps that you can back a Gizmi-led team has to be Nuke, Nuke, Mirage, and Anubis. Like, those are the 3 maps that I'll have faith in a Gizmi-led team. Again, I'll highlight Lean. Like, I feel like Lean's been a very good player under Gizmi on these maps. You know, Ryu also very solid. But I'm looking for a bit more out of Afro here, and Haji in particular. You know, I think Haji's had a quiet series. He's actually 20 kills across the 2 maps so far.
He has.
So we definitely need more out of Haji, more so than Afro. I mean, AWP is important on Anubis T side and CT side. Often the reliable factor to get your opening kills in the defensive half of the map. The guy's kind of keen to try and make plays, but I'm looking at Haji here overseas, and I'm thinking there has to be more juice to the squeeze, surely here, right? And I mean, 100%, this is the playoffs deciding map. This is where he has to deliver.
Yeah, no, you're right on the money. I've been saying it. That's why I had my fair share of words for him on map 1. He disappointed across the board, and there's no need to sugarcoat it. He knows it, we know it. That's what happened. But at the end of the day, it's far from being done. There's still a good chance, like you said. This is 3rd and final map. We're approaching the end times here, and now it's time to showcase what you're made of. You have this opportunity. Round of 8 is waiting. If not now, then when? You know, and the reason why I did bring it up, how many teams have we seen him hop from and to, and nothing really worked out. So I really do hope that this is the one where they do construct something greater than what has been so far.
All right, well, we're going to be jumping into the 3rd map of this playoff game. Which of these 2 teams will get themselves into the quarterfinals? Nemiga, Monty, it's Anubis, and I'll see you guys after.
Let's see after. I feel like all of us have kind of arrived at the same decision of no goddamn idea on who takes this one, and that's a fine little fine place to be.
Yes, it is. Ryu. First in hand, second as well. Easy with the dualies. Risky Bob pushing to heaven, finding Gizmi. A site will be under threat as Ryu falls likewise. Not the start you like to see, but Nemiga will get it nonetheless. Bomb still to be retrieved. It's Lean, it's Haji waiting, but they're not accurate enough. Lear, too dangerous with the dualies. Cannot take him at head.
What is this?
Value, what is this actually?
This is a messed up round to pull on Monte, is what it is. Through mid connector, a main, and back to B. All around the world, it seems, is Nemiga's plan here, and currently it's led him in a 1 or 2 versus 1, so I don't think we can blame him all too much. They wanted to get rid of a main, they got that first opening and wanted to clear it even further. Now on to Afro, dual Berettas in hand, and he's given a chance to at least spam them down a bit, but both back away. They'll play a crossfire instead. It's making the job so much more difficult for Afro now as well. The problem is, it's pretty much now given, I think that is Lear back in tempo. Xanter, but close enough. Let's him move out as soon as Afro's gotten out of cave as well. And such, they got a 1-2 punch him. Wait for that contact and sandwich him in between. And then we got 1-0 pistols in the bag. We'll see what they're really made of here against an eco. Nice! I love it! I love how much Monte do eco in these rounds.
they are smart about it.
Is refreshing.
It's something fresh to our eyes, given how much we've seen of this lately, for sure. Like, legitimately, it is a much more enjoyable experience when teams are actually committing to ecos and playing smart, having sense to them. And the eco still finds great success, 2 kills. I mean, we've seen Nemiga lose, and that's exactly that Hayes brought up as an issue for him. Why he can't kind of forego Mirage as well is because Nemiga lost so many anti-ecos. And I cannot deny he is right. He is truthfully right. And once again, could be you know, correct, depending how this turns. Though it seems like Nemiga have put the pedal to the metal and stopped this nonsense. They will close it out in the end, as there is no HP, there is no chance.
It's well enough handled in the end here, but I'm still looking at Ryu, wondering if he wants to get more damage done here. But apparently he's not all for it. He saves the Galil, right? Means that someone is going to have a bit more utility. Probably him. Or anyone else he decides to drop that to. While Gizmi's looking for another weapon, can't find one. 3 or 5 and Amiga converted flawlessly from there on out, but it's a bit of a concern, maybe. These situations can get out of hand, but it's good to see that Amiga do have a way to still come back into these situations. Right, this one, sure, against pistol, but what if next time it's against the weaponry? Who knows? But for now, that's 2-0. Guns coming out, and we have got ourselves the meat and potatoes of the game. The climax of the series as well here in Anubis, at round 3 to kickstart this one. Amiga, can you continue this early start or no?
Well, I guess we're about to find out. As winner will fight either against Bedboom or Ecstatic later today. After this series, they will play. Bedboom the invited, Ecstatic obviously qualifying through the Swiss stage. It was not easy, but it was welcome to see. Monty, on the other hand, have another match in about 35 minutes, so they might be under time pressure here. And Nemiga will try to abuse that potentially. Ryu finds
beautiful.
2. It's a good hold. Lear, though, and Svei both reply in kind, and it's enough. The A defense shatters. With that, the bomb planted. Monty, 3v3 retake means they're left with few choices. 1, you wait for the players in main, and then you make your moves. 2nd, you need to get that entry. If you don't find it, or even worse, if you lose the first one, you might as well pull back. Here we go.
One man. Afro needs to get on the board with this one, but time is ticking, and seems like he's also decided against it. Will back away. This was, for a second, a really good start for Monte, but the problem was they kind of left mid unattended to, so able to slip it Lear out of his way. Very quickly letting them back into that round. It's just a momentary mistake, but for the round itself, it does cost it. Utility was good, forced them out of the hidey holes behind Cake as well, and Nemiga capitalized on that plan. And it's very nice to see as well that they don't just back away or they don't start second-guessing themselves when that first or second entry doesn't go their way. They had it planned, full committed to it. They came out victorious. They've given Monte a bit of a tough one. Tough nut to crack in this round. Not impossible.
Oh, they're gonna counter it. Okay. Ballsy, but at least don't give too much space to Nemiga. You force them into a bit of a slower paced approach. Massive mid presence. We have Deagles, MP9s, and a Galil. And right now, is that Galil that works magic? Gizmi has yet to be checked, and he's gonna steal another, maybe a second Gizmi. Big up! A double. 2 versus 3 means now Xanter has to go huge. Svei cannot die, and Afro will be caught. He gets himself out of position, leaving Lean and Haji again to deal with the mess. A 2-on-2 means also that Nemiga have the distinct advantage of being in a relatively good position. Checking heaven is important. They need to clear it as well, just to make sure their backs are not against the wall.
Another doable situation for Monte, but it's coming down to this timing of when they decide to peek. Haji as well is given a lot of respect here, but he's not ready for Sway behind Cake, not anticipating. And with that first as well, Sway will double down. Total for 4. And same with the round count for Nemiga. That was almost awkward. I don't know where Haji imagined that second man to be. But certainly not sight.
Just wasn't ready, yeah. And Zwei also played on a bit of a... Zwei played on that open corner towards main, hoping to take a fight straight up. Took the disadvantage by not being the first peeker, but he tried to effectively nullify it by just being in the way, hoping that he's going to have enough time to react. And Monty fall by themselves into this standard default. No mid presence whatsoever. Not gonna say I'm a big fan, but it can work. It's possible. Monty have to be very vigilant of, though, of the chance that somebody could walk through that camera position. It's a tasty target for T side. Afro, he's lining up the shot on double doors. And he's gonna get it.
As a bit of a fun fact, maybe fun, maybe not. Monte have pretty much had every single situation be a 5-on-4. At least they keep finding these openings. Here, you got a 5-on-3. Now this time with the weaponry makes things a lot easier to close things out, and we'll see if that does still translate over. That's so fun. Amiga, they keep getting themselves, or putting themselves in this situation. Down a man or down 2, it doesn't matter. They keep coming back. But surely it is a game of when and not if Nemiga can, or Monty can close out these sorts of rounds. Essentially 3 ready in main to fight for this site as well. Nemiga may have cleared this, yes, but here come the forces of Monte. Looking for the round victory and a risky bomb in heaven. He's still fighting. Demanding a little bit of respect on his name as Card is left alone with an AWP here. That, however, is a tough situation. And
a near
one
impossible
that Rio will capitalize upon. This barrage of utility headed to Khan's way. And finally, Monte take this round.
Yes, they do. It's the first one. It comes at a bit of a cost, but nothing they can't handle. We have everybody kind of coming online a little bit. Ryu on 8 kills already as well. Afro gets his second, gets that blood pumping. Need to get that adrenaline going. Monty, stabilize before things get out of hand. We know this is a T-sided map. We know it favors that aggressive maneuvering that we get to see, usually from most teams. Most teams pick T-side to begin on this map. It makes me to suspect that, or it makes me to believe and suspect that Nemiga won the knife and chose T-side to open up with. So as long as they can stabilize, they don't allow too many rounds to go one way too quickly. I have a sneaky suspicion Monty have yet to say their final words. And Nemiga right here, well, they're already trying to inscribe them.
What are the odds Nemiga come out victorious here?
Low, but never zero.
Sure, they'll take those odds.
Yeah, they will.
Oh, rest in peace, Afro. More pressure to Rio. Rotations coming through, and they will clean it up. But guess what? That's the first time, by the way, that Nemiga get the entry. But it doesn't go that way. Still a funny one.
But hey,
but if they
at
keep
least,
at least they keep it quick. We can appreciate that. Going all in on that mid play, and Monte quick to respond with that rotation as well.
Nemiga's
Good
smart enough to
reaction.
know they need the weapons in order to contend against Monty. So they don't even want to play with pistols too much. And I respect that. Again, they showcase
What?
the knowledge. Afro?
Afro?
I'm not exactly sure what happened there, Afro, but it seems like he was a little bit too zoned out there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
The AWP is
Lean
lost.
just unable to even take the AWP, apparently.
Look at the damage as well.
That is
Missed
a bit
volley.
ridiculous. Due to the fight to survive. Haji up next, taken down. Khan still quick on reflexes. Fight hold down to Ryu. He's having a masterful game so far. Needs to multi-frag, and unfortunately for him, it's not good enough. A 1v4 is just a bit out of his wheelhouse in this situation. Doesn't take long for Amiga to put us back onto the board. Damn, I was not sure what to expect here, but this is Amiga having a pretty good team game, while Ryu's having an individual moment, and now Amiga, they are still running rampant, despite the continuous disadvantages that they are pretty much being put in. Keep coming out on top. Above that last one, still not sure what Afro is doing, but oh well, we move on, so does he.
He still has the op. Maybe we won't see shenanigans like that anymore. Hopefully. But we will see another B attempt. Or do they fall back and just get lucky? That nade, I think, missed its mark, if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't do any damage. That's the incendiary with lesser expansion, which absolutely sucks these days. Decent nade, lean on 8. Haji on 59. We are yet to see an enemy on the side of Monte, and they've already lost a good portion of their HP. There goes Haji.
That's a rough situation as well. Smoke phase and Haji's shoulder gets shown through the crack. Trying to bring it back as well as Afro.
Fake A? Yeah, they're gonna fake A. Or did they actually commit? Because
going quiet. They've still got Afro under pressure towards B, so there's an opportunity they do turn things around, depending on the results here. But at the moment, they're keeping 3 towards this side of the map. Lena's lost his life, and look at that rotation. Afro's gone from B, and Amiga, they are making a very good call here to head back towards it. Bomb through the canals. Well, A side's still being cleaned up like it's the actual execute. Outplayed in this situation. Bomb goes down on B, and Monte, you have been bamboozled.
I think the outplayed is too much of a soft word for it. This was not even in the same book. It's not much you can do as Monty. You're left speechless, you're left gunless, or at least cashless. I'm sure they'll hunt them down. Like, if you're an Amiga, you're leading 6-2, you're looking to make sure these weapons don't get across. And they will find Drew, which means now Afro's just around the corner. Khan's waiting. We talked about his blitzkrieg shots, his lightning-fast reflexes, and, well, honestly, just kills. And that's exactly what we get. 6-2. Amiga break the opponent's economy and once again dominate the field. Looking like 7 and 8 might be coming up soon.
I can't help but be a bit sad that Monty weren't able to make the rounds closer than they were at the start of this one. With the advantages they had. There were a couple of them on pistols and such, but still felt like it could have definitely gone a different way. Because now Amiga's running rampant on this T side, apparently lean. Despite going quiet, shifting into smoke, he is still a dead man. Given very little to work with. Hello, Afro. Goodbye, Afro.
That's goodbye round, 7-2. And look at the money as well, right? Monty is currently hurting badly. Like, 3 players are won $1.4 thousand. And yeah, they'll get a little bit of extra loss bonus. I believe currently rising up to 2.4, but even that is barely scraping the bottom of the barrel. Or is it 2.9? Correct me if I'm wrong. 2 rounds ago, they won the round, right? So they put it down. Damn. Math is hard when you have to do it live. Just like in school. Every test went poorly because I had to do it in front of the teacher. Well, they get enough. They get 3.4 actually, so we're all good. My calculations are off. No surprise there. Monty? Time to shine. Dust do all over again. At least in a similar way. Luckily, we don't have any zeros here, but surely somebody that goes to hero, we gotta see it. This is the time to rise. This is the time to find your core and your answer.
Focus from Amiga back to mid. Already seen a few times they've not been afraid when it actually comes to fighting for this control. Shoulder spotted, but Risky Bob will adjust. For him, it's just a pre-aim. It doesn't matter if he was spotted or not. Just a bit quicker. We've seen them capitalize off of this multiple times as well. Monte, reactions made yet again. Rotations here. Try to bait in the orb. Ryu is playing a dangerous game. He is giving them more than a chance. Taking that too. There's 3 finally taken down. And Nemiga, this is just way too easy for them.
Simple,
The
easy
individuals
enough.
from Monte have just stopped performing after Mirage. Ryu is
Just
sure
no
he's still on
chance.
12, but it's not enough. One man can't do all the work here.
Absolutely. Lean steals away Risky Bob, sure. Risky Bob had a very bad performance on map 2 from what I can... map 1 from what I can recall. Map 2, he kind of rose to the occasion. He got a few extra kills. He got a few more than perhaps we'd expect. But here again, he's having a bit of a tough time. Only 5 on the board. Xanter as well. Though the rest of the squad is picking up slack. And with 8 and 2, they don't need to worry. Nobody cares. As long as you're winning, nobody's going to ask you anything about it. Yeah, sure, you had a slow game, but hey, you won still. So at the end of the day, nobody's going to be looking back at it. Unfortunately for Monty, it is only Ryu that is doing much. A few exemptions here and there, but for the most part, the rest are not even going up to 5, and that is now starting to be of concern. We are 10 rounds in, 11th being played. It's time to show something, boys. Round of 18 won't get there by itself.
Back to mid. I do like that we still have Nemiga exploring this again. Slightly differently to start this off, right? It's Risky Bob who walks in alone. The rest, they do come searching for it. We've talked about Monty and the reactions they have here are quick, yes. But it feels like they're still a step late. And now they at least have them ready here, sure, but with that opening, how much is that really going to change? We've continuously said in Nemiga, the disadvantage does not matter.
Love what I'm seeing. Nemiga grouping up towards with the smoke up. They'll get at least one. That's Haji to follow you with the flank, but it's a 3v4, as you said. Even with a disadvantage, Nemiga is a dangerous entity. You cannot underestimate them. The smoke is up, though, and forces Risky Bob into a different venture. Ryu gets tagged. Still going to be a 4v3 nonetheless. Oof, a shot on Risky Bob. Zweit gets traded out. Ryu from pool, and I think they'll realize that Lear should be somewhere near, and he is. 3rd round for Monty. Unfortunate event for Nemiga. They got caught in middle in camera. They couldn't get through without having to spend the nade and effectively giving up their whole plan on a silver board. Still managed to get the bomb plant, so that's something. And obviously, they've already got so much money, nobody cares. But nonetheless, first half is a good one for them, whether be it 4-8 or 9-3. They'll be happy.
I'll be coming back to Sway is the truth. Or is it more of a team game? Because I feel like that's more the answer here. Sway is just having a good game on top of that now.
Zwei is just able to kind of bring up the numbers they needed just to wake up, right? Get those few clutches in, and the rest of the team will follow.
Monte, though, who is the answer?
I think Afro. I think Afro needs to be the play of the day here. Or the player of the day.
Mirage, he was absolutely instrumental, right? So many entries, so many advantages he alone found. I'm absolutely on board for that answer.
If Afro activates, then Nemiga could still be turned down, but without Afro being on a hunt and getting those kills, it's hard seeing how Monte can get out of this one. Long road to a comeback is all I'll say. Khan, who challenges? Haji with an M4? Surely not. Fastest gun on the east. Hailing all the way from Kazakhstan. I'm not sure what city, but... Let's see. Haji. Finds Risky Bob. Start. He's still holding. They'll get you in the bag, but it's a double down, and Gizmy gets both. It's enough. Monty, the fort secured, surely. Lear, last man to do much of anything, and more like nothing. Still catches one. Gizmy gets him. There we go. 4-8.
Doable. We talk about this map that is absolutely T-sided, right? We kind of went over the stats yesterday as well, right? It's almost like 57, 58, depending on a couple of the filters, but it's around there for the T-side.
So let's say 56, right? 56% T-side for good measure.
And in terms of statistics, that is a big change, big difference, even compared to a lot of other maps as well, where it's like 52, 53 for one side, and we say those are like CT-sided maps as well. Here we know, right? T-side comebacks. We've seen like crazy ones here as well, like 12-2, 12-3 comebacks we've made in the past. It's absolutely impossible.
Like
that's the team.
That's
really
the team that
this map for a time.
It's the team that I've seen play the most maps in history of Anubis in a given time, as well as the most comebacks from a team in any given time that I remember. The most consistent on it, yeah, with the comebacks. Like you could count that even if it was a 10-2 half, they'd make a comeback. Like that, at least it'd be, you know, maybe overtime even. But in any case, it's round 13. It's going to be Monty on the pistol, and it's time to believe in that comeback. Xanter on the dualies. We've got Risky with the smoke and a flash on Lear. Zwei. Yeah, he's just spotting.
Full potential comeback after this pistol, but
they
just know
the
individuals can make a half come true all by themselves, especially on that T side is when things can very quickly switch up if you have one really locked in player.
Let's see if this is the time to experience such a half. Ryu. Oh no, Xanter with a double though. Those dualies really wreak havoc in the right hands, and they might have Gizmy still alive with the C4. Haji on middle. Surely this is going to be checked, though. We can't believe not to be. 50 seconds. Monty have a chance to maybe plant the bomb, to maybe still win, but they'll need the right decisions and the right timings. Haji probably has to start moving towards Temple at this point. Has to be there when the bomb arrives into B main. He's delaying it so long that at this point they'll come hunting for him, which means it's a one-on-one for Gizmy. If he fails, that's round over right there and then. They don't hunt, but Haji has to go. 20 seconds. Maybe he waited long enough. That's the 200 IQ play that perhaps works out in the end. Khan on 13. Haji in the back.
No.
This is it. The play is to be made, but Gizmy's losing his duels.
That's time. That's Haji.
Yep.
Too late.
It's over.
Gizmy needed to win that one as well, but you're giving up this pistol. It's 9-4, and guess what? I think just after time as well. Haji, $400 in the bank. That is gotta hurt.
The worst part is he waited so long, and he even had at one point before they checked mid from both Temple and Ace side, he had a timing he could have hit to get into Temple itself. But unfortunately, he waited too long. That's it. And Gizmy dying pretty much solidifies the fate here. 9-4. Technical pause called. Should be a full eco. If Monty know what's good for them, it's a full eco. But we already see with Haji on 400. I mean, yeah, lean buys. I presume the rest will follow. Even with Haji on 400, I think a full eco is a must. You'd rather have 4 AKs than 4 Tech 9s. Like, come on, let's not kid ourselves. You'd rather have Haji have Kevlar and a Mech 10 than a Glock no Kevlar. Come on. Feels like they're giving up at this rate. As round 14, Nemiga on the hunt for the win. Cooking hard, I'll say. Gordon Ramsay style, maybe even. Some shouting, some profane words. But they're cooking nonetheless. Words of wisdom, yeah. I don't think they're Franco Pierre, kind and silk and satin-voiced.
Close by, and it is forced out of the round itself. Wow.
Yeah. Well done, Nemiga. Good hold. Very well
Yes, it
played.
is.
I like that they keep themselves composed, and that's it.
Remember when I said you can have an individual maybe pull you back into a T-side half, just one-sidedly?
Yeah.
I don't think that's happening anymore. 10-4.
It's unlikely, man.
It's looking real rough here.
Honestly, I had my disbelief for Dust. They somehow still pulled some rounds out of it, but it feels like we're back there right now. And it's even worse for Monty this time round.
It's the age-old saying of too little, too late, almost.
Effectively, yeah, effectively so. I believe that round of 8 is now locked in place, and Monty, yeah, they'll have one last chance. It's the next round, the one last opportunity to make a difference, or they are done and dusted. Because rounds are running out, and there are far and few in between for their bye rounds left. Okay, Ryu could pull something crazy maybe. He had a few moments, and, you know, ecos can always surprise us. We've said it before. We do caster curse that stuff all the time. But generally speaking, when a team plays correctly, when they have their sights on the win, usually it's near impossible to break those duels with just pistols. It takes some insane luck and timing and obviously skill alongside it.
This is good. Right, we had the questions of what have Nemiga been cooking up as well during this break they had, and again, we keep seeing it here. Right, Mirage, that is all right in the end. I won't say it's terrible, but it definitely started off slow. Right, it was 8-0 for Monte, for God's sake. That is a very good half. And very poor show for Nemiga, where it was only toward the end that they started to wake up. And Mirage continues to be some sort of a problem for them, but overall, I think we're both pleased with what we do see from Nemiga as well here, because we just weren't all too sure. We didn't have that confirmation, but they're playing a pretty good game. Decent enough, but still some slight concern, maybe.
A little bit of a back and forth that they'll have to work on. I think the bigger...
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad.
Yeah,
Inconsistency, you know, that's everybody's kryptonite and everybody's own worry,
everybody's
I guess.
crux, yeah. See,
what makes a tier 1 team and what makes a tier 2 team is consistency, pretty much.
Pretty much. And determination, how much effort you're putting into it, right? The more effort, the better results at the end of the day. Sometimes even the effort is not enough. Unfortunately, that's the reality of things. Monty, though...
This is cheeky.
This is potentially a doable round. I mean, they're going to go all the way around B, and they could surprise both CT players that are now caught on site. Haji finds Zwei and finds Risky Bob. It is round 5. Well done, Monty. This should be simple enough of a pickup once they realize that they've outplayed the CTs by a long shot. But like I said, Monty already is also rushing to the next series. They've got a lot of games today. Well, this one and the next one. I don't know.
Hectic schedule
Under a lot of
online
pressure.
Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's the reality of it. Yeah, absolutely.
$11 to 5. I wish we could entertain this sort of a comeback, but given how it started as well, how many advantages Monte kind of gave up on that first half, it is hard to still see how this one gets done.
It's gonna have to
the
rely on
T-sidedness of the map that maybe lets them have a bit of leeway or expectation that there is something here to give. And one more thing, that is not 12 yet, right? That was just 12 to 5. That's when they started making the comeback. So if they can get a couple more before that, we never know exactly how it's going to happen. Because we floated with those ideas. Both maps we did see one-sided, then a slight comeback toward the end, but exactly if they managed to close out those comebacks, the answer was still no. So we have that kind of a past to return to, I suppose.
Astrum, man.
Very nice. Stops Risky Bob from going for a swing. Secondary all being picked up for him as well. Risky might pay off.
Might not.
Eyes on him anyways.
We'll see. Double up. It's quite a big ask. Risky's been hitting a few shots. He's actually almost the highest rated player on the team. Khan on 11. What I wanted to say, though, if they want to make this comeback possible, Afro's going to have to be a centerpiece of Lean with 2 great entries. That's B-side Fallen. That's round. That's 11-6.
That is... that is insanely ballsy to go for in this situation, but... Monte don't back away from the challenge. That's one thing we as well mentioned on Dusty when Zwei was dropping 30. They just kept feeding him. Never stopped, essentially, and... Here as well, they do show that perseverance and not being afraid of a fight.
Indeed.
Attitude. Now to save for the CT side, 11-6. While Xander looks to hold on to the M4. Haji's on the hunt, same with Afro, but he's been taken care of.
If they save the op, they'll buy. If they lose the op, it's a full eco next.
We don't see a lot. We haven't seen Khan single-handedly carry a map, right? In Mirage, he was there, top frag, yes, but...
Yeah.
We haven't seen him, I guess, as effective as I feel like he could be. Because he's given us some really good rounds and really good shots and shows, but...
Hold up.
I almost feel like we could use a lot more from him, because he is hitting these shots.
He is, yeah, but are you seeing this? They bought another op for Risky Bob.
Same as last round, man. They're doubling down on it.
What is this? Like, this is really playing big into Risky Bob's secondary op. And, I mean, it's in the name, guys. It's risky. It's really risky. Monty. No control taken towards canals. They are being fought off with smokes. I think it's time for an Amiga to evacuate. They realize that they don't get an engagement. They're not forcing one. Monty's not caught off guard. Playing it safe. Oof, Lear is gonna... Lear could have died there very easily. Haji's waiting for the pop flash. He gets it. Oh, he escapes. Khan barely keeps himself composed. Shots taken. Now Haji in trouble. They know he's in the corner. And Lear still loses the duel. Haji expecting him. Surely a smoke or nade or something to be thrown. And an entry secured. Monty's looking better and better with each passing second. B is empty, and so is Nemiga's response. There is none. They're saving.
Oh, nice.
Or are they?
That actually gives Nemiga a way back in, because they're gonna have to wait
That's
on
true.
Monte's side to enter B. Lean decides to tank the flames.
Wait, that was a friendly molly, by the way. Oh, no,
Yep.
Monty friendly mollied themselves. No. Oh, they gave the time to Nemiga to rotate over. That's insane. It was supposed to be a save already, but Zwei says no. He goes in for 2, perhaps. Maybe even Dry has Lean, Ryu, and Gizmi. The defense has to hold. Drums in the deep.
This shot might be enough as well to deter, but Xanto is the next point of contact. Giving info on at least 2 of these CTs, and they'll chase them down!
No way.
1, 2, there's 3! And that should be enough. They've got a kit on a card, they've got a 12 on the board, and that is Monte playing themselves. One Molotov slows them down enough that that gives Nemiga a chance to start rotating in. That is so unfortunate.
And look at this position. Like, look at where Nemiga are when they lose Haji on middle. They are on site. They have basically everything ready to plant, but they still takes them a good 10 seconds afterwards because of that molly. It's crazy. And Monty just played themselves for real. 12-6, and now reality knocking at the door. It's the Grim Reaper. Khan, though. Ooh, yeah. What a wall bang. Afro doesn't miss. Snap. Was he dying behind the doors? Like, really? Or was that just a wall brush? I think he died behind the doors, dude.
No.
Or not the doors, but, excuse me, the ledge. Like, it must have been a wall brush.
Either way, doesn't matter all too much. You have the advantage in Monte to play with now 12-6, right? Like we said, 12-5 was Dust 2. That was almost enough. Here in 12-6, maybe, but probably needing individuals to wake up. You mentioned Afro as one, and he's at least now gone up with 2 of his own. Still less impact from him than Risky Bob and his AWP. More needed. What do you got here? With the B execute coming through from Monte, it's Nemiga. This time they've backed off completely. Surely you don't fumble this one again.
No, you don't give them away in. Come on. This would be just ludicrous at this point. Insane. Unacceptable. Absolutely dirty. Ryu's just going to keep an eye out on A main. That's it. Make sure that everything goes smoothly. And that is going to be number 7, Monty. Good job. It's Afra, as you said, with double entries and all you need. All in all, comfortable position still for Nemiga. They've still got 3 alive. They've still got some money to work with. They won't be caring too much about having that second op for Risky Bob, I feel, because it hasn't paid off. It's been a money sink to a degree. In the previous round, I think he might have gotten 2, I believe. I'm not sure. But again, it was more luck the previous than this one. 12-7. And Monty. Quite a few more to go, though not unattainable. Here comes another buy. Nemiga is handling the economics relatively comfortably at max loss bonus soon to be incurred. I believe this is the 3rd round in a row, which makes them be at around 2.9 currently, and next one going to 3.4. Tactical timeout. Maybe we'll see that op shot again between Afro and Khan on middle in the previous. I don't know, like it feels like he did wallbang him, I think, towards middle. I'm fairly certain, towards that corner. Not double doors, as I initially said. It was my perception that was off.
Old man eyes.
Yeah, it happens. But it was still a sick wallbang, because I didn't see Khan peeking at all. Like, right here. Ah, no, okay. Okay, the molly obscured the vision enough. Never mind, then. Yeah, now I get it. All is good, all is well.
We got the answers.
Solved. We got the answers, yeah. That makes more sense. Like, initially, I didn't see him, honestly. I thought he was behind the wall. The other wall, sorry, not this one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't really wallbang through, but hey.
That's why I was like, what? You know, how?
In disbelief.
Like, exactly. Yet Monty could still be in disbelief. Yet to get an entry, it's 25 seconds past, and they have to start doing something. No canals control. Mid looking to be engaged. $60 seconds towards A. Perhaps the wrong choice. Nemiga is ready, my friend. Or do they run back B? What's going to be the crazy call here? It's a fake out towards B, and it works because rotations have happened. Khan is down. That's the upper out. Xantar, not sure he can hold for 3. He's going to try, does damage. Almost gets Haji as well. Tries to delay him, gets him, but... Oh, what is that wallbang Afro? That's insane. See, that's what I'm telling you. The man's hitting some crazy shots and might have not been the previous, but this one definitely is. 3 versus 2, down to 2, and Risky Bob. Do they get it? Oh, no, Gisby, what are he doing? Oh, boy. Off angle, though. Works for Afro, and Risky Bob is gone. Bob's your uncle.
Apparently, Afro doesn't even need to see his opponents half the time, and for Monte, they're gonna be happy about it.
Oh, they won't mind. Number 8. Damn.
This is well a sick entry.
Sick.
Tried it twice. Okay.
Didn't hear the first shot, actually, if I'm honest. Must have been
there's a lot
in
of
the
chaos.
commotion.
I'll forgive you for not hearing it, because I didn't either. Believe it or not. But hey, USBs only now for Amiga.
Yeah, they'll rush B, maybe stag B, I don't know. They'll do something with B, usually. That's what happens. They've got a flash. Yeah.
Wait a couple seconds, let them get close. There's the flash information. Afro nails number 1. We talk about him on Mirage, right? He was getting entries. He was the one making a difference for Monty when it came to 5-on-4s. It's good to see here as well. He's now finally getting a chance to do that.
And into pit, like he picked pit like at least 5 times T-side. At least. And always almost got an entry. Haji was doubling him. So effectively whenever he would pick, and even if he hit the shot, Haji peeks in. Just so he has the support in case of a close player. Or player close by, rather. These USBs are gone. There's not much to discuss. There's not much to say. Monty number 9, and we are entering the Twilight Zone. No bueno for Nemiga, because money's run out as well. They are now down to $0, which means win here, win the series, you go to round of 8. Lose here, it's 12-11. Yeah, you've got one chance to deny overtime, potentially a loss. Let's see, Monty, do you have what it takes to push over the line, or will Nemiga finally stop you? They've been doing a pretty good job so far, and they'll try once more, big time. I don't think he caught the smoke too well.
This is a similar situation we already saw once, where they tried to just walk contact out of main, but this time they've been met by Khan and the AWP. Trying to be sneaky. I like that Monte have the confidence to go for plays like this, no matter the situation, which shows that they trust in their game plans. And here they continue off of that, playing on the back with every single situation. They'll trade it out eventually to even numbers. But they need more, and Khan has been found through a smoke. Lucky break. And the table has been flipped here.
2v2. Oh, excuse me, 2v3, not 2v2. Yeah. Lean might as well be dead with the next bullet flying over his head. Though.
All right, down, bro. Calm down.
Although it looks like Haji's going to be able to take care of that. Haji wakes up as well at the end here. Is the crucial part of this comeback. Number 10. And like I said, Nemiga, one last chance remaining. This is a save that's not going to bring you a buy. That's a guarantee. At best, a half investment. Just pistols Kevlar. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's what's going to work. But they're now going to become desperate, man. Like, did they use all of their timeouts, by the way? Because I didn't notice immediately.
I'm not
Do they
sure,
still have any
actually.
left? Surely you use one in the next one. Here you half buy best, maybe down to 1.4, 1.5. Well, 1.8 if you want to play it safe, I guess, but...
Quick timeouts. You know what it's currently on my mind as well?
Yeah?
As we talk about that schedule that we're on, over an hour late, might be more. Who knows exactly how much?
I mean,
now,
make
I'm
it
not sure.
quintuple overtime.
Charlie and Fred, right? They're going to be at least going later into the evening. But Mark, on the other hand, I'm not sure where from the Americas he's from, but you know, assuming he's had a bit more time to wake up as well. So,
hopefully,
you know, on the other hand, there's that. Well, for the British counterpart, it's going into the evening.
We feel for you, Zola. Love you, buddy. Same for Mark. But your time's right. Ours already getting late.
And two more games to go.
2 more series to go. 2 more playoffs matches, man. Round of 16 really started off spicy. I can't lie. Like, this is an unexpected turn of events. Both series going 3 maps. Both series going into the deep end. We've had so many polarizing moments as well, from one ways to back to to comebacks. It's kind of ludicrous what's happening, but it's happening nonetheless, and we are here for it. Half buy for Nemiga expected, and now Monty. Surely you know you're up against, at best, pistols, at worst, maybe a bought-up SMG. You don't screw this up. You don't throw yourself at the wolves' den. Let's see, or into the wolves' den.
They can keep going the way they have, which is to search for that entry, because so far, Afro's been pretty damn good at those again.
He has.
His last few parts, right? Last round, I feel like, was a slight change to that with... I think it was last round. Gizby goes down to first, but... It definitely has still been... Or have been situations where Monty have been given a lot of freedom in these rounds. Here, they're trying to flush out Khan, and they'll do so. And apparently, from the back of it, they're just going to commit.
Yeah, I like it.
Slightly risky, headed into the unknown, but they have so much time to work with, but they're going in. And they found their shots through the smokes. Risky Bob, he'll take one of the P250, but the round is done. We're going 24, we're going the distance.
All the way again. We'd already had, what, a few overtimes today, right?
I can't even remember, man. Probably.
Between Fnatic and 9, we had the first map go to double overtime. Yeah.
It feels like ages ago.
It does feel like it's an age and a half ago, but we're not done yet. Ladies and gents, it's round number 24. It's the last one. Let's see if it is overtime or not. Monty have a game coming up afterwards, and Amiga just want a good night's sleep, and let's see how this works out. First contact, Afro going to take it towards Canals. He's still sleeping behind the wheel a little bit, and it's going to be the one and only Risky Bob on the other side. Risky Bob has been playing the second off, and his timing is insanely bad.
Oh no. Talking about the entries he'll be getting. That is something you should never get to feel on the CT side. You take off the angle and immediately get shot. Got it. Buttered up through the smoke down to half. At least has the AWP to work with. Looking for the shot of his own.
That's it.
But it's 3 away and OT is coming.
It certainly feels like it. Nemiga, I think giving Risky Bob that up was just not the right call. I don't want to lie. Like, things could have been a lot better off.
That was it.
Yeah, one twiddled moment, twiddling the thumbs, thinking to relocate. It costs them everything, and there's going to be another player falling. Afro does not miss. As I say, though, jinxed him, but Lean is there. And it's a lean cut of meat right here. Monty is grabbing their own. It's going to be 12. That's a guarantee. Xanter and Lear have a 0% chance almost of holding on. 30 seconds. I mean, they got to be either mad or lucky to get this done, or maybe even both. Bomb's going A, so retake on A. Good luck. And having most ways out of B closed or to some degree under control. As we can say, you're in trouble, boy. It's going to be overtime. Monty reached the almost impossible result. We started at a 10 or 9-4, I believe. And it was 12-8 at one point, 12-7.
11-4.
11-4. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Even worse.
Once they made the comeback, they kept playing like they knew they were going to win this T side. We talked about it as well. The comebacks can be made here, and not even once did it look like in this T side they were doubting it. The game plan looked confident. They were taking risks. They weren't afraid. And holy shit, are we going the distance, man?
Yeah, we are.
With map 1 and 2, we were given the idea, what if we're going there? What if we're doing or what if we are taking a comeback here and going to overtime? No, we're not. No, we're not. Here? Yes, it is, baby. Monte, they don't care about their own schedule.
Well, neither do we,
they'll
apparently.
happily take this to OT.
They will. They will. This is the battle for the round of 8. Winner takes all. There is no second chances. You lose here, you're out of the tournament. You're out of Series 1. As Hayes previously said, we are in the final stages of it. Series 1 signifies the start of Season 3, and it's been a banger so far. I can't complain. There'd been a few sleeper moments, but hey, resident sleepers are everywhere. It's round 16 to begin. Overtime first to 16. Let's see how it goes.
Confident take of B
round 25
for Amiga, contesting it, and there's nobody here for Monty on the other hand. Information they'll get to play with, but beyond that, Amiga, they're playing passive. I like the rest of the map as well here. In B main, go aggressive, get info early. Everybody else prepare for the worst in their situations, but we're seeing another round for an Amiga, or another push for an Amiga out into this main position in the same round, but Haji will trade back with one of his own. Light uncertainty for an Amiga when it comes to that B main position right now, but hard stack on A. Rio, are you ready? Yes. Make it a double. Not yet, but he's fighting to survive. Down he goes.
Good damage, good delay.
And Monte through mid into B. Lear is not ready.
Back turn.
Doesn't hear the stampede coming his way.
And that's going to be Monty for another round, potentially. Obviously, Xanter and Khan will try this retake. Let's see if they succeed. Khan has to hit some lightning shots. We praised his ability throughout map 1 and 2. He needs to showcase it again here. And Xanter, he's definitely stepped up from map 1. But can he keep it up? And oi, Afro, how was that not a hit? I'm not sure, but it misses completely, though the second is not a miss, but it's a straight bullseye. Khan 1v2, no time, basically. He knows it, no kit. Why the hell did Khan not buy a kit? Or pick it up somewhere? Oh, boy.
I'm making an assumption there would have been one on his teammates, but seeing where they died, it's kind of difficult still to pick up. And he's backed off. Monte in overtime, but they're going against Hayes' Law.
They are. And there's also the gist of it. Monty have forfeited map 1 against their opponent, Iberian Soul. They're playing, or we're supposed to be playing 15 minutes ago. So they know they've already basically halfway lost the next series. So what they're doing here is putting all their effort into this. They just want to make sure they win here. And that is a scary thought when Nemiga realize, hold up, wait a minute. They're all present. Well, damn.
When it actually comes to it, the other game they have is a Swiss stage game where they're up 1-0.
It
Here
doesn't
is
matter.
a playoffs line.
Yeah, exactly. This match is so much more important, and they've made it to the overtime, which was looking like it's an impossibility in the first place. As last,
Don't count them out, man. They were given these ideas, comebacks all across the board potentially there, and while I teed it up, doubters were there saying, no way, Monte's not going to make it. It's so over. Look at them now.
Look at them now, indeed. Proud and resilient, looking for more. And I love to see the whole team play this well. Both squads have showcased that in the end they'll be ready to do what needs to be done for their teams. No slackers, no sleeping on behind the wheel. Another vital round, mid going to be contested.
Gonna try to put an end to Monte here. When does Xanter deploy the utility? Might be right after the contact. He'll trade it out, take the advantage. Make it 2. Afro had to drop, already down to 48. Did not want to stick around.
That's the C4 as well.
What else could have happened? And that has given Nemiga wings for round 13. It's tied up here, but we're still looking at seeing if Afro maybe nails another shot, and this time the answer is no. We've talked about the individual prowess of every single one of these players on the server so far, but Sway, from Dust 2 to Mirage, and now here, he's having a great game, yes, but it's more of a... It's not as impressive, it's not as impactful as it has been in the past. It feels like he's getting a kill or two every now and then, but does not have that same control he had earlier. By the good stats he's putting out, it's not exactly there. It's not the same. And I love the fact as well that we've pretty much just had a team game. The comeback from Monte, right? Like I said, it was a team game, team effort. For Nemiga as well, to start off, that was pretty much the same. We're getting to see both teams best side of their tactics on these two sides and getting themselves on the boards. A little bit of a flash for Nemiga now after, what, 7 rounds in a row for Monte. Tied up here in OT. Magic number's going to be 16 as well, by the way, to those who don't know, maybe. And if
Perhaps
it's 15-15, well, then we go again.
Roll it again, potentially. Let's see. First to 16 indeed.
Double up again. You've been doubting this. You've been saying it's not really great. I think Bob only has had 2 kills on the AWP here, yet
I was about to
going
say,
for it.
I don't know why. Like, it feels like it's just a bad choice. We have yet to see the reasoning behind it, or at least the glory of Risky Bob performing with that op. The one round we saw it was the one round where they went for the retake, and he had some nice shots, yes, but that's the only round.
But beyond that, nothing.
Yeah, that's possible, yeah. That was 12, that's right.
And here the op in cave. Right in mid. Hold on. Xanter goes aggressive.
Oh boy. Afro, you need to
Afro
fade
is
away.
looking for the wall. Bang and nade should get rid of him. Maybe not. He'll live. Just gets past the doorway. Xanter takes Afro away and Lena removed. Leaves just Ryu and Gizmi to fight for this one. And Amiga waking up in OT.
It seems like Risky Bob as well has received some harsh words and has woken to the splendor of a first kill on the op after so many rounds passed. As we go to a 4v2 retake of A. Monty will be given a free site at least, and Nemiga will have to get in here ASAP. From main, from camera, from CT. All
There's too much control given here to Nemiga. Dwayne has the entire round in the palm of his hand, and that's the issue here. Need to find him, but he's gotten himself Ryu instead, and Gizmi, he's just praying and begging. He'll find the timing instead, but cannot net himself the first Xanter. At that point, I knew all options exhausted, has to go more than aggressive. And Nemiga will take this one. 14-13 at halftime. And keep in mind, T-side is when Nemiga also did their better work. Now 2 here in OT with that lead. Getting a little bit worried for Monte. All this way to overtime. Gotta be stressful.
It has to be stressful. It has to feel at least some way with a bit of a bad taste in the mouth, right? Especially given that they are giving up another best of 3 for this one. Effectively, maybe not giving up fully, but I don't think they have a lot of time left. I believe another 15 minutes in between the map breaks at most, and then, you know, it's either a forfeit for that second or not. But Nemiga, they're the ones that are dragging this out, and they know that the longer they take this, the worse it's going to get from Monty, especially now T-side for Nemiga that has been so good up until this point. Monty better bring their A+ game, S-tier game. Default.
Aggressive starts. We're talking about Nemiga and mid control and regulation.
Oh,
how good it was when it came to splitting toward the A side. And look at them go again. It's not only vacated on Monte's side, and they need miracles. While Haji's giving them one, he needs another. He gets another. Rotation here. Is he going to play together with his teammate? Take the angle. A shot brings out from Afro to leave it just to 1. A complete turnaround from how things were going in regulation. Mid-control falls, and Haji provides a miracle immediately.
A recovery like no other, and Haji in the most required rounds, in the most clutch rounds, he does what needs be done. Well played. The fact that he first finds the initial entry on middle, denies the crossing for both players coming through for Nemiga, and then being able to easily take care of Lear, who might have been low HP, but any other player could have lost that duel easily in camera. And then it's potentially lights out again, but Nemiga have yet to say their last. What is this push into canals? Where's the support? The players in A main have been stopped by a single Molotov, I believe, or even a smoke as Ryu falls, and it all falls around Monty. They collapse under the pressure. It seems it's a bit much even for them.
The poor structure is not there for this play. One molly or a smoke in main. No flashbangs even being thrown by anyone from Monty's side to make the job easier here. A Hail Mary. They full sent it. And here is the result to 15 go Nemiga. Another map point. What is number 7 or 8 at this point? How many is enough? How many is too much? Saying you should have already had it. Because I feel like we've gone past that.
Nemiga are ready to close this out. Monty is 1 away from trying to pull second OT, and then they forfeit their second best of 3 of the day. And we said before, I think this is far more important for them, especially given that it's round of 8 next. They've made it this far. They farmed the Swiss stage to this point. Surely they won't let it slide that easily. And Nemiga, they're not going to give it up. They want to fight tooth and nail. They themselves invited, have a lot to uphold in terms of honor, in terms of reputation. Eliminated in the round of 16 would be a disaster in their eyes. The difference between the teams, almost 30 spots on the world ranking. Nemiga would be disheveled, to say the least. And Haji's trying to prevent this.
Leads
Not
turn
happening.
around from the last round. We're playing passive on Monte's side instead. Not searching for an opening in any aggressive way, but instead, wait them out. Play a basic or basic Anubis here. Cave controllers, keep throwing smokes and Molotovs down, and eventually it should work to be something at least, but they've given up that control part now, and instead of trusting in the setup that Lean and Haji hold. We've seen this fall before already. We know Nemiga can handle this. Now it comes down to how do you change it in this round. Blow up the smoke, it gets nothing. Gizmi, however, is down to the execution. It is looking perfect here. Haji's only good for one. And the game, it is 2 kills away from coming to a close. Moment to be planted it safely. Can't be stopped.
Big flank by
Their
Afro.
best effort, their best try is Afro. Now, in the flank, activated. They know he's here. And challenging.
Oh, he gets
Still
another.
one. Flash. Doesn't matter. Lead fighting for his life, and it's 2 more needed for Afro.
It is Khan,
Twice.
though. It's the Lord of Thunder. Time is of the essence. He's got the kit, but no smoke on the bomb. Tags up. A risky bob, but it's not over. And it's still going to be a 1v2, and he almost gets it, but turns around! He doesn't know, doesn't recognize it. It's over. Nemiga get it. 16 on the board against 14 as Monty is eliminated, and Nemiga will win this best of 3.
Ran out of bullets. Had to try to run away. Couldn't do anything else. Spent his final bullets on it, and survival of the fittest. That is Nemiga in overtime to deny the comeback in the end. But it's turned out to be one hell of a series. Same as that first one. Insanely difficult to actually predict. And my god, if it hasn't been a show. Hayes, though, what do you got for us, man? You've been here looking at this game, enjoying the hell out of it. And
yeah, I certainly
did we
have been,
miss?
man. There were so many highs, so many lows throughout the entirety of that map. You know, just dialing it back to the first half. Nemiga had started so strong on their T side. It just felt like they had the Midas touch. Anything they wanted to do, anywhere they wanted to go, they were able to. I feel like Monty were just lacking initiative. They were lacking that proactivity on the CT side to go searching for opening kills. And I know now Nexus at the start of the half, they were getting all the opening kills, but that's because they were guys just holding in the bomb side, people running at them, and then they'd get a frag. But we never really saw them like really go searching and try and get map control, crunch in canals, you know, push over mid doors, flashes into B main. So I think that's what the Monty CT side was lacking. But then I'd say Nemiga had that about that game. Khan was kind of searching on their CT side, but they weren't able to really lock down the bomb sites the way that Monty were, you know. And Monty looked so good on their T side. The reads that were coming through from Gizmi, again, I'll highlight Gizmi. The calls and the reads on the T side were what brought them back into the game. They were down, 11-4, 11-5, and then 12-6 again as well. So there were many moments where Monty should have just fallen apart there on the decider. So the fact they got into overtime and then even won the first round in overtime really got me believing. Kind of sucks there to forfeit the first map against the Iberian Soul team in another competition, and they lose here. So it's not even like they really get to make good of the fact that they had to forfeit that to play this one. But you know, still certainly positives for Monty. I'm not going to keep you guys here for too long. We're already an hour and a half behind schedule. But let's just remind everybody what that means for the day's action that's gone by so far. Of course, it is going to be Nemiga that progressed through to the quarterfinals, joining up with Fnatic, with 9, who beat out Fnatic earlier on today. We can just bring up the schedule and show everybody, yeah, it's been all 6 maps. We've had overtimes aplenty, some delays sprinkled into the mix as well. Next up, it's going to be BetBoom against Ecstatic, and then OG against Astrum to round out the day's action. Guys are going to be joined by a couple other faces. I think a much-needed rest period now for Nexus and Overseer after a very lengthy affair here in these first 2 games. So it's going to be Charlie, Zola, and Mark to take you guys through the next couple of games. Be sure to stay tuned because it's going to be a quick turnaround time, and we'll get into that next game of the day.
Good evening and welcome back to day one here of European Series 3. European Series, I was about to say Season 3, Series 1. Yeah, we're already off to quite of a ball. Back here with Zola and CMD. Just had two great best round of 16s. If we can speak some English here right off the bat, we can get it going absolutely perfectly. Boys, we got some great ones. They saved the best for right to go these 3 and 4 games. We got BetBoom taking on Ecstatic here, CMD, where Ecstatic has been obviously raking up some VRS, grinding in a tier 2 here. BetBoom headed to a major, but Ecstatic want to make another run here online. How are we feeling about it?
Yeah, I think we've already been gifted with some of the series that we've got to watch. A little bit of delays at times, but look, this is what we wanted in playoffs, isn't it? We wanted to see some close games. That's exactly what we've seen. I don't think there's any team that's guaranteed a place in the quarterfinals. I feel like, honestly, each event we get to watch here at the CCT, it feels like that's even more the sort of optimal thing to talk about, how every team feels like they're reasonably even playing for us. We see a lot of upsets that we can look at. I feel like the semi-finalists are always a bit of a shock from what we probably would have predicted at the start of the playoffs. And it feels like this is going to be another one. I'm looking at this game, and I don't particularly have a huge favor into any one of these teams. I can easily see an argument for BetBoom or Ecstatic taking it, and I think this is going to be a great best of 3 for us to start things off on the desk.
I think certainly so, right? I think we can follow where we've gone already today, Zola, right, with our first 2 BO3s. Yeah. 9 walking out of that one, denying Fnatic another opportunity to go ahead and grind here in another playoff opportunity. And right after that, it was Nemigo that was keeping us on the edge of our seats there when we were watching Monty get pushed to a 3rd map, and that get pushed into overtime, Zola, out for Nemigo to take it.
Yeah, look, I think it was a great game, and I think it's kind of just a perfect representation of what the playoffs, what can happen here, which is always just a nice sight. I think for Fnatic, again, I've got to say, at what point are we going to be saying, they're an invited team here. They are expected to be the favorites in most series. They won their map in overtime. They got battered on Train and then obviously lost on Ancient. Okay, maybe not battered, but it didn't seem like they were ever in it. Is there a moment where we start seeing Fnatic, we just accept that when they get these playoff invites, they aren't going to be winning these games? Because I don't want to sound too too harsh on them, but I can't remember the last CCT event that Fnatic made a deep run. But obviously, not only is it kind of commiserations for them, very impressive result for 9. But obviously, we are on a bit of a time pressure. We are kind of about an hour and a half behind, so we can roll through the Vetos, have a little bit of a chat about that. But yeah, look, I think the playoffs is going to be just an absolute banger. You look at all the teams here, it's just so impressive, with especially some of the sides. I think one of the teams that I was the most impressed with throughout the whole of this event was Nexus. They went 3-0 in the Swiss stage. They haven't got the easiest opponent. They're facing Ents, probably one of the hardest, but a banging run for them, gotta say.
No, absolutely. We've set ourselves up well, right? We'll check into that bracket later on. A couple teams that have grinded to the play-ins all the way to this point, but it's good to go, right? Talk about play-ins. We talk about CCT finals BetBoom, right? This is where they come back into a playoff as another invited unit, right? With expectations. I don't expect them to disappoint. Unfortunately, as we saw Fnatic, CMD, where are we at with the expectations for the BetBoom roster?
I think the expectations have to be high. The players that they have, I think the skill ceiling that a lot of people are expecting them. Look, they got 3rd in the global finals overall after what was a good last year in terms of overall season 2 of CCT events. And I think they do need to pick up the slack. Even more so, I think this is one of the teams I'm expecting most of the times to be able to come into any event and show us what they can do. They've had a couple of up and down results every now and again, but for the most part, I feel like we know what to expect from this team, and it kind of feels like they only sort of fall at the last hurdle on occasion. But Ecstatic aren't going to be an easy team for them to be able to take down. I think you look at a lot of the pieces that these guys have, there's a number of players that I think we could talk about in terms of easily who are some of the more promising promising pieces of this team, who I think most series you're going to be sort of highlighting in terms of individuals. I'm honestly a really big fan of Zorti. I think he's looking great. I'm loving watching him on the AWP. Maybe because I'm an AWP abuser myself, but I always like to highlight the AWPers, and I feel like he's stepped up even more so in recent months, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's finally been catching a very good home for a guy, obviously at 26 years old, can stand next to, a guy like Siren at 22 that has seen into like multiple, nice tier 1 opportunities, obviously with Spirit before this. And he's standing next to the young Magnojays with, a lot of experience, not to mention, obviously, major winner Boomage, obviously with Axile, number 5 player in the world back in 2021. But, we'll flip the script. We'll walk this over to that Danish front straight up, and you can tell me about this where we do go CMD, because it's going to be interesting to see where, obviously you're following a nice line, right? It's been a long time since Dawson, upped and left, has done a lot of stuff that's been great on Gamer Legion, and so here we have, right, following a couple of nice tournament finishes, second in Thunderpick, you have that first European series coming down. They've climbed the ranks, and TMB has put together a nice little run here.
100%, yeah. Look, this is a team that I think a lot of people looked at after Towson did leave, that, maybe it's going to be a bit difficult to see what they can do. They sort of rejigged this roster slightly. TMB coming in, Sierra as well, who's an absolute superstar, who's got such a bright future ahead of him, still so young. Looking forward to seeing what not only his career can lead to, but this Ecstatic team as a whole. And like you said, been grinding out results, shooting up the rankings. And they're honestly a team I don't think is that far off Bet Boom overall. And look, we've even got a head-to-head from not that long ago against these two teams. Ecstatic went on to win that series. And this is what I mean. This is the argument that I'm having in terms of I don't think there is a set favorite in this matchup. I can easily see a world where Ecstatic can step up and take them down, because I think they've got the firepower, they've got the structure that they can compete with a team like Bet without any issues. I am looking towards players like Sierra, though, to be able to have a good game. I think if he is absent, you can start to notice maybe a dip in firepower on the server. There are other players like Anlele, Nut as well, who can pick up the slack. Christo at times with the AWP as well. But it does feel like Sierra is the leading man and the man with a lot of the spotlight and the weight on his shoulders on Ecstatic.
Look, can I just jump in real quick? Because Ecstatic, I have to say, I think they are possibly the most informed team in this tier 2 scene. Not only, you just got to look at their kind of last 3 months win rate, 76%. Their last 16 series, they've only dropped 2 of those. One of them being as Navi Jr., which obviously is probably one of the
can't blame him for that.
Yeah, possibly one of the other most informed and best teams within this tier 2 space. I think Ecstatic are on a run of form which is absolutely ridiculous, and a vast majority of the time it's because they have adopted Train into their map pool so goddamn quickly. They've got 25 maps on it. It's their second most played, just behind Nuke, and they've got nearly an 85% win rate. I think for every single team that faces against Ecstatic, I think take the risk, insta-ban Train, regardless of whether it's your insta-ban or not. Get rid of that map, because you have got a small chance of winning it anyway. Don't even give them a chance to kind of make you look foolish on that map, because Ecstatic have been so good on Train. In fact, they don't pick it. What's going on? Ecstatic have just picked up your Train and you're not even going for it. Well, never mind.
There you go. Zola, look, I came here for takes like that. I'm on that same level with you, but it lasts so long. And of course, Bet Boom are going to go ahead and gladly take that out to press. It's, Nuke that comes in, pretty predictable. You get that Anubis and Inferno out either way for that swing on that Ecstatic side. Obviously, a little bit more hot press to get that Anubis out here. Where are we at expectations-wise in for this Nuke? Is this a bit of a card to try and throw this off of it? Are you expecting Train maybe a little bit too much off of some of this recent form?
Look, I think with these vetoes, I think you look at Ecstatic's kind of main pool, which is kind of Inferno, Nuke, Train, Ancient. Obviously, their Mirage, they played it 4 times, so not really one of their strongest maps. Dust 2 and Anubis have been pretty poor. The fact that there's no Anubis or Dust 2 here, when 2 of the stronger maps in Bet Boom's pool are Anubis and Dust, is ridiculous to me. I don't really know why they've gone the route of Mirage. Obviously, it's a low sample size for Ecstatic, but it's quite a puggy map. I feel like Ecstatic can do well on a map like that. And obviously, they've clearly adopted it to have this 7-map map pool, and they've done really well on it so far. I really think BetBoom have missed the trick here in the vetoes. And if I'm ecstatic, I've got big smiles across my face after this veto, because you've got that Ancient, which is one of their most played with a 72% win rate. You've got that Nuke, which is their go-to pick, and Mirage, a bit of a puggy one. I think it definitely can happen here for ecstatic. I'm already going to be saying I'm backing them to take it. I think BetBoom, not really the best decision when it comes to the map pool.
Right where they want him, potentially here, CMD, are we at the point where, you know, this is losing its sense of a 3-mapper guaranteed? Are we thrown off schedule today? Actually, rather getting back on track with it. Where are we at with the 2-0 potential?
See, I like the idea that there's a 2-0 on the cards. I understand what Fred's saying in terms of Mirage. I still feel like everything is leaning to a 3-mapper for me. I think if BetBoom, as long as, I think the most important thing, as long as the players are online and they're on the server and stepping up to the level we know they can, I think BetBoom have Mirage sort of as a bit of a locked in, unless Ecstatic can really blow our minds. I do think this one's going to go to that third and final of Ancient.
Well, here we are. Ecstatic. Here we reach into this nuke off the rails where we'd expect the beginning of this series. Fellas, this will be a fun one. Take it away.
Yeah, look, I'm excited for this one. I'm already going to change my mind. I don't know who's going to win it, but I actually think, if anything, both these teams are pretty good on Nuke. I think whoever takes Nuke has the confidence moving to Mirage, and then they just win Mirage. So my hot take is 2-0.
We've already had 2 different predictions from you in the last 30
I'll get a third. It's going 3 maps. BetBoom win it.
Well, after the pistol, I'll ask you again, because this is looking pretty great for BetBoom. Sierra 40 HP in a 1 versus 4. Not a lot of room to breathe. His position's been made known. He's sort of frantically hoping that one of these Glock bullets connects to the head of one of the BetBoom defenders. As this round is falling apart, just 10 points of health. Boomich does actually get taken down there, so at least another kill found from Sierra, but this should be an easy cleanup for the remaining CTs.
I think he wraps 7.
Still plenty of time to play with.
Yeah, already a quick rotation, though, from Axile. Sierra not expecting. I think he just assumed, well, they're just going to try and slow play it. Don't give me opportunities, and Axile just out in the open, can fine. BetBoom, nice start. Obviously, we talk about how on this T side, you get the pistol, you know, you can get yourself a bit of a buffer, and it gives you, you know, a nice foundation for your T side on Nuke, but Ecstatic without it.
Yeah, just going to be the Glocks. An upgraded pistol on Sierra, but it should be an easier time of things. Honestly, you've seen a crazy amount of force buys recently.
Oh, it seems like every game. What, have they buffed like the Tech 9 recently, and I've just not seen it? It just seems like every single round, even without a bomb plant, you see these force buys come through.
I mean, you know I love a force buy. But
Sometimes
it got to a point where even I was starting to think it's a bit ridiculous how many teams are just going for force buys in situations where I even felt like it was way more costly to even consider something like that. But it is just these pistols here. It should be a reasonably easy mop-up for the CTs. Players are getting chipped down, but no real need for Axel to fight more if he doesn't want. Damage has already been dealt. It's 5 survivors. A couple of the BetBoom players do get softened up, but it is still a big bit of cash injection now into that bank of BetBoom, keeping all those players alive. Obviously, you do sort of have some of these weak rest and Gs in play, but I don't think that's going to matter too much on Nuke. There's a lot of positions where you can get a bit more up in your face. You can get players towards top heart. Even look to take some space outside or towards ramp if you wanted.
Yeah, I do have to say, once the contact was made there towards ramp, I would have really liked to see both Boomich and Siren try and look to crunch in on lobby and make that money with the MP9s, but already, first weaponry investment. There's only 4 pieces of util remaining. What has happened here for Ecstatic? It's a set of outside smokes, but no one behind it. It is just TMB. Well, in fact, Syrah is slowly creeping. I tell a lie, but Boomich is down here. Nade of the smoke, and this is just going to completely give Boomich space to work. The problem is he's got an MP9. Oh, I think TMB has just spotted him, or at least is aware. Maybe the type of thing where you get given the question mark on the minimap. Something like that.
I mean, Boomich just with this MP9. You can't imagine he's actually looking for any fights. Maybe hoping someone comes closer towards him. And Lele, is he going to be aware of this deep positioning, though? Look at Siren playing there. Taking a lot of initiative to push this trophy position early. And Anlele's surely going to overlook it.
Already one player wrapped around heaven, though. TMB finds Zorte. And now things get quite difficult, but Axile will eventually find Anlele. Magnez, he has maneuvered his way down. And it's seemingly going to be a playthrough secret here. Sierra is alone currently towards Garage, and this is where I think Sierra's got to show a lot of impact and kind of take that contact beforehand. Magnez, this is such an easy kind of position to get one and back away. They overlook it 9 times out of 10, and Magnez, Christu will find him, but a 3-on-3, 11 seconds on the clock, still needing to plant, and Boomic, he's going to be going so fast here. Boomic, if he can deny the plant, Boomic he does, the round is won, and Boomic, he's able to find another USB in hand. Sierra will get the kill, but the CTs prevail. Siren, the second Boomic denies that plant, Siren just stays towards the top side. There's no need for him to kind of get himself within the action, give Ecstatic any chance, but a great start here from BetBoom CT side. They handle the first full buy of Ecstatic very nicely, and to remind people, it wasn't a perfect buy from BetBoom. We had 2 MP9s, we had a FAMAS on Magnez.
I mean, a super chaotic finish to that round there, where Ecstatic was slowly picking away at the defense of BetBoom, and yet Boomic bypasses that initial player glancing towards his position ramp inventory, realizing the bomb needs to go down, and just sort of took the risk, pushed on out, and won the round from it. Look, you can easily see that round falling apart, and then you've got Siren on top of the vents, 1 versus 3, a round he's just gonna have to save. But I mean, it's a great call from the leader, and they get the success from it, winning that round. And like you said, yeah, it was a bit of a weaker buy, so they've got a couple of weapons upgraded. They've still got a little bit of money in the reserve that's starting to grow, and Ecstatic just forced onto be half buy again with Sierra with this saved rifle.
I think Christu, I don't think he realised he actually had the bomb there. Oh, great from Axile. He spots the shoulder, and Axile wants more. Can find more as well. USB in hand, and Anlele falling as well. It's all on TMB. Axile on for the ace. Whether his teammates will let him find it is the question, but I don't think he's too bothered. He's just won his team their 4th round with an excellent 4K. And TMB trying to creep into the back lines. Magnez, a nice idea on the swing, but TMB, a great headshot that. And Siren heading towards top silo. Zorti can find, though. BetBoom, a very effective round there, but Axile crowned as the king of ramp. Brilliant stuff.
I mean, we speak about just rounds like that, even just for sort of bringing someone into the server, allowing them just to really get a feel for the game, have a big round like that already, get sort of the juices flowing and ready for what is going to be potentially a pretty damn close series. But yeah, that's a really nice couple of kills there from Axile on the ramp. Weapons back in play now for Ecstatic, though.
I like this from Zorte. Early elevation, and Lele forced back by the Molotov. Magnez, responsibilities of keeping Zorti alive, but the HE grenades are landing. Zorti going to send a nade of his own. Christu, nade blown open, the smoke, missed shot from Christu, not an easy one, but Zorti capitalizing. Sierra looking to creep into Garage, he's got a perfect timing, but Zorti can back away. And Sierra now conveying this information to his team. Magnez is holding this, oh, Magnez is so aware. He's just moved. He had a perfect timing. He was just completely holding. Sierra crouching under the AWP of Zorti. Oh, this is going to be disgusting. And Sierra, he's just telling his team, look, I've got to kill dead to rights. He's back towards red box. I can take this, or maybe we can look to reposition, go towards ramp, maybe head towards the A-bomb site.
Oh, he wants more.
This is disgusting.
Oh, Zorti has spotted, so the element of surprise has been eliminated slightly, but hasn't been able to get taken down by Siren towards top part. So Siren takes the fight in lobby instead and takes down Nut Nut. Still advantage BetBoom. Boomich up from the vents. Timing is good enough to find TMB. Quick trade comes through, but the chaos on the A-bomb site ensues as BetBoom still win the round.
How has that round gone the way of BetBoom? Ecstatic. It was just such a perfect position there for Zero, but
the difficult thing is you understand what Zero's doing, And it's a great idea to sort of flank behind. He obviously wanted more than just the Zorti's AWP.
I think
And
maybe
he wanted to get primed to be able to capitalize on those A plays quicker. There is no chance we're expecting 4 players on that A bomb side, though.
I think the only way that it works well for Syria in that position is instead of going towards heaven and going up the ladder, you go and find the ramp player, you get your team that information, but you're not the one to get the kill. You get your team that information, they perfectly flash him off the angle, able to win that fight, and then he can find the rotationary kill as well. Because that's where he can still go 2 for 1. But the second he goes up that ladder, Zorti is still the player defending towards outside. He's still the player who needs to hold the cross. So he's eventually going to go back and look. Timing a little bit unfortunate, but even still, excellent there from BetBoom.
Yeah, forcing the Danes onto just these rifles again. Onto just these sort of pistols again, sorry.
Are we already worried for Ecstatic?
I mean, it is still T-side nuke. You can easily see a bit of a streak of rounds where they can manage just to get 3, 4 in a row. And then already, I think they've done enough just to give themselves a fighting chance. But I certainly would like to see a round come through a bit sooner rather than later, as it is going to be at a minimum an even half for BetBoom, unless we see some miracles come through from Christu's unarmored M4. Does get taken down, so money's looking pretty damn good now for the CTs.
Yeah, look, I think we do have to say, you know, I spoke about how Ecstatic are on some hot form. BetBoom as well. You know, it's not as though it's kind of just Ecstatic that are putting up kind of big numbers. You know, BetBoom have looked excellent. You can just see from kind of the events that they're in, that alone. What do you think is the bare minimum for Ecstatic? 4?
Yeah, I mean 3. I do think you can do it with 3.
You need a pistol, though,
I think, yeah, you get the pistol as well. Sort of a 9 to 5, sure, you're still a decent bit behind. But being on the CT side, I think it gives you a little bit of room to actually be able to show us what you can do on the CT side. I think when you start to see a team get like double digits against you, you know that sort of any mistake and pretty much your chance of making a comeback will crumble and will fall away. And I think there's nothing worse than when it feels like you've only really been able to play one half and show what you can do in one half. But look, we've seen Ecstatic call a tactical pause. They realise that this should be the time where they can show us what they can do. Now, when TMB takes the initiative and pushes in to get a double.
Yeah, Siren now on his lonesome on the back of the A-bomb site. Can't secure the second of TMB. Axel now flanking, but Syrah is a backstab holding for Axile. Oh, Axile, does he not realise TMB was there? Well, Zorti's got that information. It's Zorti in a 1 versus 2. Molly at his feet, but Syrah can find him. And Ecstatic finally post that first round on the board. It's great from TMB that. Absolutely brilliant.
And that's the interesting thing. I don't think that was what the timeout was called for at all.
No, definitely
that
not.
was just TMB thinking, I can get a bit of a time in here. I can capitalize. They've been having a bit too much freedom in terms of playing their own game. Let's make them uncomfortable for a time. And that's exactly what they did there.
I think as well, spamming through those smokes, I understand it. Magniez wants to try and find a kill, deal some damage, but there's no one covering him. TMB could just swing that so easily. Like, it's not a problem at all. I love this from Zorti. Ooh. Bit of a missed shot. Boomich baiting out the AWP shot of Christu. Boomich staying around for a little too long, I say that, as he finds Christu. That is disgusting. Boomich is having a pretty decent game. You look at the kills he's found. The impact, massive. And Lele going to take a page out of TMB's book. I thought he was going to go through that smoke, but maybe Anlele doesn't have the minerals and the confidence for a player like that.
He dropped outside for a bit of vision, but we've already seen Sierra has crossed. Boomich has claimed this secret position as his own, so there is going to be a gunfight here, and this will really take away the diversity of this Ecstatic attack now. It's all the remaining players towards ramp. With Zorti finding, it just looks very easy. Not ready for someone to be crossing, but even while being not ready, still the shot's good enough. And Lele hits a nice find of his own to remove the AWP. So that's Charlie. Step 1.
In the pre-game, when we were talking about the BetBoom side, you said you praised Zorti, and you know, the reason you mentioned him is because, you know, you're an AWP yourself and you like to praise them. That's not the reason, though. It's because of the quality he has. He's 13-5. Axel as well is having a stormer of a game, 9-2. But Zorti's the type of player that doesn't shy away from those kind of flashy moments. I still remember, I want to say it was a 1v4 he had on the B bomb site of Ancient where he gets a collat through the wall. I still remember that round. He kind of has these moments that will, you know, as commentators and, you know, analysts, viewers at home, you will remember these rounds that he has. He's a very memorable player. He has such great moments in the server. And obviously displaying that throughout the CT side of Nuke.
Yeah, 100%. And this is what Ecstatic need to be able to contend with.
Yeah, Nutnut's 0-8. Really tough game for Nutnut. I've got to say, ever since Vertigo has been taken out of the pool, I feel like Nutnut, I'm yet to see him have a good game.
Spark.
Yeah, I'm yet to see him have a good game.
I definitely think, he certainly can be a player that can be up there, but Vertigo felt like he really made that map his home.
Yeah.
Such a joy to watch there on it. And for a map that I despised watching, Nutnut actually made it bearable for me.
You're wondering how people play the B-bomb site on the T side and CT. Nut was the one to watch.
I think every time I played with you, you tried to sort of imitate it. And
oh, it went so wrong.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it shows that it's not just doing what he does, it's sort of being him as well. Having that aura that Nut does have. Is this half buy here for Ecstatic? I mean, I don't want to sort of be too concerned about a half buy or anything, but we've seen quite a few half buys for Ecstatic, and the biggest issue I've had is none of them have really even felt competitive. And obviously it's always going to be difficult to make a half buy competitive, but you see a lot of pistol Tech 9 fast hits towards A, and you can see rounds really fall apart for the CTs there, and sort of rounds stolen away from just something basic like a fast hit. And even if you don't win the round, finding a couple of kills here or there is significantly more than what we're really seeing from Ecstatic's Deagles and Pistols now. It feels like they tend to be in a 1 versus 5, find one kill, and then get found.
There's been 9 rounds of play. There's only been 16 deaths on the side of BetBoom. Less than a kill a round on average here from Ecstatic.
Another opening kill. Zero towards outside, goes down. Tries to get a time in onto Zorti, but he just seemingly has that sixth sense and looks towards the top of the box. And here is a fast array hit, but Magniez and Siren find a kill apiece. The trading's okay, but BetBoom already having the advantage. Boomich finding and Layla as well. Leaves Christo in a 1 versus 3. Molotov at his feet. Not going to push through it. There was plenty of time to play with, and each of these CTs being rather split.
Yeah, it gives him an opportunity. It gives certainly an option to work with. If he can find Axel, obviously that's the avenue to the B-bomb site. Will take him down. And this is where we can see the kind of the beginning of the clutch. I don't love the fact that he's opened the windows. Especially because Zorti's just going to take him down. Oh, Zorti doesn't spot. Clearly towards Tetris, and lovely shot there from Zorti. 15-5. An
he's looking
insane
scary.
Game. Yeah,
he's looking worried. I always feel like AWPers in particular, you really can see when they're sort of feeling it in a game, where it feels like they just don't shy away from any fight, for better 100%. Or for worse. But if they're sort of in that zone and it feels like every shot turns to gold, it is very scary just to watch. I enjoy to watch as well, but you certainly fear for the other team slightly. But a 9-1, I was saying I do fear for the double digits. I do think 3 is a bare minimum where I still believe Ecstatic can do something if a couple of things go their way. But so far, BetBoom seemingly speedrunning their way through Nuke.
I think I've got to change my prediction, right?
Yeah, do you want to have another prediction? It's another opening kill. This is one thing that BetBoom are having spades now.
It's clear that, you know, BetBoom have got a team dinner. It's clear that starts in 45 minutes. I didn't mean in the server, but that is obviously what's seen. But the thing is, I'm just so used to these moments now where Boomich, I just expect him to get that double. Ecstatic just haven't been on form today. They really haven't. Molly nade combination, Axel's gonna seemingly throw. What do you do?
Christo, you understand, just trying to delay, hoping someone gives you something, but even in a situation like this where BetBoom are in a 1 versus 4 or 4 versus 1,
a lot of discipline.
Yeah, just being so disciplined, whereas you can see they still want to look for these fights, but aren't being foolish about it.
I'll be honest.
Have been hit. Can we just also point out this is Ecstatic's map selection?
Yeah. I would be very worried for Ecstatic, especially with the fact that I've said they're trying to introduce Mirage to the map pool. Honestly, I think BetBoom maybe not a team that you want to float in. Either way, if the game continues as is, I don't really know what Mark's going to have to say in the analyst desk segment. Because
I'm curious what he'll have to say about Ecstatic, other than they have looked really
opening kill.
Unimaginative here.
How many 5v3s have we seen?
What he will find is a 1 versus 2 now, one of the closest rounds we've seen in a while. Not retrieve the Galil, the Deagle as Zorti does the damage, while Axel gets the trade. Just the measly 1 round is all that Ecstatic have to try to mount some sort of a comeback here on map number 1.
I'm actually stunned.
Yeah, there's been a lights out performance.
And the thing is as well, right? When you see series like this, you see maps like this and kind of scenarios. Okay, yes, you know, you can have an expectation. It's going to happen from time to time. But a lot of the time, it will be kind of from a team, you know, such an imbalance. You know, you might have kind of a team like Na'Vi Jr. who are kind of on the rise, facing off maybe a team that are like 120th on HLTV. Ecstatic, as I already claimed, probably one of the most informed teams in this Tier 2 space. They are getting battered.
I mean, this is what I mean about BetBoom as well, though. Look, we have high expectations for this team. There's a reason for it.
Yeah.
And this is that reason. Because this is the ceiling that they can hit, where even against a team like Ecstatic, on the right day, they can make this team look pathetic, really. It looks like occasionally men against boys. And there's a good chance we are going to be heading on to Mirage a bit sooner than I think we all thought. Unless Ecstatic can completely turn their game around. Look, it's always going to be tough to highlight anyone and say, oh yeah, at least this person's having a good game when you are 11-1 down. But you still would have liked to see someone like Sierra, someone like Christu, at least give us a couple of glimpses that, okay, yeah, there's something in there ready for Mirage. But right now it feels like maybe the delays have made a bit of an issue. Who knows? But yeah, certainly not on the server right now. And Siren,
that's so tough.
Great kill to find, but he's even I say he's looked a bit quiet, but it feels like he just hasn't had much of a chance to get killed.
Like when you've got teammates like Magnias, Axel Zorti, and Boomage, who's currently 12-7, joint second fragging his team, I think you just go, yeah, fair. You know what?
I'll take the back seat here.
Look. No, I'm happy to. Oh my gosh.
I can't find anything. It's a great pistol from BetBoom, slowing things down, picking apart the defense before grouping.
I think Ecstatic loaded their guns with blanks. What's going on here?
I don't even think they've been given much of a chance to shoot. It's so quick from BetBoom. 12 are going to have been found. And I think we know where this one is going to be heading now. As much as I'd love to paint a picture of some miraculous comeback that we could be seeing, I think the pistol round was the one defining thing that we could have at least tried to sort of tell that story with. But with that going the way of BetBoom as well, Ecstatic, I think the only silver lining they have is at least they got 1 round on the CT side. At least it's not going to be a 30-0.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they're going to dominate them so hard that Ecstatic just lose a round. Lose that 1 round they've got.
Yeah, the round is so good, Ecstatic. They
sacrificed the only round they've got.
Negative one.
I mean, it's obviously the force buy. CT force buys on the second round. You can see they tend to be a bit more rough around the edges. A lot of pistols in play. Christu with the scout. Does actually have armor behind it, to be fair, which is quite nice.
I think not only can we kind of throw, I guess, some shade to Ecstatic and how they just haven't performed today, I think it has been more about BetBoom, though, hasn't it? It's been more about the dominance that they can show here. I can't think of a single round, even within the one that they lost, that I really thought, wow, that was a massive mistake from BetBoom. And in that round, the only mistake they made was Magnias firing through a smoke, and that was it.
It was just TMB taking a bit of a time and punishing from it. But that's the thing. Every picture really does tell 2 stories, really, and I think that's been a big part of it. It definitely just hasn't been Ecstatic playing terribly. It does feel like a bit of a culmination of them both. Ecstatic have looked pretty poor. It has to be said. Their T side looked really flat. And you just saw they were giving away opening kills just way too easily. Players weren't online on the server, whereas on the other side of thing for BetBoom, quite the contrary. Everyone playing out their mind, everyone wanted to look for kills. Christu missing a shot kind of sums up how this game's gone.
On to Mirage. Oh, even just moments like that. Not a single kill. Not a single kill. It's been a tough watch. 25 deaths is all BetBoom had in 14 rounds of play. That's less than 2 kills a round. Well, that was a game, I guess.
I mean, look, it was a rough watch for Ecstatic. If you're a BetBoom fan, though, I mean, what a performance! That's what you want to see from your team because that was electric. That was such a good watch, and that's exactly what we wanted to see from this roster. And I think if they can step up like that on Mirage as well, I think you've got some worrying signs for Ecstatic in this series. Because look, everyone, like you said, can have a bad game. It's the nature of the industry, isn't it? You play tons of series. Eventually, you're going to get battered on one of them. It's more, how do you respond to it?
Yeah, and there's going to have to be the biggest of responses. Not only a map that they haven't played much of, it's one of which that's clearly such a strength for the side of BetBoom. And I think many fans at home supporting Ecstatic are going to be very worried for this next one. But look, let's throw it to Mark. I did say in the game that he might not have much to say, but let's hear what he has to say about that stomping from BetBoom.
Look, boys, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be back. It was exactly as you guys lined it. It was quite a game. It was quite a watch. And look, I mean, you absolutely can, have an off day where you do run up and have so many busy schedules here at the beginning of, another season. But Ecstatic obviously have been held to a different standard, as we talked about in the pregame, right? They've been absolutely going crazy recently. And so, I mean, this one looked to be kind of flipped on its head right as you kind of questioned where this, was going to go against a train expectation. And so, I mean, Nuke ended up really kind of being insult to injury to that conversation where, I mean, even particularly, I mean, coming off of a win just the other day on this Nuke, I believe that was just in the series against Ents a couple of days ago. Rather, that was where you had this down. And obviously this Nuke was, in challenge versus BetBoom where you had that A1 gaming lead going down. So, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, the 13-11 versus Astrum yesterday, I mean, it was, very much about the conversation of this veto, but, I could go on and on about that. And in all honesty, I mean, we're expecting this to be, an interesting kind of, ball for it on average being, I think, more handed to that line if you're going to give it to Ecstatic. But, I mean, they were expecting to, at the worst to be a 13-11 here. I mean, it is what it is, but as I want to talk about and criticize, right, as I believe Zola mentioned, as much as you want to come in here and sort of see into, where this Nuke did go a little bit poorly, look, it just went that well for BetBoom, and all of their signs were that sharp. It was really impressive work. I mean, a great game out of Zorti in particular. A good anecdote, right? You are going to remember those rounds. I remember hearing in that cast. You absolutely are. This is a guy that's going to show up every single time. I mean, Axile laid that ramp to rest. There was no real competition coming back his way. And I mean, they do end up seeing into this pistol second half, and it's like, well, I mean, you're at this 11-1 stance, and you're wanting to see just more life out of a team that has, I mean, so much on this Nuke in terms of these results. And, we're expecting it to be, just a bit of a more questionable play out here. And so you're expecting them to want to, throw more variety, I guess, into feeling confidence in these playoffs and not just, relying on this train to get them where they need to go. But, I mean, that's just a mental battle, and you got to work out those things elsewhere in the practice where, I mean, to raise up this Nuke to a standard where you can face it into a BetBoom team that's pretty familiar with it, right? Had to see into that course to make it to the major in that time. I think, Boomage and Co. are going to be very pleased with that performance. Whether it a misfire on the vetoes or not, it doesn't look like we're going to be getting the best out of Ecstatic today. Am I wrong? I certainly hope so. They're going to be moving on to Mirage, where inspired from that first map. They got one round to work off of. So to bounce back, we'll see if it does go. Bet Boom, they are confidently grinding through this round of 16 matchup, headed on to Mirage. We might be headed back on schedule quicker than we think. We'll be right back in about an 8-minute break. Well, welcome back to the playoffs here of Series 1 in Europe of CCT Season 3. A nice little split up there of one round back to that ecstatic side. CMD, is there any reason to believe where you're coming from that ecstatic are going to have a stronger swing back in this map too?
I mean, I don't think they've got to do much more to get a stronger second map than they did in the first. You know, 2 rounds. I mean, it might be ambitious, but no, look, genuinely, I am expecting a lot more from them. I think we have to be, if we're being honest. These are guys that would have been in this situation before, and you are praying that they will be able to show us just a little bit more at least. I do think Mirage is still going to be very interesting in terms of what we see. I think it's going to be something that, honestly, I'm kind of coming into this one not entirely sure what to expect from Ecstatic. It does feel like it's a map that they've been trying to bring into their pool a little bit more recently, but they still don't pick it. It's a map that just happens to get picked against them. So you sometimes might see them playing it a bit more often, but as you see now, they've only played it 4 times in the last 3 months. They've only played it once in the last 2 times in the last 2 months. So it's something that they certainly could have a bit of rust to them, but if their individuals are stepping up, they certainly can take Mirage. The thing that scares me is map number 1, they didn't have anyone stepping up. And on the flip side of things, boom, I mean, they absolutely rolled them. Everyone was having a lights out game. I think the calling was great from them. I mean, we didn't get to see much of a Bet-Boom T side. I don't think we needed to. They did most of the work in the CT anyway. And I think, honestly, if they have any sort of similar start to that, they could wrap this one up too early.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly headed that direction. I mean, where you have is their map pick headed in. I mean, where Zorti was putting up quite a style, Zola. Is there any reason to doubt Bet-Boom getting better on their map pick here? That's the question I guess I'll leave you with as we head into this Mirage.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest, I think Zorti played so well, but as did everyone else. I get it, he's AWPing and he's had nearly 120 ADR, which is ridiculous, but the lowest ADR on their team was 84. Just goes to show how dominant the whole side was. Bet-Boom, I've been impressed by them. I think the performance on Nuke, excellent. I think, obviously, Ecstatic, not looked great at all. To put into perspective, Nut has got 451 maps played on HLTV. That was his 4th worst performance. So certainly one that he'll want to forget about. And hopefully for Ecstatic, we can see a little bit more resistance. But T-side for Bet-Boom, pistol round. They are going to be heading towards the A-bomb side. Nice flashbang to blind both towards CT and Con. And the secondary flash is coming through now. Shots not connecting, but eventually Boomich and Magniez will find smoke deep towards both Con and jungle. What a pistol strategy. I love every second of this from Bet-Boom. And look, we said we didn't get to see much of the T-side strategies from Bet-Boom. We're going to see all 12 rounds here for them. And already, round number 1, I'm loving the look of.
Yeah, not even giving the CTs a look in now. No gunfights are directly being given up. They've got some deep space as well. Magnius finally takes this fight onto Christu. Does come out on top, and that now gives them jungle as well. Even if the CTs had a bit more success in taking some space onto the bomb site, I don't think it would have mattered. I think just the position towards connector, towards jungle, it's so tough to clear out when you've got to get on the bomb. Time's ticking. It's a pistol round. You see the pistols, the Glocks just playing for the bomb. I mean, it's a great pistol, like you said. Those first 2 kills initially with no response from Ecstatic, that felt like it already sealed the Dane's fate in that pistol. But this occasion, we are going to see that force buyback from them.
Yeah, I think this is where, obviously the CT side, we don't really get to see it from Bet-Boom on Nuke, but obviously this is where we really get to see the cooling and the kind of experience that Boomich has. Obviously, I think a lot of the time, when you think of Boomich, obviously you think of his success on Na'Vi and the years he was there. It's crazy. He's still only 26 years old.
Yeah.
He's only 2 years older than me, and I've been watching Boomich play CS for like 6-7 years now.
I mean, that's the thing. Look, that Na'Vi team sort of came into it as a bit of sort of Zeus's prodigy. And yeah, really came in as sort of that replacement, it always felt, and grown as a player in his own right. And I think, honestly, I kind of prefer the storyline of what this Bet-Boom side could become.
Yeah,
and give it a bit more time, perhaps.
Yeah, obviously something Mark pointed out is, major winner. Nearly back-to-back majors as well. Got the final in 2022.
The bigger lean here from the CTs towards A, but still getting unraveled. The MP9 on the ladder from Nut did was so much damage to Siren, but the final bullet can't connect. And Anlele, who was behind Axel for the majority of this round, seemingly has lost his timing and lost any chance to find much impact in this round. So the 4x4 Ecstatic falls flat on its face.
Yeah. Look, I feel like Ecstatic, they were just trying to play a little bit disciplined there on that force. Obviously, we saw kind of the under push, and it didn't really work out too well. I think the Bet Boom individuals, again, we're going to be talking about them throughout the whole of this game, and I hope this isn't a game that we undervalue Boomich's calling, because a lot of the time when you see games like the Nuke and obviously games like Mirage could be, a lot of it will be kind of attributed to stellar individuals, but I think a lot of the time we've got to say that this Bet Boom side has grown massively, and I think it's now a question of, look, they've brought in both Axel and Boomich. It's been, what, about half a year now? Or about 4 or 5 months? At what point are we going to be seeing them progress to that next step? To that kind of top 20, top 15?
I think that's the question on everyone's mind, really, isn't it? And I also think that's going to be things like events like this can give us a bit of a better idea. Look, if they did get knocked out of round of 16 here, that would be massively underwhelming. This is where deeper runs, final spots, maybe even taking home the trophy, that's what this team's expectations should be now. And I think sort of one step at a time, one event at a time, that's when potentially we can start to see Bet Boom lead on from that. But should be a nice simple one here for Bet Boom, unless Anlele can show some shenanigans with this MP9, but certainly chance for some kills. I actually don't mind the setup that we're seeing here. Decent chunk of players towards short.
Oh, this
timing's great.
It's the steps towards under that bait all of this out, but Boomich reserved. Zorti at range, and Bet Boom prevail.
Just a 1 kill again. See, I mean, I touched on this on Nuke. A couple of the half-buys from Ecstatic, I say couple, pretty much all the half-buys from Ecstatic never got close. Never even really found much success in terms of kills. You obviously have a lot of half-buys that you end up seeing 2-3 kills come through, but it never really feels like it's going to go the way of the weaker weapons. We didn't even really get to see that from Ecstatic. It felt more like you get maybe a kill, an odd kill at best too. Hopefully, these early signs are just a bit of rust, sort of in between the break, and isn't going to be any sort of continuation of that. But weapons are in play, and this is it. Ecstatic, and they finally show us something a bit more. Orcs out on Christie, you've got the Organ on Lely as well.
Great positioning here for TMB. Opening kill found, in fact, by Ecstatic. I think that was what helped Bet Boom out massively. Oh, TMB does get the dink. Deep Molotov thrown here to cut off rotations, and Lele has crossed through it. Oh, he's been spotted, and Lele kind of given up his positioning now. HE grenade just shy of landing. And Lele maneuvers through the smoke. Oh, Zorti spots out Sirat. And Axel's still very low. And Lele can find Magniez and Siren. Now Siren eventually going to be making his way out of Palace. Obviously, there's time for Magniez to back away if he chooses to.
They kind of need Siren to start to strike. There's not a lot of time on the clock. Siren is going to confirm that A is fully clear. I don't know if he necessarily has time to look to flank around behind. And Lele has made it into apartments. Magniez takes this heads-up duel and loses it. Siren's been spotted towards A as well. They know his location. This round is finally going to be a ecstatic one and a positive one at that. Honestly, not really sure about the Bet Boom decision-making in that one. They lose the early kill. Sierra finds one. And then we see Axel take down TMB towards the B apartments. But they don't actually look to hit off of that or take any space. They drop the Molotov towards Market, but they haven't even spotted and Lele crossing. And they just sort of hold, hoping that players are going to rotate into their crosshairs. But in doing so, basically all the CTs are around the B bomb site, while Bet Boom still haven't taken any control out towards B. So they slowly get picked apart, and you still have Siren on the other side of the map, waiting to sort of have this flank, it seems. It just felt they weren't confident enough to actually push out towards B, but they put all their eggs in their basket towards B. Here again, opening kill.
Yeah, excellent. And then this is what Ecstatic needed. They needed that kind of initial threat. And it's rounds like this where they do get the opening kill, where they can look to play a bit more reserved, force Bet Boom into these tricky scenarios. TMB I guess that's the easiest way to get a headshot. Just aim at the stomach and jump.
Yeah, I suppose. I suppose whatever you need to do to get that kill, by all means, and the jumping in for on this occasion is what finds it. So 2-man advantage for Ecstatic. That was another thing that they were really lacking on map number 1. Any sort of opening kills. Felt like Bet Boom were just dominating them in that department. But these last couple of rounds, since weapons have been in play, has been the Danes that found the early pick. Oh, timing on the swing is good from Anlele. Is in the flames, has to drop the smoke, but it's a 1 versus 3 from Magniez.
I think Magniez has been such a talent here for this Bet Boom team. Such an incredible rifler. And we didn't really get to see his ability on Nuke. It seemed like a lot of the heavy lifting was done by Zorti. Not to say he wasn't kind of on the score sheet, but it's not as though he needed to have that kind of lights out performance.
Enough money in the bank for Bet Boom to scrape together somewhat of a buy. You can see utility definitely is limited, but you got Zorti on the AWP and a couple of stars on rifles.
Sometimes that can be enough. Zorti holding for an aggressor or going for a peek himself, looking to retrieve a weapon, and things can go right back in your way.
Elevating him up, seeing if Sierra's going for the same opening kills that he'd been going for in the rounds prior, but not in this occasion. Instead, boosting one of these pistols up. And now Magniez will take this space. And there's Christu coming out on top of the open jewel. One of the heavy hitting weapons going down. Sierra in the smoke. Magniez is holding. It's all going to be about who holds their nerve more. Well, seemingly, Magniez fully aware of it, but Sierra's readjustment instantaneous. Takes him out of the server. And Bet Boom, despite having more than enough space towards middle and not really being contested in it, Ecstatic managed to find the kills. And just leaving Siren in another very challenging clutch.
Yeah, 1v3, all players in proximity. There's not really much Siren can do. He's had the step from Sierra. Spotted him, but still can't connect. Ecstatic, this is more like it. They're on the CT side here, but I still feel like Ecstatic. It's nice to see kind of the work that they can put in. I feel like map 1, you've just got to forget about it.
Yeah, I'm liking how I'm expecting to play this. They're not actually fighting towards mid that much, which you often can look at as a bit of a downside on this map. If you look to give the T's a ton of control towards middle, it feels like they're the ones who can dictate everything about the round. But Ecstatic still do look to defend it just slightly from afar, and they're being able to just catch off players on Bet Boom. You see it in the start of that round. Christu having the AWP fight against Zorti. He comes out on top there. We've seen it in a couple of rounds previously where Anlele eventually goes for a late swing through window, spots 2 players, takes down 1. And it feels like they're looking for late fights rather than directly trying to take Bet Boom head on. And yeah, it's certainly working for them. And Bet Boom seemingly just getting caught off by it. Despite them wanting to fight towards middle a lot, yeah, they are the ones looking a bit worse for wear.
Yeah, I've got to say, Bet Boom just go back to the basics. Whether it be A plays, whether it be B executes, I think they'll be a little bit better off. TMB, talk about missed shots there. Magniez naded off, the molly landing at his feet as well, so don't think there was any survival chance there. Either way, 4v4, Nutnut's got to be cautious here playing from CT. A rotation can be seen from Christu, but Siren tapping away with the Deagle, slightly chipping away at Nutnut. Christu still hearing Con. Nutnut screaming for a rotation, and Christu now emerging. Missed shot from Christu. Will send out the HE grenade. Zorti finds one as well. Siren's Deagle connecting. It's a 2-on-2. And Lele is going to be flanking here towards ramp. Sierra just needs to play discipline. This whole round is on Lele's shoulders. Siren's retrieved the rifle. Siren, he's going to be crossing. Can he get to sandwich in time? He certainly can't.
He can get into relative safety, but Anlele is more than ready for this position. Zorti, this fight on Tessera is everything, but timing is being horrendous. Anlele makes the noise, finds the kill, it forces Zorti's attention elsewhere, and that's when Cirrus strikes. Static, things do get a lot closer there, but a brilliant flank from Anlele secures the round.
That's the difference in half buys, though, between BetBoom and Ecstatic, right? You know, we're seeing the bomb go down. We're seeing a 2 versus 2. We're seeing a chance of weaponry retrieval. There is an opportunity for BetBoom. Whereas for Ecstatic, when on Nuke and obviously here on Mirage, the half buys that they've had, they've been outclassed massively.
See, it's quite interesting because you kind of feel like there's an easy argument for why that's the case. On a map like Nuke, it can be a bit more difficult to try to break into things, but you probably put that a bit more down to inexperience on the map. But that's not the case for Ecstatic at all. This is the map they're inexperienced on in terms of actual officials. And Nuke is the one that sort of they should be the masters of it. Got great statistics on it, play a ton. And really struggled to make any use of their knowledge. And yet here on Mirage, things are looking a lot better. TMB getting aggressive, but not ready for Magniez towards the lower stairs, taking him out.
I think as well, when you look at a map like Nuke, I feel like that's probably the map that has maybe one of the highest half-buy win rates. You know, I think about Nuke, I think about Inferno, whether it's a fast ramp, a fast A, and obviously on Inferno, just a fast pop towards Banana. I think that's where the half-buys can look pretty prevalent. There's some moments where you think, God, if he had an AK, they probably wouldn't have got that kill, but the Tech 9...
I mean, that's the thing that always surprised me a little bit about Ecstatic, considering we didn't really see those pistols go for anything fast towards A, and it felt like they put a lot of stock into outside, where sort of Zorti's AWP, we saw how much work that was doing. The range always feels like it favours the better rifles, and it just didn't seem to work, but a B hit on this one. Christou's AWP finds the first kill to make it a 4-on-4, but not ready for Magniez below the window.
Yeah, already Anlele attempting to rotate in. Not the best of sprays from both Anlele and Boomich. And Anlele's going to try and make his way out. Siren will get one. Great trade from Nut. Can't double down though. Zorti will find. And Syrah again in the 1 versus 2. So far from the action. And when there's no progression up short, no one kind of contacting through market, they will realise Syrah has retrieved another flashbang. Obviously not to go for it though. BetBoom will level up the scoreline 4-4 now. Obviously, we've seen very limited Mirage in the last couple months for Ecstatic, but it has been the T side in which they have looked not the best, we'll put it that way. You know, their CT side nearly a 60% win rate, which is very impressive, yet the T side, they really falter.
Yeah, in these pressured situations, in these round of 16s, though, certainly we can, on occasion, see those stats be thrown out the window. And it really does depend on what we've seen on the server. And
look at Nuke.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a prime example of it, isn't it? BetBoom will finally break this streak of Ecstatic. Has to be said, though, opening kill helped them out massively, because when you saw that back and forth trading towards the B bomb site, it was very even, but it was just that opening kill that they initially had going into that B bomb site with the man advantage that allowed them to come out on top. And a double AWP in play now for Ecstatic. I'm not sure how I feel about this necessarily. Not because I don't necessarily like it. I just think Anlele's looking really sharp with the rifle.
Yeah, honestly, I give it to TMB. As the B Apartments player, just getting posted up in apps, you know, on the elevated angle on Van, he should be getting that kill. Back away. I think TMB's having a tough one here towards B apps. You know, he's been taken down by AK's Tech 9s. He's obviously wanting to get aggressive, but sometimes BetBoom, their game plan is just to play quite passive towards the apartment. So maybe just get the AWP posted up there, allow a little bit more freedom for the riflers elsewhere. But
don't see a huge amount of double AWPs anymore.
It's just too costly.
Reduction of rounds, things being very costly. Even an AWP alone is pretty costly, let alone 2 of them. So this feels like the first time you do bring it out especially, that's the one that can really catch off your opponents. But Christu still finds the opening kill with Anlele's AWP not making its presence known yet. Nah, under Balk, getting found by Axel.
Great shot there from Axel. And Lele is still in con. Mully towards jungle. There's going to be a flashbang there as well to keep Sierra isolated.
Another flash over CT, and Lele will actually be able to find Siren before he can cross towards CT, so gives Ecstatic that man advantage.
Yeah, no smoke in top con there is a bit of a misstep. And Lele looking for a flank, anticipating one. Axel, TMB trying to bait out the shots. Axel fully blinded. Zorti gets a kill though. And Lele attempting, I like that. Trying to be sneaky. Magnius needs to offer a bit of a helping hand. He's got a teammate fighting in CT. He's got Zorti kind of trying to dance around default. And Magnius is just sat there in Tetris. Look, you're disadvantaged. When you're in a 4-on-4, I understand it, but someone's got to be a bit more helpful there. And I think Magnius, that just wasn't the way to play that round. Obviously, if his team are playing passive as well, then you kind of understand it, but should not utilize there towards Tetris whatsoever.
Yeah, I do believe they did have initially a smoke for Connector, and Lele was forced out of the round, but perhaps just missing the timing slightly for BetBoom.
Yeah.
And you see Siren going down just a bit too cheaply in a round like that, in a series like this. And it did look like just a bit of an overstep, or an oversight, really, that hopefully we're not going to see too much from them again, but double up still in play.
Investment as well from BetBoom. The bomb plant allowing for it.
Yeah, loss bonus is pretty high.
Yeah, a few Galils, but look, BetBoom. I think they want to put a muzzle on Ecstatic. They want to get themselves a 5-5, and then at least, worst case scenario, 7-5 CTs. Not the end of the world. Obviously, though, it could be somewhat disastrous. Nice nade onto Magniez. Sierra defending Connector. Shotgun AWPing will be needed. What a setup there. Sierra playing anti-flash. Zorti emerging out of ramp to find one. We see the AWP of Christu connecting. Axel gets his first and the second. 1v2, Foregone 1v2.
Yeah, found arguably the two easiest targets. The two players softened up. Still just wielding this Galil. Not ready for Anlele, but no need. As TMB was there as reassurance anyway. And Ecstatic do find 6. Guarantee at least an even half. But they really have stumped BetBoom, it feels like.
We look, Sierra 13-5. Anlele 9-3. Christu kind of even. This is what we needed to see from Ecstatic, because it was a lack of individuals on Nuke that kind of spelled to such a disappointing first map. And now they're hitting a bit heavier, and obviously on the flip side, we're not having that lights out performance from Boomich. We're not having kind of impact from Axile. We said Siren was kind of silent because he wasn't needed, but now this is where Siren needs to step up. You had a bit of a freebie on Nuke. It was your 4 teammates carrying, but now we need a little more from you.
Slower here from BetBoom, waiting for the underpass control to be taken before potentially they look to fully fight towards mid, but all 5 Ts are here.
I really like this buy. 2 hero rifles, Tech 9s with armor, Deagle as well. I think this is the type of buy that is strong enough that a round can come from it. They can obviously buy in the next anyway. I really like this type of investment. TMB's been chipped away at. And Lele playing in front of the smoke. Sierra can get one, and Lele finds Magniez. Booming the trade on the first, but the swing from Sierra is excellent. TMB now here towards short. Not the greatest of shots as it allows Zorti to find. It was a 1v4 attempt in the last, but Nut's nade allows for sight lines, and Zorti found. Ecstatic will secure 7.
I do think this is a pretty important round for BetBoom.
Yeah.
I don't think it makes make or breaks whether they can win Mirage or not, but I definitely think it eases the burden slightly of having to really batter your way back into this series just for a fighting chance.
Well, I think the fact that this is BetBoom's map pick, this is a map Ecstatic have only played, twice in the last 2 months, 4 times in the last 3. Zorti taking a timing shot there onto Christu. The smoke finally fully bloomed. Deep smoke thrown by TMB. Surely the T's just disrespect this. TMB's not spotted anything. And in doing so, I think BetBoom should double back here to be. Christu can find Axel though. Great from Christu. They heard TMB jump down, and that's why Christu was so unexpected. This is looking a lot better though from Ecstatic. TMB, he's going to take the peek. Why is Siren looking backwards? Look, you don't need to turn around to talk to your teammates.
Yeah, a few mistakes here or there from BetBoom, and it definitely feels like this is a deserved victory for Ecstatic. Magnez needs an ace clutch to win this one with 40 seconds on the clock. And Unlikely just with a pot shot through the smoke finds him. And Ecstatic do find 8. Yeah, this feels pretty deserved. Look, we had a positive beginning from BetBoom, but as soon as the weapons were in play from Ecstatic, they only dropped 1 round since.
Double up. Very vital. I think it offered a lot of stability. And Lele, it's not as though he went searching for kills. It seemed as though he was just very patient. The kills came his way. And obviously for Christu, great maneuverability. Obviously Syrah, though. He's been the man of the moment. Top performing for this Ecstatic side. 8-4. It's a very good scoreline here for Ecstatic. Obviously we know that Mirage is slightly CT-sided, but I don't think to the extremity of an 8-4. I think a 7-5, that's kind of the fair result on Mirage. But yeah, Syrah's been brilliant. Really has multi-kills in most rounds that his name is in the kill feed. What are we thinking? Are you still confident that BetBoom can come back from this? Is this kind of pistol round dependent now? What are we thinking?
I think they certainly can come back from it. I do think pistol round just does naturally give you a bit of a nice, easy way back into the game. I think they're probably going to be a bit disappointed by what they showed us on that T side. It felt like they were slightly off the mark. Felt like we saw on far too many occasions them just getting caught out by Ecstatic. I think maybe expecting a bit more resistance towards middle at the start of the round, and maybe not so much in the middle portions, which is where it felt like Ecstatic found a lot of these picks in isolated sort of fights. I do definitely agree that I think this pistol round is going to give them just a bit of a buffer to bring them back into this, a bit of a lifeline, really.
Yeah, definitely. The split through short and apartments. The bomb going under. With that kill, I think certainly to be this play through the B-bomb. Cyber Axel and Magnez finding. Bomb still in apps. Christu slowly making his way towards under now. Nut. Spotted one. Syrah still lurking here in ladder. Magnez might go searching. It's all about timing here for the CT. Syrah can take down Magnez. Whether they're ready for a second here, though, I doubt it.
Whether they're ready for Boomage's reposition. Was on the bomb site now towards ramp.
Oh, Boomage! Missed shots there. Disappointing. Syrah can secure Axel, but the bomb carrier taken down by Boomage. A minute on the clock now for Syrah. He needs the ace to clutch this one out. Syrah, this will be the round to stamp the approval of him being the MVP. All it takes, one bullet to connect to Siren. He brings it to that 1v1. Siren's playing a little bit over-aggressive, I've got to say. Bomb's still down. Oh, I like this from Syrah. Will eventually connect and now knows about Boomich. I favour the Glock, but Boomich! Great final shot there. It gets very touch and go for BetBoom, but successful when needed. 20-7.
Ooh. I mean, Syrah almost makes it work. I actually think he played that really well, sort of trying to use all the cover on the bomb site to isolate these duels. You can see neither CT really felt comfortable taking them. Siren knowing how low his health is. Boomich knowing if he takes a fight and loses, put Siren, who's low HP, in that 1v1. So it felt like neither CT really wanted to take that fight, and Syrah played it as well as he could have in that situation. But Boomich, great headshot to take the round victory, and a 3k from him, really leading by example in a necessary round. But
great
in this one, Boomich is the first of all who wants to take some initiative and some space towards ramp, but it's the Deagle posted out, crosshair placements enough to get the kill. an advantage for this force buy from Ecstatic.
Yeah, honestly, I would have liked to see, kind of, if you're looking to take ramp, whether it's a teammate alongside him, whether it's a flashbang down towards ramp. I don't think BetBoom are the team that need to take that risk, but obviously Zorti's got some great control here towards under. Siren now under balcony. Axel dropping the utility. Magniez close enough by to drop the Molotov. Will be landing towards Palace. Molotov burning, and the kills are coming through. Excellent from Siren. He gets the 3K. And they're aware that Sierra is still here towards Palace. Surely he's heard the bullet. Well, definitely now with the D shots coming through. A great round from Siren, though.
Yeah, big step up. Had some nice moments on Nuke, but was normally just a bit out of the action in terms of where he was playing towards the CT side. But it's good to see him get a few kills to bring himself back into this one. Axel's another player I think we've got to look at. Had a great first map, a little bit touch and go at times. But I think that's sort of something we can say with most of the players on BetBoom. Certainly not on the same performance that we were seeing in map number 1. But with just 2 rounds off of their opponents now, if they can start to come alive, I think we're going to have a photo finish here.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think obviously this is for survival for Ecstatic. They are still staring down the barrel of a 1-map deficit. TMB's in front of the molly here. This might go overlooked.
It looks like the Ecstatic lot are just lining up. Let's see if TMB can find anything with the Deagle. He's the only one with an upgraded pistol. Let him be the initiator.
Ooh, TMB can find. A lot of damage has been dealt. Siren gonna struggle here, surely. Too many targets. He will get a second. That's an AK retrieve. There's 2 rifles in play. Now TMB's got to stay alive. He's one of those rifles. But Anlele at range with the AK takes down Zorti. It's a 2-on-2, and Lele's got an AK. I don't really know what you do here if you're Magniez and Boomich, but they've gone for the buddy system. I don't mind it. And with Boomich finding 1, it's all on Sierra. 29 points of health. Magniez will find. But a great half-buy there from Ecstatic for a team that we've said has struggled on these half-buys recently.
It wasn't even a half-buy. It was 1 Deagle invested.
Yeah, crazy that.
Yeah, but far better. Exactly. I'm right there with you. Ecstatic looked really just sort of out of ideas when it came to those sort of buys in map number 1. But I think they just showed it in a round like that yeah, they certainly can make something out of nothing if you give them a chance. But only 1 round separates these teams now. BetBoom closed the gap after just that 4-round first half that they had. But we saw the change around when Ecstatic had weapons in play initially. See if I can do it again.
Magni has been dropped an HE grenade. I assume that's for... I was going to say, assume that for window. It landed on Boomich. What? Zorti will find TMB. See, my head canon's saying Boomich has told Magniez to do something. He's like, oh, Magniez, can you flash me ramp? And he's just gone, have this, mate.
Or maybe it was some sort of, like, huge, big brain Boomich. He's under balk, and he's like, nade me under balk, and they won't think I'm here. It's, My headcanon tells me Boomich wanted to be naded for some reason, but... Yeah. Zero catching off Axel there as he tries to escape into ladder room.
Yeah, Boomich here towards Ram. He's got a lot to do. Oh, slight look towards Palace has cost him his life. And now Siren tucked away towards Firebox. It's all about how much Magniez can find. So much damage here. Siren set up massively. Christie's not even going to check this. And Siren, he will deny the plant. Now swinging to CT, but he's got the bomb. 30 seconds now, he's going to right-click a smoke. Magniez is rotated in. 2 players spotted. 1 short and 1 towards stairs, 1 towards con. Shots need to start connecting here for Zorti. This round has spiraled massively out of control.
I might just want to keep hold of this orb here.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah, that's the issue. You see Siren does actually get really heavily baited in by the fact... Honestly, how Boomich goes down with him having a bit of a glance to Palace, it would make you think perhaps no one is holding that angle at all. Well, we'll get to see if Zorti can actually keep this up for now. And no is the answer. Sierra finds him on 10 points of health. But the issue is for Siren is he finds the bomb planter, but no one else is on the bomb site.
Yeah, no one's near him.
You have Nutnut who's gone towards ramp, and you've got 2 players who are already tucked in CT. So he's kind of on an island, crunched in between 3 players who all know exactly where he is. But his teammates still aren't really close enough to directly support.
I don't mind the idea of him dropping this smoke. It takes him 3 chances to drop it, and he doesn't even throw the smoke. He quick switches like 4 times there.
Definitely takes a little bit longer. I mean, we're even given him that breathing room to actually slip into under Palace. So I do think that was the right play to make. But yeah, just I think maybe the pressure of the situation might have got to him slightly. But
Boomich has an AWP. He's the glass cannon, and he will find Chris too. There is another 2 players progressing up shore. Boomich needs a moment here, and he will find another. Surely not a third when he does, and Magniez now in a bit of a treacherous situation. He will get one, but and Lele can find him. A 2-on-2 now. Both players in the back lines. Axel will be joining his teammate. There's a weapon to be retrieved. It is an AWP. Zorti. Should be begging for the big green right now. But Axel will fight. And Lele now on the 1 versus 2. Flashbang coming his way. He will turn. And a double swing surely to be seen. And it's not even needed. As Axel, an excellent retake there. Bet Boom, they deny Ecstatic finding double digits. They find an 8th.
yeah, what round from Boomich there with the AWP in a quite a awkward situation. You don't have a lot of cover to play around, but Boomich doubling up. I think Axel made the right decision to switch to the rifle there. Could have easily seen Zorti's been chipped away, go down, 1 missed shot, and that's your chance of the round potentially falling away. So, good decision, making some nice shots, and the AWP having a lot of impact there. 3 kills on BetBoom with the AWP in total.
Yeah, brilliant though from Boomich. I think sometimes, you know, obviously you see an AWP in play on BetBoom, you're thinking it's in the hands of Zorti, but sometimes if you can't afford an AWP, someone's got to take a bit of a risk on a glass cannon. And I don't mind it, I really don't. I think sometimes a play like that can be so helpful.
I mean, look, Boomich had a read, and the round came from it.
Yeah, massively.
Boomich has been caught out a couple of times going towards ramp, though. None that is posted up. Not going to be able to spot Boomich in this specific angle unless he looks to go further.
He seems aware of it. Slight glance here or there. Christie will find Zorti. Axile, ooh, TMB, your team's just got the man advantage. There's no need to throw it away with a bench peek like that. Nana's backed away. Boomich he's got all this information. He's going
to relay this. He's not going to show himself yet. And he is going to be this big flank, but they can look to bolster up this B bomb site, and that's what we're going to see. Axel here alongside Siren already. Magniez close to rotate in. And Boomich behind.
Yeah, Nana is holding for this flank currently. Magniez is going to rotate in. There's such limited time. Oh, this is all going to be about timing.
Oh, Christie's going to get caught with utility. If he looks to throw, I need to send it.
Oh, Boomich doesn't check him! Boomich turned around! Oh, devastating. I knew he wasn't going to check it. I knew it. Why would he?
I can't believe it, but this is a really awkward spot for Ecstatic now. You don't really have the time to rotate, so Siren's still here. They're still set up for this hold.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. Boomich is in the backlines, but he's in the backlines and he's got all this information. Ecstatic, as you say, they still have to go towards the B-bomb site. Yeah, and Sierra's going to get taken down in the plant. Christo alone. Can he get the bomb out in time? Oh, I think he does. I think he just gets it. And he does. Oh, Christo in the clutch now. Axel. We saw the impact he had in the last round in that 2 versus 2. Christo holding an Ecstatic. What a round from Christo. He gets a 4K, but it is devastating for Boomich. All he needs to do is just look left.
Slipped away.
Oh, it's ridiculous. It's crazy.
I mean, even without that, I mean, don't get me wrong, that's one of what feels like many moments where BetBoom should just be able to win the round. I mean, the worst thing for Boomich is Christo could have just threw any util sooner, and he would have just heard the pinpool.
Yeah, exactly.
There's so many things, but even then, we see 2 kills for Siren, we see the man advantage, and they still can't convert that round. A real difference maker, perhaps.
Yeah, now it's the investment hit. BetBoom have gone for a bit of a risk. realizing the finances will be broken from both sides as a result of this round. And Zorti falls. That's the rifle. He's completely alone in middle. What's he playing at?
I mean, I like the idea of using the smoke, playing around it, but Zorti hasn't necessarily been the same individual he was on map number 1. And bullets definitely aren't connecting the same way. But that being said, you don't really have anyone, I think, who could pick up the rifle and make something like that work. No one is having that sort of Zorti nuke level game. Nice fight from Magniez. Pushes into far more than he expected, though.
Yeah, I think that's what
up from Con. Eliminates Axel and any chance of the round as well.
And this is where Siren just go back, go through under, retrieve that rifle, give your team a chance in the next. What did BetBoom do? Do they go for the force, or are they just going to have to take their medicine?
I mean, that's the thing. That round that we saw, the Boomwich flank, that would have been 9-9. That would have kept this game as close as possible. But you saw what it did to the finances of BetBoom, forced them into this full investment situation. And yeah, that could be the round that crumbles any chance of them winning Mirage. And it does put them in this tough spot now, where you have to decide what you want to do. Everyone going down. TMB will fall to the bomb. And it will actually keep Ecstatic's money pretty rough, actually. So I wouldn't mind the full investment from BetBoom if that's the decision they wanted to make. I think the issue is you would just be fighting with actual scraps, just pistols.
Yeah, they're going to have to just go for the eco. It's so tough. But look, Axel, he's had the odd moment in a clutch, in a retake. Magnius 15 and 15, Zorti level as well. But there hasn't been this hero for BetBoom like there was on Nuke. And yet, for Ecstatic, Syrah is 24 and 12. Christu, nice shot onto Boomich. Magnius with the deagle again. Wanting and finding as he secures Anlele. Great shots here from Magniez. This is where a moment like this, if he goes the way of BetBoom, such a swing round. Obviously, the chances and odds of it are very low, but it is still going to be this A play here from Ecstatic. Magniez, don't give him too many more chances. We know how well this Eagle can connect. Magniez gets another. Finally spammed away from the player in Palace. Not clambering down the ladder, the rotation in. It's a one versus one. It's a pistol round. It's effectively a Glock v USP. Axel will get taken down by Nut, but what a costly round.
I mean, that's going to be a round that probably BetBoom were looking back and being like, if only we had a couple of better weapons alongside that Deagle. Yeah. But so close to being won. Money is barely stable for Ecstatic. Of course, they can get an investment out. But they have nothing in the reserve alongside it. This is BetBoom's chance. They have to take it. Still 4 rounds required, though, of course.
Shot there. Again, Christu getting himself on the score sheet early. He's been very effective with these opening kills on the T side. Christu might go searching for more. This is where Axel's got to be very cautious. And Christu now holding the line. BetBoom somewhat have capitulated here on Mirage. Ecstatic. They needed their hero. Syrah is his name. Christu's had some big moments. But that 4K with Boomich flanking, that is the pivot round that's kind of pushed Ecstatic to this 12.
Yeah, 100%. I think the game would have continued to be close. I think we probably would have been primed for an overtime.
Yeah, right.
Unless one of these two teams could have stolen it away at the end. But yeah, it certainly would have continued on that trend. But one mistake from BetBoom in a really costly round could force their hand to lose everything here. Christu finding his second kill of the round. Nut as well. Siren needs to find Anlele, but it's not a convincing spray from either side. And now Siren trapped towards Van.
He's got low ammo. 4 bullets in the mag, and he can't even connect a single one. It's all on Boomich. A 1 versus 4 from the in-game leader. BetBoom. That quarterfinal spot. Not going to be here now. Mirage over. Ecstatic victorious. and Bet Boom left with head in hands. They teed themselves up so perfectly after Nuke. It was 13-1. How was that 13-1 game turned to an ecstatic victory? What a comeback. And look, we said Ecstatic have been trying to maneuver Mirage into their map pool, and maybe that this was a bit of a, I don't want to say a risk from Bet Boom, but obviously there's not really much to go off of when it comes to Ecstatic Mirage, but it was an excellent game nonetheless. And I think now we have to say, what is going to happen on map 3?
I got no clue. I got no clue. I thought we were striking out. I thought we were striking out right here, but like even as Static was about to flip the script fully, you do get a dice back from Bet Boom all the way through. Boys, I mean, that was one that was so exciting to watch alongside, and especially where Christo makes big differences. They're just putting it up, and as we kind of waltzed in with the former Mao's NXT and TSM member with certain expectations, the young gun held those high. I guess we'll flip it to my side of the barn before we do go to this third map we get this on. Thank you so much, boys, and we'll take a look at those highlights, getting that on. Checking out where exactly this Mirage got complicated. I mean, as we know, right? I mean, the conversation around this Veto, Bet Boom are going to be reaching for the Bet Boom map. I mean, it's not like you're anything else expecting this is Static to be maybe a little bit stale on it. It's been about a week or so since they did get that out, but I mean, in this Mirage, it's like I feel like we were getting that gauge towards the, back end of that first half of like what you expect for this Static team trying to fight back against, this Bet Boom team in the series. I mean, some of that emphasis, they were, not just going to be completely going out in this 2-0 fashion, not as the difference was made. On a Lele with some great plays out here, and this was more about what we were talking about from Christo in coordination. I mean, Nut obviously going and doing some great things with the anchor. I know earlier in the series they mentioned some of the heroics that man used to put down on Vertigo. I'm missing it as well, but I really like this come together part by Ecstatic, really looking pretty encouraging in this middle end. I really was getting impressed by sort of the individual level that was being held up. I think it was, obviously a little bit concerning from TMB just to be hanging alongside, but then you get like what, a good 24 frag performance out of Sierra in the end. Like it did get a little bit interesting, right? You flip around into this pistol, and this is where we came to do it. Boomich wins a pretty good 1v1, and they start to kind of flip the script on that CT side, right? Maybe you think that you did just get this energy back from Ecstatic, but we were going to kind of, rein in on a 2-0 and just, get your price of admission along the way, right? I mean, you're going to be getting that and then some. We have our third map of the day, so that's obviously going to do you wonders. But I mean, really grinding the gears and getting Ecstatic to push to a point to get probably pretty preemptive for this third map. It's an Anubis that I think they're going to be just hitting on right to the strikes to go and get excited about it. If you are a fan of this Danish squad trying to swing in this back end and see if they can get a full hit in this series. I mean, where it looked like they were about to back out and unfortunately not really land on their feet, they certainly have. I mean, even just bringing in the emphasis in this back end, more great shots. That was that really big round I was, kind of alluding to by Christo, and, name I was really looking to step up alongside of the ratings for Analele and co. I think, as this man starts to completely kind of get along with that consistent track, I think it's, a nice thing to follow, former teammate on those, separate projects when you did kind of crack that down with TMB previously on Preezy and such. So it was interesting to, obviously see that in, I mean, Granny's Knockers, excuse me, but I mean, great stuff if you want to see, your ops already reining in and bringing to what would be a third map. It is Anubis, and, this can be a bit of a slippery slope, but honestly, with where we've been neck and neck just at the back end of that Mirage, I don't think we would really rather serve it up to you in any other way. I mean, Anubis is going to be quite a false guarantee here. So for our third round of 16 matchup of the day, like I said, it's a common theme. We're going all three, and so we'll be back to hit you with that Anubis affair in about 7 minutes time, so don't go very far. Well, there's been a couple of slip-ups, maybe our expectations in this series, but the same as my tongue. I was going to hint where we were headed. It's not Anubis, we're headed towards that Ancient, which makes a whole lot more sense. And Bethboom, they've done some good work on this, Zola. Have even taken Heroic out recently, but, you know, Ecstatic, they love themselves in Ancient.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest, I think the statement that we can say throughout the whole of this series is expect the unexpected. You know, don't look at the stats, don't look at past results, because they mean nothing. We just saw a 13-1 from Betboom on Nuke, and they capitulate on their own map pick and Mirage. Let's be honest, lads, who knows what's going to happen on Ancient?
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I do think it's great to see Sierra stepping up to where we were expecting him to. Crystal, honestly, really pleasantly surprised me. Sort of the longer Mirage went on, the more he got warmed up into it. You saw on his camera as well, really sort of getting in the zone, having a lot of hype on his end. And yeah, I mean, he completely shut down Zorti and a lot of engagements there on Mirage. Something that I felt like no one could do on Nuke. So let's see what happens on Ancient.
Let's see what happens on Ancient. Let's see if Sierra can keep that thing in drive. Same with Ecstatic. They want to go all the way to the end of this series in another quarterfinal. Boys, take it away.
Yeah, look, I think Sierra's performance from that CT side of Mirage was just incredible. And it's interesting that it was the kind of the rifler that prevailed on the CT side and the AWPer that looked really good on the T side, but I guess it perfectly amplifies how this game maybe isn't what the expectations are to be seen. Zorti finds Nut in middle. Magniez has got all of this information and forced to back away. And Ecstatic, they've certainly put this round in drive as they're speeding their way into Red Room, but they've met with the bullets, and oh, nice shots from Siren. All on TMB, gets Magniez as he progresses up ramp, but 1v4. How do they not know he's here? What's Boomage holding?
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's doubled back potentially. We'll actually be able to find one more with that, with one of those dual Berettas, but Betboom, a pretty great round. Zorti gets very aggro towards A main, finds a kill early, and just on a dime, Ecstatic instantly turn back towards middle, leaving cave. Maybe looking for an early pick there before setting their sights towards Red Room, but just got absolutely caught off by 3 players, 3 different positions, all finding impact, all finding kills. And Betboom with a strong start on Ancient, a start that they probably could have done with a bit more so on Mirage.
Nice nade, Magniez forced back. TMB looking to creep with the Tech 9. It's just TMB's Tech 9, the rest with Glocks. Boomich, maybe not the best weapon for the job in the FAMAS, limited bullets, and then we all know how whack that weapon can be. But the FAMASs look pretty decent here. TMB can double, in fact. Surely not finding another. Axel will take him down. Magniez won't be able to... Oh, he will actually. Axel, he throws the FAMAS backwards. Quite like that. So, rifles have been saved. Either way, though, TMB getting that double. God, if this is a TMB heater from Ecstatic, this is exactly what we've been asking for. TMB's had a pretty dismal series so far. 12 kills, 32 deaths.
Yeah, I actually thought those couple of kills that TMB got might be able to bring him out like a little, but he's opted against it. Dropped over some utility to some of his teammates. And just liking sticking with this Tech 9. I think he likes the speed that he's able to take space towards cave. And again, almost a repeat from what we saw in the engagement last round. Magni is forced back.
Yeah.
Axel forced to drop the smoke. And this space taken from TMB. And look, when you've got Tech 9 in hands, that feels like the perfect use of the weapon.
I like this from Siren. Looking to take space. Boomich was by his side initially to kind of strengthen up any opportunities. But backing away now, somewhat worried about Donut. And with this Red Room smoke landing for Ecstatic, you can see what it's done to the CTs. They're so worried about this. And naded the smoke, they've spotted nothing. And if anything, that's even more worrying because now they realize, well, it's probably going to be this acceleration to the B-bomb site. We're going to rotate over now. There is 4 defenders ready and waiting from Betboom. And I think the goal is to get in front of this smoke. Deny its utility. The smoke actually offers quite a lot for Betboom. And Lele will find Zorti, though. An important kill to find. Siren has pushed through A main. And Lele can get a third of the round. Great trade from Boomich, but a 2 versus 3. And so a 1v3 for Boomich at the moment as Siren completely out of things here. But BetBoom have been silenced in this round. Siren will fall to Nut Nut, but a great round from Anlele. Absolutely excellent.
Great way for Ecstatic to win their first round as well. Boomich should go down towards middle. Nut Nut finds his second as well, taking down that softened up Boomich. And now there's a couple of kills from TMB that he's found in these last few rounds. Definitely will have some impact in terms of what we can see weaponry-wise for BetBoom. It feels like the safer play, I would say, is 2 eco, but I don't actually know if they're even afforded that luxury or if they are sort of having to have their own hands forced into this buy. But you do have that M4 and Magnias at least. No, the 5.7s can do some serious damage, and Sirens on this MP9. Always a chance, but not a huge amount of util. This occasion, they're looking to fight a lot more heavily towards the cave.
I have to say, Charlie, do you have a coin lying around? Because I think that's the only way I can decide which team is going to take this. Bit of a flip and hope, I guess.
I mean, it does definitely feel like that. After what we saw in Mirage, I think after Mirage, probably feels like we're thrown into a little bit more of normality in terms of we are at least going to go to the third map. I was fearing it was going to be a really dominant one from BetBoom, which I would have been surprised if we saw. I don't think that was our expectation at the start of this game, but despite the 2 kills for BetBoom, Ecstatic respond with 3 of their own. Okay.
TMB. What?
We've seen the jump in M4 from TMB. Now we've seen the jump in Mac 10 headshot his opponent. And what a fight that is to ensure that Ecstatic will win their second round there as well.
Yeah, look, Ecstatic should take the lead now. It's going to be that 3-2 scoreline. I really don't know what to think about this game, because you look at some of the opponents and some of the events that BetBoom have kind of performed here on Ancient. It's against some higher quality teams, let's be honest, than Ecstatic. But in the same vein, Ecstatic have looked really good here on Ancient. You know, nearly a 75% win rate across the map. I still don't know how there was kind of no Dust 2 or Train or Anubis in this Veto's. Obviously,
yeah, I definitely think we could have seen this series played out on 3 different days and probably had 3 different sets of maps that we've seen between both of them.
It's interesting when we look back to the previous fixture, you know, half a week ago, or 5 days ago, sorry. Ecstatic were victorious in a 2-1 fashion, but the 2 maps they won were Train and Dust. Neither of them in these Veto's.
Yeah, and the only map they lost is the one they picked.
Yeah. We could be seeing something similar here.
Only one actual player falling on either side. There's that initial ramp push from the CTs with the pistols. They're more than happy just to hunker down and save this AK and not look for anything else. And Ecstatic are reasonably happy to allow them to have it.
I would have thought TMB would have gone maybe searching a little bit there. But I think if TMB is going to continue to look to take cave control, I don't mind him playing with a Mac 10 or Tech 9, whatever. I think sometimes just having that Mac 10 gives you so much more freedom. Oh, I love this from Boomich. He's dropped the smoke to allow him to cross, and Lele's got a molly in hand. How is Anlele still alive? Boomich, we've got to fix up on the crosshair and the spray there, because Anlele's got a molly in hand. He's somehow able to strafe away from that. To me, that should be a kill every day of the week and twice on Sunday, but...
Wow.
Oh, Christo!
Misses the shot you'd think you'd hit. Just to do it in style through the smoke onto Axel. Advantage for Ecstatic as they now can look to pressure this bomb site. Still not actually rushing anything too quickly. Still biding their time. They've got this opening kill, and there's no reason why they need to force their hand into this B-bomb site if they don't want, but they are now starting to push. The flashbang comes over, doesn't blind Zorti.
Magnias is still tucked behind this. Bit of an awkward fight, but it's on Boomich. It's a 1v3. He's 8 HP. And Ecstatic, surely to find their 4th round hit.
been flawless since the weapons have been out. 4 on the bounce for them. The bomb will get planted, and eventually we will start to see that timer tick down. But great opening kill from Christo. Got a little bit messy at times, but you can see and Lele, Sierra have their moments just to stabilize that one. And Boomich still needs to be careful. Could go down. Spotted out from Anlele. He is 1 bullet from death. And now this is just intel for the Ecstatic players. We're actually get the Swarm closer to where he is. Both players pushing close towards one another. Nutnut and Boomich. Boomich is caught in between a rock and a hard place. Does find Nutnut, but the trade comes through from Anlele. No chance of saving that weapon. And Ecstatic, their money's already in a great spot. There's no issues with losing a player or two to look for that weapon. Just making their life easier when they're going to be coming up against this half-buy.
A lot of 5-7s in play here for BetBoom, although Ecstatic far favoured in this round. We know how easily these can spiral, but a very systematic approach from BetBoom's CT side. I doubt they're going to find much. I think the only way you find success is something a little bit more creative, and with the smoke down towards bottom ramp. Expectations very low here for BetBoom. Boomich just tucked away here. TMB seems somewhat aware. We'll find Boomich, and now the onslaught of CTs. Magnias will get one. Siren still sat silent on the A bomb site.
And the bomb can be retrieved now in this 4 versus 2. The Danes can look to hit towards B. It is just Magnias defending this. Siren slowly making his way over.
This is the position to go. If he swings on ramp, finds Christo, not only is it an AWP retrieved, but no trade potential. That slowly slips away, though, as the T's are now much closer. Christo can find with the AWP. Now Siren alone will be spamming through, but not connecting. And Ecstatic will find their 5th.
The Ecstatic are looking a bit scary here.
Yeah, definitely.
It's 5 on the bounce for them. Haven't seen a response from BetBoom since these weapons have been in play.
We've got the AWP on Zorti now, though. And you'd hope for BetBoom's chances that Zorti comes alive as what we saw on Nuke, because that performance was ridiculous. He had the confidence to peek every angle. He had the ability to connect every shot. Yeah, we're not seeing that kind of same Zorti that we did. Boomich, he's forced back so quickly to Donut. And this control can now be taken from Ecstatic quite effortlessly. Siren, he's got to be cautious here. 2 opponents just behind the smoke. 3, in fact, Bazorti holding. And now Sierra, just whether they check him. Or Molly to land at Sierra's feet, forcing him forward, but he still finds one before falling. 2 on 4 now, though. BetBoom a lot stronger here, and it's got to be said, the stability from Zorti's AWP is exactly what BetBoom need.
Yeah, it's a really nice setup that Siren and Zorti had towards middle there. Just playing off of one another. You see Ecstatic, the intention that they initially have, but 2 kills instantly go against them. And then Sierra finds himself in a really challenging spot. And Lele, though, in the back lines. Boomich goes down. All this space towards A's being opened up. Christo can rotate this. Oh, I thought there was a smoke, just a flash drop. And Lele is fighting forward, is able to find another Christo. Still heading towards B. In fact, it will get taken down by the deep position in the back cell.
Yeah, BetBoom, an important round. Not only does it stabilize the CT side, it denies Ecstatic streak of success. Because otherwise, we might be looking back at this half and saying, well, BetBoom, you only got a handful of rounds and obviously 2 of them off the back of the pistol.
Yeah, nice attempt from Anlele to pick up the pieces of that round, but it just doesn't end up working out for them. I think maybe if they had a little bit more time on the clock to play with,
Great.
could have done a few more things, but opening kill goes the way of Ecstatic, and it seems like business is as usual. But Magniez through the smoke, able to find Zero with no responding spams until a little too late, and Magniez goes back for some spams of his own.
Yeah, and this is where BetBoom have to realize that this elevated angle for Christu is the norm here on this T side. He gets boosted up nearly every single round, and he finds impact because of it, but Nut and Christu emerging out the top ramp, both to find a kill in this 2v4. And it puts Siren and Magniez now in the clutch. Nut repositions now to cave. Christu a little alone here on the bomb site, still needs to plant. If Siren and Magniez can swing, and there it is, they get a freebie. Christu's kind of sold out there. Nut. A huge round needed, but not to be easy. He needs to be swinging into both of them. Magniez with a nice triple, doubling his kills in the round, and they're keeping... I was going to say they're keeping the 2 AKs, but Zorti pleading for the AWP save, and it will come through. BetBoom, they close the gap. And finances for Ecstatic now to be put into question. And that's what this tactical pause is for. Like, Sira's going to struggle to invest. It's not going to be kind of a buy with all the bells and whistles. Utility might be a little bit lacking.
I mean, you'd imagine they'd certainly be able to cobble together something more than solid enough to win around. TMB, you can already see a lot of his highlights with these Tech 9s. I imagine he'll be taking a bit of a hit on weaponry to get Sierra on that AK. And that round did start off with the Ecstatic initial opening kill, but it's Magniez taking that risk through the smoke to find Sierra. Then not only is able to get out of dodge and not really take any damage in response, goes back for more, finds more.
I'd love to see kind of a late round, well, not a late round, but a mid-round double nade onto to Christu's elevated angle. He seems as though he's getting boosted up in nearly every single one of these. And obviously you can try and flash him off the angle, but he's either going to be able to back away or fire off a shot, and I think it's a little too risky. But if he keeps getting boosted up here, this should just be a free kill. But Sira, speaking of free kills, he gets the double in middle. Siren eventually trades through the smoke, but TMB ready and waiting. And it leaves Axel in a very tough 1v3 on the B-bomb site. And TMB can cut these rotations. He's still sitting in red room. I would have loved to see him kind of hold for these rotates. I like this from Siren. He's trying to bait TMB into thinking it's a safer position, but in fact they maneuver to the A-bomb site. Missed shot from Zorti. Needs to do a little more here, Zorti, but what a shot from Christu.
It doesn't give him a second to make some magic happen with that AWP. Takes him out. Ecstatic are successful on this one. Axel tries to scurry away. You can see money problems are still ever present there for BetBoom as well. So sure, Ecstatic, they could have been broken financially, but instead they flip the script and do the same thing to BetBoom.
Quite happy for Anlele as well. It's kind of been it's been a tough one for him. You look at Nuke. Obviously, Nuke was a tough game for everyone on Ecstatic, but just the 5 kills. Obviously, wasn't right within the mix on Mirage, but having a really good game here on Ancient, which is always going to be so positive. I think the fact that TMB is having a lot of impact here as well is quite vital. You know, it was Sierra, Nut, and Christu to do a lot of the heavy lifting on Mirage. If it's TMB on Lele here, I guess you really can't fault anyone on the team. Already quick rotation scene here from BetBoom. The flashbang. Oh, it's excellent utility here. And Siren finds through the smoke. A 5-on-2 here. Ecstatic, they change up the pace and attempt to hit fast towards A. And they are left speechless. I think maybe we'll save that strat for another day because not worked here.
Yeah, I think when you consider the weaker weapons, the lack of util that BetBoom had as well, Ecstatic feels like it's a perfect call to play into BetBoom's hands. They don't have a huge amount of util that you can easily see around like that, them getting really drained of it pretty late, and they don't have a lot of it for any sort of late hits. But the fact we saw something a bit faster for Ecstatic, it felt like BetBoom, the limited util they had, they were able to use it there. The flashbang usage was excellent, and Siren had so much impact there with the FAMAS.
Yeah, I think if Ecstatic played that round slowly, looked to kind of slowly contain Cave, take space in middle, it would be such a difficult round for BetBoom. But yeah, I think you're right on the money. I think Ecstatic have kind of given that look into this half now. And although it started pretty poorly, you know, is that kind of 6-2 scoreline, BetBoom have made their way back massively. Magniez, we've seen him swinging from Cave so many rounds, and a little bit ineffective in this one. Christu attempting. Axel, not the best of sprays, but will eventually connect. Zorti, oh, how much damage been dealt there with the utility. Not only is it the molly, but the shots connecting through the wall that slow him down. It's down to 8 HP.
And now Ecstatic kind of have to go searching for something. They've got no util remaining whatsoever. They've been halted.
TMB gets the bomb back, though. That's the important thing.
Have to look to battle their way into somewhere. Donut feels like the best choice, but TMB's still waiting here towards Cave. Is he going to be ready with Boomich, though, elevated up? TMB is alone, is slightly split.
He's got the bomb.
And does go down.
What was the point? I understand the split and search, but the only person who shouldn't be doing it is the bomb carrier. Not that's low HP. There's no trade potential. Ecstatic, what has happened in this round? Maybe it's the pressure getting to them.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've certainly seen BetBoom turn the tides of this one. Ecstatic felt like they were the ones in the driver's seat for a moment. It was a 5-2 scoreline. They had a 5-round streak since bringing these rifles out, but now BetBoom, they've clawed their way back in. They've been some very hard-fought rounds, we have to say, but it's keeping things competitive. It's keeping this one up in the air as to where it's going to head. And look, I think we've watched the first half. We already came into Ancient looking and saying it feels like whatever stats, whatever prior results you want to look at, they might be thrown out the window.
Honestly, I don't know how this has gone 6-6. Ecstatic were looking so formidable on their T side. You can pinpoint where the success came from, though, from BetBoom, and it's the second Zorti gets the AWP out. BetBoom, they've done enough to come back 6-6. The question is, can they push further? Can they take the lead once again? Can it be the pistol round to give them an advantage? Christu, P2000 in play. It's a gun that I feel like is only loved by very few. Is Magnius holding for a... I feel like his crosshair placement's a little bit off there. I feel like he's holding for a jump or something. Already a lot of space has been taken here from Axel. This is going to be a problem for Ecstatic. These steps are heard by Lele, but it is this play through Cave. Boomich to make his way up the ramp, but Christu looking to fight so aggressively. I really like this from the CTs, actually. Instead of getting crunched in on, they look to push and press the issue. HE grenade landing, Magni has chipped away at. They need to deal with Christu. He's going to be such an aggrievance, such an annoyance here towards ramp. Is found, TMB smoke phase, but Magni is caught off guard. Zorti gets one, though, down to the 2-on-2. Still trapped on the bomb site, and what a shot from Sira. And it's the stick of the bomb. He has full faith in Anlele. In fact, he gets off of it because he knows that the double swing, far more valuable in this pistol. And Ecstatic, they will win the pistol. It's leveled up, a pistol apiece.
Yeah, I think great decision making there from the CTs, start to finish. Nana gets tagged down early, and you see the two players on B, Christu and Nana, both set their sights to take ramp. And although Christu ends up eventually going down, you can see it just draws so much more attention away from the more pressing advances of the defenders, allows TMB to get set up in the smoke, waiting for it to fade, allows the rotations to come in with no one directly being able to hold them from a deeper angle. Really good decision making from Ecstatic, and although they might have faltered at the end of the first half, the pistol round's a great way to kick off their campaign on this CT side. But BetBoom aren't going to let them have any freebies.
Magnius seems aware of this. He seems prepared. Wide swing, but Nutnut connecting. Great shots there from Nutnut. Axel's been heavily chipped away at, and surely will do a pistol for Galil trade, or at least you'd assume so. The B-bomb site is vacant. TMB's defending here from Cave. They've crept their way up. Are they going to expect this at all? Well, the Shadow's been spotted, but Zorti will connect. Boomich now spamming away with the Deagle, but Lele can find it. Now, Zorti wants to kind of make up this lost ground in the numbers department. Deep Molotov thrown. This is going to delay the CTs massively. And there's no defuse kit in play. Oh, ecstatic. This could be costly. This could be problematic. Flashbang to throw will negate their own. Still utility on Nutnut and Lele to be sent out first with this MP9. Oh, Nutnut caught off guard. Great find there, but Syrah doubles, nearly triples. It's a low HP 1v1, spamming through the smoke, but there is no defuse kit. This is so tough. Siren, he's low HP, and because he's low, he's not going to take this swing until the last second. BetBoom victorious here.
Yeah, I praised the decision making it felt like we saw from Ecstatic on that pistol. Completely different story there on that second round. You had a low HP and Lele who was evidently jumping across angles, playing for the trade. I've got no issue with that at all.
That's the right play.
Why is the second play, the player who's dared to trade him, Nutnut, util in hand? You're playing for this trade, and Lele goes down. You've got this intel. Now go for the gunfight. And instead, it's just, and Lele goes down for free. You're not in a position to trade, and you're the one who gets taken down as well. It's these simple mistakes you can't be making in a series like this.
But look, I think it's a communication issue as well, because I don't really know. If Nutnut wants to smoke off Cave, they can slow it down a little. They don't need to hurry things along. Double nade onto TMB's position. TMB taken down. Nice shot from Anlele, but traded by Magniez. What is this buy from Ecstatic? 3 of them invested down to 400. Is this what, kind of a half buy and then an eco? I don't really know. I'm losing my mind here. They're not fully forced, but they're not going to have enough to buy in the next.
Yeah, it's been an interesting start to the second half, to say the least. But look, I'm glad that the final map of this series is still a competitive one. It's still back and forth. I think that's something that we expected from both these teams coming into it. And map number 1 and 2 didn't necessarily give us that.
Great nade. Great play from Syrah.
Yeah.
So much damage dealt to the BetBoom economy. And the thing is about that is, obviously it's going to be helpful in the long run, but if it was a full eco or it was a full buy, Ecstatic, they're kind of torn here because they've dealt so much damage. Financially, BetBoom are in such a struggling position here. We've got a save rifle. Ecstatic, you've got to kind of make this round competitive as well. I feel like this is going to be a bit of an interesting one. It's just not saved rifle. A couple players have invested in Deagles, which I don't mind, but
I mean, this is around that BetBoom could look to actually be able to build that economy slightly, give them a bit more to work with. Syrah flashed off the angle. Is taken down by Axel eventually. Christu, lone defender towards A as it stands, and Lele is rotated it, and the spams are good enough to find Christu alone. And the rifle of Nutnut, it might just be Operation Save It again.
yeah. Yeah, look, if he saves the Kevlar and the Galil, he can drop an AWP over to Christu. Obviously, Christu does have the finances for it, but it would be at the cost of utility. Potentially diffuse kits. There's no need for Nutnut to throw this gun away, but he wants to deal more damage, and he will. Second kill found in this one. Still a 1 versus 3, but he can get another kill. Think of the financial damage. He finds Magniez. Nutnut makes these rounds so costly now. Oh, drops across here from Nutnut. The fact that BetBoom have just faced off against 4 Deagles and a Galil in the last 3 rounds. How is their money so weak? Excellent there from Nut Nut. Absolutely brilliant. It'd be devastating if Ecstatic don't capitalize off this success. What? CMB. Just makes it look so easy. I wish all my cave fights were like that.
Certainly a good way to get the opening kill. And I think it's an opening kill that Ecstatic do need. Losing this round, not only double digits can be hit from Bet Boom, a good chance we might even see more than that.
Oh, massively so. Again, this is a huge pivotal round, but Ecstatic, they're playing 2 in red, 2 on the A bomb site. I guess it was a condition whilst the smokes were down in both Donut and red, but thankfully they have rotated players across now. I was very worried. If it was another kind of round where Bet Boom looked to accelerate up the B bomb site with just TMB defending in cave, I think maybe the CT side needs a bit of an evaluation, but TMB going to drop the smoke. Completely lost my voice there.
I think there'll be a lot more to lose your voice about.
Yeah.
As we approach not only the end of this series, but another thrilling round of 16 game afterwards. Only 35 seconds on the clock. Bet Boom have to make their decision and make it quick. Util out towards B. 3 defenders are lying in wait though. Sierra.
I like the positioning of TMB.
And now the push comes through. Flashes are good enough, but Lele still finds blinded. And the defense holds strong.
Yeah, look, I think in those positions, TMB is going to be the last place they check. The ramp players are pushing through the smoke. They're worried about player in cubby. They're worried about kind of a push through on the right-hand side. Never to expect someone just on the bomb site, especially because you've got players outside cave. Great there from Ecstatic. Great from TMB. For a player that, let's be honest, we could put under a lot of scrutiny for his performance so far today. It's nice to see he's having impact. He's already on more kills here on Ancient than he found on Nuke and Mirage combined.
Tactical pause from Bet Boom being called. As you can see, their finances are in a really tough spot. I'll have to fully invest in this one. Good chance double digits are going to be given up to Ecstatic unless this force buy can win. Zorty's still yet to buy. Just going to be the Deagle, saving a little bit of money for an AWP down the line. But Magniez has this AK. He is that optimal man to keep your eye on, and he's still on spearhead in this mid take.
Ooh, nade a little too deep. TMB does find Boomich again. Oh, Magniez. I like this idea. He's heard the spam through the smoke from Sierra, wanting to capitalize, but Sierra can find. Excellent from Sierra. Christu takes down Siren. Ecstatic should be able to bounce back. Should be able to claim the lead now. Great round from Sierra. Excellent there. Real team performance here from Ecstatic. You know, most kills, Sierra and Lele with 15, least Nut Nut with 10. And Nut Nut, you look at some of the kills he has found, it's just the financial damage alone has been excellent. That's unfortunate there for Boomich.
And Ecstatic a bit more of a foothold in this game, and they will be the ones to take the lead. A lot of bodies towards A main early. The nade. Wow.
Yeah, great HE grenade.
And now just holding with this Molotov. Basically, he's going to force Siren and Magniez to respect this.
Well, they don't. They push through. He does get both of them, but Boomich. Nice Glock there. Oh, the nade of the smoke. Just helps Zero out even more when coming to kill the rest. Axel, all that remains. Tucked away there, assuming he's on alert, but TMB will find Ecstatic. They do take the lead in the final moments here.
And this is always the really worrying part of these close series. where you know that one mistake doesn't just cost you a round, but it can cost you so much more in terms of if your finances can't handle it. Next thing you know, what was a close game, your opponents have really broken away from you.
Yeah, for Bet Boom. They lose this one, it's treacherous. Have they not heard the molly? Have they not heard the tick in the molly from TMB? Eventually he will go down. Finally an opening kill going the way of Bet Boom. It's seemingly been ecstatic finding this so frequently. And this is where Ecstatic have got to be proactive. They've got to take a bit of a risk. They're disadvantaged. You can't just bunker down on bomb sites. It doesn't work. Smoke dropped towards top ramp. Somewhat premature. Bet Boom looking to maneuver back to middle.
Time is ticking. Ecstatic seem like they've made a good decision here. Look like Anlele and Zero are both looking to rotate towards A, but Anlele does opt to say it is going to be this A play. Christu's AWP. A lot of impact is going to need to be required. Blinded off the angle. The Molly forces him back. Nut tries to fight on the front foot, but Boomich gets his second of the round.
I like the idea there from Nut. It's unfortunate from Christu. He's so sure that there's going to be players progressing through main, and obviously Siren, that is where he resides, but because the majority of donuts, Siren's just a bit of an afterthought. He doesn't have to maneuver out of aim, and the bomb's down now. There's no need anyway. Although Ecstatic do have strong finances, there's no need to throw these weapons away. There's no value to it. Ooh, Christo and Syra combined. Surely not. There isn't much time. Denial of the defuse. 3 survivors here for Bet Boom, but Boomich gets the quad kill.
Yeah, quite the round from Boomich. Opening kill is what he found. Took down Nut to allow that space to be taken onto the A bomb site, and then just his great positioning ensures that his static can't make a last-ditch attempt to get that bomb defused.
Early molly towards top ramp. And look, if they save those 3 weapons, you can imagine the finances would be so much stronger for Ecstatic, but I've got to say, a bit of a misstep. Ooh, Sir and Christu both finding quick picks. It is going to be this play through the B-bomb site. Molly landing at Christu's feet. He's 26 points of health, but Nut will find. TMB denies. It's all on Zorti. It's a 1v5. Pushing through. Should find TMB here. Ooh, what is going on in this round? He gets one. TMB taken down as well. 28 points of health on Zorti. A 1v3 now. Christu posted up with the orb. Zorti's got a smoke and 2 flashes, but Christu's orb will find. Ecstatic push even further now.
And the difference is Ecstatic, they actually do have finances in their bank to play with. So you can see a couple of rounds ago when they did go for that late attempt at a retake, it didn't really matter that they lost those 3 weapons. They still have money to reinvest. They still got money in the reserve now. Even with those couple of kills found at the end there from Zorti, their money's still pretty solid.
This has been the ancient we hoped for. Back and forth, right to the wire.
Do have to fear, though, for Bet Boom now, as it's their finances that, on the flip side of things, are very poor. Their decision-making in this round, I mean, this can really determine it all.
Oh, look, I've got to say, I feel like Bet Boom have always been playing chase to Ecstatic this series. I say series, I meant ancient, but either way. Ecstatic have been in the driver's seat, they've been in control. Bet Boom, though, this is it. They've gone for the force, they lose this round, probably lose the game.
I mean, yeah, you've got to hope for a bomb plant at a minimum, don't you?
Yeah.
And at least if you do lose a round, you might be able to give yourself a little bit of extra cash, but they're going for it all. 2 AKs, 2 Tech 9s, and a Galil. Only 3 pieces of util. I mean, that 4 pieces remaining. Unless there's any more dropped somewhere else.
Strong setup here for Ecstatic on the A-bomb site. Not only do they have Nut holding, they've got Christu close by here. They both have HE grenades, so this donut smoke isn't really going to exist. And obviously, Syrah can operate as a quick rotation. And because there's not been any utility here from Ecstatic, from BetBoom, it makes so much sense that it's probably this A or B play. Because both Anlele and TMB are jiggling from cave and ramp, it's just so obvious. It's so easy. BetBoom, you go for an A play, but well, at least send some utility. Elsewhere, they have no control across the map. It's just so easy for Ecstatic. They've got both TMB and Anlele jiggling towards cave and ramp. Neither of them spot anything. Syrah's in middle, not a peep there. So it's just going to be an obvious A play. BetBoom, that is not the strategy to do it. And look at the finances they've got.
That's the issue. That's what you say. Sort of send util, force place off of these deeper angles, so they have to be left guessing. But the issue is when you don't have much util to begin the round with, you're certainly not going to have a lot to finish it with. And they didn't really have that luxury of being able to do so. And like you said, it became a bit orchestrated. Pistols on the one hero AK on Zorti. The fight for survival here. 2 rounds needed to bring us to overtime, but Ecstatic 1 away from taking this series and advancing to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, flashbang into cave. BetBoom looking to take this space. TMB just going to drop the smoke, force them back. Bit of a spam from TMB. Anticipating plenty. Oh, TMB will find Magnius through the smoke. Tapping away now. And Lele still just jiggling here towards top ramp. Why is no one pushing off
find another one of that?
Yeah, look, I feel like
that's the issue. You don't know if it's bait. Is there someone else behind it? Is there someone else waiting? You've already given up a kill, and this is where everything else becomes so much more tense. Every decision you make feels like it's under a microscope of is it even remotely worth it? But time's ticking, and
surely he's getting dizzy or getting a bit of a headache from doing this.
I mean, that's the thing. When there's 30 seconds left, and Lele's still got some deep information here. Christu towards middle, and dropping the Molotov at the perfect time. It's going to be a very late hit from BetBoom.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult now. They've got limited utility themselves. Zorti's got so much work to do. TMB tucked away. Great from Boomich. He will get one. And the T's somehow get all the kills. 12 seconds now. Siren's got the bomb. He will plant. I was a little worried there, I've got to say. But a great round and a great couple kills there from BetBoom.
Best chance Ecstatic were going to get to close out this series. It's not going to be done on this one.
Most important question,
take round number 24.
OT or no T?
I mean, that's the question, isn't it?
Yeah. Honestly, it seems like BetBoom are better with the Tech 9s.
Good to see them with the rifles in the next. Nut. That was fine, Axel. Will get traded out.
Oh, Boomich. Nearly going down to the bomb there.
Comes right down to the wire. All 24 rounds needed, and maybe even some more on top of that.
You're looking at the kill comparisons, though, and you're kind of questioning how this game, is so close. There's been a real struggle from the BetBoom individuals, and Ecstatic have looked very, very good here. But honestly, it could go either way. I think if it goes overtime, I think Ecstatic are going to feel like, I guess, obviously the disappointed side, not only because they've had 2 chances to close it out, because they've also been in control throughout the whole of Ancient. You think when it was that 5-2, I think maybe 6-4 scoreline, when they were on that T side, I thought they might have gotten a little bit more there. Either way, though, this is it. No AWP for Zorti, but a perfect investment nonetheless. As good as it gets, right? You've got 4 AKs, an M4A1S, full utility. Nade coming over the top from TMB. I think BetBoom are just going to operate with the same game plan as they did in the last. And Lele will have spotted Molly down. Flashbang coming over. It's a fast play through the B-bomb site. Flash is great, and TMB and Lele swinging. Great finds here. Still trapped behind the Molotov. The nade landing the feet of Siren, and the swing comes through. Zorti, he gets the double, but Syrah swings on in and finds 2 of his own. And Ecstatic, it won't go to overtime. They will progress to the quarterfinals. And BetBoom left with head in hands. Just for people tuning in, or who might have only caught a glimpse of the final game of Ancient, think back to Nuke. It was a 13-1 scoreline to BetBoom. How has this game gone against them?
Yeah, and sort of before we sort of ask Mark his thoughts there, we have to remember on Mirage, there was that round where it was very neck and neck. We saw that Boomich flank. All the CTs were on the B-bomb site waiting for a hit. They lost that, and from that round, they didn't find another since. That broke their finances. That allowed Ecstatic to push on to take Mirage, and then Valence win it on Ancient.
Man, to start where we did, I don't know. For a 13-1 to end in a 13-11, all the way tracked back by that Danish side, TMB and co have a lot of praise going through this side from me, boys. That was quite a pleasure to watch alongside, but I don't know if I expected that CT side to go ahead and really, like, I think whip the lash themselves into control at the back end of this game. Again, a lot of praise for, you know, where the individuality shows up, and honestly, a nice call for where Ecstatic do go ahead and, you know, kind of line that back end around, where it was very interesting. Where, I mean, I'm on that rant of the back end of that CT side, right where you're getting these highlights down. But I mean, to just kind of go ahead, take that control. I mean, you kind of explained the feeling best when we were coming out of the game, CMD, where the heads were in hands, and this is exactly where this BetBoom team, I mean, is going to be a little bit lackadaisical coming out of this round of 16 matchup. I mean, not a guarantee that you were able to kind of spar that through. I mean, as I was saying, right? I mean, where you were coming to, you know, have this question mark answered on a back end of a CT side was, you know, very interesting. I thought that where Ecstatic came to shine was in these situations to make these differences, especially in that first half when it kept relying on TMB, on Christo, where you kept seeing them, I mean, sound off. Of course, I mean, that A site when they were able to rock it down, I mean, I almost jumped out of my seat when I saw that. When you see that third connection, I mean, it's just at that same time, you can see it right back with that effort from BetBoom. It's not like they're completely shoved out at the end of this series. It just, I mean, stings that much more, right? Come back to potential to, you know, bring that all the way back to a 6-6, and then, right, you rock off into the second half where, I mean, BetBoom carry the baton in that momentum and, you know, do well in doing so, right? Before we were, you know, starting into our highlights with just exactly the call to Ecstatic taking that out and really going ahead, and where you do have that, you know, seen face of that crack back, it was an interesting lay for BetBoom to get ahead in that sense, and where you do see Ecstatic get challenged back down. Obviously with those pistols, it was, you know, BetBoom starting to like find a bit of a rhythm here, and right, that's where I was talking about starting to get concerned. I thought that it was Boomage and Co. that obviously have some question marks around this Ancient, but honestly, I think I was, you know, pretty excited for the expectations overall of BetBoom in the middle of this tournament, right? I think as I was like kind of saying, kidding coming into where these highlights were starting, like to have this start at a 13-1 and seeing the level of execution that BetBoom were swinging on, which was, I mean, quite a praise. And, you know, considering I don't think, you know, Sac were all the way awake at the beginning of the series either. I mean, they show a lot of tenacity on the back end of that from the Danes. And I mean, you know, where TMB came to like play big time on that Ancient, I mean, it's in certain folds for, I mean, some of the more quieter tones on that sense. But I mean, it really was an impressive feat for this Danish squad. And I mean, just coming up to it to serve, denying this final B approach. I mean, it was OT that you could have seen on the course, but I welcome back all of that scene with me, boys. I mean, it was cool to check out those highlights. And I mean, that must have been a rocker to stay alongside with. I'm glad you guys get to get a breather.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think Syrah obviously he was the one to get the double to close out that game. I think we got to say Siro was the MVP. Was absolutely insane. The fact they had a map where they lost 13-1 and he still got a plus 14 KD is ridiculous. I think Siro is such a talent and obviously still so young, still 18 years old. And not only is he kind of continuing to show this individual brilliance, it's clear that he's got such a good mind for the game, which I feel like a lot of the time when we talk about young talents, we talk about kind of the individual ability that they've got. A lot of the time you'll just see them kind of go for these crazy plays that maybe aren't the smartest move, but because their ability, it can work really well. Whereas with Siro, I actually think it's sometimes the opposite. I think sometimes he's always just in the right place at the right time. And it doesn't matter whether he whiffs the shot or not. It's just because he's so smart about what he needs to do. And it's clear that this ecstatic roster have formulated really, really well. And look, that's why they pushed to the quarterfinals.
One more squad that has moved on. We have had three map affairs here today, but I don't know that I'll be able to get your thoughts on that, ZMT. We have quite a little bit of a turnaround here with that prolonged day. We're running a course to Astrum and OG, our final round of 16 matchup that we here have on the broadcast tonight. About to get this afternoon. We're tracking up to 8 o'clock over in the UK. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with a flash in the pan. Really quick break. Get ready for our last series. Well, we just got Nemiga an opponent. I hear 9 needs 1 2 into our 4th round of 16 matchup here tonight in Series 1 in Europe of Season 3 CCT. Of course, CMD and Zola still joining me after our quick little rotation of the break. Boys, we got OG and Astrum to send us off here today. CMD, I gotta say, I really liked seeing Astrum don these new colors. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, honestly, Astrum looking great. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Astrum recently. They've had some really shaky results over the last month or two, but sort of this last couple of weeks, yeah, they've been turning things around pretty massively. Sort of since May is when they've been turning things around, and yeah, they've been beating some really good teams. Don't get me wrong, a little bit shaky in the Swiss stage, but the most important thing is being able to get it into the playoffs. And I think, sure, it took Astrum to the very final game to do so, but this is a team I was expecting to make it here. This is a team that are here now, and look, take things one step at a time, and I think that's all you can ask this side to do. I don't really know what I'm expecting, how deep I'm expecting these guys to be able to make it, but I think that's the joy of just getting to watch them, isn't it? Get to see what they can provide us.
Absolutely. Just unfortunately had to deal with that force of Ecstatic, actually, just over in Series 1 of Thunderpick right there. But, you know, we just had a team, Zola, obviously headed to the major.
Yep.
Unfortunately, upset right there at the crown end of our series here. Is it going to be kind of a common theme running with this? I know Astrum have obviously had a little bit of trouble, you know, in that Swiss are, you know, looking to kind of grind it out online. I'm looking at the events they, you know, have out in front of them, and they're going to have to get out into the course here. So as like we've seen OG kind of take a couple of steps back, is this going to be a big lunge by Astrum here today?
I'll be honest. I think with these types of games, I think it can be really tough to say it's going to be a 2-0. I think the level of competition is always so good, and I think this is where you can see, I guess, I don't want to say less map trading, because obviously we saw it in the last, we saw it massively, but I think this is definitely going to be a game where realistically OG made recent roster moves. Obviously, for Astrum, you know, they're a strong-looking team. I think there's a lot to talk about when you have this OG roster. I'm right in saying that isn't Nikodos. That is still
he has the same like glasses, I would say. Almost.
Yeah, maybe that's the only comparation. But look, I think this.
I'm
OG
surprised
Magalhaes
is coming into this game as well. It's
yeah,
pretty grueling best of three.
Yeah,
he's still
back.
wants another. He's feeling it so much. Yeah, he wants to stand in for OG as well. Why not?
You look at the time that Nikodos has been on this roster. It's been what, a month, like roughly. He's played 16 maps. He's got 1.21 rating. I'll be honest, I think this move is excellent for Nikodos, and I think it's excellent for OG. I think it provides a lot more firepower, it provides a lot of experience, and realistically, this OG team kind of needs it. There's quite a young squad, aren't they?
I really have felt like, obviously seeing, you know, Nikodas out of certain rosters, certain projects, say like Fnatic, you know, in there where you have that down, obviously with Heroic notably as well, that it brings, even at age 24, I was about to say like a bit of a veteranship, but I mean, Nikodas fits in well with, you know, a bit of a younger core out here with Spooking Buzz bringing a lot of the support around what Crizzen has been working here for the last couple of months.
Yeah, I definitely do think is a great move for them. And sure, Nikodos is still super young in terms of the overall grand scheme of his career. But yeah, you have to say his time on Fnatic, even his time on like Copenhagen's Wolves roster, Heroic as well. This is experience that is invaluable. That there's not really many people on this OG roster who necessarily have it to the same degree that he has had. And I do think it's going to be huge for this team, especially when certain series do get a bit tighter, they get a bit closer, and you sometimes just need to take a breather from someone who's been there, done it, and sort of seen it all, really. And Nikodos definitely does provide that. I think he's seemingly farming a lot of teams right now, and he's looking on hot form as a OG. And it feels like they're honestly both coming into this event, Astrum and OG, on pretty great form. And yeah, I don't think there is a guarantee result in this. We actually got to see a nice amount of head-to-head from both these teams. Astrum did take this series between the two of them not too long ago, about a sort of week or so ago. Very, very close, though. Expecting similar things.
Flip the script, flip the page, get this all the way over. And I mean, if we're going to continue on the, you know, conversation of exciting operas here, CMD, I mean, there's been a lot around Gurks and how he has been moving up in this scene.
Yeah, I mean, look, we got to watch this guy on that Aurora Youngblood roster, and it felt like it kind of felt like, when is someone going to pick him up? When is he
Yep.
going to have that step up? And that was a long time. It was he was on that team looking absolutely monstrous, and eventually, Aurora moved him up to his the main roster. And I think the biggest compliment I can say to him is he didn't look out of place. This is someone still very young, didn't necessarily have the experience to make an easy step up. And I think we're being treated a little bit too much to players like Donk, where we can kind of expect these really young guys just to instantly come out the gates looking like a tier 1 player. But it very rarely happens like that. And Griggs was one of those players who did move up to this roster and looked just as impressive as he was sort of on the academy roster, and even to some more of a degree. I do think there's a couple of games where he is a little bit quiet at times. That's the nature of being 19 years old. That's the nature of still being very, very early in your career. But I think this Astrum roster in general is stacked to the brim of potential individuals who can just pick up a game by themselves and go crazy. We don't necessarily see it as much as I would hope to at times. Players like Norway and Kenzie, occasionally I want to see a little bit more from them, but it's still something that they have within them, and still something that they definitely can provide in a series like this. And I think to be able to best OG the way they're playing right now, I do think we're going to need a few more names alongside people like Grix and Patsy.
Yeah, definitely. You spoke about the fact that Grix seemed as though he wasn't out of place when he moved to the Aurora roster. I think he was still the star. It's ridiculous. Like, the fact that he has solidified himself as this talent and he is still providing numbers. I think you're right, though. I think if we do just see Grix and Patsy performing and it isn't kind of a full squad of fraggers, I think it could be tough. Obviously, we're seeing the vetoes now. Nuke, Mirage, Inferno. I don't think there's really anything out of the ordinary here. I don't think there's anything that I'm thinking, okay, well, I don't really know why we've gone for this map. Why have we not banned this? I think when you look at all of these maps, obviously the 5 maps that both these teams kind of are playing within the remaining maps, they're all fairly level playing. I guess Ancient, the only one in which Astrum have looked a little bit poor on, but in the same way, OG aren't confident to pick it. I really don't know where this series is going to go because the vetoes don't really help anyone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit more. I mean, it's easy to say that I'm like, gonna be happy about where OGs are gonna be confidently, stabbing into a nuke that has otherwise been, more shaky for them. But I mean, with that approach all the way back from Astrum, I mean, where we want these rifles to step up, if we're going to see Kenzie really, create a difference in these series and, Patsy pick up huge anchor spots like, we just saw Nut do in our previous series, could this nuke be a point where Astrum could shoot all the way through, Zola?
Yeah, I think as well. You look at the Astrum win rate on this map, and a lot of people will say, okay, well, they do have a bad win percentage. It's 42%. Look, guys, delve a little deeper. There are 4 losses on this map: 13-11, 13-10, 13-10, 16-14. These are games that one round could change the complete outcome. They were a very strong side on Nuke as well. Look, I don't really know where this game is going to go. I think, yes. I think if the Astrum Riflers are looking key, I'd be worried if I were OG. But in the same way, OG has stacks as well. Like, this is going to be a banger of a match. I'm really happy that it is kind of the third and final, the last game of the day, because it is got that kind of potential, hasn't it?
No, most definitely does. Most definitely does. And I mean, a guy that I don't even think we really fairly mentioned, obviously you get the, look at both of the oppers there. I've really been a fan of the cornerstone that Fiku has been featured on this roster. I mean, him and Buzz in the clutch, it seems like whenever they need a guy to rely on, it's those young guns. And, through the, long rebuild that this OG roster is needed to put some youth under it. And then, gaining with that youth, some experience, CMD. Are we expecting Fiku or, even where we have, Sierra in our other series, right? A former Mao's NXT player taking our MVP. Is it one of these young guns on these rifles you're looking to see really make this a map from OG?
Yeah, I don't actually have a specific name that I sort of want to highlight in terms of which one of these riflers for OG. Look, I think there's a reason why Fiku's the only player who's been on this roster for this long, and I think deservedly he's here for 3 years. I'm in the full agreement with you. OG, it felt like they desperately needed to sort out this rebuild because it felt like they kept on rebuilding the rebuild, and then just kept on going, and the team kept on being mediocre. I finally feel like this is the perfect blend. this is a team I want to be able to see what they can really do. I'm loving, like you said, having that experience with players like Nikodos around some of these younger stars. And it's more, what can this team really achieve now? And look, it's only been a month of this full 5, really. Still, I want to give it some time, but we do need to start seeing results. This is a perfect event to do so.
Absolutely. And where we do get to see off into that Inferno, that'll be a third where, I don't know if we briefly touched on that, that's where it gets a little bit hairy up the stretch, but maybe we're following that scene in the server. We have to figure some things out over on our back ends. We're going to be throwing it to a quick break before we get fully into this best of 3 between OG and Astrum to see who's going to be joining 9 in that quarterfinal. We'll be right back.
Finally into the action. We were joking about it in the green room. Did we do the pre-show for this one? We have. That was about half an hour ago. We are finally here. We do apologize for all issues across the server, across the game, across everything. But into the action. OG to start on the T side here of Nuke. It is their map selection. And let's see how things go.
I mean, a bit behind schedule, Fred, but nothing better than a bit of late night Counter-Strike to round out today for the round of 16. Of course, if anyone has missed any of the Swiss days, this is the opening event. It's the opening round of the playoffs, and only one of these two teams can obviously advance. Single elimination, no second chances, but the best of three kicking things off. And Astrum kicking off with all the kills. Buzz gets one in response, but the Julie of Grix triples up. And Astrum with a nice and clean opening.
Yeah, what a start to late night Counter-Strike, which is what we're going to coin this final series.
That's what it is, late night Counter-Strike. Because that's the thing. With these delays, we could be going into the early hours of the morning. So
yeah, you've got to imagine
very,
as well.
very late night.
With some of the kind of the regional basis for some of these players, you know, they could be 2-3 hours ahead.
And that's the thing. Look, we're a bit lucky in terms of our time, aren't we? It's sort of as early as it gets. But yeah, I mean, it certainly can be getting pretty late for some of these guys. So I'm hoping the delays haven't really shifted any momentum. I'm hoping everyone was sort of warming up still.
Astrum played a series earlier today as well. You know, they played a series 8 hours ago. So you got to imagine they would have had to be awake at least 2-3 hours before that.
A nice bit of time to rest at least.
Yeah, hopefully they got their naps in.
And hopefully they were able to utilize this time. Nice round though from OG, exactly what the goal was.
Yeah, 100%.
Playing for this rogue bomb plant. Pico, if he could even find a kill, I mean, that would be extremely impressive. Does actually get big bit of damage to Norway, but 5 survivors for Astrum. The money is going to be flowing through the veins of the CT side now, but the bomb will be pretty comfortably defused, as there's not exactly a lot of resistance from OG remaining.
Yeah. Well, look, Astrum, it's a good start. It's exactly what they wanted to do here on their opponent's map pick. And obviously we had a little bit of a chat about how map picks maybe kind of aren't to have the weight as what we've seen in previous series. It's not as though, you know, one team looked pretty weak on one map and they might be able to capitalize. Looking at the win rates, the majority of these maps, it's looked really good. Yeah. The only map that I think you can say there's a little bit of negativity about is going to be that third and final Inferno. But even still, I feel like both these teams, they've looked pretty decent all across the board, haven't they?
I mean, that's the thing. Look, we've had a couple of previous series that we've got to take a bit of a deeper dive into, and yeah, you sometimes do highlight map picks in terms of how we watch these games. Obviously, the Ecstatic game not long ago versus Betboom, we were sort of talking about how good Ecstatic were looking at. They're only able to find one round on their own map selection. This is playoffs. This is a different beast in general, and sometimes, yeah, you do need to just throw all the stats out the basket and really just live in the here and now. But Astrum certainly had a nice start with a pistol round victory. They're up against the weapons now, and you can see they've still got a few limitations in play with these MP9s, but still Klax is making use of this SMG.
Yeah, and just a re-smoke there towards Squeaky, so Klax doesn't need to keep looking over his shoulder. Flash into Garage to try and, I guess, a little bit of problems Patsy's way, but Grix rotating in with a rifle. This is going to get quite tough for OG because they've used a lot of utility to get, you know, Spook down to Secret. Nikodos is crossed towards back red. They have got, well, I was going to say they have got Spook still in Secret, but he's been taken down. So 2-man deficit now for OG, Nikodos. Fiku will find one. Buzz takes down another. How is this round flipped so massively? It's heads-up gunfights that, although have gone the way of OG, so much damage has been dealt here. Although Astrum now man disadvantage, there's certainly a reason for victory. The bomb's been recovered. 18 seconds remaining now. Seemingly to be an A play, and Klax can get one. Fiku steps are going to be heard here. Smoke it main. I don't think they've got enough time to head towards the B bomb site. Fiku taken down. Now Patsy can back away. He's hurried into Hut. And Nikodo's just going silent, trying to find him. But Patsy towards the top of lobby. Oh, Patsy, don't do that again.
I think the graphic might have been a little bit sort of tricking of the mind there. I do think the round was actually won before he even went down that ladder, but it definitely did look extremely intense there. I think I'm going to at least let myself believe that that was sort of Nikonos just slightly off finding the kill in time. But, I mean, look, it's a good round from Astrum, a great response from OG to make it that close, but you can see in doing so and finding these kills in sort of these set positions of the map, all quite isolated, it took them quite a while to regroup and hit towards A, because you kind of have to at that point. You've got to play the trading game when you are sort of a bit limited in terms of some of the health that you might have. But it was a great positioning, both CTs rotating towards A, bolstering out that bomb site, and they are able to just about make that round work, and of course, with the weaker weapons that they started with.
Yeah, and no weaker weapons here for Astrum, 4 rifles and AWP on Grix. And now that Grix has got the big green in hand, this is where OG, you've got to be a little bit more prepared, a little bit more worried. And I saw the investment from OG, and I was thinking, well, this is a great way to negate Grix's kind of impact. Go fast towards A. Mac 10's in the face. Nothing wrong with that, but they look to traverse down to Secret, and the fact it's Mac 10's here, look, it can work, but there's no real threat potential regarding speed. Spook's going to drop the molly. This will force Kenzie back, and Kristen and Spook, they're going loud. Clax will certainly hear this, and it's a crunch onto ramp. Patsy and Grix, the defenders here. These are the two players you don't want to be fighting against, but missed shots from both, in fact. Molly to try and disperse the aggression. Oh, Patsy getting a freebie there. Spook pushing up. Nikonos can find Clax, though, and now they might look to make their way back up towards the A-bomb side, but Patsy rotating up ramp to find Fiku. Grix finds Bars, and Norway's position's excellent. Norway can double down, and Astrum effectively deal with the investment here from OG. Are we thinking... I don't know what we're thinking prediction-wise. I'll be honest, I'm going to give it Astrum. I think they're more late-night Counter-Strike kind of players.
Oh. Well, is this another one of your predictions that you change after 2 rounds? And you see Astrum 4-0, and you're like, yeah, I like a bit of that.
Look, I can imagine Grix is I'm pugging until 5 AM kind of guy. You know, you don't get that good on the AWP without.
I feel like you have to be when you're sort of this young and this good. Yeah. I feel like that has to be a bit of a nature of how you got to this level.
One on the street, he's in a pug right now. Just whenever he dies, he goes and plays the other game.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. But it's been a great start from Astrum here. That 4-0 lead. Yeah, I mean, in terms of predictions, honestly, I don't even really want to give one for this game. I think we've been burned a couple of times by sort of judging off of stats, previous results, just to be surprised, not always pleasantly as well. But I think this is exactly what Astrum need, though. It's on OG's map selection. Of course, they're on the stronger side of this map, but a 4-0 start is never something to be scoffed at.
Molly to land.
Such speed that for Krisen to get down towards Secret.
I love, Krisen's such an exciting player to watch. Obviously, we know what kind of Krisen provides for this roster. Oh, Krisen, excellent find there. Takes down Norway, able to retrieve the weapon. Buzz finds Patsy. It's a man advantage scenario here for OG, and they lock off the vents. Obviously, Krisen was one of the players from that Mal's NXT side that had so much kind of a spotlight and so much kind of hypothetical success. Obviously, we saw his ex-teammate in Sierra in the series mere moments ago, and he lit up the server. Whether Krisen will be the one to do it here for OG is the question, but it's a half buy, and it's a round victory. Astrum want nothing to do with it.
Brilliant call there. Sometimes you do need those sort of gimmick pocket strats that you can just pull out on a round like that. And there's something we kind of criticize Ecstatic for on this map, where it felt like their half buys didn't really have any end goal or any real pizzazz to it, I suppose.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And it really limited them in terms of just being able to weaken their opponent's finances at all. But look, around like that, you have some limited weapons here or there, and yet Prison just rushes, bombs his way outside. The util that's thrown from Genji, he beats both of it. And you get down and you see rotating players, they know what's up. They know it's about to be a hit towards B, but as soon as they go into the vents, that's where the Tech-9's waiting for you. I think Astrum made the right call to sort of back away from that round pretty soon, keep these weapons alive, live to fight another day. Mistakes were made early doors, no need to make mistakes occur even further into the game just from opting to go for a bit of an unfavoured round.
I like this though, straight away, Astrum, their first sign of difficulty, they call a tactical pause. It's great sign of maturity here from this side. Evaluating that this is their opponent's map pick. If they want a really strong kind of foothold in this series, taking Nuke could be the way to go. Obviously, though, we saw that from the last series from Bet Boom. Didn't go their way. I'm sure if Astrum are able to take things here on Nuke, they will want to capitalize, but plenty more. We're only in round number 6. Look, OG could end this half 8-4.
Well, plenty more action for OG to show us on this T side.
Ooh, nade towards her. Timing looks great. Fiku in the flames as well. Clax now biding his time, deciding when to swing. Already OG taking control of this A-bomb site. Decent enough utility for the retake. Nade blowing open the smoke, but nothing connecting bullets-wise. Slight gap for Spook to work with. Kenzie will find Nikados. And finally, the CTs look to close their way in. Fiku finds one. There's 2 on the back of the bomb site holding. They need to deal with Krisen, but he isolates the first. And finds Patsy. And again, Grix and Clax might just look to save.
Grix losing that opportunity, getting taken down. Clax will find one on his retreat. That's all she wrote in this one. Yeah, Astrum, they weren't really primed to defend an A-hit. They just had Clax in heaven as the closest player to try to stop anything, and understandably, he didn't look to do it alone. So he just kind of played for that 5-on-5 retake. But it was just a bit of fortunate timing there. I want to say it was from Krisen to find that double. Catching the second player, the player that's normally there ready for the trade, taking him down first, isolating that as a 1v1, and finding the instant headshot the second. And basically, as soon as that happens, there's no chance of that retake coming through. Still an investment for Astrum. You can see the buy is getting weaker and weaker as rounds go on. Norway with the MP9 up in the face. They've got Clax nearby as well. Patsy, the lobby crunch is executed perfectly. 3 kills found just at the cost of Norway, the MP9. And now Krisen and Nikados don't really have a lot of space to play with towards T-Roof and outside.
Yeah, the problem is lobby thoroughly under the control. I'm pretty sure that drop would have been heard. At least it seems as though. I don't mind this from OG. Go for the save call. Nikados can drop over an AK. He doesn't need to. The rest of his team, in fact, can invest in the next. I like this from OG.
Yeah, Astrum don't exactly have the financial backing to probably look for a hunt. Well, not really. I think they came into the round just about scraping a buy together with both Norway and Patsy having MP9s. Look, Patsy's walked away with an upgrade. It scavenged a little bit of utility here or there. I think both teams content just to allow the other to have what they've got.
Yeah, I don't think there's any value for either team looking to try and find kills here. Astrum though, 5-2 scoreline. As expected, we will see this full investment from OG. Obviously, it has given Astrum a little bit of bank to work with, but many players having to reinvest in utility. Just the 1 defuse kit currently, and Kenzie, Norway, and Grix can invest. There's only 1 defuse kit. 3 players could have bought one. If this goes down to a bomb defuse and Astrum don't get it because they don't have a kit, I think you know there's going to be some harsh words said from me. It's such a novice mistake. I like this vent drop, though. It works out effectively. Krisen, with all the action kind of unfurling on the A-bomb site, he's able to sneak down secret no smoke. Spook goes down as well. Bomb's been planted on B. Asher are going to be so confused. Obviously, they now realised it would have been a vent play, but they're questioning, how did they get down? We spammed every 2 seconds. Honestly, I think Astrum's best chance is saving, and that's what they're going to do. A 5v5 save, it's a real rarity.
Yeah, it's not something you get to see all too much. But I think there have been a couple of rounds that OG, the call alone's being good enough, and Astrum realised that they've been outplayed. But I think Astrum, yeah, they're very smart, not just to try to force their hand and force their way into a situation that's never going to work out. 2 players on the T's do fall with Spook and Fiku. Both being chipped away out from that bomb. So, yeah, certainly keeping OG a bit restrained in terms of their investment. Still plenty more that could unfold.
It's interesting.
On both teams, really.
Yeah, the fact that we are seeing these kind of continual saves, it just means that we are getting a lot more full buy versus full buy rounds, which is always nice to see. But a great call from OG. Again, look, it was a bit less of a pocket strap, but still had the gimmick about it. And they're going to go for it again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I love this from OG. They send the volley towards second vent. It forces Norway to be far more focused here. Fiku questioning whether that's a teammate or an opponent. Nice HE grenade. Grix having to maneuver his way out, but he's kind of cornered himself here.
Yeah, needs his teammate with him to survive, and Patsy, who does find Krizen. Nikodos now going to pick up the position that Krizen did formerly take.
This must feel so suffocating here if you're Grix. Does have a smoke. Probably needs to use it towards single door. Spotted one. The door can open, but Patsy will get the trade. 1 versus 3 now for Fiku. We'll get the first. Out in the open is Kenzie, but he will get that trade every day of the week.
The setup's so close to crumbling for Astrum. Usually if Nikodos opens that door, takes down the low HP player first, Grix has to sort of 90-degree flick to get to him. Or even if he sort of Nikodos opens the door and positions himself just in a certain way that he can only spot Grix, you can really see so many worlds in which that doesn't work. It's the fact that Grix gets the kill initially, that Nikodos quickly opens it to get the trade that allows the lower HP player to get an instant response, and then you see Fiku in that 1 versus 3 where he's also chipped away at himself. So a couple of fine margins in that one, but Astrum are successful and do take it over the line. We already mentioned all those players going down to the bomb in the round prior has made things a bit tricky. I'm curious what OG's financial situation is going to look like and what it might allow them to actually invest in this round. Not a lot. It is a force buy. 2 AKs. Buzz just on a Glock. No, he's got a Tech 9 now. There's a great chance for Astrum to look to really cement themselves in a dominant position after this first half.
Oh, most definitely. This is an excellent opportunity. Again, though, Krizen is so fast down here. Patsy. Oh, Patsy's going to kill. Caught with util in hand. Krizen
this
is
has happened
menace.
multiple times, yeah, where Krizen has just caught players off for being deep towards the lower bomb site. And they just don't expect him to not respect any of the utility that's being thrown. And we've seen multiple of these rounds where OG take a lot of space on the lower bomb site and can just push forward from that and take a round. This looks like it could be the same one.
Yeah, Grix is posted up here. Thankfully for OG, the bomb has already made its way down.
Yeah, it looks like the CTs are basically set up for a save already. Not even having Grix look to hold one of the positions towards a lower bomb site.
They've got to
Not
give
sure
this
if
a go,
that
right?
kill will spur them on. I mean, they won't really be able to buy on the next if they do lose. And I think they pretty early made a save call. And I think they are going to stick with that. But look, I have no issue with Astrum going for the save in a situation like this. It's more the fact that one man is being able to have so much free range towards Secret, and Astrum still haven't clocked onto it. been a couple of rounds that Crizzen has individually won just by getting down towards Secret early.
It's crazy, right? Kenzie's 7-2, Clax is 7-2, Patsy's got 8, Grix has got 6. The MVP of this game so far is Crizzen, and they're losing. How has he been able to take this space in Secret in so many rounds? It's ridiculous. It shouldn't be happening. All Astrum need to do is just get a player towards back red, and Crizzen just can't do this. Do you think there's a favourite in this game? Would you say that OG, as the invited team, they come in as the favourites, or...?
It's always tough to know, but I think in terms of... I'd probably say OG have a very slight probably perception as the favourites. But like I said, I do think it's 45? Very slight. Yeah, something like that. No more than sort of like a 60-40 split. I think it is a hot and very closely contested series between these two teams. I think this is going to continue throughout Nuke, Mirage, Inferno, and I honestly do fully expect to get to Inferno. Nice find there from Patsy. Opening kill found with 40 seconds on the clock.
Great find from Fiku. Norway deleted.
It's another round where OG, the call-in's been so strong.
It's just is it going to be a save again? Feels like it's going to be.
But I mean, look at that. We've got the presence from Spook, and you can see, because a lot of these rounds have been lower site finishes, Astrum on this occasion had 3 players towards that lower bomb site.
Yeah, crazy. The calling's been insane.
Exactly. It just feels like we've seen OG condition Astrum to be paranoid about this lower site. They stack bodies there. They make presence there with a Spook. It doesn't matter that he loses the gunfight. He is the go call for the top site players to push.
I think the crazy thing about the fact that OG's calling has been so stellar is it's coming from someone who's probably one of the youngest in-game leaders in this tier 2 space. 18 years old. I assume it's still Crizzen calling. Obviously, we know that Nikodos did have a little bit of time. I want to say he was all in-game leading, but...
I mean, he's certainly going to be a bit vocal in the camp, but... Yeah, I mean, look, I think that the CSC in general had quite a big issue with actually having any in-game leaders.
They all seem to be Danish.
Very long time. And it just kind of felt like a lot of teams are in strange spots where it's like, you've got an in-game leader and you can't really change them because there's no other options out there. But it's great to see a couple of younger names, Crizzen being one of them. There's multiple sort of in a similar position to him as well that's starting to come through. And it doesn't just feel like the sort of the old boys club where it's, oh, you've got your experience, you're maybe 25, 26 now, and you start adopting the role. I think it's great that we're starting to see some sort of younger players kick their careers off in this position.
Yeah, I think that's very true.
And like, look, these are going to be the guys that are leading the best in the world in several years' time.
Well, I think as well, you think of someone like Shui, right? Obviously, IGL'd that mouse side to some trophies.
Yeah.
He's still only 22 years old.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a lot of those academy teams that we saw a couple of these players come out of, they really are your proving grounds. And a lot of these players have moved on
to bigger and better things, arguably. A lot of the names that we've seen and spoken about today have come from that kind of Mao's Academy.
I've seen quite a bit from Mao's NXT recently, these last sort of several series of the last couple of days. It feels like we're just going on a...
It's a bit of a sampling of ex players.
Yeah, a bit of like a reunion tour. Going around, watching all of them, checking up on them. Yeah, I mean, it's been great to see, but In this series, there's still a lot more to see, and I actually think OG have completely turned this game around, and I think Christian, yeah, definitely being the leading man in that. And when you look at the kills, there's one thing that is so great in a game like this. This game's still very close in terms of rounds. Every single person on OG's negative.
Yeah, it's nuts.
But it's just been, the calling's been so good that Astrum are aware that, yeah, this round's done. We can go for a retake here. We have a chance to win it, but it's a very slim chance. They've done the heavy lifting to get in that spot. There's no need to sort of throw anything away.
Is that not the sign of excellent in-game leading? Winning a round, only getting 1 kill?
Yeah.
You've taken all the control of Veto, you've taken all of Secret, you have the whole B-bomb side, the Rat players don't rotate in time. It's just a perfect example of what in-game leading can be. All it takes, 1 kill, 1 bit of pressure, win the Rat. Great from Grix there, though. An important find. Gonna send the nade of the smoke as well. OG are prepared for this, and Kenzie, he's going to get flashed in. The flashes are very poor there from Grix. Information gathered. Crisant. Again, great calling, great decision making, great